Demon's Diary Chapter 822 to Chapter 876. The current ranking seemed to be very favorable to the Taiqing Gate. Lu Ming and the purple-haired man were tied for first place, while Xianxia of the Big Dipper Pavilion was third. Behind them were the young man in the silver carriage, Luo Tiancheng, Morong Shuiyue, the young woman in green, the Black Phoenix Fairy, the eagle-faced man, and Long Xian. In the following time, Lu Ming and the others returned to their respective sects' gathering place. The Heavenly Palace emissary, Black Tortoise, walked to the front of the stone tablet again and took out an ancient bluestone formation plate. He kept chanting obscure spells, and another green light shot out and entered the stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet suddenly flashed with a green light, and all the names and luck value disappeared from the stone tablet. After a while, the green light on the stone tablet condensed again, and the names of the sect and family were lined up one by one. The Taiqing Gate had won first place in this Tianmen gathering with a total luck value of 7.5 golden locks, which was only less than 1/10 more than the Big Dipper Pavilion, which was ranked second. The third place was the Nature Work sect, followed by the Demon Mystic sect, the Morong family, the Sky Demon Valley, and the Haran Academy, which was ranked 7th. The Ouyang family was behind them, and the other families and some medium-sized sect were behind them. Seeing the final ranking on the stone tablet, the sect leaders of the sect and the elders of the families all had different expressions on their faces. The Taiqing Gate. Lu Ming, the Big Dipper Pavilion master, glanced at the stone tablet with a trace of surprise on his face. Then, he glanced at Lu Ming and Tiangu Immortal and smiled. It seemed that he didn't care that the first place was snatched away by the Taiqing Gate. Well, with the intervention of the Big Dipper Pavilion today, it's already not bad to get the current ranking. A middle-aged man from the Nature Work sect murmured. The other two also nodded. The black-robed old man, who led the Morong family, stood with his hands behind his back and remained silent. The Morong siblings have already done their best, but there seems to be something strange about this Elysium meeting. The people who came out in the end have actually accumulated so much luck. Even the amount of luck bestowed upon him isn't this much, the other white-haired old man said with a frown. Of course I know that. The fact that these disciples were able to obtain so much fortune most likely has something to do with the changes that took place earlier, the black-robed elderly man harumphed coldly in response. Lu Ming was also quite puzzled. He did not know why he suddenly had so much luck, but after thinking about it carefully, it most likely had something to do with his son personally killing the two monster incarnations. Next, I'd like to invite all the sect leaders and clan elders who are participating in this Heavenly Gates meet to take out the treasures of your respective sects and receive the karmic luck. While everyone was still discussing the final rankings of the Heavenly Gates meet, Lu Meng, who was beside the stone tablet, once again announced in a clear voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. For a moment, the summit of the snowy mountain fell silent once again. After all, the sect guarding artifacts of the various sects were all existences on the level of magic treasures. Most of them already existed when the sect was established, and they were usually placed in the forbidden area to be nourished and nurtured. Ordinary disciples had no chance of seeing them. After countless years of refinement and nourishment, most of these treasures were closely related to the sect's qi and had fused with it. Not only did they possess great power, but they were also usually used as the eye of the sect's protective formation or as an item to ward off evil. As a result, even if a sect possessed many treasures of the sect, they would not easily leave the sect. It was even more difficult for outsiders to catch a glimpse of the treasures, and they would only have a sliver of a chance at the Heavenly Gates meet. The Heavenly Gates meet was only held once every 800 years. If they missed this one, they would have to wait for another 800 years. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the individual cultivators or the disciples of the various sects, most of them were silent. Everyone was extremely excited as they waited for the sects to show off their treasures. It would be an eye-opener for them. At the gathering place of the Taiqing Gate, Daoist Tiangu immediately shook his sleeve. A green light flashed and a green staff appeared in his hand. The staff was a few feet long and shone with a green light. It looked rather simple and unadorned. The top of the staff was in the shape of a dragon's head with bright and piercing eyes. The body of the staff was like the body of a green dragon spiraling up. At the same time, the body of the dragon was covered with circles of light golden spiritual inscriptions. There were 108 of them. At first glance, the entire staff was like a green dragon, emitting wisps of gentle and warm green light. Under the cover of the green light, Lu Ming felt a warm aura circulating throughout his body. The alien in his body that was on the verge of exhaustion was gradually replenished. It turns out that this is the treasure of the Taiqing Gate. It is really extraordinary. He immediately muttered to himself. Lu Ming calmed down and looked around. The rest of the people of the sect had also taken out their respective treasures. A man in a yellow short-sleeved shirt from the Nature Craftsmanship sect took out an octagonal matrix plate about a foot in size, which was glowing with yellow light. Each of the 8 corners of the matrix plate was carved with a strange-looking, vivid demon beast. At the center of the matrix plate, there were circles of dense spiritual stripes, which were flashing a creepy red light that was breathtaking. The middle-aged scholar of the Howran Academy held a golden ancient book in one hand, and the other hand was behind his back. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of golden light under the reflection of the golden ancient book. His body seemed to be full of a sacred and inviolable aura. An old man in a black robe of the demon mystic sect was hovering in the air with his arms crossed. He had no expression on his face. Beside him was a white bone flag that was 30 to 40 meters in size. It was surrounded by black gas. Ghosts were faintly appearing, and there were bursts of ghostly wails and howls. At the same time, the rest of the 8 major families and the elders of the big and small sects also took out their respective treasures at this moment. For a time, all kinds of spiritual lights flashed one after another. The aura on the scene became mixed and extremely rich. Just as everyone was overwhelmed by the sight, the originally clear sky above the peak of the snowy mountain suddenly turned dark, causing the entire snowy mountain to look as if it was night time. The sky was dotted with stars, shining brightly. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention again. Among the dense stars in the sky, wisps of starlight poured down from them, and they all gathered toward a man in a yellow shirt. This person was none other than the Big Dipper Pavilion Master. This person's eyes were tightly closed, and he was holding a fist-sized, shimmering dark blue bead in one hand. Strands of starlight were endlessly surging into the dark blue bead, and there were dense white specks of light flashing within the dark blue bead. They seemed to form a nebula pattern that was slowly circulating, and it was quite peculiar. Lu Ming was far away, but he could feel a vast aura emanating from the bead in all directions. This scene suddenly made the treasures of most of the small and medium sects overshadowed. Even the 8 major families were a little inferior. Luck awakening. The messenger of the heavenly palace saw that all the sects were ready. He turned around and waved his sleeve. A wisp of golden light flew out and condensed in the void. Then, it turned into a huge golden rune. Poof, the golden rune flashed into the entire steel of luck. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the entire steel shone with golden light. Boom, there was a loud noise, the entire black and white steel burst open, turning into wisps of gray mist that scattered in all directions. These gray mists seemed to have spirituality. After hovering in the void, they all drilled into the treasures of the major sects' masters and elders. Among them, the Taiqing Gate naturally obtained the most gray mists. The staff in Daoist Tianji's hand suddenly trembled slightly. The dragon eye flashed red, and the green light became bright and dim. After a full 7 or 8 breaths, it gradually returned to normal. After Daoist Tiangu glanced at the green staff, he smiled faintly, and put away the green staff. At the same time, the elders of the other sects and families also put away their treasures. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the battlefield returned to its original state. It was just that the people of the sector family who achieved good results in the Tianmen meeting were mostly happy, but those who did not have good results were dejected. According to the rules of the Tianmen meeting, the top 3 people in luck ranking will be rewarded separately. Lu Ming of the Taiqing Gate, Lu Meng of the Big Dipper Pavilion, Yin Sei, you 3 come with me now. The Heaven Palace messenger, Xian Wu, slowly glanced at the people present, and said again with a blank expression. When Lu Ming heard this, he was delighted. The strength of the Heaven Palace was unfathomable. It could be seen that the so-called reward would not be bad. When the other disciples of the Taiching Gate heard this, they couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Ming with envy in their eyes. However, Luo Tiancheng snorted with his arms crossed. Lu Ming, you go with the messenger of the Heaven Palace. We will wait for you at the base at the foot of the snow mountain, and then we will set off together to return to the sect. Daoist Tiangu waved his hand at Lu Ming and said. Disciple obeys. After Lu Ming cupped his fists, he made a hand sign, stepped on a black cloud, and soared into the sky. At the same time, Lu Meng and Yin Se of the Big Dipper Pavilion also turned into two balls of silver light and soared into the sky, once again arriving in front of the male and female messengers of the Heaven Palace. Xianwu glanced at the three people and nodded. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and a white cloud about 50 or 60 feet in size lifted the four people up. It turned into a ball of white light, and broke through the sky toward the giant island above. The profound nascent soul also followed closely behind. Lu Ming didn't see the surrounding scene clearly. He only felt that there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, and there was a whooshing sound in his ears from time to time. After his body suddenly sank and the light nearby faded, a mighty and solemn palace stood in front of him. This palace was not too big, only a few 100 feet high and wide. The whole body was built with crystal white marble. Under the reflection of the sun, the whole palace was covered with a faint layer of soft white light. Before Lu Ming and the others could take a few more looks, Xianwu next to him shook his sleeve again, and suddenly a strong wind swept them into the main hall. Within the hall, what entered one's eyes was a sparkling and translucent snow-white color. The entire hall was circular, and more than 10 huge pillars with a diameter of 10 feet surrounded the hall. There were lifelike statues of unknown demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. They spat out thick white smoke from their mouths, causing the entire hall to be shrouded in smoke. It was like a fairyland. On the main seat in the middle of the hall, the white-haired Tianhe elder sat majestically with his eyes closed. Beside him stood two white-cloaked servants who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. Lu Ming glanced at him, but he couldn't sense any spiritual power from him at all. If he hadn't witnessed with his own eyes how the elder easily killed 3 demonic beasts from another world, he might have really thought that the elder in front of him was really an ordinary person. The Tianhe elder slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Ming and the other two. He said calmly, "These 3 are the top 3 of this trial?" "Yes, elder." Xianwu, who was beside Lu Ming and the other two, immediately cupped his hands and said respectfully. Lu Ming and the other two naturally bowed to this powerful figure respectfully. Even the seemingly arrogant Lu Meng became extremely obedient in front of the Tianhe elder. "You don't have to be so polite. Since you're here, you're guests of the Heavenly Palace. I think you should also know that the top 3 of the previous Heavenly Gate trials can make a reasonable request to the Heavenly Gate as a reward. Tell me, what request do you have?" The Tianhe elder smiled faintly and asked Lu Ming and the others. "Elder Tianhe, I want a secret technique that has been lost, the heart cultivation technique. I wonder if this request is considered reasonable?" Lu Meng seemed to have already made up his mind. After bowing respectfully again, he took the initiative to speak first. "Heart cultivation technique?" "That's right. This is indeed a secret technique that has been lost. It's of great help in fighting against inner demons and breaking through bottlenecks. This request is very reasonable. Go to the library and get the heart cultivation technique." The Tianhe elder nodded and at the same time ordered a Heavenly Palace servant beside him. The attendant of the Heavenly Palace bowed slightly and walked to the back of the hall. Not long after, the man returned to the hall with a book that was glowing with blue light and had a golden rune on its cover. He passed the book to the purple-haired man. As soon as LV Mengfang received the tome, the golden runes on its surface suddenly flashed, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot into the purple-haired man's glabella. Lu Mengxian was slightly startled, but immediately understood. This secret technique is a reward for you alone. Remember, do not teach it to anyone else. After you finish reading it, the book will burn itself up. In the future, you are not allowed to privately teach the mantra regarding this technique to anyone else. Otherwise, the restrictions on the book will backfire and destroy your mind, Elder Tianhe said in a seemingly casual manner. Junior understands. The purple-haired man stowed the tome away into his storage bracelet in a respectful manner, then cupped his fist in a salute before taking a few steps back. Next. Senior Xianxia, this junior wants a flawless grade void essence pill. Xianxia took a few steps forward, blinked her eyes, and said unhurriedly. Flawless grade void essence pill? Although this pill is extremely rare, and its refining method has long been lost in the Middle Sky continent, I happen to have this elixir, and the quality can also meet your requirements. However, this pill is only useful for a few people with special physiques. Could it be that you are actually? Great! The disciples of the Big Dipper Pavilion are really talented. Hearing this, Elder Xianxia chuckled and agreed to the matter. He took out an emerald green bottle from his sleeve and threw it to the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman waved in the air, and the small bottle was rolled by a wisp of silver light and slowly fell into her hand. She opened the bottle cap and looked inside with narrowed eyes. A slight smile appeared on her cold face. Thank you, Senior Xianxia, for the elixir. The silver-haired woman put away the emerald green bottle. After curtsying to Elder Xianxia, she took a few steps back to LV Meng's side. Go back and remind the Big Dipper old man, don't forget what you promised me. Elder Xianxia waved his hand, then his eyes fell on Lu Ming. Senior, Junior wants to ask if the Heavenly Palace has the sacrificial refining method of the void attribute sword bag? Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. He wanted to ask Elder Xianxia directly if the Heavenly Palace had the materials of the void beast kin, but since he had already gotten the Burning Heart Sunflower, he could also get clues about this beast kin from Elder Tian after returning. Since there was such a rare opportunity now, he might as well inquire about the special sacrificial refining method of the void attribute sword bag. Although there were materials of the void beast that could be refined into a void attribute sword bag, the quality of the sword bag was very different. If there was a special sacrificial refining method, it could naturally maximize the effect of the sword bag. The enhancement and nourishment of the flying sword could reach a terrifying level. The purple-haired man and silver-haired woman on the side glanced at Lu Ming in surprise when they heard this. I do know about the void attribute sword bag, but I really don't know about the special sacrificial refining method. Wait a moment. A strange look flashed through Elder Xianxia's eyes, and his lips moved slightly as he transmitted a few words to the servant beside him. The servant bowed and walked to the back of the hall again. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He originally wanted to give it a try, thinking that if Elder Xianxia refused, he would immediately change to another request. From the current tone of Elder Xianxia, it seemed that there really was such a special sacrificial refining method. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, the Heavenly Palace servant slowly walked out from the back of the hall. He held a tray in his hand, and inside it was a white jade slips. This inscribed jade looked ordinary, but Lu Ming could still vaguely feel the extraordinariness of this item from the faint spiritual light it emitted from a distance. Take a look and see if this is what you need. Elder Xianxia glanced at the white jade slips on the tray, but he did not pick it up. Instead, he seemed to shake his sleeve casually, and a white glow rolled out, sweeping the jade slips from the tray and flying toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved one hand and took the jade slips into his hand. Without saying anything, he stuck it to his forehead and scanned it with his divine sense, understanding the contents recorded in it. It did record a sacrificial refining method about the void attribute sword bag, but this method was a little different from the ordinary method. Not only was the process quite complicated, but it also required a lot of other materials besides the void beasts. He didn't have time to look through them one by one in a hurry to confirm the authenticity of the jade slips. However, with the high status of the Heavenly Palace, they would definitely not use a fake jade slips to deceive the top 3 of the major competition. After Lu Ming thought so, he immediately put the jade slips into the sumeru ring and thanked Elder Xianxia. No need to be so polite. Since you have gotten what you need, Black Tortoise, send the 3 of them away. Xian Wu, send the 3 of them away, Elder Xianxia ordered with a smile. Yes. Black Tortoise immediately agreed. With a flick of his sleeve, he once again swept up a gust of wind and flew out of the hall with the 3 of them. They flew out of the giant island in one breath and returned to the foot of the snowy mountain according to the original route. When Lu Ming landed and looked back again, he found that the Elysium Island that was originally floating on the top of the snow mountain suddenly made a loud noise. In the next moment, a long and narrow crack suddenly appeared in the void, followed by a loud rumbling sound. The Elysium Island continued to rotate and slowly moved toward the crack. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the people who had not left the top of the snow mountain. This indicated that the Elysium Grand Meeting that occurred once every 800 years was about to come to an end. After about the time it took to finish a meal, the entire island was completely drilled into the crack, and the long and narrow crack was instantly closed. The entire snow mountain once again returned to peace as if the Elysium Island had never appeared. Taiqing Gate Lu Ming, I'll remember you. It's a pity that I didn't have a chance to have a good fight with you in the secret realm this time, but I believe that we will meet again soon. Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Ming up and down, then he sneered and said something that seemed to be out of the blue. Then, he turned into a purple light and flew toward the top of the mountain. Insei also turned her head and looked at Lu Ming up and down with interest. Her silver hair was blown by the mountain wind, covering most of her face, making her face hazy and blurred. After a chuckle, the woman also flew into the air, turned into a silver light, and followed the purple light. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he didn't have the mood to guess the deeper meaning of Lu Ming's words. He just glanced around. After confirming the direction, he made a gesture and turned into a golden light flashing toward the place where Taiqing Gate was stationed. Half a quarter of an hour later, the temporary loft of Taiqing Gate was put away in a rumbling sound, then a giant green flying car rose into the sky and blasted toward the horizon. Half a day later, in a secret room of the giant flying car, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged at the moment, using divine thought to explore the Sumera ring in his hand. He carefully counted the harvest of this Elysium meeting, and his face showed a satisfied expression. Although the Elysium meeting had unexpectedly ended early, the harvest was not small. In particular, the special sacrificial method of the void sword bag that he had obtained from the heavenly palace was of great use to him. In addition, in the Elysium secret realm, the Beast King corpse materials that he harvested were of the crystallization period and even the pseudo-pellet state. There were countless spiritual minerals and herbs. These alone were worth no less than tens of millions of spirit stones. As for the galaxy sand, it was a rare forging material. It had long been extinct in the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming would also keep it. It would definitely be of great use when forging in the future. At this moment, his expression suddenly moved. He saw the wooden box with a faint silver light lying in the corner of the Sumera ring. It was the one that was chosen in the final inheritance. Lu Ming planned to open it after leaving the inheritance land to see what was inside, but he didn't expect to encounter 3 alien monsters on the way. He only had time now. Without hesitation, he took out the wooden box shrouded in silver flames from the Sumera ring. At the same time, he waved his hand on the wooden box. A gust of wind blew by and the silver flames on the wooden box disappeared. A silvery white wooden box appeared in front of him without any concealment. Immediately after, Lu Ming gently clapped with one hand and the wooden box slowly opened with a chi-la sound. A green light rolled out and in the wooden box lay an extremely simple and unadorned ancient book. The surface of this book was engraved with extremely mysterious faint silver spirit patterns. It seemed to be enchanted with some kind of enchantment, but it had long lost its brilliance and the corners were slightly tilted. Obviously, it had been a long time since this year. Lu Ming immediately took the book out of the wooden box and read it attentively. After a while, he closed it with a bitter smile and put it back into the silvery white wooden box. This was a cultivation technique that had been passed down from the ancient times, and it was called the mysterious maiden essence heart technique. It was said to be the sect-guarding technique of a certain ancient sect that was famous for purely female cultivators, the Firmament Jade Palace. It was incomparably profound and extremely difficult to cultivate, but once one succeeded, its might would naturally be extremely shocking. According to the ancient records, only the 6 chosen mysterious fairies of the Xianxia Palace could practice this technique. These mysterious fairies would eventually go through a round of selection, and only one of them would be chosen as the palace master of the Xianxia Palace. The other 5 women would be cruelly executed. The eccentric style of the Xianxia Palace could be seen at a glance. In the end, Xianxia Palace disappeared from the Middle Sky continent for some reason. This book was obtained by the previous owner of the inheritance land and became one of the inheritance rewards. Although this cultivation method had a long history, it was useless to Lu Ming. This was because the beginning of this cultivation method stated that only women with a purine body could start cultivating it. In this regard, he could only shake his head and put away the silvery white wooden box temporarily. He would make plans for the future. Lu Ming released his divine sense and scanned the soul-recovering bag on his waist. At this time, Fei and Scorpion were in deep sleep. They were recovering their physical strength and slowly healing their injuries. Although he didn't notice anything wrong with the two spiritual pets when he fought against the dark race monster, he later found out that they were affected by the green liquid the strange insects spat out. There were many corrosive marks on their bodies. Fortunately, these two spiritual pets had now advanced to the crystallization period later stage. As long as they absorbed some yin qi in the soul-recovering bag and recuperated for a year and a half, they could recover to their original state. After thinking like this, Lu Ming was relieved. He closed his eyes and meditated quietly. This time, he could be said to be mentally and physically exhausted. Now, he could take advantage of the rare leisure time on the way back to Taiqing Gate to adjust his breathing and recuperate. He would slowly nourish the void sword and other spiritual weapons in his body, which had more or less damaged spirituality, for a few days. The journey back to the Taiqing sect was neither long nor short. It had been a few months on the way. Just like when he came, other than a few places where he had to get off the teleportation array, Lu Ming almost didn't go out and rested peacefully in the secret room. During this time, Long Yanfei visited him once. The two of them talked about their experiences and gains in the Heavenly Gate meeting. Other than the galaxy sand, the dark race monster core, and the forging method of the void sword pouch, Lu Ming didn't deliberately hide anything. As a result, under Long Yanfei's tactful hint, Lu Ming also exchanged a few spiritual grasses with this woman. After all, for him, most of these spiritual grasses would be exchanged for contribution points or spirit stones. As long as the value wasn't too different, he naturally wouldn't refuse Long Yanfei's request. After all, this woman was the descendant of the Sixteen Grandmaster. She destroyed the sword embryo that the Sixteen Grandmaster passed down to the descendant, so she felt a bit guilty. Apart from that, Tiange also seemed to have come once or twice. He seemed to be more concerned about Lu Ming from his conversation. Finally, after a long journey, Lu Ming and the others once again returned to the Thousand Spirit Mountain where the sect was located. Lu Ming immediately bid farewell to perfected Tiange and left the huge flying car. He minded his own business and flew in the direction of the cave abode. 3 days later, in the main hall on the main peak of Taiqing Gate, Lu Ming and the other 7 disciples who had returned safely from the Heavenly Gate meeting stood motionlessly. Nearly 100 people sat on both sides of the hall. Lu Ming's master, Yin Jiuling, was among them. He had a proud look on his face as he whispered something to the Misty Peak's master, esteemed Tianyin. In contrast, in another corner, the Emerald Cloud Peak's master, surnamed Lu, frowned. He glanced at Lu Ming from time to time, but his face did not look good. Dear elders, you must have already heard that our Taiqing sect was fortunate to win the first place in this Elysium meeting, and we have gained a lot of luck. This is a great blessing that has not happened in the past 10,000 years. With this luck, our Taiqing Gate will be more prosperous in the next few hundred years. It was all thanks to the peak lords and elders of the various peaks that they were able to teach such outstanding disciples. Especially Yin Jiuling of Fallen Serene Peak. Lu Ming was able to shine in this Heavenly Gate meeting and rank first in the luck he collected. As his master, you must have put in a lot of effort. On the main seat, perfected Tiange, who was dressed in a yellow robe, said with a smile. Reporting to sect master, Lu Ming is talented and diligent in cultivation. It's indeed not easy for him to make such progress in just a few decades after he became my disciple. Hearing this, Yin Jiuling hurriedly stood up and said, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. In addition, the performance of Luo Tianqing and Long Yanfei and other disciples is also quite good. They have made great contributions to our Taiqing Gate's overall luck. Next, I will reward them according to their performance in the Heavenly Gate meeting. As for the rewards of the peaks that each disciple belongs to, it will also be increased according to the annual ration. Perfected Tiange waved to Yin Jiuling to sit down, then he said again. Thank you, sect master. Lu Ming and the other 6 bowed to express their gratitude. Then, Lu Ming and the others went forward to receive their rewards under perfected Tiange's signal. Every time perfected Tiange called a person's name, a servant boy on the side would present a tray with a storage talisman on it. Lu Ming was finally given 3 million contribution points of the sect, several bottles of elixir needed for the crystallization period practice, the right to choose a superb spiritual weapon in the sect, and a 5-ling pill that had a certain auxiliary effect in condensing Jin Dan. As for Luo Tiancheng, Long Yanfei, and other 6 people, except for the contribution points that were slightly less than Lu Ming, which was only 1 million, the rest were almost the same. However, just these 1 million contribution points were also a lot of wealth for an ordinary inner disciple. Even if they kept doing the missions of the Xian Notice and Inner Notice, they would have to accumulate for at least 10 years to have the chance to save it. After Lu Ming and the others received the rewards from perfected Tiange, they left the main hall and returned to their own cave houses. Due to Lu Ming's performance in this Tianmen meeting, his reputation in the sect was also unparalleled for a while, and his popularity rose again. For a period of time after that, although Lu Ming stayed in his cave house to practice every day, many disciples came to visit him. Although he was annoyed, he basically received them one by one. After all, if he seemed too arrogant, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. During this period of time, there were also some inner sect elders who thought highly of him. They also sent their disciples to give him some pills and spirit artifacts to encourage him and invite him to be a guest when he was free. Their intention to rope him in was self-evident. Lu Ming could only agree to this for the time being. As for whether he would visit them in the future, he could only think about it in the future. But he had already made a decision in his heart. When the limelight was over, he would go out again. Otherwise, it would definitely affect his cultivation in the long run. At the same time, in a cave house in the Tianjian Peak, there was a whooshing sound in the void, and a green rainbow that was about 10 feet long was shuttling back and forth in the cave. Under the green rainbow, a young man in a brocade robe with a narrow face was sitting cross-legged. His face was gloomy. At this moment, a woman with a graceful figure and a pretty face walked in. It was Long Yanfei. Junior brother Sha, Master has instructed that you should not find trouble with Lu Ming because of junior sister Callan in order to avoid trouble. I think you also know that there is a big gap between you and him now. Why don't you cultivate well? With your talent, it is not impossible to catch up with him. Long Yanfei smiled gently and said faintly. Since Master has said so, I naturally understand the reason. I will not overestimate myself and find trouble with Lu Ming. After Sha Tongtian raised his head and glanced at Long Yanfei, he replied coldly, then he continued to make sword gestures to cultivate. A similar scene also happened in the main hall of the Illusion Peak. Tiancheng, Fanzheng. I think both of you are very clear about the strength of Lu Ming now. From now on, don't provoke him if there is nothing important. Otherwise, once the master blames me, it will be hard for me to explain. The Peak Master of the Illusion Peak, who was sitting in the main seat, said slowly. Disciple obeys. When the silver-robed Luo Tiancheng and Fanzheng heard this, they looked at each other helplessly and could only obediently agree. At the same time, the status of the fallen Serene Peak, where Lu Ming was located, also rose with the end of the Tianmen meeting. The fallen Serene Peak, which had a small number of people, also received a lot of resources from the sect. It attracted some disciples who had just entered the inner door to express their willingness to join the fallen Serene Peak. The Peak Master of the fallen Serene Peak, Yin Jiuling, and the Peak Master of the Ethereal Peak, esteemed Tianyin, also had a close relationship. The two peaks seemed to have a momentum of inseparability. As the core figure of the whole thing, Lu Ming was not interested in this. After attending a few essential occasions, he plunged into the scriptures pavilion and never came out. He began to read the information about capturing the void beast and other classics about solving the bottleneck of cultivation. Half a month later, Lu Ming walked out of the scriptures pavilion wobbly. He made a gesture and flew away in a golden light. His direction was Elder Tian's cave house on the fallen Serene Peak. Half an hour later, in a foggy living room of a cave house that was not very bright, a man with a trace of black gas was sitting on a wooden chair. He was staring at a spiritual herb with orange-leafed ball-shaped flower buds in his hand that was wrapped in pale yellow spiritual flame. Good. It really is the burning heart grass. It's older than I thought. Not bad. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the man's eyes as he laughed. How would disciple dare to forget the task that master's Uncle Tian gave me, but... Lu Ming, who was standing aside, hurriedly replied when he saw this. Don't worry, I will not go back on my words since I promised you. The whereabouts of the void beastkin are recorded on this map. However, this place is very dangerous. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get it. Let me advise you, it's not too late to make more preparations before you set off. In addition, this beastkin has the cultivation of the Jin Dan realm. Lu, you have to be careful. Don't become a delicious meal in its stomach instead of getting this beast. Elder Tian still stared at the spiritual herb in his hand and continued to speak without lifting his head. At the same time, he raised his other hand and threw out an old scroll. Thank you for the reminder, Master's Uncle Tian. Lu Ming took the scroll and scanned it with his divine thought. He carefully put it into the sumeru ring and thanked Elder Tian with a fist salute. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. After Elder Tian got the spiritual herb, he hurriedly asked Lu Ming to leave as if he didn't want to be disturbed. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately bid farewell and left the cave house. After that, he returned to the cave house, hung up the no guests sign and focused on studying the map in his hand. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Callan came to Lu Ming's cave house several times. However, the two of them only exchanged some cultivation experiences each time. They basically didn't talk about the engagement. After that, the woman didn't say much and just left as if the two of them were just ordinary friends. In the eyes of those who didn't know what was going on, they naturally thought that Lu Ming and Callan had a close relationship. As for Wenin, he didn't dare to do anything to Callan anymore. Every time he passed by Fallen Serene Peak and Misty Peak, he would take a detour. He didn't want to meet Lu Ming and Callan again. On this day, Lu Ming once again checked on Scorpion and Feier's condition. In the end, he discovered that although their injuries had mostly recovered, their auras were still a bit weak. They spent most of their time sleeping every day. It seemed like these two spirit pets wouldn't be able to help in the search for the nether beast. After thinking about it, Lu Ming decided to leave the two of them in the secret room of the cave house to recuperate. After casually instructing the two of them, he opened all the restrictions inside and outside the cave house and left his cave house. He made a sword gesture and turned into a golden light that tore through the sky. After a while, he disappeared into the vast mountains. A few months later, somewhere in the northwest of the Middle Sky continent. As far as the eye could see, the ground was full of tall grass. When a gust of wind blew, it would ripple like the sea. The weather was dry and cold. At the end of the grassland, there was a large dark red continuous mountain range. Looking at both sides, there was no end at a glance. At the entrance of a market on the edge of the mountain range, a golden light broke through the air. After the light faded, a young man in a green robe fell from the air. After taking a few glances at the nearby guards, he calmly walked out of the magic circle and walked to the nearby streets. This young man was Lu Ming. Using the map given by Elder Tian, he came to this place after a dozen teleportation and a few months of travel. However, he found that the nearby mountain range was very huge. There were all kinds of miasma and dangerous places. Even with the map, it was not easy to find this nether beast. Fortunately, before he set off, he checked from the ancient books of the sect that in the area where the nether beastkin appeared, there was a rare level 2 nether beast, purple crystal marten. It was born with an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and it especially liked the strange smell that humans couldn't detect from the nether beast. Therefore, it could effectively help cultivators track the whereabouts of the nether beast. Although the purple crystal marten's cultivation was relatively low, it was timid and cunning. It also had several mysterious means to hide and save its life, so it was not easy to catch. In addition, the purple crystal marten's body length was only half a foot. It looked quite obedient and pleasant. The fur on its body was soft. Under the sunlight, there would be a faint layer of purple crystal light. It looked very gorgeous, so it was deeply loved by female cultivators. Some female disciples of aristocratic families were proud to raise a purple crystal marten as a spiritual pet. As a result, in the market, as soon as the purple crystal marten appeared, it was bought by many female cultivators at a high price, so it was even more difficult to see it. Half a month ago, Lu Ming heard that there was a shop called 100 Hunting House in this market. It had sold purple crystal marten many times, so he immediately rushed here. There was no big sect or family near this market, so there were not many people coming and going. Most of them were only low-rank casual cultivators of the spirit apostle stage and the condensation state. Occasionally, he could see a few people dressed like they came from the sect or family. Therefore, in order not to attract attention, he changed into an ordinary green robe and suppressed his aura to the early stage of the crystallization period. After Lu Ming walked around for a while, he stopped at the intersection of two streets, in front of a small wooden pavilion with a height of 40 to 50 meters. Outside the window of the attic, there was a large white triangular flag. The words 100 Hunt's House were written in black, slightly crooked characters. After Lu Ming glanced at it, he smiled slightly and walked in without hesitation. As soon as he stepped into the shop, a tall and burly man dressed in tiger skin and snake boots greeted him. He was dressed like a barbarian. "Senior, what can I do for you?" The burly man glanced at Lu Ming, and he hurriedly cupped his fist and asked in surprise. "I heard that you often sell purple crystal marten here. Do you still have it now?" Lu Ming's gaze swept across the various demonic beast materials that were hung all over the shop and asked bluntly. This purple crystal marten was indeed sold in this shop, but this beastkin is not easy to catch. The burly man hesitated for a while when he heard the words, then he replied in a low voice. "Humph, what are you hesitating for? As long as you have this beast, you won't lose any spirit stone." Lu Ming was delighted, but he snorted and said coldly. "Senior, please don't blame me. I don't have this beast in my shop, but I happened to hear that a friend caught one yesterday. It shouldn't be sold yet. Can Senior sit down and wait for a moment? Let me send a message to ask." The burly man only had the cultivation of the condensation period early stage. After being glanced at by Lu Ming, he only felt a chill all over his body. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately replied. "There's no need to sit. I'll wait here. Once the deal is done, you will naturally get your benefits," Lu Ming said without hesitation. The burly man hurriedly nodded when he heard the words, then he walked to a secret room at the back of the shop. Lu Ming had actually already inquired about the details of this 100 hunting house. This shop owner was not a kind person. Those rare materials and beastkin were not placed in the shop. He often used the excuse that there was no stock and there was no market to raise the price to make huge profits. The so-called friend was probably just an excuse. However, as long as he could successfully purchase the purple crystal marten, Lu Ming didn't care about some spirit stones. After a while, the burly man walked out of the secret room and said with a smile. "Reporting to Senior, my brother does have a purple crystal marten in his hand. He is willing to sell it to Senior at the low price of 500,000 spirit stones. However, it is not in the market, but in his cave house." 500,000 spirit stones? Lu Ming's face suddenly turned gloomy when he heard the words. He glanced at the burly man coldly. This price was a far cry from the 200,000 spirit stones that he had heard before. Senior might not know this, but there are not many purple crystal marten in the first place. There are many places to capture it. In the dangerous area where the beastkin appears, there are often 4 or 5 people carefully waiting for it. They can only catch one after waiting for a few months. But since Senior really wants it, I will make a decision for my friend and give Senior some discount. How about 400,000 spirit stones? Consider the 100,000 spirit stones as my gift to Senior on behalf of my friend. I hope Senior can visit our shop more often and take care of us occasionally," the burly man said with a grin. "Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk about the price anymore. 400,000 it is. But how long will it take for your friend to deliver the purple crystal marten?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked sternly. "My friend lives in the nearby mountain range. Senior can come and get it in 3 days." The burly man was overjoyed and replied respectfully. "Okay, I will come back in 3 days. Hee, if I don't see this beast by then." After Lu Ming said this, he walked out of the shop with a chuckle. Hearing this, the burly man's face suddenly turned pale. After Lu Ming left the shop, he found an inn for cultivators to rest in and stayed there for the time being. He left the market in a flash and returned to the inn he was staying at. Not long after he left the 100 hunting house, a cultivator with bright eyebrows, dressed in a white shirt with the demeanor of a gentleman, walked in. "Mister, what do you need?" "We have all kinds of beastkin-related materials in our shop." The burly man hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile. "Do you have the purple crystal marten?" The cultivator in white clothes didn't talk nonsense and asked straightforwardly. "This?" "I'm afraid I have to disappoint, mister. There is only one purple crystal marten in our shop. It was reserved by a crystallization period senior this morning." The burly man said with a slight surprise when he heard the words. "You call a mere crystallization period cultivator senior, then what am I?" "You're really blind." The cultivator in white clothes looked cold when he heard the words. After a boom, a powerful aura of the Jin Dan state radiated out unreservedly. Although the burly man who was only at the condensation state was tall, he couldn't withstand such spiritual pressure. Pudong, he sat on the ground on the spot. There was no trace of blood on his face. "Yes. Junior is blind. I didn't know it was Senior Jin Dan who came. The purple crystal marten will be delivered by my friend 3 days later. Senior can come and get it at that time. It will only cost 600,000 spirit stones. However, that crystallization period..." The burly man almost collapsed on the ground. He said in a trembling voice, but the price was still raised a lot. "Spirit stones are not a problem. As for that crystallization period, Junior, you can just let him find me. But if the news you give me is not true, even if you run to the ends of the world, don't even think about living." After the cultivator in white clothes finished speaking arrogantly, he flicked his sleeves and left the shop. The burly man stumbled to stand up and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been doing business in this small market for more than 10 years. He had seen many high-rank cultivators, but it was the first time he saw a Jin Dan state cultivator that made him feel so terrifying. But after all, he was also a knowledgeable person. After rolling his eyes, he returned to a nonchalant look. With this Jin Dan state powerhouse as a backer, he naturally didn't need to care about what Lu Ming said before. A few days later, Lu Ming came to the 100 hunting house again as promised. As a result, as soon as he stepped into the shop, he saw the burly man greet him. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Senior, you are late. Just about half an hour ago, a senior in white clothes whose strength is not weaker than you suddenly came to the shop and asked for the purple crystal marten. I told him that there is only one, and it has already been reserved by senior. Who knows, this senior in white clothes restrained me without saying anything and forcibly took away the purple crystal marten." As the burly man said this, his face was full of helplessness. Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard the words, but his face immediately turned gloomy. A strange chill rolled out from his body. The burly man on the opposite side was startled. He hurriedly took out a purple talisman and said, "But Senior, Junior has done something to the purple crystal marten. However, Senior, I've done something to the violet crystal mink. There's a violet crystal talisman here that was personally crafted by that friend of mine. It was originally prepared for fear that the violet crystal mink would escape, and it contains a drop of the violet crystal mink's blood essence. The talisman can sense the whereabouts of the violet crystal mink within 5,000 kilometers. That person just left for half an hour. With Senior's ability, you may be able to catch up with this person." "Humph, you really have a lot of backup plans. If this talisman is effective, then forget it. If I can't find that person, then good luck to you." Lu Ming glanced at the burly man faintly, then he waved his hand and took the purple talisman into his hand. After saying this, he turned around and walked out. "Senior, I don't dare to lie at all," the burly man hurriedly explained again. Lu Ming snorted coldly in his heart. As soon as he walked out of the door, he directly rose into the air. Right now was not the time to argue with this burly man. The most important thing right now was to find the purple crystal marten. In midair, he condensed Fali in his hand and lightly tapped on the purple talisman. A strand of Fali instantly poured into it. Suddenly, the entire talisman shone with purple light in his hand. With a twirl, it suddenly turned into an arrow that pointed to a mountain range in the east. Lu Ming naturally understood what this meant. He immediately gathered a black cloud under his feet and floated in a certain direction. Inside the shop, the burly man faintly felt that Lu Ming had already left. After his expression changed for a while, he suddenly stomped his feet and packed up his things. He closed the door of the shop and quietly left the market. After 15 minutes, Lu Ming followed the guidance of the talisman in his hand. After a few turns, he actually came to a certain street in the center of the market. At the end of this street, there was a rather large shop that specialized in setting up formations. After Lu Ming flashed in, he immediately saw the cultivator that the burly man said was no weaker than him. This person was indeed dressed in white, and he was looking at a set of setting up formations in the shop with great interest. Lu Ming scanned with his divine sense, and his heart sank slightly. The other party was actually at the Jindan early stage, but his aura was a bit unstable. It seemed that he had just advanced to the Jindan not long ago. "Shopkeeper, I want all of these. Help me put them away first. Someone will naturally come to pay for the goods later. Right now, there is a friend who is looking for me." At this moment, the cultivator in white seemed to notice the arrival of Lu Ming. He glanced at Lu Ming, then put down the magic tool in his hand and spoke unhurriedly. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He wasn't too surprised, but he said impolitely, "It seems that you know why I'm looking for you. Looks like you know why I'm looking for you. Since that's the case, hand over the purple crystal mink. Could it be that I'm wrong? A mere crystallization period cultivator dares to be so arrogant, but I'm not a person who bullies the weak. The purple crystal marten is of great use to me. After a few days, you can come to me again." The cultivator in white was startled for a moment, then he laughed out loud. "Give it to me after using it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard the words, but he said faintly on the surface, "Oh? Looking at you, you seem to be very unconvinced." The smile on the cultivator in white's face suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly took a step forward. Boom, the terrifying aura of the Jindan state immediately rolled out from the cultivator in white. The shelves on both sides of the shop were all struck by the shockwaves, and a colorful light screen appeared. However, in the next instant, all of the light screens were shattered into pieces with loud pops. Although the shopkeeper and the 2 assistants in the shop didn't face this aura directly, they also hurriedly retreated in shock. Facing such a terrifying aura, Lu Ming just raised his eyebrows. After a faint black gas rolled out from his body, he endured it as if nothing happened. Seeing this, the cultivator in white's face changed slightly. After re-evaluating Lu Ming, he snorted and said, "I was wondering why you are so bold. I was wondering why you are so bold. It turns out that you are also a real pellet state cultivator. Fellow's aura concealing technique is quite mysterious. Even I was careless and got fooled. Whether I'm Jindan or not, you stole the purple crystal marten that I ordered halfway. You have to give me an explanation." Lu Ming was expressionless. "An explanation? Very well. How about this, tomorrow at this time, you and I will have a contest at White Rhino Peak 50 kilometers away. If you win, I will give up the purple crystal marten." The cultivator in white's eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly said with a cold smile, "White Rhino Peak." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. "Don't worry, I am not someone without a background. I definitely won't ruin my reputation and sneak away. Besides, since you were able to track me here, you definitely have a way to find my tracks. Shopkeeper, consider this as compensation for the damage to your shop." After the cultivator in white said this indifferently, he tossed a high-grade crystal to the shopkeeper and swaggered out of the door. Lu Ming coldly watched the person leave, but he didn't have any intention of stopping him. After thinking for a while, he also left the shop with a flash under the smiling gazes of the shopkeeper and the 2 assistants. He returned to the inn and took out the faint purple glyph again. After discovering that it still had a reaction, he immediately meditated in the room to rest. Early the next morning, on the side of a huge mountain several tens of kilometers away, Lu Ming was tens of thousands of meters in the air, calmly looking at the sky on the other side of the mountain. The cultivator in white also came as promised. However, what Lu Ming didn't expect was that this person didn't come alone. Beside him, there was another slightly chubby, around 40 years old, golden-robed old man who looked like a rich official. Although the old man was only at the early stage of Jindan, from the thick aura that he faintly emitted, he was clearly much stronger than the cultivator in white. "I'm here to compete with you for the ownership of the purple crystal mink. What do you mean by inviting another friend? A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he asked impolitely. Brother, you must have misunderstood. I accompanied the young master here just to watch the battle. I will not intervene in the battle between the young master and you. The chubby old man chuckled, then he retreated to another mountain and meditated cross-legged on his own. Young master? Lu Ming couldn't help frowning slightly when he heard the old man call the cultivator in white. Since you are already here, there is no need to talk nonsense. Let this battle decide the ownership of the purple crystal mink. The cultivator in white snorted coldly. He raised his arm, and a white light blasted out. In the white light, it turned out to be a milky white flying needle spiritual weapon. There were no less than 30 enchantments engraved on it. It was a superb spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He channeled the spiritual power in his body, and a pure spiritual power gushed out of the spiritual sea. It turned into a warm current that poured into his arm, then he raised a finger. Poof! A golden spiral sword chi ejected from his fingertips. After a flash, it hit the flying needle in the white light. With a loud noise, a golden and white light ball appeared above the mountain peak. It burst open instantly, causing a circle of air waves to roll away. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary crystallization period cultivator. Interesting. Seeing this, the cultivator in white flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He waved his sleeve robe, and a white mist rolled away the rolling air waves. At the same time, he raised his arm again. Swoosh swoosh, more than a dozen white lights were launched in an instant. They streaked across the air like silk threads, blasting toward Lu Ming. So many superb flying needles were used by this person as a one-time consumable spiritual weapon. Even Lu Ming saw such a way of fighting for the first time. He was shocked immediately. However, Lu Ming had rich experience in fighting against enemies. After a surprised look flashed across his face, he raised one hand, and a small yellow shield flashed in front of him. Then, it spun and emitted a yellow glow from it. It grew to several 10 meters in size. After the light flashed again, a yellow hill phantasm was vaguely visible on the surface of the giant shield. At the next moment, crackling sounds came from the hill phantasm, and the entire thick earth shield also trembled slightly. Explode! 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 As the cultivator in white constantly spat out the word explode, in front of the yellow thick earth shield, groups of white light balls appeared one after another. They exploded one after another, and a strong wave rolled out. The surface of the thick earth shield was also flashing with yellow light. Facing the explosion of so many superb spiritual weapons, it was also in a state of exhaustion. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately stepped forward and held the thick earth shield with one hand. He chanted and continuously injected all his spiritual power into it. The surface of the thick earth shield suddenly surged with yellow light. With a boom, a small mountain phantasm emerged from the surface of the giant shield. It grew into a 300 to 400 meters tall mountain. A loud roar sounded, another wave of white flying needles arrived, causing another round of explosion. However, the yellow light on the surface of the yellow mountain phantasm flashed wildly, but it was as firm as a rock and didn't move. Seeing this, the cultivator in white snorted coldly. He waved his hand again, and more white light poured out from his sleeve like a rainstorm. Suddenly, half of the void was covered by the white light. All of you, explode! However, with a low roar, bang-bang sounds were endless, and the densely packed white light balls exploded at the same time, instantly fusing into a huge white blazing sun, drowning the entire mountain phantom in it. Rumble, within the white light, the small yellow mountain suddenly collapsed. Immediately, the entire sky was filled with white light. A yellow light bounced back from the white light ball. It was the thick earth shield that had lost its spiritual light. However, after the white light faded, Lu Ming stood straight in the same place without moving, but a layer of black gas rolled on the surface of his body. It actually rolled away all the remaining airwaves. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve and put away the thick earth shield that was bounced back. He said faintly, "You only have this much ability. Is this all you've got? If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, then I'm really disappointed in today's battle." As soon as these words came out, the cultivator in white's face suddenly became very ugly. The fat old man who was watching the battle on the nearby mountain also frowned slightly. What arrogance! Take my next treasure first. The white-robed cultivator was so angry that he laughed. He flipped his hand and a yellow scroll appeared in his hand. He quickly tossed it into the scroll and sent a seal into it. The scroll unfurled in midair, revealing a lifelike giant white tiger that was half kneeling in worship toward the scorching sun overhead. The cultivator in white clothes changed his 10 fingers like a wheel. He pointed forward, and a golden rune flashed out. After it condensed in the air, it was printed on the scroll. A tiger's roar rang out, the blazing red light on the painting became brighter, and the huge white tiger suddenly turned its head. It kicked off the painting with its hind legs, and pounced out of the scroll. It swelled with the wind, and grew to a size of 50 to 60 feet. At this time it could be seen clearly. This tiger looked snow-white, but there were black spirit patterns crisscrossing deep in its fur. In a pair of fist-sized giant eyes, 2 clusters of golden flames were burning. It looked very majestic. As soon as the tiger appeared, it roared toward the sky. A pair of front limbs suddenly shone with half a foot-long golden claws, and it pounced at Lu Ming with a gust of wind. Lu Ming scanned with his divine thought and felt the terrifying aura faintly exuding from the giant tiger. After a strange look flashed in his eyes, he pointed at his forehead with one hand. With a swoosh, a 2 feet and 8 inches golden flying sword blasted out. After a clear sound, it turned into a 100 meters long golden rainbow. The white tiger roared and waved its 2 front claws. Immediately, a dense golden claw shadow surged at the golden rainbow. Poof, a burst of golden light flickered, and the golden rainbow directly penetrated through the layers of claw shadows. A cluster of milky white halo burst out and flashed through the huge body of the white tiger. The figure of the white tiger suddenly stopped in the air, and it wailed again. Strands of white crystal silk burst out from all over its body. Pung! The white tiger exploded in the air, turning into strands of white mist that dissipated. At the same time, the scroll in front of the cultivator in white clothes made a sizzling sound, burning itself into ashes. The golden rainbow hovered in the air, then it once again turned into a waterfall and rolled at the cultivator in white clothes. Courting death, how dare you use a flying sword to destroy my white tiger facing the sun painting? The cultivator in white clothes was furious. He didn't dodge, but he flipped his hand again. A green light flashed, and there was a small green bell spiritual weapon in his hand. Before he could finish his incantation, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out beside him, and a ball of gray light directly collided with the golden rainbow. With a loud bang, a golden flying sword flew back, and within the gray light, there was a faint silvery small hammer. It was the slightly fat man who was originally watching the battle on the side. He suddenly threw this thing out and blocked Lu Ming's sword controlling technique. Lu Ming's face sank. He waved one hand, and the void sword immediately shot back with a buzzing sound. The next moment, a figure flickered on the mountain not far away. The fat old man appeared in the air between Lu Ming and the cultivator in white clothes with a smile. Since you're attacking at this time, could it be that you intend to fight 2 against 1? Lu Ming glanced at the fat old man and asked blankly. The golden flying sword in front of him began to tremble slightly and make a low buzzing sound. The cultivator in white clothes saw his companion intervening. Although he didn't say anything, he also showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Hee, Mr. Misunderstood. I just saw that your flying sword technique is impressive and wanted to persuade the 2 of you to bury the hatchet. The slightly fat man chuckled and cupped his hands at Lu Ming. Elder Huang, with the 2 of us working together, are you worried that we can't take care of this person? Why do you want to bury the hatchet? The cultivator in white clothes was a little angry, and a trace of harshness flashed through his eyes. Young master, don't be anxious. I have my reasons for saying this. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. May I ask if this fellow has a true spirit flying sword with a void attribute? The slightly fat old man turned his head and gave the cultivator in white clothes a look, then looked back at Lu Ming and asked unhurriedly. That's right. So what if it is? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled, but his expression didn't change as he replied straightforwardly. That's right. Since you want this purple crystal marten so much, you must have the same goal as us, coming for the void beast hidden in the depths of this mountain range, right? Elder Huang said with a smile. you're also here for the Void Beast. Although Lu Ming had already faintly guessed it in his heart, his expression still changed slightly when he heard the other party say this. That's right. Since we have the same goal, why don't we work together to kill that Void Beast instead of fighting to the death here? The slightly fat old man said calmly. Lu Ming pursed his lips and didn't say anything immediately. He revealed a contemplative expression. Seeing this, the fat old man continued to persuade him. Brother, you can tell from a glance that you're a smart person. After the battle just now, you must have seen it. My young master has many spirit artifacts, so he definitely won't be defeated so easily. If you continue to fight, you'll probably end up fighting for real. At that time, no matter who is injured, it'll be even more difficult for them to have any ideas about this Void Beast. Since you were able to find this place, you must know that this Void Beast also has the cultivation of the Jin Dan realm. It's relying on the Void attribute flying sword in its hand, right? For this trip, the two of us have also prepared a few treasures that can be of great use. If we work together, we'll naturally have a greater chance of success. Oh, if it's as you say, how will we split this Void Beast after we obtain it? Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times, then he asked noncommittally. As the other party said, the Void Beast's natural talent was the Void escape technique that he was very worried about. Although he had the Void Sword, he still didn't have full confidence in breaking through the beast's escape technique. He had spent so much effort to find out that there was a Void Musk Deer hidden here. If he forced it into a corner, it would simply abandon its nest and hide somewhere else. This was naturally something he didn't want to see. Moreover, capturing this Void Musk Deer required some special bewitching incense and formation tools. From the other party's words, it seemed like they were already prepared. If they worked together, it would save them a lot of time and expenses. This Void Beast is actually just a trial for my young master after he entered the Jin Dan realm. As for the Void Beast material, we don't have to obtain it at all costs. How about this? I'll be bold enough to make a decision on behalf of the young master. How about fellow Daoist and my young master each take half? As for the beast core, if fellow Daoist is willing to give it to us, I naturally won't mistreat fellow Daoist. I can give fellow Daoist enough spirit stones as compensation. Hearing Lu Ming's tone soften, the chubby old man's face lit up and he quickly proposed again. With that said, he looked at the white-robed cultivator not far away with an inquiring gaze. The white-robed cultivator showed an indifferent expression at this moment, seemingly tacitly agreeing to the chubby old man's proposal. Lu Ming saw all of this with a calm expression, but his mind was quickly turning. Although the information recorded that this Void Musk Deer was only 10 feet in size, according to the special refinement method, if it was only used as a material for the Void Sword pouch, taking 1/10 of its skin was enough. As for the beast Jin Dan, they originally planned to sell it at a high price after obtaining it. In that case, it makes sense. Okay, I'll join forces with the two of you once. After Lu Ming deliberated for a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Very well, if you and I join forces, that Void Beast will naturally be in the bag. Then let me introduce you again. This is the young master of our Golden Jade sect, Feng Qingma. May I know how to address fellow Daoist? Elder Huang laughed and appeared next to the white-robed cultivator in a flash. He waved his hand and introduced. Seeing this, although the white-robed cultivator was a little reluctant, he still put the small bell into his sleeve and cupped his fist at Lu Ming. It turns out to be a friend from the Golden Jade sect. My surname is Lu, and I'm just a casual cultivator. Lu Ming returned a salute. Golden Jade sect, Lu Ming had heard of it. Although this sect couldn't be compared with a super sect like the Taiqing Gate, it was also a 10,000 years old sect. It was not surprising that its young sect master could reach the Jin Dan realm. The sect was famous for operating various cultivation resources all over the Middle Sky continent. Some spiritual medicines and spiritual objects that were rare to the outside world could be found in the sect as long as they could afford it. There were even rumors in the outside world that some special resources hoarded by this sect were even comparable to the 4 ancient sects and 8 great families. In addition, there were also rumors that the sect was actually a branch of a hidden major force, so it dared to expand its business scope to the entire Middle Sky continent and lasted for a long time. Since everyone knows each other, how about we meet here 2 days later and set off to find the void beast kin? Elder Huang said with a smile. 2 days later? If you two don't have any other urgent matters, how about we leave now? If we wait for another 2 days, I'm worried that something will happen again. Lu Ming shook his head without hesitation after his eyes flashed. What? Leave now. The cultivator in white clothes' face changed slightly. Of course, we can leave now. Elder Huang was taken aback for a moment, then he agreed. Elder Huang. The cultivator in white clothes' face sank. But at the next moment, the fat old man's lips moved slightly and transmitted a few words to him. After the cultivator in white clothes listened, a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After looking at Lu Ming again, he suddenly changed his words and nodded, saying, since Lu is so anxious about the matter of the void beast, although I still have some things to deal with, I will deal with it after I come back. As soon as he said that, the white-clothed cultivator patted a rather exquisite cloth bag on his waist with one hand. A roll of purple mist emerged from the bag. The mist swirled in the air and transformed into a small purple marten that was half a foot long. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. This beast was exactly the same as the information he had obtained. It was indeed the purple crystal mink. As soon as the purple mink landed on the ground, its two soybean-sized eyes blinked dexterously. Its small nose twitched a few times, and after making a inging sound, it jumped onto the white-clothed cultivator's shoulder and rubbed his collar a few times in a very intimate manner. It seemed that this low-level demonic beast had been subdued not long after it was born. Young master, leave the matter of feeding the purple crystal marten with blood to me. Seeing the white-robed cultivator take out a small crystal knife and cut his finger to release his blood essence, the chubby old man hurriedly stepped forward and said, It's fine. After the white-clothed cultivator said indifferently, the knife slashed across. A small cut appeared on the tip of his finger and a few drops of blood flowed down. Seeing the blood, the purple crystal marten hurriedly jumped from the white-clothed cultivator's body to his hand and began to lick it without any hesitation. Enough, you bastard. After a few breaths, the white-clothed cultivator grabbed the purple crystal marten's back and forcefully pulled it away from his hand. Only then did he stop it from drinking blood. As for the purple crystal marten, it was clearly a size larger than before. Its eyes had become dark red, but it still had an insatiable look. Its four limbs kept clawing, trying to break free from the white-clothed cultivator's restraint. The white-clothed cultivator flipped his hand and took out a yellow glyph. He stuck it on his hand and with a flash of yellow light, the wound on his hand was healed. Only then did the purple crystal marten regain its rationality. It curled up as if it had done something wrong. Now that you've eaten and drunk your fill, when we get to the place where the void beast appears, work hard for me, the white-clothed cultivator said coldly. The white-clothed cultivator said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he threw the purple crystal mink back into the spirit beast pouch. After that, the three of them discussed for a while. After confirming the information that both sides had, they finally confirmed the approximate location of the void beast and immediately set off. 5 days later, in an undulating mountain range, Lu Ming and the other two were flying above a stream, each riding on a cloud. Among them, the white-clothed cultivator was walking alone at the very front. Lu Ming and Elder Huang were slightly behind him, flying side by side. They even talked about something from time to time, looking quite harmonious. This old man and the young sect master know that this void beast is hidden here. We spent a lot of money to buy this information. However, how did Brother Lu find out? The fat old man asked with a smile. I only found out about it by chance from a senior who has some connections with me. As expected of the two of you from the Golden Jade sect, you can even buy such precious information, Lu Ming replied with a click of his tongue. Haha, this is nothing. Most importantly, since we are traveling together, please don't take the previous unpleasantness to heart. Speaking of which, Brother Lu already has such a sharp void attribute flying sword. Are you going to refine another void attribute spirit weapon on this trip? The fat old man seemed to want to get close to Lu Ming. After turning his body slightly closer to Lu Ming, he asked seemingly casually. The void attribute material I used to refine this flying sword was borrowed from a good friend. After that, I haven't been able to find the same material to return. This time, I happened to hear that there is a void musk deer in this area, so I came from thousands of miles away to kill it. I want to get some void attribute materials to return to that good friend. Lu Ming casually made up a few words without changing his expression. It turns out to be like this. Brother Lu is really a sincere person. Elder Huang praised without thinking when he heard the words. In this way, the two flew hundreds of miles away without a word, and a call covered with various mosses appeared in front of them. The cultivator in white clothes flying in front suddenly paused. He took out a jade slips and put it on his forehead. After carefully distinguishing the terrain in front of him, he turned his head and said, "If the map is correct, this should be the area where the void musk deer appears." When Lu Ming and the fat old man heard this, they immediately flew up and looked ahead. They saw that this call was indeed different from other places. Except for the mosses all over the ground, there were some bare tree branches as far as the eye could see, and they couldn't see the end at a glance. The terrain here is so strange, it should be right. Lu Ming also nodded after looking at it. The fat old man naturally didn't have any other opinions. Seeing this, the cultivator in white clothes patted the leather bag on his waist without hesitation. After a cloud of purple mist rolled out, it turned into the purple crystal marten that was half a foot long. Go. The cultivator in white clothes shook his sleeves and immediately ordered. The purple crystal marten raised its head and let out a few low calls. After its delicate nose wiggled a few times, it turned into a purple light and shot into the depths of the call with a whoosh. Follow it. The cultivator in white clothes said with great joy and immediately flew into the air to follow. Lu Ming and Elder Huang didn't dare to be negligent and also followed. For hours later, the moss gradually disappeared, and the ground was replaced with earthy yellow soil. At the same time, the trees gradually became sparse. The purple light not far ahead suddenly stopped. With a flash of purple light, the purple crystal marten's figure was revealed. The beast's small eyes nimbly blinked a few times, and it looked hesitant to move forward. Its nose moved up and down slightly, and its eyes seemed to show some fear. It immediately turned around and flew toward the cultivator in white clothes. It jumped onto his shoulder and let out a inging sound in his ear. The cultivator in white clothes and the fat old man immediately stopped and landed behind a huge, bare rock. A few thousand feet in front of him, there was a sea of gray mist. It obscured everything nearby. Even from far away, they could faintly smell a faint stench. At the edge of the sea of mist, there were a few rather brightly colored spirit herbs that shone with a faint spiritual light. Lu Ming also stopped at a low altitude nearby. Seeing these spirit herbs, his heart moved. He had looked up the information before. This void musk deer naturally liked to eat some poisonous herbs and fruits. It seemed that these spirit herbs were quite poisonous. There is a poisonous mist and miasma in front. This musk deer seems to be hiding in there. The cultivator in white clothes looked at the gray mist in front of him and said excitedly. He patted the cloth bag on his waist and the purple crystal marten turned into a purple mist and went into it. Lu, please rest on the side for a while. Next, my young master and I will first set up the bewildering incense and formation. When the void beast is lured out, I will personally control this chain of restriction formation to trap it. My young master will use the illusionary spirit bell in his hand to affect its mind and restrict its actions. Fellow Yi only needs to release the void attribute flying sword at the critical moment and heavily injure it. The fat old man came to Lu Ming's side and slowly said to him. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded to express his agreement, then he flashed to the side and waited quietly with his hands behind his back. Immediately afterward, the cultivator in white clothes not far away, Feng Qingma, raised one hand, and a roll of light blue light blasted out of his sleeve. It turned into 6 blue formation flags with the size of a foot. The formation flags were engraved with a strange rune that looked like a water droplet. After that, he suddenly raised his hand and cast several hand seals in a row, which disappeared into the small flags in a flash. The blue runes on the surface of the 6 small flags suddenly lit up, and they rotated in the air before scattering into the surrounding open space. There was a buzzing sound. A layer of faint blue light curtain condensed immediately. After a flash in the air, it disappeared without a trace together with the 6 small blue flags. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes twitched slightly. He was no stranger to this set of formation flags. He had seen it in the market's formation shop before. It was a set of water attribute high rank forbidden array, nightmare water array. After anyone or beastkin entered it, they would feel like falling into water tens of thousands of meters deep. They would feel resistance from all directions, causing their body to become sluggish. It was somewhat similar to the black water shield transformed by the heavy water droplet in his hand. It was indispensable to deal with the teleportation of the void beastkin. However, this set of flag array stored a large amount of water attribute spiritual power through those strange water droplet runes. It could only be activated once, so it was a consumption-type array. Due to the high failure rate of refining, the price was not cheap. One set would cost nearly 5 million spirit stones. Just when Lu Ming was a little surprised by the generosity of the young master of the Golden Jade sect, a scene that made him even more dumbfounded happened. However, Feng Qingma glanced around, and his eyes revealed some dissatisfaction with the formation. Then, he flipped his hand again and took out dozens of small blue flags. He threw them into the air, and his 10 fingers changed rapidly. He launched a series of signs at the light blue flags. After these small flags hovered in the air, they scattered and fell into the array that was just set up. At the same time, layers of light blue light curtains lit up one after another, and they also disappeared in a flash in the air. Lu Ming's eyesight was very sharp. In just a moment, he saw clearly that this man actually released 6 sets of the same array. Even though he was also a person with a lot of wealth, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart when he saw this situation. Although he had tens of millions of spirit stones in his hands, he would probably hesitate to spend so many spirit stones just to set up a trap. Facing this scene, the chubby old man of the Golden Jade sect looked calm as if he was used to it. Elder Huang, are these 7 sets of water barrier array enough to restrict the movement of the beastkin in the void? If it's not enough, I still have 2 sets of more powerful array tools in my hands. It's just that you have to spend more spiritual power to host it. Feng Qingma shook his sleeves and looked at the chubby old man indifferently. He asked so. Hehe, 7 sets are enough. If young master adds 2 more sets, I'm afraid I really don't have the spare energy to host it. By the way, young master, don't forget to place some wind-splitting talismans specially made by the sect in the array. The chubby old man smiled and said. Of course. Feng Qingma laughed and glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. He then took out a thick stack of white talismans from his sleeve. There were more than 20 talismans. His figure flashed and came to the center of the array again. He turned around and white light flashed in his hand, then he placed the talismans around the array. Immediately after, Feng Qingma took out a bundle of scarlet sandalwood that was half a foot long and inserted it into the center of the formation. Then, he touched his chin and seemed to have thought of something. He fumbled around his waist with one hand and surprisingly, there was another scarlet sandalwood like before in his hand. Without hesitation, he inserted all the sandalwood under his feet. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After doing all of this, the white-clothed cultivator muttered with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming glanced at the 2 sticks of red sandalwood. This jaw stick looked inconspicuous. It looked like an ordinary jaw stick used by mortals to worship, and there was nothing particularly eye-catching about it. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. You might not know this, Lu, but this jade ben's fragrance is refined from a male jade ben's toad's monster core. Its fragrance is what the void fragrant deer beast likes the most. Elder Huang seemed to have noticed the doubt in Lu Ming's eyes and immediately explained to him. Jade mystic toad. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart was slightly shocked. This jade ben's toad was a highly poisonous beastkin living in the desert in the west of the Middle Sky. Its character was extremely tyrannical. Its cultivation could generally reach the later stage of the crystallization period. Ordinary cultivators of the Jin Dan stage didn't want to provoke it easily. Especially if this beast felt that its life was threatened, it would explode its monster core without hesitation. The poisonous mist released would kill anyone who touched it. It was very difficult to deal with. Its monster core was indeed the main material for refining jade ben's fragrance. However, what the other party didn't say was that this jade ben's fragrance was actually not only loved by the void fragrant deer, other beastkins would also be attracted by its smell. Therefore, jade ben's fragrance was also a treasure of many sect and family forces. It was very rare in the outside world. It turns out to be this incense. No wonder you two are so confident. It seems that your sect has really put in a lot of effort for this void beastkin. But this bunch, I'm afraid there are no less than a dozen of them. Will it be too much to alert this beast? After Lu Ming nodded, he asked slowly. Hee, you are worrying too much. The more this incense, the more it will attract the beastkin. Void beasts are usually very cunning and difficult to deal with. Only with enough of this incense can we ensure that it will be lured out. The fat elder waved his hand and said with a smile. Do you not believe in my methods? When Feng Qingma heard this, his face turned gloomy. Not at all. Since Brother Huang has said so, I naturally have no objections. Lu Ming laughed and replied with a trace of a smile. Young master, I will focus on controlling the formation later. You will need to activate the wind-splitting talismans to attack this beast. However, this beast has the void attribute after all. Its movement technique is strange and unpredictable. When the time comes, you will need Lu's void attribute flying sword to kill it. However, when you attack, you must grasp the right opportunity and try to kill it in one strike. Elder Huang said. Naturally, Lu Ming had no objections. Under the cold gaze of the cultivator in white, he immediately found a secluded bush and sat cross-legged on the ground. He began to meditate silently. Feng Qingma's figure flashed out of the array. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sandalwood incense. Several rays of red light brushed past it. More than 10 scarlet sandalwood incense suddenly flashed with red light and were ignited. Wisps of dark red smoke curled up into the sky and floated forward under the guidance of Feng Qingma's technique. Not long after, the entire formation was shrouded by the dark red smoke. When Lu Ming saw this, the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. The faint fishy smell that was emitted from the red smoke seemed to be quite similar to the aura coming from the grey mist in front. At the same time, Feng Qingma and the chubby old man looked at each other. Their figures flashed and they also snuck behind a boulder not far away. They waited quietly. As time passed, the area that the dark red smoke shrouded became wider and wider. It almost covered an acre of land nearby. The faint fishy smell that was emitted from it spread to an unknown distance. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a slight fluctuation in the grey mist in the distance. A ball of dark green flame suddenly appeared and kept flashing in the grey mist. It actually gave a strange feeling that it was impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Suddenly, a head that looked like an elk popped out from the grey mist. A pair of crystal-clear green eyes looked around vigilantly. When the 3 people who were hiding 1,000 feet away saw this, they immediately activated their secret techniques and concealed their aura. They did not dare to make any sound. After the void-fragrant deer beast confirmed that there was no abnormality nearby, it slowly walked out from the grey mist. The beast was about 20 to 30 feet tall. It was much bigger than the information that Lu Ming had obtained previously. It looked like an elk. There was a pair of gray and black interlaced edges on its head that were faintly shining. On the short brown hair all over its body, patches of gray stripes could be seen flashing intermittently. The beast sniffed the thin dark red mist that floated in front of it with its nose. Its face showed a happy expression as if it enjoyed this kind of smell very much. The gray stripes on its body flashed and its figure suddenly became blurred, then it suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a gray light flashed more than 100 feet in front of it and the beast's figure appeared again. When Lu Ming, who was hiding in a hidden place 1,000 feet away, saw this situation, the corner of his eye twitched. It really is a void attribute beastkin beast. It can actually teleport wantonly without the restriction of space. The void-fragrant deer beast greedily sniffed the dark red mist in front of its nose for a while, but its eyes showed a little hesitation again. Then its eyes scanned the surroundings with great vigilance, and it actually stood still. Just as Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, guessing how long it would take for the beast to approach the array, the void-fragrant deer beast suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth. It spat out a circle of pale white halo silently, and it disappeared in the nearby void in a flash. Not good. Lu Ming was a person with rich battle experience. When he saw this scene, his face immediately changed. Without thinking, he suddenly made a gesture with one hand, and a layer of pale black light immediately appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him tightly. At the same time, the ears on both sides of his head squirmed and actually folded down to completely block his ears. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing screech that shot into the nine heavens suddenly reverberated in the nearby space, shaking the nearby trees and grass to the point of trembling. There were even a few slender trees that were closer to the void musk deer that directly snapped from the middle with cracking sounds. The black light on the surface of Lu Ming's body flashed slightly, and he blocked the invisible sound wave as if nothing had happened. On the other side, there was nothing unusual happening behind the boulder that Feng Qingma and Elder Huang avoided. Obviously, they also blocked the sound wave attack calmly. This made Lu Ming, who was originally a little worried, feel slightly relieved. The void fragrant deer screeched for a while again. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, it immediately felt relieved. With a flash of gray light around its body, it teleported again. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings, the beast finally completely let down its guard. Its crystal green eyes flashed as it stared at the place where the dark red mist drifted out. The gray patterns on its body flashed wildly, and its figure became blurred again. Chi-chi. A few explosive sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The beast actually continuously used the void teleportation ability, and continuously flew toward the sandalwood incense, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. Lu Ming was also a little speechless. When the void beast used the void teleportation ability with all its strength, its speed was really shocking. With a strong and pungent smell drifting over in the red mist, the brown fragrant deer beast finally appeared in the center of the array with a flash, where the dozen sandalwood incense sticks were located. At this time, the dozen or so green centipede incense sticks were only half burned. Once the void fragrant deer beast stabilized its body, it immediately opened its mouth and sucked in a few mouthfuls of the dark red mist. Its crystal green eyes were still looking around from time to time. "Young master, do it." The fat old man, who was hiding behind the green boulder not far away, sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingma, who was beside him. His figure suddenly rushed out, and he flicked his 10 fingers at the array. Rays of blue light shot out with a piu-piu sound. They flew into the vicinity of the fragrant deer. Boom! Within the formation, 6 light blue flags suddenly emerged in a circle. Blue light shone brightly, forming a layer of blue light curtain. On the surface of the curtain, there were fist-sized water droplet-shaped runes that were emitting wisps of light blue water vapor. The wisps of water vapor condensed together and instantly turned into a blue lake in the array. The rippling waves were as clear as a mirror. The fragrant deer only felt a huge water pressure surging from all directions. A trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. The gray patterns on its body flashed wildly, and its figure suddenly disappeared. Pooh! In the lake that was a few feet high, a group of gray light suddenly flashed. The fragrant deer's figure appeared again. Under the confinement of this water attribute forbidden array, the power of this beast's teleportation ability was greatly reduced. It could only move less than 100 feet. Feng Qingma was overjoyed when he saw this. He also flashed out and made a sign with both his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 white hand signs burst forth from the center of his palm. When they arrived above the fragrant deer beast in a flash, they suddenly divided into 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and then turned into dozens of hand signs. They all merged into the surroundings of the spell formation. A crackling sound was heard, pieces of white light talismans burst open one after another on the ground. They turned into small hurricanes that kept spinning and rose into the sky. Poo-pee sound was heard, more than a dozen small whirlpools suddenly appeared on the originally motionless blue lake water. At the same time, a circle of blue light lit up around the array again. Another layer of light blue light curtain instantly formed. The color of the lake water in the array was impressively darker than before. The fragrant deer that was trapped in the dark water array still used its teleportation ability and fled to the edge of the array. It wanted to escape from it. However, after the second layer of the dark water array was activated, the distance that the beast could teleport was reduced by a third again. It was only 4 to 5 feet away now. Just when the fragrant deer in the void flashed again, countless wind blades shot out from the whirlpools and hit the beast that was shrouded in gray mist. Rumble! The white light and the gray light intertwined. The wind splitter technique was a mid-level attack talisman, so its power naturally couldn't be underestimated. especially when more than 20 of them were activated at the same time. Although the gray mist that enveloped the fragrant deer beast blocked the majority of the wind blades, under the unceasing bombardment, its body was still cut by some of the wind blades. Immediately, traces of blood violently spurted out, and its body was on the verge of collapse. Under the pain of the fragrant deer beast, its dark green eyes suddenly turned blood red. The fur on its body stood up. After letting out a shrill scream, it opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of gray gas. The surging gas repaired the gray gas barrier around its body. This beast has used up a lot of its magic power to teleport. Young master, the water chain array still needs some time before it can be completely activated. It's best to buy some more time. The chubby old man shouted at the white-clad cultivator. Once again, both his hands moved to form a series of hand seals, sending out a series of blue hand seals. In the magic circle, the light blue formation flags were activated after the incantation was submerged. The edge of the magic circle flashed, and 2 more light blue light curtains were activated, causing the color of the lake water in the magic circle to darken a lot. Feng Qingma didn't answer, but the hand seals kept changing. He controlled the dozen or so small wind blade whirlpools in the array and suddenly gathered at the center. Immediately, more crystal clear wind blades were shot out. The fragrant deer in the void was facing the restriction of several layers of the array. In addition, it had to constantly spit out gray gas to block the wind blade attacks. For a moment, it was actually unable to use the secret teleportation technique. However, when the numerous wind blades once again destroyed the fragrant deer's gray gas barrier and left streaks of bloody marks, the beast let out a loud roar. After the pair of horns on its head trembled, the gray and black spirit inscriptions immediately flashed and shone brightly. Voila! A ray of gray lightning appeared out of thin air between the horns and instantly condensed into a gray ball of lightning. With just a spin, the lightning was dazzling and the sound of thunder was loud. After a hong sound, the ball of lightning turned into an electric net and flew towards the several whirlpools. When the crystal-clear wind blades touched the gray electric net, they strangely shattered and turned into specks of spiritual light that dispersed. Subsequently, the electric net suddenly condensed and turned into several thick electric arcs that flashed down. After a few thunderclaps, the several wind blade whirlpools immediately responded and extinguished. At the same time, the beast once again condensed a gray ball of lightning between its horns. With a flash, it turned into a huge electric net that shrouded downwards. The sound of thunder did not stop. After 2 breaths, the wind blade whirlpools below completely disappeared without a trace in the lake water. At this time, under the activation of the Fat Elder, the poisonous water array had only been activated to the 5th layer. As soon as the fragrant deer got rid of the attack of the wind blades, its body immediately flashed with a gray light and it disappeared on the spot. When it appeared again, it had teleported 20 to 30 feet away from its original position. However, this beast was only 100 feet away from the edge of the array. Damn it! Elder Huang, how long will it take for the array to be completely activated? Feng Qingma saw that the wind-splitting talisman that he buried was broken by the fragrant deer beast in an instant, and he immediately became a little flustered and exasperated. Lu, you also make a move to delay it for a while. When my 7 interlocking arrays are completely activated, this beast will no longer be able to escape. Seeing this, the Fat Elder frowned and suddenly turned his head to Lu Ming, who was watching coldly. Alright, I also think it's time to make a move. Lu Ming nodded calmly. His arms shook, and black mist rolled out from the surface of his body. A dragon roar sounded, 2 black mist dragons that were 180 feet long rolled out of the black mist. After circling with their claws and fangs, they pounced out. After a few flashes, they arrived above the fragrant deer beast. Hell purgatory! Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he pointed forward with one hand. Poof poof, the 2 black mist dragons turned into a sky full of black light and rolled down, completely drowning the fragrant deer beast. Seeing this, Feng Qingma snorted softly. Not to be outdone, he flipped one hand and took out the small green bell again. He gently threw it into the air. After the small green bell spun in the air, it turned into 100 feet big. On the surface of the giant bell, a huge green rune could be seen. On the other side, there were countless Sanskrit patterns. Feng Qingma chanted, and the small green bell shook slightly in the air. The green rune suddenly shone with green light, and suddenly there was a burst of Sanskrit sound. This sound floated leisurely, and it made people who heard it feel full of spirit. When Lu Ming heard this bell sound, he suddenly felt that the spiritual power in his body was slightly stagnant, and he immediately felt like he was floating. After his divine sense was in a trance, the surrounding space was blurred and distorted, and he actually couldn't stand steadily. His heart trembled, and he bit the tip of his tongue without thinking. Immediately, he recovered a trace of clarity in the pain. He flipped one hand again quickly, and grabbed the small soul-suppressing lock. A cool air immediately diffused from the small lock, and it quickly spread throughout his body. Only then did Lu Ming truly recover to normal. After he let out a breath, he couldn't help but look at the small green bell that was still hanging in front of Feng Qingma. His eyes flashed slightly. At this moment, Feng Qingma also glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that he instantly recovered to his senses, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Immediately, he returned to normal, and turned back to continue casting. On the other side, the fat old man's hand sign didn't stop at all, as if he didn't notice the situation on Lu Ming's side. The fragrant deer beast that was trapped in the hell purgatory was obviously more affected by the Sanskrit sound. After listening to it a few more times, it actually gradually stopped struggling in the black light. The bloody light in its eyes also quickly faded, and what replaced it was a somewhat dull look. However, such a situation only lasted for a moment. The fragrant deer beast's head suddenly swayed, and a trace of clarity suddenly flashed in its eyes. It immediately roared toward the sky, and the pair of sharp horns on its head flashed with intense gray lightning again. One after another, gray balls of lightning quickly condensed. They spun and condensed, and collided in all directions. They began to crazily collide with the boundary of the black infernal prison. Amidst the crackling sound of the lightning, the black light was actually blown into pieces in the lightning. Boom! The hell purgatory finally couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of the gray lightning balls, and it once again turned into black light that filled the sky and dispersed. It's done. At this moment, the fat old man laughed out loud. With a pu-pu sound, another 2 layers of blue light curtains, which were exactly the same as the previous ones, condensed in the formation. Under the shroud of the 7 layers of blue light curtains, the lake water had already turned dark blue. Wisps of water vapor instantly condensed and turned into inch-sized blue water droplets. There were more than 100 of them, and the surface was full of rice grain-sized runes. After these water droplets just rotated for a while, a huge force unceasingly pressed towards the fragrant deer beast in the center. At this time, although the void beast was still desperately using the teleportation secret technique, other than its body constantly disappearing and reappearing, there was no change at all to its original position. 7 rings black water formation, transform. Seeing this, the fat old man let out a low shout, and the hand sign changed again. The blue light curtain flashed, and the densely packed water droplets instantly separated from the surface. After another blur, it condensed into a blue water ball with a diameter of 10 feet above the formation. At the same time, Feng Qingma also quickly put away the small green bell in his hand. With a flick of his finger, a golden light shot towards the huge water ball. Pung! The water ball exploded in the air, transforming into a rolling wave that rushed down. In an instant, it transformed into a thick blue rope. With a blur, it coiled around the fragrant deer beast, binding it firmly. The void beast was naturally afraid of water. Now that it was activated by the 7 rings black water formation and the nearby void was sealed, even though it was struggling with all its might, and its figure was blurry, the blue rope on the surface of its body also condensed and dispersed, tightly trapping its body. It could only flash endlessly within a radius of 10 feet. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and with a shake of his sleeve, the void sword flew out from it. After circling in front of him, it let out a low buzzing sound and trembled endlessly. This beast is trapped in this forbidden sky chain array. There is nothing we can do now. Fellow Yi only needs to use the true spirit flying sword to give it a fatal blow. Seeing this, the chubby old man let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and said to Lu Ming with a smile. Feng Qingma looked at Lu Ming coldly. He also didn't have the intention to do it himself. Hearing this, Lu Ming's mind turned quickly, but he nodded calmly. He made a sign with one hand, and a stream of pure spiritual power continuously surged out from the 143 crystals in his body and poured into the small golden sword. The small golden sword suddenly made a sharp buzz. After a slight tremble in the void, it grew to more than 100 feet long. Suddenly, golden light radiated in all directions, and a huge sword intent soared into the sky. Slash. As he pointed with his finger, a 100 feet long sword light suddenly slashed down at the array. Seeing this, the chubby old man's eyes flashed again. He made a sign with both hands, and the dark blue light curtain below suddenly cracked open. The golden sword light just happened to flash through the crack. As soon as the golden sword light entered the array, it suddenly froze. It was also somewhat restricted, and its speed suddenly slowed down by more than a few times. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this forbidden water array also had a certain restrictive effect on the void flying sword. Although the falling momentum of the golden sword light slowed down, the sharp and strange coldness emitted from it still swept down one step ahead. The fragrant deer beast below shuddered, and it let out a sharp cry. The gray gas on the surface of its body suddenly rose. At the moment when the sword light fell, its body disappeared in an instant, and it teleported a distance of 10 feet away with the rope. A golden light flashed, and the rolling sword light almost brushed past it. With a chi-la sound, it cut a foot deep wound on its body. Awoo! The fragrant deer beast roared in pain, and gray blood spurted out from the wound. But the next moment, the gray mist on the surface flowed, and the wound immediately recovered. When Lu Ming activated the law sword in his hand and wanted to use the sword of the void to slash at the beast again, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a trace of craftiness flashed through the eyes of the fragrant deer. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a grayish demon core. The beast king core spun, and a gray light was ejected from it. With a roll, it wrapped his body and the beast king core in it. The blue ropes on the surface of the beast's body were instantly shattered by the gray light. Immediately thereafter, its body blurred and transformed into a blurry ball of gray mist that shot toward the cracks in the formation. Not good, I was too careless. Don't let it escape. Seeing this, the chubby old man's face immediately changed. He immediately made a gesture with both hands, and a blue light hit the array. The long and narrow crack began to close. Lu Ming's face sank. He made a gesture with one hand, and the golden sword light hovered in the array and chased after the fragrant deer beast. But because of the restriction of the array, the speed was far less than before. The golden sword light flashed a few times in the lake, but it couldn't catch up with the fragrant deer beast for a while. At this time, Feng Qingma snorted and threw out a dozen thick white talismans from his sleeve. At the same time, he spat out the word seal. In an instant, the white talismans exploded above the array, turning into wisps of white gas that filled the gap of the blue light curtain. At the same time, the gap was quickly closed and shrunk under the urging of the array by the chubby old man. In a blink of an eye, it was only a few feet wide. After the fragrant deer beast teleported a few times, it was only a few meters away from the exit. Seeing this situation, the gray mist on its body once again condensed. With a swoosh, the beast king core turned into a cluster of black light and blasted upward. It was about to hit the gap. There was a loud rumble, a black blazing sun suddenly burst out from the blue light curtain. The gap that was about to close up was blasted open again under the shocking shockwave. The void fragrant deer only blurred and instantly escaped from it. As soon as the beast left the array, its figure blurred without any hesitation. After 2 consecutive flashes in the air, it disappeared without a trace. It actually detonated its beastkin core. Feng Qingma was furious when he saw this. Lu Ming frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, the golden sword light flew out from the gap in the array. It circled in front of him, and the light faded to become a small golden sword again. Young master, don't panic. This beast was trapped in the array just now and continuously used its teleportation ability. It has consumed a lot of FA. Now that it has detonated its beastkin core, its cultivation is damaged. It definitely can't escape far. Quickly release the purple crystal marten, we'll continue chasing. Elder Huang still had a calm expression on his face as he spoke unhurriedly. Only then did Feng Qingma come to a realization. He patted his waist again and a purple light rolled out. It was the purple crystal marten. With a shake of his arm, a large opening appeared on his finger. A drop of blood flew out and was swallowed by the purple crystal marten. Then, he pointed in the direction that the fragrant deer escaped to. At the same time, he let out a low cry. After the purple crystal marten let out a low cry, its body sprang up and turned into a purple crystal light that shot in the same direction. Feng Qingma hurriedly made a hand sign. The white mist around him surged and he turned into a white light that chased after the marten. Lu Ming also made a hand sign without saying anything. The void flying sword in front of him flashed with a golden light and he turned into a golden rainbow that tore through the air. After the chubby old man saw Lu Ming leave, his face immediately changed into a thoughtful expression. After staying on the spot for a while, he stepped on a white cloud and chased after the two. Although the purple crystal marten's cultivation wasn't high, it was extremely agile. It seemed to know that the fragrant deer beast was heavily injured, so it chased after it without hesitation. As the chubby old man from the Golden Jade sect expected, the fragrant deer beast that was wrapped in the gray mist not only consumed a lot of its Fa Li, but its aura was also much weaker due to it exploding its Jing Dan. Although it had left the Shui formation, it could only teleport less than 60 to 70 feet away. But even so, its speed was still shockingly fast and it was extremely cunning. It kept fleeing towards the corners of the miasma. If the three of them didn't have the purple crystal marten to lead the way, they might have really been left behind a few times. In the end, the three of them chased for an hour before catching up to the beast again near a mountain peak. At this time, the fragrant deer beast was covered in blood. Most of the fur on its body had become blood-stained, and its aura was much weaker than before. Before it was discovered, it was curled up next to a pool at the foot of the mountain. The gray mist around it was constantly drilling into its body, as if it was absorbing the poisonous mist to replenish its Fa Li. However, as soon as it found the purple crystal marten and Lu Ming, the fragrant deer beast's eyes flashed fiercely. It condensed the gray gas all over its body again and leaped 100 meters away with a few flashes. Although Lu Ming and the others were not slow, without the help of the formation, they obviously couldn't stop it easily. They could only use their own escape techniques to follow. When they followed for more than 100 miles, an unexpected scene suddenly happened. When the void fragrant deer beast flew over a valley again, it suddenly made a whining sound and slowed down. The gray blood all over its body once again seeped out from under its fur. It seemed that its injury had worsened. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. He injected his Fa Li into the eight-legged sea beast in front of his chest. After the eight-legged sea beast made a strange cry, a pair of silver wings appeared on its back, and it flapped fiercely. Swoosh! The golden light that Lu Ming transformed into blurred and appeared in the void 300 meters away. After a few flashes, he finally caught up to the fragrant deer beast. He immediately raised his sleeve, and a black bead flew out. After spinning in the void for a while, it turned into the shadow of a small mountain and fell down. Boom! In the void in front of the fragrant deer beast, a wave of air rolled. The shadow of a small mountain that was more than 100 meters tall was clearly visible. It was the heavy water bead mixed with the golden rest soil. The void beast was shocked. It hurriedly turned around and teleported in another direction. At this moment, a faint fragrance rolled out. At the same time, a strong wind followed, turning into an invisible wind wall in front of the fragrant deer beast. I finally caught it. A white light flashed in the wind, revealing the figure of Feng Qingma. He was holding a slightly flashing white feather fan in his hand. He stared at the fragrant deer beast with excitement flashing in his eyes. On the other side, the fat old man also flashed to the vicinity. Without saying a word, he waved one hand and a red light shot out. It hovered in the void and turned into a small red snake that blasted at the fragrant deer beast. Bind! The fat old man groaned and gently pointed with one hand. The small red snake suddenly accelerated in the void and appeared beside the fragrant deer beast like a ghost. With a lightning-fast entanglement, the beast was tightly tied up. Poof! After a red light flashed in the eyes of the small red snake, it turned into a rope that was wrapped in flames and burned fiercely. The fragrant deer beast wailed and immediately turned into a ball of fire as it fell towards the valley below. With a honk sound, it smashed a large hole in the ground and started to roll with all its might. But strangely, no matter how it rolled, the raging flames on its body didn't diminish in the slightest. Haha, Elder Huang's red snake rope really lives up to its reputation. In this way, this beast will not be able to escape. Seeing this, Feng Qingma said with great joy. But at this moment, the fragrant deer beast in the huge pit below suddenly shrunk its body, then strangely swelled up. Its originally 20 to 30 feet body, in a moment, became more than 100 feet in size. Moreover, the gray gas around its body was incessantly swirling, forcefully supporting the flame-wrapped rope, as if it was about to break. The fat old man and Feng Qingma were shocked when they saw this. However, before the two of them could take any action, Lu Ming on the other side narrowed his eyes and said, "Body and sword as one." In the next moment, a golden sword light that was more than 100 meters long swept down. After a flash, it broke through the gray gas protecting the fragrant deer beast and pierced through its body. Pung! The entire fragrant deer beast was like a deflated balloon as it exploded on the spot. Immediately, balls of gray blood gushed out from its body and splashed all over the nearby ground. At the same time, a fishy smell instantly pervaded the air. Because it had already self-exploded its monster core, the fragrant deer beast didn't resist much and was quickly killed by the three of them. The fat old man's figure flashed and landed on the ground. His gaze swept over the corpse and confirmed that the beast had no signs of life. Even the soul in its body had been destroyed by the previous attack. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes and he turned back to Lu Ming and said, "Fellow Yuanling flying sword is indeed sharp. Because of the formation, I wasn't able to kill the beast in one blow. It was my fault. These are all small matters. No matter what, we still succeeded." Lu Ming replied noncommittally. Without my chain formation, trying to trap this nether void beast is just wishful thinking. Feng Qing snorted as if he was convinced. Hearing this, Lu Ming only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. After all, the void fragrant deer beast had already been killed. After he got his share of the materials, he prepared to immediately part ways with the two of them. He didn't want to cause any more trouble at this time. Seeing this, the fat old man coughed lightly and wanted to say something. In the distance, in a thick shrub that was as tall as a person, there was a sudden sha-sha sound. At the same time, a strong spiritual pressure surged into the sky and unscrupulously swept in all directions. This is... Lu Ming's heart trembled and he immediately used his divine sense to scan the shrub. As a result, he discovered that there was an incomparably huge black hole in the depths of the shrub. The many fluctuations and rustling sounds from before were all coming from within. The fat old man's eyes flashed as he also glanced at the shrub. It was obvious that he also discovered this. However, he suddenly thought of something and suddenly took out a jade slips. After scanning it with his divine sense, he cried out with a shocked expression, "Not good, let's go. I didn't expect this void fragrant deer beast to be so cunning. We were actually lured here. This place is known as the 10,000-year Spirit Serpent Valley, which is known as the local restricted area. There are countless demonic snakes residing in the cave, and it is said that there is even a 10,000-year demonic python of the later stage of the Jingdan." As soon as the fat old man finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and threw out a storage talisman. He kept the corpse of the void fragrant deer beast beside his feet, then a white cloud appeared out of thin air under his feet. It lifted his body up and blasted into the distance. A 10,000-year demonic python at the late Jingdan stage? Feng Qingma also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't even have the time to recall the purple crystal marten. He hurriedly formed a hand seal and turned into a ball of white light, following closely behind the slightly plump old man. Lu Ming also furrowed his brows, but he immediately made a hand seal, and golden light erupted from his body as he flew through the air as a streak of golden sword light. After a while, in the bushes not far away, there was a loud so-so sound. More than 100 green and black demonic snakes of different lengths, but they were all as thick as buckets, leaped out from the bushes. The eyes of these demonic snakes were full of bloody light. As soon as they came out of the cave, they looked at the three people who were fleeing far away. Then, after the demonic chi surged out from their bodies, they all rose into the air and chased after them with hissing sounds. As Lu Ming flew forward on his sword, he released his divine sense to scan the demonic snakes behind him. There were actually 4 to 5 of them at the Jingdan stage, and one of them was much thicker than the others. It was as thick as a millstone and had green stripes all over its body. It was impressively already at the late stage of the Jing Dan stage. It should be the 10,000-year demonic python that the fat old man mentioned. At a glance, the space behind the three of them was full of ferocious spirit snakes. Some of them were spitting poisonous mist, and some were growling. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle. Feng Qingma and the fat old man obviously also noticed the ferocious demonic snakes behind them, and they both cast some kind of acceleration talisman. Under a flash of yellow light, their speed suddenly increased a little. In just 2 to 3 breaths, they had faintly pulled apart the distance between them and Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming snorted coldly. He channeled the pure spiritual power in his body, and the bottom of his feet shone with a golden light. On his back, a pair of silver wings appeared out of thin air. After another flash, the speed of the sword light also increased greatly. At this time, after the 10,000-year demonic python hissed, the group of snakes behind them suddenly turned into a billowing demonic wind and chased after them with a similar speed. After a quarter of an hour, 2 streaks of yellow light flew over a continuous mountain range. Elder Huang, even after using the Heaven Spirit Talisman, this brat still has the strength to chase after us. What should we do next? Feng Qingma's lips moved slightly as he transmitted a message to the fat old man beside him. Hee, the body of the nether beast is with me, he can only obediently surrender. I originally wanted to use the demonic snakes to get rid of him and save some energy, but I didn't expect his spiritual power to be so much purer than the cultivators of the same generation. Moreover, he also has an escape technique that is even more mysterious than the rumors. Since we can't get rid of him now, then, like this. A trace of slyness flashed in the fat old man's eyes as he transmitted a message to Feng Qingma in a low voice. Elder Huang is indeed astute and far-sighted. I admire you. Feng Qingma also changed his arrogant attitude at this time. He revealed a strange smile and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, a few thousand feet behind the two of them, a golden sword light pierced through the air like a spark. Lu Ming, who was in the golden light, looked at the 2 escaping lights in front of him. He didn't seem to be surprised at all, but a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes from time to time. A few miles behind him, other than the 10,000-year demonic python and the other 3 Jing Dan demonic snakes, the rest of the snakes had already disappeared without a trace due to the lack of spiritual power. At this moment, the escaping lights of Feng Qingma and the fat old man stopped slightly and their speed actually slowed down. Lu Ming moved and the silver wings on his back flapped fiercely. With a few swoosh sounds, he appeared beside the 2 of them with a flash of golden light on his body. This scene made Feng Qingma and the fat old man's faces flash a trace of surprise at the same time. Lu, the 2 of us were only focused on escaping just now. We almost forgot that there was a fellow behind us. We were a little careless, please don't blame us. The fat old man hurriedly said to Lu Ming with a smile. No problem. It's just that the demonic snake behind us is really troublesome. It seems that we can't get rid of it using normal methods. I wonder if the 2 of you have any way to get rid of it. Lu Ming asked lightly. Since Lu has asked, I do have a way to try. The fat old man looked at the billowing demonic wind behind them and suddenly replied after blinking his eyes. Please enlighten us, Brother Huang. Lu Ming asked without hesitation. It's very simple. We didn't put away the chi water formation that we used to trap the void demonic beasts because we left in a hurry. Why don't we lure the monsters behind us over there and trap them? Then, regardless of whether we fight or escape, the rest will be easy. The fat old man rolled his eyes and suggested. This is indeed a good idea. We will do as you say. Lu Ming thought for a while and agreed. Elder Huang was delighted when he heard this. He immediately called out to Feng Qingma before turning around and shooting off in another direction. Feng Qingma followed them without saying a word. After Lu Ming looked at the back of the 2, he flapped the wings on his back and turned into a golden rainbow. Seeing this, the group of demonic snakes behind them also changed their direction with hissing sounds. They still chased after the 10,000 years old demonic python. There was a piercing sound, 3 rays of light, 2 yellow and 1 gold, flashed and disappeared. They reappeared above the 7 rings chi water formation that was previously set up. As the light faded, Lu Ming, the fat old man, and Feng Qingma appeared out of thin air. We are finally back here. The fat old man looked at the dark blue light curtain that still existed below and said with a relaxed expression. Feng Qingma's face also showed a hint of excitement. Lu Ming, on the other hand, seemed to be careless as he quickly scanned his surroundings. At this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind in the sky behind them. Many demonic snakes suddenly appeared. The largest one among them suddenly opened its mouth at the sky from a few miles away. A dark green water pillar shot into the sky. The next moment, Lu Ming and the other two only felt a fluctuation in the sky above them. There was a loud rumbling sound and clusters of dark green mucus shot down like a rainstorm, covering all of them under it. This time, the fat old man's face really changed. He immediately turned around and raised his arm. A black light shot out from his sleeve and condensed into a black iron shield in the air. It instantly grew to a size of more than 300 meters. There was a black mist faintly wrapped around it. It actually protected Lu Ming and Feng Qingma under it. The pitter-patter sound of rain hitting the banana leaves came. The blobs of dark green mucus dissipated together with the black mist as soon as they came into contact. Young master doesn't have to panic. Now that we have returned to this formation, as long as the 10,000 years old demonic python is trapped in it, it won't be able to break free easily. If we can kill it, its monster core is even more precious. Right now, you two only need to try to distract and eliminate the other demonic snakes around it first. I have my own way to deal with this 10,000 years old demonic python. The fat old man shouted. But at this moment, there was a muffled bang. The surface of the giant iron shield in the sky was corroded and a crack appeared. Clusters of dark green mucus shot down immediately. The venom of the 10,000 years old demonic python is really extraordinary. The fat old man's face was stern. He didn't bother to say anything else. He just raised one hand and another golden talisman shot out. After it exploded, it turned into a layer of faint golden light curtain that protected him in it. Lu Ming also narrowed his eyes and took the opportunity to make a gesture. Black mist rolled around his body. After he rushed up into the sky, a few black tentacles were condensed out of thin air. They danced wildly and instantly, several thick phantasms appeared, knocking away all the falling venom. Feng Qingma flipped his hand again and took out the misty white feather fan. With a wave of the fan, a faint fragrance wafted out. At the same time, a strong gust of wind rose and turned into a wind barrier that blocked the venom outside. Lu, when this matter is over, I will definitely offer half of the void fragrant deer beast's flesh. Now if you have any means, please use them. The fat old man's deep voice suddenly came into Lu Ming's ears. He glanced and saw that Elder Huang was actually sitting cross-legged in the void with a golden light shield. His 10 fingers were constantly changing as he launched a series of symbols at the blue light curtain below him. Poof, the light blue light curtain flashed and suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. In the next moment, the fat old man stopped his gesture and took out a piece of fragrant deer beast's flesh from the storage bracelet. He threw it into the water array below without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed strangely, but before he could think much, there was an evil wind in front of him. It was 2 Jingdan beastkin snakes pouncing at him. Before the 2 beastkin snakes pounced, a green poisonous mist rolled over with the demonic wind. After Lu Ming's nose smelled some fishy smell, his eyes flashed. He flicked his sleeve and a small golden sword flew out. It turned into a golden rainbow of more than 100 meters and swept out. So, after a few flashes of the golden light, it flashed through one of the beastkin snakes. The seemingly thick scales were easily cut open by the sword light. After the snake wailed, its huge snake tail suddenly curled up. With a bang, it hit the sword light fiercely like a heavy hammer, causing the golden light to tremble and bounce away. However, the snake's body and tail were also cut open with blood flowing out. At this time, the other beastkin snake pounced fiercely and bit at Lu Ming with its bloody mouth. Lu Ming's body became blurred, but he flew backward as he split into 3. With a wave of one hand, the original sword light circled and immediately rolled back with a sharp sound. The other bloody beastkin snake suddenly opened its mouth and also spat a cloud of venom at the phantasm transformed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the 2 Jingdan realm demon snakes were locked in combat. On the other side, Feng Qingma's figure flashed as he fanned the white feathered fan without end, and the stack of talismans in his other hand transformed into multicolored lights as he fought the other Jin Dan demon snake to his heart's content. For a time, they were equally matched. The huge body of the 10,000-year-old monster python was hovering in the void in the distance. As the snake flicked its tongue, its crimson eyes glanced back and forth between the flesh of the fragrant deer beast and the fat old man sitting cross-legged in the dark water array, showing a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, an ominous glint flashed in the demon serpent's eyes. Then, a black light flashed on the surface of its body, and its body suddenly shot out. It didn't know what kind of magical power it had used, but it had covered a distance of a few miles in a blur. Then, it suddenly appeared in the sky above the spell formation, and plunged into it. Slurp! The huge body of the monster python coiled up, and the snake tongue of 10 meters long swallowed the flesh of the void fragrant deer beast on the ground. Come on! The fat old man was overjoyed to see this, and he changed his gesture. After a blue light flashed around the 10,000-year-old monster python, a total of 7 blue light curtains were lit up one after another. The next moment, countless water droplets emerged from the blue light curtains. Under the intertwining of the spell formation, it once again turned into a blue lake, shrouding the 10,000-year-old monster python. However, this dark water array had already been used once. Although the spiritual power in it was not exhausted, its power was obviously not as good as before. The amount of lake water that was transformed was less than 1/3 of the previous amount, and it couldn't fill the array at all. The 10,000-year-old monster python was able to cultivate to the Jin Dan realm, and it had already gained wisdom. Seeing this situation, how could it not know that it had fallen into a trap? It immediately raised its head and growled. It opened its mouth and spat a few balls of dark green mucus at the blue light curtains that appeared in the air. Slurp! The 3 layers of light blue light curtains were penetrated by the dark green mucus, and a hole of 5 feet in size was clearly visible. This spell obviously couldn't trap this monster python for long. Seeing this, the fat old man's face suddenly became a little ugly. His eyes turned cold, and he began to chant. He spat out 7 gray runes in a row. After these gray runes spun in the air, they all floated into the light blue light curtains. At the same time, Feng Qingma, on the other side, waved the white feather fan in his hand tightly. A few feet long white wind blade flew all over the sky, forcing the monster python to retreat step by step. Its mouth wailed incessantly, and it was covered with wounds. Explode! The fat old man's lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingma, and he shouted loudly. On the 7 layers of light blue light curtains, gray runes appeared at the same time, and they all exploded with a rumbling sound, bursting into a dazzling blue light. In an instant, a blue blazing sun rose where the spell originally was, and the tyrannical spiritual power swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was a boulder or a tree, they were all cut apart. For a moment, a large blue light soared into the sky, and all kinds of birds and beasts in the nearby area fled wildly. Without waiting for the blue light to dissipate, Feng Qingma suddenly gave up on the demon snake in front of him and leaped to the top of the formation. With a wave of his sleeve, a black pagoda with distinct edges and corners shot out. It turned in the air and turned into a giant pagoda that was more than 10 stories tall. Then, it fell down. Boom! The black pagoda smashed heavily on the ground, and half of it was embedded into the ground, causing the entire valley to shake violently. This spirit-lock pagoda is the prototype of a magic weapon that was personally refined by the Grand Elder of our sect. Once it is suppressed, those below the celestial phenomenon stage will not be able to break free. Seeing this, Feng Qingma laughed wildly. However, it only lasted for a few breaths. Suddenly, rays of green light shot out from the bottom of the black pagoda, and the entire giant pagoda shook slightly in the rumbling sound. Impossible! Feng Qingma was shocked. Just as he was thinking of what kind of secret technique to use, the Jin Dan snake demon that he had forced to retreat spat out a poisonous mist and charged forward. Feng Qingma was helpless, and could only wave his feather fan again to fight against the monster python. Seeing this, the fat elder could only strike a few hand signs at the giant pagoda alone, causing the surface of the treasure to flicker and resist the huge force that was surging out from below. Even so, the giant pagoda was still slowly being pushed up from the depths of the ground. A loud bang, the entire black pagoda was finally thrown up by the green light from below, and the giant head of the 10,000-year monster python appeared in a flash. Lu. Seeing this, the fat elder let out a wild cry. On the other side, Lu Ming had long been secretly observing the movements of the 10,000-year monster python. Hearing the fat elder's words, he leaped up without hesitation and instantly merged with the golden sword light in midair. After circling once, he used the two monster python heads to force it away, and with a blur, he turned into a stream of light that swept downwards. The 10,000-year monster python under the black pagoda was caught off guard, and with a miserable cry, the golden stream of light pierced through its neck, leaving behind a bloody hole that was a few feet wide. Under the pain, the 10,000-year monster python let out a long cry, and its entire body emitted a bright green light that rushed into the sky. With a so sound, it turned into a green light that broke through the sky and disappeared. Seeing this, the other three Jin Dan demon snakes let out hissing sounds, and together with the strange wind, they also followed and escaped. In the nearby empty space, the golden light faded, and Lu Ming appeared with a golden sword in his hand. With a pale face, he looked at the 10,000-year monster python in the distance, and did not have any intention of chasing after it. Seeing the 10,000-year monster python fly away, the fat elder let out a big sigh of relief, and also did not have any intention of chasing. Instead, Feng Qingma waved the feather fan in his hand, and looked at the back of the monster python in the distance. A trace of greed appeared on his face, but he immediately thought of something, and with a snort, he also stayed where he was. This monster python was worthy of being a 10,000-year monster beast. The exploding water chain formation could only scratch its skin, and the magic treasure prototype that Feng Qingma threw out, the spirit lock pagoda, could only suppress it for a few breaths of time. Only when Lu Ming took out his Yuan spirit flying sword and became one with it did he manage to scare it away. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this monster python was far beyond their imagination. Even if its corpse and monster core were priceless, it was not worth the risk of chasing after it. Lu Ming saw that the 10,000-year monster python and the other monster beasts had finally disappeared into the horizon, and then he turned his head and said to the fat elder indifferently, "All right, the monster python has finally retreated. There's no time to lose, take out the remaining materials of the void beast. After I take my share, I will take my leave." It seems that Lu is still not at ease with me, but it doesn't matter. Since you plan to leave now, I won't force you to stay. However, this 10,000-year monster python has just left, so it's best to be careful that it will return. When Elder Huang heard Lu Ming's words, he was startled at first, but after his eyes flashed a few times, he immediately agreed with a face full of smiles. Then, the fat elder flipped his hand, took out a storage glyph, and threw it directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming beckoned with one hand expressionlessly, and the storage glyph immediately flew toward him lightly. However, just as it was about to land in his hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly flipped his hand. The storage glyph that was flying over immediately trembled, and actually shot toward the fat elder like an arrow. Elder Huang's expression changed, and he made a hand sign with one hand. Boom! The storage glyph turned into a ball of red light in midair, and it exploded. At the same time, Lu Ming heard Feng Qingma's gloomy howl, and the space around his body suddenly tightened. Waves of scarlet heat waves rushed toward him, and dots of scarlet flames suddenly appeared in the air. In an instant, he was trapped in a fiery net made of scarlet flames. Formless illusionary flame formation. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Feng Qingma and the slightly fat elder. He didn't say anything to them, and with a blur of his arm, a light black fist shadow whizzed out and fiercely hit the nearby scarlet fire net. Pooh! Before the fist shadow could even touch the scarlet fire net, it turned into wisps of black gas and dispersed at the edge of the net. Lu, oh no, I should call you fellow Lu Ming now. Although this invisible illusionary flame formation was set up in a hurry, and its power is less than a third of the real one, but under my control, it won't take you a while to break it. The fat elder's hand signs changed, and he looked at Lu Ming with a smile. As soon as Lu Ming heard the other party call his full name, his face immediately turned gloomy. He moved his arm without saying a word, and a dozen black fist shadows were launched at him. But the high temperature of the crimson flame made the surrounding space hazy and blurred. All the fist shadows couldn't touch the fire net at all, then they turned into wisps of mist and dissipated. Lu Ming, the winner of the Tianmen meeting's first place, you really deserve your reputation. Whether it is the true spirit flying sword or the tiger dragon hell prison, they are both impressive. You can actually easily kill the beast-kin Jin Dan with the cultivation of the crystallization period later stage. But now even if you have great abilities, now that you are in my hands, there is only a dead end. Feng Qingma had also put away his original arrogant look at this moment, and he said with a hideous face. Lu Ming snorted. He made a gesture with one hand, and black gas rolled out from his body. However, after a dragon roar, several huge mist dragons were transformed from his back. His face suddenly changed. His body staggered for no reason. Bang! Bang! All of the mist flood dragons exploded on their own. Hee, why does Lu look like this? Could it be that the spiritual power in your body is a little insufficient at the moment? The fat old man saw Lu Ming's appearance, but he continued to ask with a smile. Impossible, I've actually been poisoned. When did you guys do something to me? I've always been extremely careful with you guys. Lu Ming's body swayed a few times before he managed to stand up again. His expression changed slightly as he asked. At this time, his face was obviously paler than before, and the black gas that rolled out from his body was thinner by more than half in an instant. While he asked, he patted his chest with one hand, and a layer of golden light curtain suddenly emerged from his body, protecting him inside. It's too late to think of guarding against this poison now. Forget it, I will let you know before you die. The white feather fan in my hand is released. Usually, it can only be used to confuse beast-kin, and it doesn't have any poison. However, after this fragrance is mixed with another invisible aura that was emitted from the flesh and blood of the void beast, it can be blended into a special fragrance. Not only is it colorless and odorless, it will also slowly weaken the senses of the poisoned person and quickly corrode the poisoned person's spiritual power, making it impossible to notice under normal circumstances. When you came here for the second time, you were already poisoned by my unique poison, but you didn't know it. Feng Qingma looked at Lu Ming, whose aura was getting weaker in the golden light, and he finally laughed and said everything. Lu Ming didn't seem to believe what the cultivator in white clothes said was true. As soon as he heard the words, he immediately roared. His body turned blurred and transformed into 3 phantasms at the same time. Each of them rushed at the fire net with black gas rolling out of them. Before the 3 phantasms reached the front of the fire net, various wind blades, fireballs, and even a dense amount of icicles, as well as other spells, danced in the sky. Lu is only wasting his energy by risking his life like this. The fat old man muttered and changed his hand sign. With a wing sound, the fire net shone brightly and crystal runes suddenly appeared on its surface. All of the spells that attacked the runes were extinguished in a flash. Lu Ming, who made such a fierce spell attack, seemed to have used up the last bit of spiritual power in his body. The other 2 phantasms disappeared in a flash, and only the last phantasm sat cross-legged on the ground with a putong sound. However, he still looked at Elder Huang and Feng Qingma and asked coldly, I don't have any deep hatred with the 2 of you. Why do you have to scheme to harm me? Humph, I have no hatred with you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the demon mystic sect and sending out the demon mystic order. When the fat old man saw that Lu Ming was still so calm, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he said slowly. Demon mystic order? A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. You may not know, but the demon mystic sect and my golden jade sect have always been on good terms. Among the disciples of the demon mystic sect, your name is well known. The demon mystic sect's ancestor Wu Guang has already quietly sent out the demon mystic order outside the sect, claiming that he will use a real magic weapon to exchange for your life to avenge his grandson. Now that you have come to us, you naturally can't blame the 2 of us for being ruthless. Feng Qingma revealed all the reasons after a sneer. Humph, I didn't expect the famous Golden Jade sect to be a vassal of the demon mystic sect. This is really unexpected. Otherwise, if I was more careful, I wouldn't have let you succeed so easily. After Lu Ming, who was in the fire net, heard all this, he let out a long sigh. He immediately closed his eyes and stopped talking. When Feng Qingma saw this, he laughed wildly. He shook the white feather fan in his hand and was about to step forward to take action himself, but he was stopped by the fat old man. Elder Huang, what are you doing? This child has already been trapped in the scarlet flame array by the two of us. Even if his physical body is strong, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before he turns into ashes. I'm just saving some time by taking action. Feng Qingma was a little dissatisfied. Young master, you don't have to go over. It's better to let me exhaust more of my primordial qi and use the power of the array to directly destroy his body and soul. After all, his strength is not weak, and he might have some trump cards. If we are too rash, what if this child uses some moves to perish together with us? It's not worth it. The fat old man frowned slightly as he transmitted his voice. For some reason, although Lu Ming, who was in the fire net, seemed to have no power to resist, it gave the fat old man a strong sense of unease. However, he didn't know where this feeling came from. Since Elder Huang is so cautious, let's see what you're capable of. Feng Qingma was startled when he heard this. He looked at Lu Ming, who was sitting still in the fire net. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said with a smile. Young master, don't worry. Just watch me. After the fat old man sneered, he flipped his hand and a small scarlet flag suddenly appeared in his hand. It seemed to be only a few inches long, but with a slight shake, it grew to 7 or 8 feet in length. Then, he chanted and poured the Fali in his body into the flag. Then, he pointed at the fire net in the air. Boom! After the surface of the scarlet-red flag flashed violently, a scarlet-red light beam immediately shot out. After a flash, it disappeared into the fire net in the distance. The crimson net of flames immediately shuddered before exploding on its own, transforming into countless surging crimson fiery clouds amid a string of resounding booms. In the fire clouds, countless scarlet crystal inscriptions could be vaguely seen flashing. In the rumbling sound, it turned into a rolling sea of fire that rolled toward the center. It wanted to burn Lu Ming, who was still sitting cross-legged, into ashes. Seeing this, Feng Qingma's face immediately showed a satisfied expression. Under the attack of Elder Huang that completely activated the power of the formation, Lu Ming definitely had no chance of survival. At the same time, when the sea of fire was about to reach him, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Through the layers of fire, he smiled strangely towards the outside of the formation. The fat old man's heart shuddered. Before he could react, looming in the sea of fire suddenly flashed a golden light on his body. He actually turned into a ball of golden light and exploded. The dazzling light and a huge roar swept out, extinguishing most of the nearby flames. With a poof, the scarlet flag in the fat old man's hand was instantly broken in the middle. His face also turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the power of the formation, he actually suffered a serious injury. Seeing this, Feng Qingma was shocked. He waved the feather fan in his hand without saying anything. Immediately, a gust of wind swept out, and the remaining flames and golden light were all swept away in an instant. As a result, there was no one at the original position of Lu Ming. There was only a pale golden talisman that was slowly falling down. It was the yellow turban strongman talisman that had exhausted its spiritual power. At the same time, behind Feng Qingma, a black gas rolled out, and a faint black shadow flashed out from the ground. A palm covered with black and purple scales pierced through his protective aura like lightning and went into his back. Poof! Feng Qingma only felt a chill in his chest. When he looked down again, he couldn't believe that there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. His heart was empty inside. No! Feng Qingma yelled and waved the feather fan in his hand wildly, wanting to turn around. However, the silhouette behind him moved his arm and crushed the heart in his hand. A tiger roar sounded from his other hand and a black tiger head roared out, instantly crushing Feng Qingma's head along with the soul within it. Poor young master of the Golden Jade sect. Even though he was full of treasures, he didn't even have the chance to use them. He died just like that. This figure was naturally the real Lu Ming who disappeared mysteriously before. It turned out that from the beginning of their cooperation, Lu Ming had never truly trusted the two people of the Golden Jade sect. Therefore, at the moment when the chubby old man detonated the largest array, he transformed the yellow turban strongman talisman into his appearance. His original body used the spiritual power fluctuation caused by the detonation of the array to hide from the two people's divine sense and sneaked into the ground. When the attention of the two people was attracted by the golden strongman talisman, he quietly escaped and succeeded in his attack. As for the colorless and odorless fragrant poison, although it was powerful, with his current physical strength, he could easily suppress it after taking a detoxification elixir and delaying a little time. How could it really do anything to him? This change was like a sudden attack. Almost at the moment when the golden talisman appeared in the array, Feng Qingma was killed by Lu Ming in a thunderous manner. Only then did the chubby old man manage to turn his head around to see this scene clearly. "Young master!" The fat old man's eyes almost popped out. He roared, and the golden flame on his body suddenly skyrocketed. There was a crackling sound of his joints cracking. His figure suddenly rose to 30 meters tall, and a spiritual pressure of the middle stage of Jin Dan burst out unreservedly. He suddenly waved one of his arms in a blur, and dense golden fist shadows struck out like a gust of wind, sweeping toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression moved. This fat old man is so scheming, and he is so proficient in array and talisman. I didn't expect him to be a Jin Dan intermediate stage physique cultivator. However, since the other party used the means of physique cultivator, it was obvious that there were no other arrays nearby. His thoughts turned sharply in his mind, but his movements didn't stop at all. When the fist shadow was about to arrive, suddenly a silver light flashed behind him, and a pair of silver wings appeared. After flapping the wings, he turned into a silver light and soared into the sky. The attack transformed by the golden fist shadow rumbled through from below and landed on the ground nearby. Rumble, there was a loud noise. After a burst of flying sand and stones, the golden light faded, and a huge pit of more than 100 meters appeared on the ground. "Go!" Lu Ming was in the air. He groaned and flicked his sleeves. The void space immediately flashed out. After a clear sound, it turned into 100 meters golden rainbow. Although the fat old man knew that the power of Lu Ming's void sword was not small, he was still shocked when the huge sword intention came down. He immediately flicked his sleeves and took out the small black hammer again. It shook in front of him, and it turned into a dozen meters huge, blocking in front of him. Pung! After the golden sword light and the black giant hammer collided fiercely, rays of golden light and wisps of black gas intertwined in the air. Under the collision of the two, dazzling sparks burst out. At this time, the wings behind Lu Ming flapped again, and he disappeared in the sky again in a blur. At this moment, the fat old man loosened the black giant hammer with both hands. He turned around suddenly, raised his arm, and launched a backhand punch behind him. Almost at the same time, there was a fluctuation behind him. Lu Ming appeared in a flash, and he was hit by the opponent. Poof! Lu Ming was smashed by the golden fist and turned into a cloud of black mist. This turned out to be just an afterimage. When the chubby old man reacted, the void beside him fluctuated, and another Lu Ming suddenly appeared. He shook his arms and threw dozens of punches at the old man. The chubby old man was greatly alarmed by this development, and he immediately flew back before opening his mouth to expel a yellow disc. The disc rotated in front of him, and the treasure transformed into a thick yellow barrier that shielded him within. Balls of black fist shadows exploded on the yellow screen like a shower, and the pitter-patter of rain hitting banana leaves suddenly rang out. The yellow light screen first shook, and then it began to tremble violently. Soon, it seemed as if it could not hold on any longer. Pung! A loud sound rang out. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the yellow screen collapsed. In an instant, the dense fist shadows pounded on the old man's body. How could this be? The chubby old man was shocked. He immediately stomped on the ground and retreated a few meters before he could stabilize his figure. Under the impact of the fist shadows, there was only a thin layer of the aura on the surface of his body. At this time, Lu Ming's figure once again disappeared like a ghost. After just a breath, 3 black shadows suddenly appeared beside him in a row. And with just a flick of their fingers, streaks of golden sword chi suddenly swept out. The chubby old man was taken aback, but after all, he was a Jin Dan intermediate stage powerhouse, so he was not easy to deal with. Without thinking, he made a gesture with one hand, and the golden light on his body surface rolled out. It transformed into a vague lotus shadow that wrapped his body. It broke through the fist shadows and escaped into the distance. This elder Huang of the Golden Jade sect realized that Lu Ming's strength was so tyrannical, and he was seriously injured. He didn't even care about the small black hammer and fled for his life. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lu Ming said coldly. He waved one hand, and the small golden sword in the distance trembled slightly in the air. After making a clear sound, it turned into a golden sword rainbow of 80 meters long and chased after him. After a cluster of milky white starlight bloomed on the surface of the rainbow, the golden rainbow accelerated in the air and disappeared with a burst sound. When the golden rainbow appeared again, it was already 30 meters behind the chubby old man. The chubby old man only felt a soaring sword chi chasing behind him. In a great shock, he hurriedly flicked his sleeves and threw a few glowing talismans behind him. The talismans burst open instantly, turning into several layers of light curtain to block behind him. Poof poof. The sword projection merely tremored slightly before piercing through the light barrier in a withered manner, then unleashed countless streaks of frosty sword chi that swept through the light barrier. Kid, how dare you? Ah! The chubby old man screamed a few times. Even though he desperately threw out a few defensive spiritual weapons, they were instantly shattered by the dense sword lights. After another scream, his body was cut into several pieces and fell down. Even his soul was shattered by the sword lights. He had no chance to escape at all. Pung! When the chubby old man fell to the ground, his figure had returned to his previous appearance. As the sword lights faded, Lu Ming's figure reappeared. He scanned with divine thought and confirmed that the old man was dead, then he calmly recalled the small golden sword and the yellow turban soldier talisman. After that, his figure flashed and appeared next to the fat old man's corpse. With a wave of one hand, he took an exquisite storage bracelet from the old man's hand into his hand. He then raised his hand and released a fist-sized fireball, turning the old man's corpse into ashes. When he released his divine thought into the storage bracelet, he immediately showed a look of joy. This golden jade sect was worthy of being a 10,000 years old sect with rich cultivation resources. In addition to the body of fragrant deer beast and many spiritual weapons, there were countless spiritual herbs, elixirs, and talismans in the storage bracelet. In the other corner, there was a mountain of spirit stones. There were at least 20 to 30 million spirit stones. It could be said that he had gained a lot. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Feng Qingma's body on the other side. His eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Even an elder of the sect had such a net worth, not to mention Feng Qingma, who was the young master. Later, he also kept Feng Qingma's storage bracelet and scanned it with divine thought. As expected, this person was really rich. He carried no less than 30 million spirit stones with him, and there were countless spiritual herbs, talismans, spiritual weapons, and formation flags. Lu Ming naturally transferred all these things into the Sumeru ring without hesitation. However, just as he transferred all the spirit stones away, he found a rather delicate light purple brocade box under the pile of spirit stones in the storage bracelet. With a thought, Lu Ming immediately took out the brocade box. After waving his hand to open it, he found a white jade slips lying in it. What is it that needs to be hidden so secretly? With a hint of suspicion, Lu Ming stuck the jade slips to his forehead, and his divine thought was immersed in it. Vedra bone tempering pill formula. After Lu Ming was shocked, he was immediately overjoyed. Speaking of which, it was naturally not the first time he heard of this elixir. When he was still an outer disciple, the evil alchemist named Zen Master Jade Bone offered a reward for him with this elixir. It was said that this elixir was very mysterious. It was a kind of elixir that could be taken by the crystallization period or even the Jin Dan. It was naturally not convenient for him to study it in depth at this time. After a rough look, he also kept the elixir formula into the Sumeru ring, then he also released a few fireballs to burn Feng Qingma's corpse into ashes. After confirming that there were no other traces here, he made a sword gesture, turned into a golden light, and flew toward the southeast direction. The main purpose of this trip was the void beast's flesh. The top priority was naturally to return to the sect's cave house as soon as possible. At the same time, in front of Lu Ming's cave house on the fallen serene peak of Taiqing Gate, a slim figure in an emerald dress was pacing in front of the cave house. When the owner of the figure turned around, a peerless face was revealed. It was Callan. After not seeing her for half a year, this woman still looked indifferent, but there seemed to be something more between her eyebrows. Is it worry, loneliness, or a hint of expectation? Callan stood in the same place for a long time. Finally, after a faint sigh, she made a gesture, and a circle of faint ripples appeared around her body. Her figure turned into a purple light and floated away. A few months later, Lu Ming returned to the central part of the Middle Sky continent from the northwest, and he went straight to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Along the way, he changed his appearance, and he also went to a few markets that he secretly remembered when he came. He sold some of the inconspicuous elixirs, talismans, and spiritual weapons that he got from the 2 Golden Jade sect disciples. Even these things added up to tens of millions of spirit stones. Of course, he also purchased some required materials in these markets. As soon as Lu Ming returned to his cave house, he went straight to the stone room where Scorpion and Fei were. In order to find the void beast, he went out for nearly a year. He didn't know how the 2 spiritual pets were doing now. As a result, as soon as he stepped into the stone room, he found 2 dark spherical air masses floating in the air. A palm-sized silver bone scorpion and a green-haired man's head could be vaguely seen inside. It was Scorpion and Fei. It was just that at this moment, both of them had returned to their original form. Their bodies were covered with a lot of power. "Master, you are finally back." Seemingly sensing the arrival of Lu Ming, Scorpion and Fei immediately woke up from the state of cultivation. They transformed into a black veil girl and a green-clothed boy, bowing to Lu Ming respectfully. "I just came back, so I came to see your situation. It seems that your injuries are fine now." Lu Ming smiled slightly and waved his hand, letting the 2 get up. These 2 spiritual pets had taken a large number of elixirs left by him. Now their injuries had already recovered, and their cultivation had also improved a lot. Lu Ming chatted with the 2 spiritual pets for a while, and after instructing them to continue to cultivate with peace of mind, he turned into the bedroom, fell on the bed, and slept soundly. Even though there were some twists and turns on this trip, he'd finally gathered all the materials he needed to refine the sword pouch. But after such a long journey, his mind was exhausted, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover to his original peak state without resting for 3 to 5 days. 5 days later, in the secret room, Lu Ming, who had adjusted his state to the best, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was holding a jade slips in his hand and sticking it to his forehead. This jade slips recorded the forging method of the sword pouch given by the Tianhe elder at that time. Since he got it, he hadn't had time to really comprehend it. Lu Ming immersed his divine thought into the jade slips and sat motionless. After a few hours, he slowly opened his eyes, and his face became dignified. He had a general understanding of the refining method of the void sword pouch. It was different from refining a spiritual weapon. The jade slip used a blood contract refining method. Moreover, the sword pouch was of the void attribute, so it would take a long time to refine. As for the main material of the void sword pouch, although he already had the skin of the void beast, he still needed a lot of other auxiliary materials. After the sword pouch was successfully forged, he needed to fill it with various spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine to convert them into pure spiritual power to slowly nourish the flying sword. These spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine were naturally a huge cost. Fortunately, he was now quite rich, so it shouldn't be too difficult to collect these things. So in the next month, Lu Ming began to run around the sex market and the major markets around the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. In the end, he spent half of the spirit stones and a lot of contribution points on him. After running through most of the nearby markets, he even went to the Taishan Pavilion several times before barely collecting all the materials he needed. In the following time, Lu Ming closed the cave house tightly. He hung a sign on the door that said no meeting. After activating all the defense enchantments of the cave house, he walked into the secret room again. He sat quietly for half a day. After letting his mood completely calm down, Lu Ming began to set up an extremely complicated array. Lu Ming did not find the name of this formation in the jade slips. Based on his understanding of formations, he could only understand 20% to 30% of this formation. Fortunately, the person who wrote this refinement method seemed to have predicted this as well. He actually took the trouble to clearly record every step of this formation. All he had to do was to follow the prescribed order. Even though Lu Ming had already memorized the method of setting up the formation by heart, when it came time to truly make a move, he was still careful and didn't dare be distracted in the slightest. He inscribed talisman markings on the ground stroke by stroke, and every time he completed a portion, he would take out the jade talisman and compare it. After half a month's work, a circular array with a diameter of 50 to 60 feet was finally set up. It was covered with countless mysterious silver-gray spirit patterns. Lu Ming placed the jade talisman on his forehead again. After confirming that the formation was correct, he looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, he touched the Sumera ring with one hand and took out a dozen pieces of pale black ore. Each piece was the size of a fist, but the ore was faintly flashing with white light like flames. These void flame crystal were specially specified on the jade slips because he wanted to forge the void attribute sword bag. It was also the material that was second only to the void beast material among all the materials. After Lu Ming thought for a while, his figure turned on the spot. Under the flashes of white light in his hand, more than a dozen crystal stones flew out and accurately entered the grooves of the array in all directions. In the next moment, the entire great array suddenly made a buzzing sound. The silver spirit patterns on the ground suddenly shone brightly, then they became looming. Countless flickering silver mysterious runes floated up and slowly rotated around Lu Ming, illuminating the entire secret room. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming silently recalled the description of this array in the jade talisman. After seeing that the current situation was exactly the same as the description, he was completely relieved. After that, Lu Ming didn't start immediately, but he sat cross-legged and meditated. He spent about 15 minutes to adjust his breath. After restoring his spiritual power and mental power to the peak state, he took out a large piece of void musk deer skin, cut a small piece from it, and carefully placed it in the center of the array. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a light landed in the corner of the great array. After a low hum, a thick silver light beam shot out from the center of the array, enveloping the beast skin and slowly lifting it up. Lu Ming then flicked his long sleeve on the ground. After a flash of light, a lot of materials and bottles appeared on the ground. These were naturally the auxiliary materials needed to forge the sword bag. Lu Ming first pointed at a white jade bottle. A black light flashed, and a silver-white liquid flew out of the bottle. A small silver pillar of light immediately lit up in the middle of the formation, holding the silver liquid in place. Immediately, he waved his hand again, and a black diamond-shaped crystal also flew up and was also held by a silver light beam. Next, Lu Ming continued to throw materials into the array. Not long after, around the thick light beam in the center, there were more than 20 small silver light beams around it. Then, a light flashed between his eyebrows. His powerful divine thought was released without reservation, and all the pale silver light beams came under his control. Suddenly, these light beams seemed to be alive, and they began to hover around his body. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he waved his hand to cast a spell. It landed in the center of the array, and the thickest light beam that held the beast skin slightly twisted. Traces of translucent flames sprang out from it. After Lu Ming showed a thoughtful expression, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of green mist. It landed on the thick light beam in a flash. With a whoosh, the flames that wrapped around the deer's body immediately flourished, and the translucent flames completely enveloped the entire beast skin. Under the swallowing of the translucent flames, the void musk deer skin gradually began to melt. At the same time, some grayish-black impurities slowly seeped out. Lu Ming carefully observed the changes of the skin, and his hand cast spell after spell, like a stream of water, to maintain the translucent flames. In such a situation, it took half a day's work before the impurities in the skin stopped seeping out. Finally, it turned into a gel-like substance with a faint white light. It looked extremely viscous. Lu Ming carefully recalled what was described in the jade slips. After confirming that there was no mistake, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a thought, he waved his hand to cast a spell, which landed on a small light beam on the periphery. Puchi! The small light beam also burned fiercely, and in a flash, it turned into a fire pillar, but the color of the flame was crimson. The light beam was originally holding a pale green transparent crystal, and it quickly softened and liquefied in the flame. After Lu Ming completely turned into a green transparent liquid, he spread his 10 fingers. His 10 fingers shot out spirit threads that were as thin as a string, and they just happened to be inserted into the liquid. Next, his fingers trembled non-stop. Under the influence of the spirit thread, the ball of liquid began to rotate and deform. Small droplets of uniform size were continuously separated from it. Then, under his control, the droplets fused into the white gelatinous substance that was the animal skin. Lu Ming carefully continued to introduce the green liquid droplets, and he always paid attention to the changes in the white gel-like substance. Finally, after the 8th green liquid droplet merged, the gel-like substance finally had a slight change. Its color suddenly turned into a faint silver. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, then he waved one hand and launched a symbol at a light beam on the other side. A raging fire emerged, turning a milky white spirit grass into a milky white mist. Lu Ming made a gesture with his hand, and the milky white mist quickly penetrated into the pale silver gel-like substance in the center. Just like this, Lu Ming continuously used the materials in the surrounding pillars of light. After a series of special processing, each and every one of them was carefully integrated into the gelatinous substance that was the fragrant deer's skin. At the same time, under the control of his consciousness and the formation, the gelatinous substance began to slowly change shape. Gradually, it became an oval shape with a hollow in the middle. Looking at its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the sword pouch hanging on Sha Tongtian's waist. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel refreshed. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeves, then he bit the tip of his tongue a little bit. A mouthful of blood essence was sprayed out, and it condensed into an egg-sized blood ball in front of him. Under the control of his gesture, the blood ball condensed into a small bloody mysterious rune, and it was integrated into the sword pouch one by one in a certain order. After doing this, Lu Ming turned his hand and took out a small jade bottle. He poured some white powder from it and pointed with one hand. The white powder immediately flew up and evenly spread on the surface of the sword pouch. Then, there was another bottle of black liquid. Lu Ming followed the refining method recorded on the jade slips and added the materials into the sword pouch prototype. The translucent flame that wrapped the sword pouch also turned into a finger-thick translucent fire snake under the control of Lu Ming, rolling up and down around the sword pouch. In this way, the surface of the sword pouch began to expand and shrink constantly. At the same time, the surface began to vaguely appear with silver threads. In this way, after another 2 days, the nether sword pouch was basically formed. When Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a dull pain in his head. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. With such a long time of sacrificial refining, even with his powerful mental power and the help of mind imitation insect, he still felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, the most important sword pouch had been condensed, so the next step was relatively easy to do. However, it was also the most complicated and lengthy step in all the processes. Lu Ming took a few elixirs. After a short rest, he began to make gestures with both hands. After the faint silver fire pillar flashed a few times, it disappeared into thin air. Only the faint silver light pillar in the middle of the array still exuded a bright light. Then, he took a deep breath. His fingers kept flicking, shooting out tiny and crooked tadpole-shaped runes. He began to imprint runes on the sword pouch. Time passed by little by little. Half a year later, the door of the secret room slowly opened, and a young man with a slightly haggard face walked out of it. Lu Ming patted the sword pouch on his waist with one hand, and a faint silver glow suddenly rolled up on the surface of the sword pouch, absorbing all these spiritual herbs. Immediately afterward, he formed a sword seal and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. A golden light flashed out and turned into a 2 feet and 8 inches long void flying sword. Then, it turned into a golden light again and flew back into the sword pouch. "Seal!" he exclaimed in a low voice. His 2 hands moved like wheels, forming a series of seals that landed on the sword pouch. He applied a seal on the sword pouch, and the void sword was slowly nourished in it. When fighting against the enemy, the moment the void sword left the pouch, its power would naturally increase a lot with the help of the sword pouch. "Hide!" Lu Ming groaned again. The surface of the faint silver sword pouch flashed, then it became looming and disappeared at his waist. This was another special feature of the void sword pouch. It could hide at will with the help of the space attribute. In this case, before Lu Ming faced a strong enemy, his trump card would not be known by the enemy in advance. The difference was naturally self-evident. After doing all this, Lu Ming finally couldn't hold it anymore. He immediately walked into the bedroom and fell asleep. 3 days later, Lu Ming woke up again in high spirits. This half a year of continuous physical and mental exhaustion was finally swept away. Lu Ming first went to the stone room where Scorpion and Fei were. After communicating with them slightly, he learned that these two spiritual pets had grown a lot in the past 6 months by taking spiritual herbs. Their aura was much stronger than before. They would probably reach the peak of the crystallization period soon. Under the opportunity of the Scorpion and Fei, they now more or less had the bloodline of Sky Beastkin and Ancient Troll. In terms of cultivation speed alone, they seemed to be faintly above Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed about this. After all, once the Scorpion and Fei really reached the pseudo-Dan stage, their assistance in battle would naturally greatly increase. Next, he walked to the main hall of the cave residence and casually removed the array formation. In the instant that the restriction disappeared, 17 or 18 balls of light of different colors flew into the cave abode before reaching him in a flash. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but when he took a closer look, he smiled helplessly. These were all sound-transmitting talismans sent by the sect during this period of time. Speaking of which, ever since Lu Ming returned from the Tianmen secret land, he had completely become an influential figure among the inner core disciples of the Taiqing Gate. The number of people who came to visit and befriend him was no less than 10 times more than before. This was also the reason why he had to activate the cave abode's restrictions before he went into seclusion. He shook his head and waved a sleeve through the air, upon which all of the voice transmission talismans landed in his hand. The next moment, Lu Ming stood in the same place and calmly checked these voice transmission talismans one by one. As expected, most of these voice transmission talismans were left by the inner disciple who came to visit. Most of the letters were polite, and they all revealed the intention of making friends. There were even some letters inviting him to train together. Seeing these contents, Lu Ming naturally rolled his eyes secretly. He wouldn't be interested in paying more attention to them. However, these voice transmissions didn't include Callan, which made Lu Ming have an indescribable weird feeling. Lu Ming shook his head. After dispelling these thoughts, he thought about the mysterious space again. Now that he thought about it, it had been almost 32 years since the last time the mysterious little bubble appeared. Now that his cultivation had reached the crystallization period later stage, it was obviously impossible to improve in a short time. However, there was another thing that could be solved at this time. Previously, the sect rewarded him with 3 million contribution points for his contribution in the Tianmen Association. He also got a lot of rare medicinal materials and elixirs from the Tianmen Secret Realm and the Golden Jade sect. If he handed them over to the sect, he should be able to exchange them for a lot of contribution points. Plus some of his original contribution points, it shouldn't be difficult to gather 4 million contribution points. Therefore, he spent a few days sorting out the Sumer ring again. He separated some medicinal materials and elixirs that he didn't think he could use, but they were still precious. He also went to the Precious Hall and finally gathered 4 million contribution points. Afterward, he went to the Law Enforcement Hall of the sect and finally paid off all the contribution points he owed for practicing the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and Tai Gang Sword tactics. He finally settled his worry. In the following time, Lu Ming spent more than 10 days going to the market outside the sect several times. According to the formula of the Vajra bone tempering pill that he got from Feng Qingma, he gathered about 10 sets of refining materials. He was ready to study this elixir formula while he was in the mysterious space. Speaking of which, except for the rarity of the main material, Luwu tortoiseshell, the other auxiliary materials of the Vajra bone tempering pill weren't difficult to find. Coincidentally, this Luwu tortoiseshell happened to be a small piece in Feng Qingma's storage bracelet. After getting the formula, this person didn't have time to find someone to refine it. After all, such a small piece was enough to refine 10 times at most. It was likely that there wouldn't be a finished product in the end. But for Lu Ming, who was about to enter the mysterious space, it was enough. After doing all this, he opened all the enchantments of the cave house, summoned Fei and Scorpion to his side, then he began to cultivate behind closed doors, quietly waiting for the mysterious bubble to appear again. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the secret room with his eyes closed. Fei and Scorpion were on his left and right respectively, also sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and released his divine sense to look inside. He was surprised to find that in his spiritual sea, after a slight tumble, a small transparent bubble slowly emerged. "It's finally here," Lu Ming sighed in his heart and muttered to himself. Fei and Scorpion, who were also sitting cross-legged on the side, saw this and quickly stood up. They each pulled on one of Lu Ming's sleeves. Poof, a soft sound. The transparent bubble in the spiritual sea trembled slightly and suddenly emitted a strong suction force. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he quickly urged the 153 crystals floating in the spiritual sea to release their fa for the transparent bubble to absorb. However, the next moment, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. This time, the transparent bubble seemed to have undergone some changes. Like a bottomless black hole, the absorption of fa was unusually fierce, far more than the previous few times. Naturally, Lu Ming was greatly shocked, but at this moment, he couldn't care too much. He could only urge the fa in his body to provide for the small bubble's absorption. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that his fa was far purer than other cultivators of the same level, so he could get through this hurdle. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming's fa was less than half, but the speed of the transparent bubble's absorption did not slow down at all. Lu Ming's face began to turn pale. Fei and Scorpion, who were standing on both sides, apparently also noticed that Lu Ming's current situation seemed to be a little strange. They looked at each other and showed a trace of worry, but they didn't dare to do anything rashly. They could only wait anxiously. As time passed little by little, the fa in Lu Ming's body gradually bottomed out, and his face became more and more ugly. Unfortunately, although he knew that it was not good, he had no way to stop it. He thought that after advancing to the crystallization period later stage, his fa was enough for the transparent bubble to absorb, but now it seemed that he was still too optimistic. During this period, Fei on the side wanted to speak several times, but he was stopped by Scorpion on the other side every time. For Scorpion, although he was also anxious, he still believed that his master could survive this difficulty. On the contrary, if other accidents happened because of their interference, it would be even more unforgivable. After another 15 minutes, Lu Ming only felt that his spiritual sea sank, and the last trace of fa was also swallowed. He felt a chill in his heart, and a scene of him being sucked dry flashed across his mind in an instant. But just when his fa was sucked dry, the transparent bubbles devouring finally slowed down. The next moment, he only felt that his body was cold. He only felt that his blood was pulled by an invisible force, and it was quickly injected into the bubble. In addition, there was also a heat flow in his body that was constantly being swallowed by the transparent bubble. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. This feeling was not only familiar to him, but it was still fresh in his memory. It represented the rapid loss of his lifespan. A stream of blood and lifespan flowed into the bubble. If someone was here, they could see that although Lu Ming's face was as usual, his aura was getting weaker and weaker, and the black hair on his head gradually became gray. Not good, Master seems to be unable to hold it. Seeing this situation, Fei finally couldn't help but yell. Let's wait and see. Scorpion's face changed a few times, but he still insisted while clenching his teeth. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming felt a muffled poof in his body, and the speed of the loss of his lifespan slowed down greatly. This caused Lu Ming, who originally thought that he would not be able to escape, to be slightly startled at first, but then his eyes flashed with ecstasy. This continued for a full half an incense stick of time before the transparent bubbles devouring finally came to an abrupt stop. Lu Ming's heart, which had been in his throat, finally returned to his stomach. This time, although he lost a lot of blood, at least he didn't die from being sucked dry. Just as his mind relaxed, his vision suddenly turned black, and he unexpectedly fell into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming slowly woke up, and in front of him was a world of gray. It turned out that when he was unconscious, he had already unknowingly entered a mysterious space. Master, you're awake. Fei and Scorpion's voices sounded in his ears almost at the same time. He turned over and sat up, still feeling dizzy. Using his divine sense to look inside his body, a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. In just a short period of time, more than half of his blood essence had been absorbed, and his lifespan had been reduced by no less than 100 years. Master, your hair. The black-veiled girl squatted in front of Lu Ming. Seeing that he had woken up, she was happy, but after looking at Lu Ming's hair, she cautiously said, "Master, your hair." On the other side, Fei also had a face full of worry. As Lu Ming heard the words, he waved his hand in the air in front of him, and a crystal-clear water mirror appeared, reflecting his appearance clearly. Although his face didn't change much, his hair had become half gray and half white. It was no longer as black and glossy as before. "It doesn't matter, there is no danger here. You two go cultivate first, I will adjust my breath for a while." Lu Ming's face sank slightly, but he immediately returned to normal and said to the two spiritual pets, "Yes, Master." Fei and Scorpion saw that Lu Ming was really fine, and they were relieved. After bowing respectfully, they found a corner and began to cultivate their own magical powers. After Lu Ming took out a golden yuan pill and consumed it, his exhausted spiritual seed gradually recovered some spiritual power. At the same time, he felt quite lucky in his heart. He had a feeling of surviving a disaster. If the mysterious bubble absorbed for a while longer, even if he didn't die, the vitality in his body would be greatly damaged. Lu Ming immediately channeled his technique to guide the spiritual power into his limbs. His gray hair gradually returned to black color, and the dizziness in his head gradually disappeared. After half an hour, he suddenly stopped meditating and stood up. At this moment, his appearance almost returned to its original state, but his mood became extremely heavy. When he was meditating just now, he quietly checked the situation in his body. He suddenly found that the loss of lifespan this time was far beyond his previous expectation. He had lost at least 50 to 60 years. According to his original estimation, with his crystallization period later stage cultivation, it should be more than enough to deal with the spiritual power absorption this time. Now that something happened that greatly reduced his lifespan, it was obvious that this mysterious cage had undergone some unknown mutation. "Senior Luo Hu, please come out. I have something to ask you." After Lu Ming thought a few times, he cupped his fist and said loudly toward the gray void. "Don't be so loud, I heard it." A figure blurred, and Luo Hu suddenly appeared in front of him and said blankly, "Senior Luo." Lu Ming took a deep breath and wanted to say something. "There's no need to say anything more. I've already seen what happened just now." Luo Hu waved his hand to stop Lu Ming from speaking. Lu Ming opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Since the other party said so, it seemed that he would definitely tell the whole story. Luo Hu was silent for a moment before he slowly said with a strange expression on his face, "I originally planned to tell you after a while, but now it seems that I have no choice but to tell you. I have to have a good talk with you. Senior, please enlighten me." Lu Ming frowned and cupped his hands again. He had a bad feeling about this. Actually, this matter is very simple. The cage's true artifact spirit is about to awaken, which is why the absorption of magic power has suddenly increased. However, your luck is quite good. The purity of your physical body and magic power is beyond imagination. Otherwise, you would have been sucked dry. Luo Hu's words shocked Lu Ming. "The real spiritual weapon of the cage? What do you mean? Senior, aren't you?" Lu Ming was shocked. "You've always believed that I am the cage's artifact spirit." Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming indifferently with a hint of mockery on his lips. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded obediently. "I've told you before that this cage space is a seal, and there are many demonic souls sealed inside. Strictly speaking, I'm also a sealed existence. However, I am different from ordinary devil souls. The cage's artifact spirit and I are of the same origin. I am a trace of independent spirituality from the soul of the cage's master. Although the cage's master fused his soul with the treasure and turned it into an artifact spirit, I was unable to be killed for some reason and could only be sealed in the cage. Because of this, I was finally able to break out of the seal and control a portion of the cage's power during the long period of slumber." Luo Hu finally slowly revealed his true origins. "So that's how it is. I finally understand some of my previous doubts. But according to what Senior said, what will happen when the real spirit of the cage wakes up?" After listening, Lu Ming seemed to be enlightened. "Once he completely wakes up, I'll be devoured and refined by him in order to repair itself. As for you, the temporary fake master of the cage, you'll naturally be mercilessly sucked dry. By the way, the space you're in right now was created by him." Luoho's words sent chills down Lu Ming's spine. Lu Ming's expression suddenly froze. After a long while, he said with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry. Senior Rahu, since you share the same roots as the artifact spirit, could you tell me the origins of the master of this cage and the artifact spirit? If I know their origins, I might be able to find a way to deal with them. My original body has existed for a very long time, but after being refined into an artifact spirit, most of my memories have been lost. I only have some vague impressions of the first master of the cage and myself, but I can't remember any specific details. I only vaguely remember that my original body was a colossal beast that could roam the realms, while the master of this cage possessed unfathomable powers and swept through several realms on his own." A reminiscent look appeared on Luoho's face, and he shook his head after a long while. Lu Ming was naturally at a loss for words upon hearing this vague answer. "I originally thought that even if the artifact spirit of this cage were to awaken, it would still take several thousand years or even tens of thousands of years. I didn't think that it would show signs of awakening now. In that case, the only way for you to survive is to become the true master of this cage and refine it before the artifact spirit awakens." Luoho looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Refine the artifact spirit, a bitter taste welled up in Lu Ming's mouth. Although Luoho's memories of the cage were already hazy, just from the various inconceivable mysteries of this mysterious space, the strength of this artifact spirit was unfathomably terrifying. "Of course it won't be possible for you to do it alone, but as long as you make up your mind, I will naturally help you." Luoho seemed to see through Lu Ming's thoughts with a glance, and said indifferently, "Senior Luoho, please explain." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he immediately stared at Luoho as he asked. "It's very simple. The first thing you need to do is to break through to the Jin Dan realm within 60 years. This is also the basic condition for you to become the true master of this cage. If you can't do this, you don't need to wait for the artifact spirit to awaken. The next time the cage absorbs the Fa it needs, your lifespan will be exhausted and you will die. As for the other preparations that you have to do after this, they are all built on the foundation of the Jin Dan realm. If you can't become the Jin Dan realm, it doesn't matter if I mention it." Luoho said with a hint of satisfaction when he heard the words. Become the Jin Dan realm within 60 years. Lu Ming took a deep breath, but he didn't show too much surprise. However, 60 years seemed to be a long time. It was easier said than done to advance to the Jin Dan realm in such a short period of time. Just the first level of the pseudo-pellet realm had stopped countless cultivators. And breaking the crystal to form the core was a crucial step in the long road of cultivation. It could be said that once the Jin Dan realm was successfully condensed, the cultivation would have a qualitative leap. In a sense, it was the real beginning of the road of a powerhouse. And to successfully condense the Jin Dan realm, even if it was the lowest grade Jin Dan realm with the help of foreign objects, it was even more difficult. Take the Yunchuan continent where Lu Ming used to be. Although there were not many cultivators of the crystallization period, it was by no means too few. At least every sect would have more or less cultivators, but there was not even a single cultivator of the Jin Dan realm. Even in the entire sea region, as far as he knew, there was only one Siren King, but even so, he was already dominating a region. Even the Taiqing sect, one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race, had countless crystallization period disciples in the sect, but the real pellet state cultivator was definitely rare. He could become a peak master, an elder, and his status was extremely distinguished and prominent. As for becoming a mysterious esoteric disciple in Taiqing Gate, one of the prerequisites was to condense the Jin Dan realm within a certain period of time. You don't have to be too depressed. In this 60 years, I will not hesitate to consume some of my accumulated vitality to help you break through to the Jin Dan realm as much as possible. Luoho glanced at Lu Ming and said slowly with a hint of encouragement. "Oh, if Senior Luoho does it personally, I have some confidence." Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the words, and he hurriedly bowed to Luoho. If he really relied on himself, he really didn't have much confidence to cultivate to the Jin Dan realm in 60 years. Although this Luoho claimed to be just a trace of spirituality, his previous performance had always been unfathomable. He must have a certain degree of confidence to say so. "You don't have to thank me at this moment. I'm not helping you for free. You have to swear by the 1,000 calamity heart curse mystic art." Once you successfully refine the spirit of the cage in the future and become the real owner of the cage, you must find a suitable body for me to leave the cage. Luohu said with a cold expression. Of course, as long as Senior can help me control the cage, I will naturally do all these conditions. I will never break my promise. Lu Ming just hesitated for a moment, then he agreed. Very well, in this case, you and I can get what we need. Luo, who seemed to be very satisfied with Lu Ming's answer, and his expression eased a little. In the following time, Lu Ming took the opportunity to ask some other questions related to the cage and the spirit, and Luo who answered as much as he could. This increased Lu Ming's understanding of the cage a lot. By the way, Senior Luo Hu, about the celestial tablet in my sea of consciousness, is it also a part of the cage? Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and asked. For some reason, he always felt that the celestial tablet was quite mysterious. It seemed that it was not only a magic tool that guided his consciousness into the mysterious space, but there should be some other mystery in it. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally asked directly. Luo Hu, who had been telling him everything he knew, was startled. After a while, he hesitated and replied, Well, I'll tell you everything today so that you don't have any doubts. The celestial tablet is actually another rare treasure that was accidentally obtained by a demon dweller before the cage. It has nothing to do with the cage. However, the demon dweller was a genius. He created a secret technique that forcibly merged the celestial tablet and the cage into one. After that, I also refined the celestial tablet a little, so that you can enter and exit this space at will with the power of this thing. Lu Ming nodded secretly when he heard this. The celestial tablet had such an origin. The demon dweller could merge the celestial tablet and the cage, two treasures that had nothing to do with each other. It seemed that he was definitely the top existence in the way of forging. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the first time he was possessed. The demon cultivator who had possessed him, in a short period of time, had not only transformed his golden moon sword and heavy water bead with his bare hands, but had also used some unknown method to integrate the scarlet dragon scale into his body. What was even more inconceivable was that even the great symbol sword embryo left behind by the 16 Grandmaster had merged with the sword embryo that he had just condensed. Could it be that these rumored demon dwellers were all good at forging? About this tablet, I actually can't fully grasp it. In addition to using the power of the cage to let you enter the illusion to practice, the true face of the celestial tablet is actually an unpredictable key. You should also remember the vision that this tablet once appeared last time, right? Luo Hu continued. When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately remembered the weird light door that the celestial tablet opened. At that time, I was actually trying to use this key, but unfortunately, I failed at that time. It seems that the time to use it is not ripe yet. In a short period of time, it is difficult to use this key to bring you any benefits. As for other things related to this tablet, it is not beneficial for you to know it now, so don't worry too much. Luo Hu stopped when he said this. It seemed that he didn't want to say any more about the celestial tablet. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. This junior finally dispels some doubts in my mind. Although Lu Ming was still greatly astonished by the words, key, after thinking about it, he tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Alright, let's not talk about anything else. Right now, the most important thing for you is to advance to the false core stage as soon as possible. Next, I will sleep for a long time to accumulate as much energy as possible so that when you advance to the Jin Dan realm, I can lend you a hand. Therefore, if you want to cultivate to the false core stage, you can only rely on yourself. Luo Hu looked deeply at Lu Ming as he spoke. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Lu Ming replied solemnly. Luo Hu nodded and took a few steps back. His body became blurry again and slowly disappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming looked at the empty space in front of him and let out a long sigh. Then, he sat down cross-legged and rubbed the space between his eyebrows with a vexed expression. Today, he learned so much important information at once. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. He needed to sort out his thoughts. Lu Ming pondered for more than half an hour. After a long time, he let out a bitter laugh and calmed himself down. He flipped his hand and took out a white jade slip. What was recorded in the jade slips was the refining method of the Vajra bone tempering pill. This time, he could stay in this mysterious space for more than 30 years. Naturally, he had already made all the plans for his cultivation and learning during this period. The first was to learn how to refine this Vajra bone-tempering pill. Compared with the Yun spirit pill and golden yuan pill that he used to refine, the difficulty was simply dwarfed. According to the records on the jade slips, the Vajra bone-tempering pill came from the Vajra sect in the ancient times. After taking it, it had the effect of enhancing the physical strength, especially the strengthening of the bones. It was somewhat similar to the dark bone technique that Lu Ming practiced. What was even rarer was that this pill had no limit on the number of times it could be taken. Although the effect would inevitably be reduced after taking it many times, according to the records on the jade slips, before the human body developed resistance, the Vajra bone-tempering pill could enhance the physical strength of the bones. For a cultivator with a tyrannical body like Lu Ming, the value of the Vajra bone-tempering pill was naturally self-evident. Of course, the complexity and difficulty of refining it was enough to make an alchemy master in the general sense sigh. More importantly, even if the alchemy master was qualified to refine this pill, the success rate was pitifully low. The difference between input and output was like heaven and earth. It couldn't attract the interest of those famous alchemy masters at all, making the Vajra bone-tempering pill almost impossible to see outside. Of course, this pill recipe had always been cherished by the Jade Bone Zen master, and almost no one had seen it. This was also one of the main reasons. No wonder cultivators like the Blood Emperor and Black Phoenix Fairy would not hesitate to kill Lu Ming for a Vajra bone-tempering pill. After Lu Ming remembered the refining process of the Vajra bone-tempering pill, he turned his hand and took out 10 storage talismans. After putting 9 storage talismans aside and crushing the one in his hand, a large amount of alchemy materials appeared. Then, Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and a green light shot out from it. In the green light, there was a small medicinal cauldron with green light. After spinning in the air, the medicinal cauldron grew to 30 meters high. It was covered with mysterious spirit patterns, and it landed steadily. It was Lucian Cauldron. Swoosh, almost at the moment when Lucian Cauldron landed, a symbol landed accurately in Lucian Cauldron. With a hula sound, a crimson flame burst out from under the cauldron and burned fiercely. Not long after, the green cauldron sparkled and sparkled in the flames, emitting a scorching aura. Waves of heat began to roll in all directions, causing the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly. After Lu Ming waited for the medicinal cauldron to heat up, he raised his hand and launched a symbol on Lucian Cauldron. With a poof, the cauldron cover flew up and floated above the medicinal cauldron. Seeing this, Lu Ming pointed at a jade box on the ground. The lid of the box silently opened, revealing a small green tortoise shell fragment with dense circles of tiny spirit inscriptions on its surface. Although this thing was not very eye-catching, it was a fragment of the tortoise shell of the Jin Dan realm beastkin, Lu Wu. After looking at this thing for a moment, he waved his hand in the air, and the green tortoise shell flew out and slowly entered the cauldron. Then he waved his hand again, and a small piece of seemingly inconspicuous yellow tree root also flew out from the ground. With a flick of his finger, a golden sword light flashed past, cutting the tree root into several small pieces, and they fell into Lucian Cauldron. As Lu Ming's hands continued to move, all kinds of alchemy materials were cleaned and thrown into the medicinal cauldron. It was orderly without any sense of chaos. In this way, according to the Jade Slips recipe, more than 20 kinds of materials had been put into the cauldron. Lu Ming stretched out a white finger toward the floating cauldron cover and tapped lightly. The cauldron cover fell, tightly covering Lucian Cauldron without the slightest gap. The next moment, under Lu Ming's control, the crimson flame under the cauldron suddenly became thicker, splitting into 6 arm-thick flames, and the surrounding temperature immediately rose a lot. Lu Ming stared at the body of the cauldron. As time passed, the Lucian Cauldron emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, which made people feel refreshed. Based on his countless alchemy experiences, the many materials in the cauldron finally began to melt and fuse with each other. After a few more hours, the fragrance emitted by the Lucian Cauldron became thicker and thicker. There was a crackling sound like beans being fried inside, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. His 10 fingers flickered non-stop, and one technique after another shot out. Under the crisscrossing in the air, they all flashed and landed on the body of the cauldron. According to the pill recipe, the slightest error in the landing speed and landing position of each technique could affect the final success rate and quality of the pill. There couldn't be any mistakes. At this moment, the crimson flame under his control became more and more dazzling. It had already enveloped most of the Lucian cauldron. From afar, the body of the cauldron had become a huge fireball. On the cauldron, a layer of colorful inscription began to appear. In the cauldron, the sound also turned into a low thunderous sound, fluctuating high and low, which seemed quite strange. Lu Ming's face was wooden, but his eyes faintly revealed a green light. Poof! A muffled explosion suddenly came from the cauldron. The sound was not loud, but it made Lu Ming's face darken. He immediately shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He stopped the flame under the cauldron and waved with one hand. The hot cauldron cover flew up automatically, and a cloud of smoke rose into the sky. After it dissipated, there were some grayish-white block crystal particles left in the cauldron. Lu Ming's face had already returned to normal. The difficulty of refining the Vajra bone-tempering pill was far above the Yun spirit pill, so he naturally didn't expect to be able to refine it so easily. After he cleaned up the waste pills in the Lucian cauldron, he sat cross-legged for a while. After adjusting his mind, he grabbed with one hand, and one of the remaining 9 storage talismans automatically jumped into his palm. After crushing it, a large number of alchemy materials were once again scattered in front of Lu Ming. The second alchemy began. Failure, failure, still failure. Although he was prepared in his heart, the difficulty of refining the Vajra bone-tempering pill was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Fortunately, this was in a mysterious space, which allowed him to refine almost continuously. After a full 3 years, Lu Ming finally refined the first Vajra bone-tempering pill after experiencing hundreds of failures. The surface of the pill showed a metallic black luster, and at the same time, pieces of golden spots the size of rice grains appeared. They seemed to be irregular, flashing a faint light. Although this elixir was only the size of a thumb, it was quite heavy in the hand. Moreover, this elixir was fragrant during the refining process, but after the elixir was formed, there was no elixir fragrance at all. Those who didn't know would think that it was a counterfeit elixir used by some Jianghu necromancer. Lu Ming looked at it quietly for a while, and his face finally showed a knowing smile. This elixir didn't look good, but people with sensitive divine sense could still feel the abundant medicinal power in it. This was a genuine Vajra bone-tempering elixir, it was just that the purity was not high. It barely reached about 50%. It was just an ordinary elixir. After thinking about it in his mind, he put away the elixir, and then he picked up another storage talisman like what he did. In the following time, he concentrated on refining elixir. Time flew by, and the years flowed like water. After another year, after refining day and night, the success rate of the Vajra bone-tempering elixir finally reached 10%. 10 years later, the success rate had increased to about 30%. In the 12th year, Lu Ming finally increased the success rate of refining the Vajra bone-tempering elixir to 50% after countless refinements, and in this year, he accidentally refined a standard-grade elixir with one elixir pattern. In the 13th year, the success rate of the Vajra bone-tempering elixir reached about 60%, but the probability of refining a standard-grade elixir was still very low. As for the earth-grade Vajra bone-tempering elixir, it never appeared once. In the 15th year, Lu Ming barely increased the success rate of the Vajra bone-tempering elixir to 70%. At this moment, he could faintly feel that the alchemy technique of the Vajra bone-tempering elixir had reached a bottleneck. He was afraid that it was impossible to improve in a short period of time. If he continued to spend time refining, it would be a bit of a waste of effort. Refining a standard-grade elixir not only depended on the alchemy technique, but also the materials of alchemy were also very important. The small piece of shell of Luwu tortoise that he obtained from Feng Qingma, the young master of the Golden Jade sect, should only be from a Luwu tortoise that had just reached the early stage of Jin Dan. And its quality was not very good. In addition, the auxiliary materials were purchased in a hurry in the marketplace. He was already quite satisfied with such a success rate and refining standard-grade pills. On this day, after Lu Ming refined another Vajra bone-tempering pill, he took a look at the pill and put it away. Then, he cast a spell. The Lucian cauldron in front of him immediately flew up, spun in the air, and flew into his sleeve. Lu Ming stood up and stretched his body. He glanced at the corner of the space. Not far away, Fire and Scorpion were still sparing no effort in cultivating their respective abilities. At this moment, Fire was transforming into 9 identical boys, flickering in the air. Their movements were so agile that it was dazzling. As if noticing Lu Ming's gaze, the 9 boys suddenly condensed into a formation in front of him. They charged at the air wall in front of them and opened their mouths at the same time. 9 gray fireballs were spurted out and merged together in midair, turning into a thick fire pillar that slammed fiercely on the air wall. Boom! Under the burst of gray light, the surface of the originally solid air wall showed a melting state under the corrosion of the filthy flame. Moreover, the surface of the air wall was still burning fiercely, and it seemed that it could not be extinguished for a while. Not bad. Seeing this situation, a hint of appreciation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He praised, then he moved his gaze to another place. The black-veiled girl, Scorpion, seemed to also notice Lu Ming's appreciation for Fei. She snorted arrogantly and made a gesture. As the black veil fluttered around her body, countless yellow spots were emitted from her body. The yellow spots gathered on the top of her head, and they slowly condensed into solid stones. The stones gathered again, gradually forming a small mountain of more than 100 meters high. Scorpion twisted her body and gently pointed at the air wall in front of her. The small yellow mountain above her head disappeared in a flash. An earth-shattering loud noise, the small mountain of more than 100 meters high directly fell from the sky like Mount Tai, slamming into the nearby air wall. The air wall immediately flashed wildly, and cracks appeared out of thin air on the surface. It almost shattered on the spot. Good. It seems that you two have not slacked off in the past 10 years. You have both made progress. Lu Ming nodded to the two and said. After encouraging them with kind words, he let them continue to practice. He walked to the celestial tablet not far away. Lu Ming looked at this half-black and half-white stone tablet. He always faintly felt that this thing was very similar to the steel of luck he saw at the Tianmen meeting before. He shook his head gently. After dispelling these thoughts, he raised his arm, pressed his palm on the stone tablet, and channeled his mental power into it. The demonic pupil of illusions on the stone tablet opened. The next moment, he only felt that his vision was blurred. When he saw the scenery in front of him again, he had already entered an illusion shrouded by a dim yellow sky. As far as the eye could see, the ground was a barren desert. Countless stone pillars of all shapes and sizes were as wide as a person. They were all inserted into the sea of sand in a disorderly manner. At first glance, it seemed to be boundless. Above the desert, the wind that swept through the stone forest from time to time made a ghost-like shrill sound. People were a little unstable in the stone forest. This was a special environment that he simulated to practice the 3 shadowy mirages technique. Speaking of which, it had been decades since he started cultivating this phantom body technique, but he had yet to reach the great perfection realm. Over the years, he had also spent a lot of energy on this technique. The reason why he had not achieved great success was that when the 3 shadowy mirages technique was practiced to the second phantasm, he would encounter a bottleneck. There seemed to be only one difference between the 3 phantasms and the 2 phantasms at perfection, but the difference was huge. The jade talisman that Lu Ming got at the beginning clearly stated that when the 3 shadowy mirages technique was practiced to perfection, it could be divided into 3 phantasms, and the phantasms would also have an effect at this time, which was to begin to materialize. This effect was somewhat similar to the cloning technique of the demon flying skull, but the process of materializing the phantasms could not be maintained for too long, and it also required the miraculous and exquisite control of the original body. The predecessor who created this technique did not want the phantasms to have too high attack power, but to make them more realistic in order to achieve a higher confusion effect. Therefore, the materialization mentioned in the jade talisman was more to make the phantasms have a certain spiritual power fluctuation, so as to achieve the effect of passing off the fake as the real one. Lu Ming admired the predecessor who created this technique. Over the years, the 3 shadowy mirages technique had given him a lot of help in battle. However, when he faced a cultivator of a higher realm, his real body was often easily seen by others, and it was inevitable that his hands and feet were tied. The perfection of the 3 shadowy mirages technique was extremely difficult to break through, and it required a lot of time to practice. This was also the main reason why this technique was shelved in the sect, and no one had been interested in it. This time, Lu Ming could stay in this mysterious space for another 16 or 17 years, excluding the time spent on refining medicinal pills. There was still plenty of time, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly practice this movement technique to perfection. Lu Ming stood upright in the stone forest, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his body moved, and his whole person had turned into a faint black shadow, shuttling through the stone forest at an extremely fast speed. The fierce wind was like the waves of the sea, wantonly sweeping past the two sides of the shadow. The surrounding stone forest was also extremely dense, and he needed to change direction from time to time. If he was slightly careless, he would hit the stone pillars. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming's speed was getting faster and faster, and gradually, he became a black line. Suddenly, the shadow blurred, and there were suddenly two more blurred phantasms beside him. The three black shadows were extremely fast. In addition, they had to move left and right to avoid the stone pillars from time to time. Wherever they passed, they left behind three long, winding black shadows. They were like three agile loaches that plunged into the depths of the endless stone forest. The deeper he went, the stronger the roaring wind became. It rolled up the yellow sand on the ground, and slapped into the stone forest, making a loud crackling sound. 2 hours. 4 hours. 10 hours later, Lu Ming's body was already drenched in sweat, and his physical strength was beginning to be slightly overdrawn. The power of the wind and sand in the stone forest was extremely strong. Maintaining a high speed for a long time against the wind naturally consumed a lot of his physical strength and spiritual power. Also, under the condition that he did not reduce his speed, controlling the direction of his body and the two phantasms at the same time was a very heavy burden on his mental strength. Although he was quite tired, Lu Ming did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, he increased his speed. He needed to adapt to the limit of two phantasms. Only then would he have the opportunity to form a third phantom. Only when a person is faced with a limit will they explode with their body's potential. This was also the most common method of breaking through bottlenecks. 3 months had passed. This method was indeed very effective. Although it seemed like he was still a long way from forming a third phantom, his movement technique was becoming more agile and strange. It should be said that he had completely adapted to this harsh environment. Moreover, as he sped, he learned to adjust the angle of his body to reduce the fierce wind that was blowing against his face. There was almost no resistance as he moved forward against the wind. A year later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to this kind of environment and gradually blended in with it. The effect of the wind and sand on his body and the two phantasms became smaller and smaller. It could even be ignored. He controlled his body and the phantasms to move around in the stone forest, and it became more and more easy. Unfortunately, he still could not break through the bottleneck. Although he continuously tried to form a third phantom, there were many times when the third phantom just appeared and disappeared in a flash. As a last resort, Lu Ming could only increase the difficulty of his cultivation. He doubled the density of the stone forest, and at the same time, turned the sandstorm here into a snowstorm. The snowstorm was bone-piercing cold. It naturally had a much greater effect on the body than the sandstorm. It was also a better way to hone the cultivation of his movement technique. Another 2 years passed just like that. Through daily training, Lu Ming once again adapted to the environment, and at this time, he was obviously more proficient in controlling the phantasm than before. The materialization of the phantasm and the spiritual power fluctuations it emitted were getting closer to the real body. However, the condensation of the fourth shadow was still not completely successful. Therefore, he increased the difficulty again without hesitation. Time passed little by little. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's original body was shrouded in black gas. His whole person was like a black ghost, shuttling nimbly in the stone forest without the slightest sound. Beside him were still two phantoms that looked exactly the same as him, but these two phantoms were clearly more complete than before. They had hands and feet, and even the facial features of their heads could be seen clearly. In the midst of galloping, under the rolling black gas, there was almost no difference from the original body. Now, the moment he was in danger, he would subconsciously integrate into the surrounding environment. When he was running, his body would also adjust to the best angle according to the surrounding environment like a conditioned reflex. Moreover, he didn't seem to need to deliberately control the two shadows beside him. It was as if they were a part of his body. As long as his mind moved, the shadows would move. Unknowingly, his spirit seemed to have entered a wonderful state, and everything around him seemed to have become a little ethereal. And deep in his body, a feeling of agitation emerged. Almost subconsciously, Lu Ming urged the spiritual power in his body. The black gas on the surface of his body suddenly flourished, and behind him, a third shadow appeared in a flash. The moment the third pitch-black shadow appeared behind him, it ran along with the original three figures. Whether it was in terms of speed or appearance, there was no difference at all. This process was so natural, as if he didn't condense the third shadow at all, but the third shadow itself should be a part of his body. It was just that after being separated for many years, it was now back. This was the feeling, and now, each of these three shadows began to emit a faint fluctuation of spiritual power, and it seemed that they had a little more spirituality. The great art of three shadowy shadows finally completed the last step of cultivation. In the next moment, Lu Ming abruptly broke free from the ethereal state, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Then, with a thought, he turned into a black shadow and shot out. The three phantoms automatically followed him. Looking from afar, it was impossible to tell which of the four black figures was the real one, no matter from their appearance, movements, or the spiritual power fluctuations they emitted. Lu Ming was in a good mood. He flew faster and faster. The four black shadows separated and separated. Wherever they passed, countless afterimages appeared. Although there were only four black shadows, it looked as if there were thousands of shadows flying around. Suddenly, all of the figures converged and turned into a single person, standing quietly on top of a rock. It was Lu Ming. The smile on his face deepened, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He could feel that the three shadowy mirages' great art of perfection had become much more practical. The only drawback was that the consumption of spiritual power was also much faster than before. However, since this technique had been perfected, he immediately stopped the cultivation of this mystic art. After thinking about it, he decided to use the remaining time to continue actual combat training through the Celestial Tablet's elusive demonic pupil. The 30th year after Lu Ming entered the mysterious space, in the illusion. A black figure and a man covered in purple lightning were chasing each other in a barren mountain. It was Lu Ming and the southern wasteland celestial state beastkin cultivator, Thunder Beastkin, Lai Zhentian. Lu Ming had also simulated the battle with Thunder Beastkin in the illusion before, but he mainly practiced his escape technique at that time. This time, he planned to confront Thunder Beastkin, the celestial state powerhouse. He didn't expect to defeat the celestial state cultivator, but he just wanted to practice his ability to adapt to the celestial state cultivator. A pale golden sword light under Lu Ming's feet lifted his body. He moved between several mountains, leaving a series of afterimages. His figure was extremely agile. Behind him, the purple lightning around Thunder Beastkin turned into a thick lightning that could tear everything apart. The purple lightning flashed and blasted at Lu Ming in front. Boom, an earth-shattering noise. A small mountain in front of him turned into a pile of gravel the moment the purple lightning reached. Lu Ming in front of him somehow twisted his body and dodged it easily. He wasn't injured at all, and his speed seemed to have increased by 1 point inadvertently. Thunder Beastkin roared. In the lightning, he waved his arms, and two thick purple spears rushed out, tearing the air and hitting Lu Ming in front of him. This time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. At the same time as the opponent launched the attack, he turned around like lightning. After a muffled groan, he punched out violently. The spiritual power in his body surged, and black mist rolled out from his body surface. With a few muffled sounds, the black mist quickly condensed into 5 huge black dragons and 5 swift black tigers phantasms. The 5 dragons and 5 tigers stood up in a circle behind him. As they roared, they spouted billowing black flames from their mouths at the 2 purple lightning spears. However, the 2 purple lightning spears lit up and shot out over a dozen arm-thick bolts of lightning, easily sweeping away the surging black flames. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his hand signs quickly changed. The 5 dragons and 5 tigers followed his movements and rushed out. After a violent shake, they all left their bodies and fused together in the air. They transformed into a giant black beast with 2 horns on its head and 4 claws on its feet. This beast was more than 100 meters in size. Its body was like a tiger but not a tiger, like a dragon but not a dragon. Its body was covered with black scales. There were bursts of black light when the scales opened and closed. It looked lifelike, like a living creature. At the same time, a powerful breath exuded from its body. Go! Lu Ming frowned and waved his arm suddenly. The black giant beast immediately opened its mouth and moved its 4 feet. Its huge body instantly became blurred, then it turned into a black gale and pounced at the purple lightning spears. Seeing this situation, Thunder Beastkin sneered. He didn't see how he moved, but the 2 purple spears intersected and burst out a strong electric light. The purple light soared into the sky, making people unable to look directly at it. Boom, there was an earth-shattering noise. The purple lightning and the black giant beast collided with each other. The purple light and black light intertwined, seeming to be in a stalemate. But at the next moment, the black giant beast let out a whine, and its body collapsed. Although the purple spears dispersed the black giant beast, their momentum also paused involuntarily. Lu Ming's face turned pale, but after taking a deep breath, he launched a symbol on the golden flying sword under him. The golden light around him thickened, and instantly condensed into a giant sword phantom that was over 100 feet in size. Swoosh, the golden lightning wrapped his body, and his escape speed accelerated instantly. He finally escaped the 2 lightning spears by a hair's breadth. It was really dangerous. Rumble, there was an earth-shattering noise. Under the impact of the 2 purple lightning spears, a mountain in front of Lu Ming suddenly burst into 2 dazzling purple lightning balls. After the lightning disappeared, 2 dark pits, more than 200 feet deep, could be seen on the mountain. Dense cobweb-like cracks spread out from the deep pits, and countless large and small stones tumbled down from them. Seeing this, Thunder Beastkin let out an angry roar. Lu Ming looked back at Thunder Beastkin's figure deeply. The black brilliance on his body flowed faintly. After a while, his expression returned to normal. He made a sword gesture, and the golden sword light turned and flew away in a zigzag shape, bypassing the crumbling mountain in front and continuing to fly away. After countless challenges, he was already familiar with the various spells and casting habits of Thunder Beastkin. Although he still couldn't resist this celestial state Beastkin cultivator head-on, he still had a lot of energy to dodge the attacks. A sharp light flashed in Thunder Beastkin's eyes. Through the layers of lightning, he could clearly feel the strong murderous aura exuding from his body. He raised one hand and drew in the air in front of him. A purple lightning arc as thick as a bucket burst out and turned into a dozen snake-shaped lightning bolts, tearing the air and sweeping forward in a fan shape. Every snake-shaped lightning bolt was as thick as an arm, and there were many short forked lightning bolts on top of them. The lightning bolts tore through the air, covering a wide area. Everything in their path was reduced to nothingness. The lightning speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters behind Lu Ming. It was about to strike him. Lu Ming just took a breath and glanced at it. He immediately recognized that this was a high-level lightning spell. It could be launched instantly by a celestial state cultivator. In the face of such a large-scale attack, it was impossible for him to evade. His expression darkened, and he waved a hand seal through the air. The golden sword chi around him disappeared in a flash, and an indistinct golden flying sword quickly disappeared into his sleeve. At the same time, the black light on his body shone brightly. He paused in midair and began to spin rapidly. He suddenly turned into a rolling black cloud. In the black cloud, a green light emerged, and a green bull phantasm appeared vaguely, letting out a deep hum. The next moment, the purple lightning surged and shrouded the surrounding 1,000 meters. The glaring purple light was extremely bright, illuminating the gloomy sky. However, it quickly dissipated. A deep pit appeared on the ground. It was more than 3 feet deep. It was scorched black, and black smoke was billowing out. At this moment, a dark figure flew out of the black gas. It was Lu Ming. However, at this moment, his face was gray and black. Many of the black hair on his head stood upright. His clothes were also scorched, and some places were even emitting black smoke. The power of a high-level spell cast by a celestial state cultivator is really outrageous. Lu Ming opened his mouth and spat a few times. The breath he exhaled from his mouth seemed to carry traces of black smoke. On Lu Ming's shoulder, a green light covered a lifelike green bull phantasm. It roared at the sky and flashed into his body. It was at the critical moment that he channeled Che Huan Totem's heaven-swallowing technique, and swallowed most of the lightning power that was about to fall on his body. Although Lu Ming's face was covered in dirt, his injuries were not serious. Moreover, the black gas on his body continued to rush into the distance. Roar. Shortly after Lu Ming got up, Thunder Beastkin rushed over with a roar. He looked at Lu Ming's back with a ferocious look in his eyes, and he launched a palm strike. Swoosh. As the purple light flashed, a giant palm with the size of 70 to 80 meters condensed above Lu Ming's head. The surface of the palm was surrounded by lightning snakes, pressing down like a mountain. The momentum was extremely shocking. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the black gas on his body surface surged. After a muffled sound, the black gas dissipated. Separate! He shouted in a low voice, and 4 pitch-black figures that looked exactly the same shot out from where they were and flew in all directions. Although there were only 4 silhouettes, regardless of whether it was the spiritual energy fluctuations they emitted or their movements, they were all the same. Furthermore, their speed was extremely fast, leaving behind a long trail of afterimages wherever they passed. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. Although the giant palm's grabbing range was large, it couldn't envelop all 4 shadows at once. Thunder Beastkin's eyes suddenly showed a trace of anxiety. The cloning ability of this damn human in front of me is flexible and lifelike. Even I can't tell which one is the real body. The purple lightning giant palm tilted slightly to the southeast, then it grabbed the 2 black phantasms with lightning speed. With a flash of purple light, the 2 black phantasms turned into a black gas and dissipated. Lucky. The other 2 black shadows merged into one again in midair. The black light on its surface faded away, revealing Lu Ming's figure. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he did not hesitate to make a gesture with one hand, and a golden light once again supported his body. He was about to perform the sword kinesis flight technique again. Boom! Before Lu Ming could get far, another gigantic palm, about an acre in size, chased after him. With a hissing sound, it slammed down. The airflow that was stirred up around the huge palm caused the stone forest below to collapse. As sand and rocks flew, even the mountain peaks that stood on the ground began to tremble. Lu Ming didn't look back. He shook his hand and a white starlight suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword's shadow under his feet. It condensed and turned into crystal threads that danced wildly. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned into a golden sword light and shot out, barely escaping the moment the giant hand slapped down. An earth-shattering sound rang out. There was a palm print about an acre in size on the ground of the stone forest. With the airflow pushing behind, Lu Ming's escape light was a little faster. He flew out 100 meters away in a blink of an eye. Thunder Beastkin shouted angrily and chased after him. Not long after the chase, Lu Ming was once again forced into the depths of a huge mountain range by Thunder Beastkin. The peaks of the mountain range here towered into the clouds, almost blocking half of the sky. As the escape light faded, Lu Ming appeared. He looked around, and there was no way to escape unless he used the Earthmeld talisman to escape underground. However, the supernatural power of celestial state was invisible and intangible. He would only die if he entered the ground. Just as he was thinking for a moment, the rumbling sound behind him was getting closer. Thunder Beastkin's figure was approaching, and he shouted coldly from a distance. A cluster of purple lightning appeared on his body, and the crackling thunder sounded loudly at the same time. The purple lightning condensed together in an instant and turned into a giant purple fist of 1,000 meters in size, striking at Lu Ming from a distance. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He spun in the air and channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison to the extreme. The black gas on his body surface condensed into a seemingly substantial black vortex, completely submerging his body in it. As the black vortex spun rapidly, it continued to grow in size. Roars of dragons and tigers came from the center, and in an instant, it had already grown to a size of 1,000 feet. It was like a gigantic tornado pillar, and the strong wind that spread out in all directions caused the nearby mountain walls to let out rustling sounds. Go! There was a loud shout from the vortex. A huge fist surrounded by black gas broke through the air and went straight at the purple giant fist. However, even if Lu Ming had condensed all his spiritual power, the size of the black fist shadow was still dwarfed by the purple giant fist condensed by Thunder Beast Qin. After an earth-shattering noise, the two fists collided in the air. The black fist shadow suddenly scattered, and the black vortex disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming's figure also staggered out, spurting several mouthfuls of blood. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Thunder Beast Qin's eyes. He raised one hand, and the purple giant fist above Lu Ming's head turned into a giant purple hand that grabbed down. Lu Ming staggered and rolled in the air. When the giant palm was about to grab him, a strange expression flashed in his eyes. He rolled, and golden sword lights emerged and wrapped his body instantly. Swoosh! His entire body transformed into a streak of golden light, and he flew out of the crack in the giant purple hand in a flash. The golden waterfall flashed again and appeared in front of Thunder Beast Qin, circling around his body. Thunder Beast Qin was startled, but his reaction was also extremely fast. After shaking his arms, a layer of purple light curtain immediately appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him in it. With a series of clanking sounds, the golden waterfall hit the purple light curtain and splashed a little ripple. A trace of anger flashed in Thunder Beast Qin's eyes. Purple lightning flashed on his body, and a huge purple phantasm rose from his back. It had an ape face and a human body with 4 huge palms. Thunder Beast Qin released the phantasm, and the 4 huge arms grabbed at Lu Ming without saying a word. Lu Ming's face changed. The golden waterfall instantly rolled back and galloped away without hesitation. Thunder Beast Qin shouted angrily, and the phantasm flashed. The next moment, it blocked the golden waterfall, and its 4 arms struck down overwhelmingly. Lu Ming tried his best to barely avoid the 2 giant palms, but in the end, he was still caught by the 3rd hand. The golden sword light shattered with a muffled bang. His whole body was squeezed into a burst of blood rain. With a flash of light, Lu Ming's figure appeared in the mysterious space again. Although his aura was not reduced at all, his expression was obviously a little sluggish. He didn't know how many times he was killed by Thunder Beast Qin, but this time, he had obviously made a lot of progress. Now, under the oppression of the celestial state's aura, he was no longer affected at all, and he could persist for a longer time. At the same time, after his 3 shadowy mirages great technique was cultivated to the perfection stage, it had also reached the point where the fake was real. Even a celestial state cultivator like Thunder Beast Qin couldn't see through the transformation in a hurry. Of course, fake was fake after all. If a celestial state cultivator was a little serious, it would still be seen through. However, this moment of hesitation was enough in actual combat. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a golden yuan pill and swallowed it. He then sat cross-legged to meditate. He was going to enter the illusion again after recovering his spirit. Time passed year by year. On this day, Lu Ming was meditating in the mysterious space to recover spiritual power. Suddenly, the surrounding space fluctuated, and the scenery in front of him slowly became blurred. There was a buzzing sound in his ears. After his vision turned black, he was already sitting in the secret room of the cave house. Scorpion and Fire also appeared beside him, and they each held his sleeve with their hands. 32 years, after Lu Ming looked around, he sighed with emotion inexplicably. As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual sea suddenly shook, and a small transparent bubble appeared. Suddenly, an extremely pure spiritual power gushed out and surged toward the 153 spiritual power crystals floating above the spiritual sea. Lu Ming was shocked. He immediately closed his eyes to meditate, silently accepting the pure spiritual power fed back by the mysterious bubble. Scorpion and Fire were naturally familiar with this scene. They immediately separated and waited silently. After half an hour, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. In the spiritual sea, after the mysterious bubble flashed, it disappeared again without a trace. Lu Ming felt the spiritual power in his body. It was much purer than before, but his cultivation also fell from the crystallization period later stage to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. But this was nothing. His original realm was still there. After taking elixir for a period of time, he could quickly make up for his spiritual power. It wouldn't have much impact on advancing to the pseudo-pellet state. But his body was still extremely weak. Most of the qi and blood absorbed by the mysterious bubble could still be recovered by elixir, but his lifespan couldn't be recovered by ordinary methods unless he could find a few rare lifespan elixirs. Thinking of this, Luo Hu's words appeared in his mind again, making him feel bitter again. Advance to the Jin Dan state in 60 years. Now it seemed that he could only desperately cultivate now. But before that, he still planned to go to the scriptures pavilion of the sect to see if there were any other ways to deal with the loss of qi and lifespan. After Lu Ming fell into the trap, he didn't leave immediately. He first ordered the 2 spiritual pets to go to the next stone room to cultivate, then he continued to cultivate behind closed doors and took the Yun spirit pill to recover. Just like this, time passed day by day. After half a year, Lu Ming's cultivation finally recovered to the crystallization period later stage again, and his qi and blood were also replenished. On this day, after he felt that there was no problem with his body, he immediately got up and left the secret room. He went to the next stone room to check on the cultivation of Scorpion and Fei. The 2 spiritual pets were wrapped in a vortex-like yin qi. The yin qi was as black as ink and as heavy as mercury. A strong yin qi spread out, and the ground was already covered with a thick layer of frost. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't disturb them. He turned around and left the cave house, turning into a golden light and flying away. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the hall on the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion. It turns out to be Brother Lu. It's been a long time. Brother has come to the Sutra Pavilion to look at the ancient books again. The chubby deacon Lu saw Lu Ming enter the door and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Lu Ming nodded slightly. Since he came back from the Elysium meeting, every time he came to the Sutra Pavilion, the smile on Deacon Lu's face got bigger and bigger. He was also more enthusiastic to him. After Lu Ming casually responded with a few words, he walked to the second floor. Lu Ming went straight to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. He saw that the huge room seemed to be empty. There were a lot of wooden shelves scattered around. Compared to the lower floors, it was more messy. It was covered with a thick layer of dust. He had been here several times before. Most of the books here were unpopular martial arts with harsh requirements. There were also some ancient books about cultivation obstacles left by the predecessors of the Taiqing Gate. However, most of the books that were transferred here were those that no one cared about. His situation was relatively special. He could only find a solution from these unpopular ancient books. Lu Ming stayed here for 3 days. In these 3 days, he read no less than 500 or 600 jade slips. He also found some temporary solutions to deal with the absorption of spiritual power by the cage. He first found a strange martial art that was allegedly passed down by ancient cultivators in a remote corner that no one cared about. It was called Blood Spirit Method. This method was somewhat similar to the body refining method, but it was quite different from the current body refining method. After practicing this method, it could greatly increase the cultivator's own blood. For most cultivators, the pure increase of blood was useful for practicing some blood path secret techniques. Naturally, it was not as practical as other ordinary body refining methods that could enhance the physical strength. But for Lu Ming, when the mysterious bubble did not absorb enough spiritual power, it might be able to save his life. However, this blood spirit method required a lot of time to practice, and it would only be helpful to him if it was practiced to the great accomplishment realm. Lu Ming estimated that it would take at least 20 to 30 years to master this technique. He was pressed for time, so he could only eliminate this method. In addition, he also saw a record in an ancient book. In the Middle Sky continent, there was a great sect famous for making talismans. Mysterious Talisman sect had a kind of talisman passed down from ancient times, Spirit Fusion Talisman. This talisman required the complete soul essence of a Jin Dan stage demon beast to be sealed inside. Once a cultivator below the Jin Dan stage used this talisman, they could extract the demon beast's soul essence and fuse it with their own body. It was said that within 7 days, one's cultivation could be forcibly raised to the same level as the demon beast. Even if a cultivator above the Jin Dan stage used this talisman, their magic power would be doubled, and their strength would greatly increase. Of course, doing so would also have very serious side effects, causing great damage to the meridians of the human body. Not only would it cause the cultivator's cultivation to drop by at least one realm after the harmonious spirit realm, it would also greatly increase the difficulty of advancing in the future. This method of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs was naturally not considered by Lu Ming. Moreover, this spirit fusion talisman was a secret talisman of mysterious talisman sect. It was not something that could be obtained easily. Some other methods were generally the same. Either distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst, or it didn't cure the root cause. It was not a fundamental solution. Forget it, it seems that I can't take any shortcuts. I can only follow Luo Hu's words and cultivate honestly. Lu Ming put down a jade slips with a faint blue glow in his hand, and the last trace of luck in his heart was shattered. Immediately, he began to read some ancient books related to pseudo-pellet state, then he left the scriptures pavilion with a frown. But on the way back to his cave house, Lu Ming thought of something. After returning to Fallen Serene Peak, he didn't return directly to his cave house, but flew directly to the peak. After a while, in front of the main hall of Fallen Serene Peak, the golden light faded, revealing Lu Ming's figure. Senior fellow apprentice Lu is here. As soon as the gatekeeper disciple saw Lu Ming's figure, he hurriedly greeted him and bowed respectfully. All the disciples on Fallen Serene Peak knew that Lu Ming was now the most popular disciple on Fallen Serene Peak. He won the Tianmen meeting in one fell swoop. Not only was he valued by Peak Master Yin Jiuling, but even Peak Master Daoist Tian Ge praised him. No matter what the reason was, he was the target that ordinary disciples looked up to. I wonder if Master is in the hall? Lu Ming asked faintly. Senior fellow apprentice Lu came at the right time. Peak Master Yin is in the hall at the moment. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, please wait a moment. I will inform you now. The gatekeeper disciple hurriedly replied, then he turned and walked into the hall. No need to inform, just come in. Yin Jiuling's voice suddenly came from the hall. Hearing this, Lu Ming tidied up his clothes and walked in calmly. The gatekeeper disciple paused and looked at Lu Ming's back enviously, then he walked to the side and continued to guard the door. In the spacious and empty hall, Yin Jiuling was sitting on a chair, looking over with a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Disciple Lu Ming pays his respects to Master. Lu Ming walked forward and gave a deep bow as a greeting. No need to be so polite. Yin Jiuling stroked his beard and smiled. After that, he looked at Lu Ming up and down, and the smile on his face was even wider. After the Tianmen meeting, I heard that you have been cultivating behind closed doors recently. Now it seems that your spiritual power is really thicker and purer. I'm very pleased. It seems that it won't be long before you can try to break through to the pseudo-pellet state. Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart when he heard this. Can I not cultivate hard? The mysterious bubble chased after him like a ghost. Since he stepped into the cultivation world, he had never relaxed for a moment. He thought so in his heart, but he said humbly, Master is overpraising me, but I came here this time for the matter of the pseudo-pellet state. I'm here to ask Master. Lu Ming also didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention of coming. Break through to the pseudo-pellet state? Your cultivation has already reached this level? Yin Jiuling's half-dry face was surprised at first, then he asked with joy. Although he felt that this disciple's aura was much thicker than before, Lu Ming had just advanced to the crystallization period later stage. If he really wanted to break through to the pseudo-pellet state soon, he would really be a monster. Reporting to Master. Disciple's cultivation is still a little worse, but it's not far away. I also got a lot of treasures in the Tianmen meeting this time, so I have plenty of spirit stones, so I want to know something about breaking through to the pseudo-pellet state in advance so that I can make sufficient preparations. Lu Ming asked respectfully. And, planning for a rainy day, it's good that you can think like this. However, the pseudo-pellet state is not the same as the previous advancement, so I can only give you some advice. Yin Jiuling nodded as he realized something. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed to thank him. Entering the pseudo-pellet state can be said to be half a step into the realm of Jing Dan. The spiritual power of the whole body will initially condense into a ball. To reach this step, not only do you need a very strong accumulation of spiritual power, the most difficult thing is to pass the inner demon tribulation. Yin Jiuling looked a little erratic as if he was recalling the past. Inner demon tribulation? Lu Ming listened to Yin Jiuling's words very carefully. When he heard the words inner demon tribulation, he murmured. In the ancient books in the Sutra Pavilion, he saw some information related to the inner demon tribulation, which was why he felt so troubled and specially came to find his master. That's right, demons are born from the heart. No matter how high a person's cultivation is, there will always be inner demons in their heart. If you can't pass the inner demon tribulation, you won't be able to completely shatter the crystal and form a core. Not only will you not be able to advance to the pseudo-pellet state, your cultivation may even drop by a level. However, this tribulation also varies from person to person. A few people will pass it very easily, but for most people, it is a gap that they can never cross in their lifetime. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. It was obvious that he was not one of those few people. Perhaps in this world, only those eminent monks of Buddhism could truly see through the affairs of the world and have no distractions in their hearts. Only then could there be no inner demons. At this point, Yin Jiuling's expression was extremely solemn. After a pause, he continued to speak. Lu Ming, your senior sister Xiaowu has yet to return after entering the evil ghost realm, but according to the previous news, she has already advanced to the pseudo-pellet state, and she is still staying in the evil ghost realm to continue to hone, trying to find a chance to break through to the Jingdan stage. Now outside, you are the most important disciple of my fallen serene peak. When you advance to the pseudo-pellet state in the future, I will naturally apply for a few secret treasures and elixirs from the sect to help you, but it will not be very useful for the inner demon tribulation. Thank you, Master, but no matter how difficult the inner demon tribulation is, disciple must break through to the pseudo-pellet state. Lu Ming frowned slightly. It seems that advancing to the pseudo-pellet state is more difficult than expected, but he still stood up straight and said with a trace of determination in his eyes. Yin Jiuling saw the change in Lu Ming's expression, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. After thinking about it again and again, he sighed and said again, "It's great that you have such faith. However, I have a way here that might be able to help you. Please enlighten me, Master." Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately cupped his fist and said. Among the 8 major families, the Ouyang family has a rare treasure called the Exquisite Wall. This treasure can calm people's heart and clear their desires. It is very beneficial for resisting the inner demon. If you can get the help of this treasure, you have great hope to form the pseudo-pellet state. Yin Jiuling said slowly. Since this treasure belongs to the Ouyang family, and it has such a magical effect, how can an outsider borrow it? Lu Ming was first delighted, then he said with some doubts. This exquisite wall is specially for the core disciples of the Ouyang family to use when they advance. However, I have a good relationship with an elder of the Ouyang family. In the future, when you advance to the pseudo-pellet state, take my token and maybe you can borrow the exquisite wall. Yin Jiuling said with a smile. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this, and he solemnly bowed. As long as he could pass through the inner demon tribulation, he was confident that he could easily break through to the pseudo-pellet state with the 153 Fa Li crystals and the repeatedly purified Fa Li contained. Then, the two casually chatted for a while, and Lu Ming stood up and left. Yin Jiuling sat on the chair, and his expression changed for a while. He let out a long sigh. You made an agreement with Ouyang Ying with 3 evil spirit tokens in exchange for the right to use the exquisite wall 3 times. You used it once yourself, and Xiaowu used it again when she advanced to the pseudo-pellet state. I thought you would leave this last opportunity to your descendants. An old man in a gray robe suddenly walked in from the side door of the hall and said. It was Elder Tian of the Fallen Serene Peak. If there are 1 or 2 ambitious people among the descendants of the Yin family, I will naturally keep this opportunity, but they are disappointing. Up to now, none of them has broken through to the crystallization period. This opportunity is just a waste. If it takes too long, I'm not sure if this friendship can still be used. Yin Jiuling snorted and said faintly. Does Master think so highly of Lu Ming? Although his strength is good, he only has 3 spiritual pulse after all. The hope of advancing to Jingdan is probably less than 1 in 10,000. Isn't it too much of a pity to waste the last chance to use the exquisite jade wall on him? Elder Tian sighed. When Lu Ming came to Taiqing Gate, Lu Jingyue of Emerald Cloud Peak seemed to think so too. I really don't know how Master Lu feels after hearing the news of the Tian men meeting this time. Yin Jiuling did not answer his question directly at the moment, but he sighed intentionally or unintentionally. Elder Tian was startled when he heard the words, and he suddenly became silent. To advance to Jin Dan, aptitude, luck, and brain are indispensable. Lu Ming may be a little worse in aptitude. As for other aspects, even I can't see through him, but I have never regretted accepting him as a direct disciple. Yin Jiuling continued with a faint smile. Since senior fellow apprentice is so sure, then let's see if this Lu Ming can advance to the pseudo-pellet state this time. Elder Tian said slowly after a moment of silence. Yin Jiuling smiled when he heard the words. His fingers gently tapped on the back of the chair. His eyes were as calm as water, no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about the conversation in the main hall of Fallen Serene Peak. At the same time, he did not return to his cave house, but he went directly to the teleportation hall of the sect. An hour later, he appeared in a large market near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. After getting the good news of the Ouyang family's exquisite wall from Yin Jiuling, he had made a general arrangement for the next training plan. Now his main task was to cultivate to the peak of the crystallization period later stage as soon as possible so that he could break through to the pseudo-pellet state. In order to achieve this goal, he had to focus on cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. However, before that, he had to get rid of some things that he had no use for. These things were obtained by Lu Ming from the cultivators he killed in the Heaven Gate secret land, as well as from the young master and elders of the Gold Jade sect. Most of them were spiritual weapons and prototypes of magic weapons, elixirs, ores, spiritual herbs, and so on. 7 days later, Lu Ming, who was disguised as a black-faced macho man, swaggered out of another large market. At this moment, apart from the bag of galaxy sand, he had almost emptied everything else. Naturally, he had exchanged them for an astronomical number of spirit stones. Even for a mid-level cultivation clan, this amount of spiritual stones was a huge sum, but Lu Ming did not care too much about it. He was basically self-sufficient in his elixirs, so he used spiritual stones relatively less. On the other hand, because of the mysterious bubble behind him, he didn't have the mood to think about spiritual stones at all. In addition, Lu Ming had a lot of other gains. In an inconspicuous forging shop in this market, he was lucky enough to find a small piece of Lu Wu's tortoiseshell. Compared with the tortoiseshell collected by the young master of the Gold Jade sect, the quality was much worse, and the size was a little smaller. If he used it to refine the Vajra bone tempering pill, the effect was naturally worse. Even so, he did not hesitate to buy it for 5 million spirit stones, then he collected some other materials to refine the Vajra bone tempering pill. Returning to the Fallen Serene Peak, Lu Ming greeted Yin Jiuling, then he returned to the cave house and closed the door completely. Before he reached the peak of the crystallization period, he didn't intend to leave the cave house easily. Time passed little by little. The inner disciples of the Fallen Serene Peak found that Lu Ming's cave house was tightly closed again. Even the protective enchantment of the cave house had been completely opened. The communication talisman sent into the cave house naturally did not respond, which made many people who came here disappointed. The well-informed people had naturally heard that Lu Ming had started to cultivate behind closed doors again. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had been in the Fallen Serene Peak for 20 to 30 years, but he was not familiar with the disciples of the Fallen Serene Peak. His cave house was also closed all year round. He was either traveling outside or cultivating behind closed doors. Many disciples of the Fallen Serene Peak admired Lu Ming, but they also had a trace of inexplicable estrangement. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had few friends. Time flew, and the Taiqing Gate returned to its previous calm, and the rumors about Lu Ming gradually faded from the sight of the disciples of the sect. After all, in a big sect like the Taiqing Gate, there would be no lack of eye-catching events every year. 10 years passed in a flash. On this day, the door of the secret room of Lu Ming's cave house suddenly opened, and a man in green clothes walked out slowly. Compared with before he went behind closed doors, Lu Ming was obviously taller by half a head, but his skeleton seemed to be a little thinner. His robe also seemed to be a little wider. Perhaps it was because he didn't see the light for many years or because he had lost decades of lifespan before, his skin looked a little pale at the moment. There seemed to be a bit more vicissitudes between his eyebrows, but his slender and white skin gave people a feeling of extreme toughness. Of course, if you explore Lu Ming's body with divine thought, you would find that the bones in his body were much thicker than before. Even the smallest bones were glowing with a metallic luster. The reason for this was naturally because he had taken a lot of Vajra bone-tempering pills in the past 10 years. This pill was indeed worthy of being an upper-grade elixir for body tempering. Lu Ming's physical strength at the moment had increased by several times compared to before. It was almost a complete transformation. Lu Ming even felt that he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position if he fought against his previous self with his physical strength alone. 2 pieces of Luwu tortoiseshell allowed him to refine more than 10 Vajra bone-tempering pills. After taking them continuously, this elixir had little effect on him now. Lu Ming moved his hands and feet, and there were a few slight crackling sounds in his body. He then raised his hand and flicked his finger without channeling any spiritual power. Puff, with a light sound, a ball of air that was visible to the naked eye shot out and struck the stone wall of the cave, leaving a shallow mark. Not bad. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the stone wall, and he muttered to himself. With a thought, a black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It looked thin, but it was actually dark and deep like a liquid flowing around his body. In the past 10 years, with the help of a large number of elixirs, he finally reached the peak of the crystallization period. In other words, he could start to break through to the pseudo-pellet state. Master. 2 shadows wrapped in black gas also rushed out from the outside. The black gas faded, revealing a pretty girl in a black veil and a green-clothed boy who was shaking his head. It was Scorpion and Fei Er. Lu Ming glanced at the two, and his face showed a hint of joy. With the generous supply of elixirs, Scorpion and Fei Er had been concentrating on cultivation in the past 10 years. Their spiritual power had also improved greatly compared to 10 years ago. You two have been in the cave house for so many years, you must be a little tired. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and patted the heads of Scorpion and Fei Er, saying warmly. No, as long as I'm with Master, I won't be tired no matter how long it is. Scorpion's face was slightly red as he lowered his head and said. Yes, as long as I'm with Master, it doesn't matter where we are. The boy also shook his head and said. He sat down. Lu Ming laughed. He patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist and kept the 2 spiritual pets inside, then he strode out of the cave house. A quarter of an hour later, he stood in the hall of the fallen Serene Peak. In the hall, there were still only him and Yin Jiuling at this moment. Yin Jiuling looked at Lu Ming up and down a few times, and his expression seemed to be a little unbelievable. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and said slowly, You spent 10 years to cultivate to the peak of the crystallization period? And your aura is a bit special. It doesn't seem to be just because of the great improvement in spiritual power. Disciple didn't dare to delay for 10 years. Finally, I didn't disappoint Master's high expectations. I can barely start to break through to the pseudo-pellet state. Lu Ming replied vaguely after bowing. Forget it, you've already shocked me enough. Anyway, this also proves that I didn't misjudge you. Yin Jiuling muttered to himself. He said the last sentence in a very low voice as if he was saying it to himself. Since you have cultivated to the current realm, now you must be planning to break through to the pseudo-pellet state immediately, right? Yin Jiuling's expression quickly returned to calmness, and he asked faintly. Master is wise, disciple has the same intention. Lu Ming said. Well, these are the 2 secret treasures that I promised you to apply to the sect that can promote the advancement to the pseudo-pellet state, Blood Spirit Coral and Clear Jade Pill. I have already prepared them for you, but I didn't expect you to be so fast. As Yin Jiuling said, he took out a storage talisman and threw it casually. The storage talisman turned into a stream of light and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught the storage talisman with one hand and scanned it with divine thought. There was a blood-red coral and a green elixir lying quietly in the storage talisman. The blood coral was only the size of a palm, but its texture was as soft as dough, exuding a faint fragrance. There were several clear elixir patterns on the clear jade pill. It was actually a flawless grade elixir. At first glance, it was very valuable. At that time, put the blood spirit coral in the house and smell its fragrance. Take the clear jade pill in advance, it will help to break the crystal. Yin Jiuling's voice came slowly. Thank you, master. Lu Ming bowed with a slight warmth in his heart. These two things must have cost Yin Jiuling a lot of effort. It was not something that could be easily obtained by applying to the sect. In addition, there is also this token of the Ouyang family. You take it to Elder Ouyang Ying of the Ouyang family. He will arrange it. Yin Jiuling nodded slightly, then he took out a purple token the size of a palm and threw it to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming took it respectfully, he took a look at it. He saw a strange-looking monster painted on one side of the token. It had a slender body and a pair of wings on its back. It looked a bit similar to the legendary holy beast, Qilin. The other side seemed to be engraved with 7 star-shaped patterns arranged in 3 at the top and 4 at the bottom. It seemed to contain some special meaning. Lu Ming didn't think too much and carefully put it into the sumeru ring. This item was much more important than the 2 secret treasures in the storage talisman. Thank you for your help, master. Disciple will never let you down. I will definitely break through to the pseudo-pellet state. Lu Ming bowed solemnly and said. It's good that you have such a firm mind, but you also need to maintain a calm mind so that you can break through the bottleneck. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the Ouyang family, you can use this talisman. After Yin Jiuling hesitated for a while, he took out a pale yellow talisman from his body and handed it to Lu Ming solemnly. Disciple will remember. Lu Ming saw Yin Jiuling's solemn look. How could he not know the value of this thing? He quickly put it away carefully. There were only a few simple runes on this pale yellow talisman. It didn't look eye-catching. It seemed to be just a communication talisman. Is this talisman the communication talisman of a big shot in the Ouyang family? Lu Ming guessed secretly. Yin Jiuling didn't explain the function of this talisman, so he couldn't ask. Okay, you can go. Yin Jiuling waved his hand and said faintly. Lu Ming bowed again, then he turned and walked out. Half a month later, a crimson ship-shaped escape light flew across the sky. Wherever it passed, there was a stretch of short mountains and an endless green plain. It seemed that there were very few people here. This place was the Qi Kingdom in the middle of the Middle Sky continent. The destination of Lu Ming's trip was the Ouyang clan, which was hundreds of millions of miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range. It was separated from the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range by more than a dozen mortal kingdoms. The Middle Sky continent was known as the place where the human race thrived. Although the area was vast, only a small part of it was densely populated by cultivators. Most of the areas with thin spirit energy naturally had few cultivators willing to stay here. However, unlike the kingdom of Dexian on Yunchuan Island where Lu Ming used to be, the mortal kingdoms on the Middle Sky continent were more closely related to the cultivators. Many royal families were actually secretly supported by major sects and families. Some were even directly branches of families. Among the 8 great families in the Middle Sky continent, there were 2 families whose collateral relatives were the royal families of mortal countries. Although the Ouyang family wasn't one of them, they were still inextricably linked to the kingdom of Chen. Lu Ming had been driving the Daihui Jade boat day and night, and he had used the teleportation array along the way at all costs. So far, he had only covered less than 30% of the distance. On this day, as he was galloping, a commotion suddenly came from a leather bag on his waist. Lu Ming's heart moved. This bag was the one that Demon Flying Skull was waiting for. Fei Er, what's wrong? Lu Ming stroked the bag with one hand and asked through the mind connection. Master, I don't know. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a palpitating feeling. The uneasy voice of Demon Flying Skull came from the bag. Lu Ming frowned when he heard the words. After thinking for a while, he suddenly launched a symbol at the flying boat. The escape light of the Daihui Jade boat immediately slowed down. At the same time, Lu Ming had released his divine thought to the surroundings. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull were both unusual spiritual pets. Their spiritual sense was even more sensitive than his divine thought in some aspects. Since Demon Flying Skull said so, it must not be without purpose. Could it be that someone is ambushing me here? The ambush set by the 2 people of Golden Jade sect was still vivid in his mind. one of the four ancient sects, Demon Mystic Sect, Wu Guang, issued a demon mystic token to him. As a result, Lu Ming shrouded a radius of dozens of kilometers with his divine thought, but he found that it was just an ordinary mortal city with thin spirit. In such a place, logically, there would naturally be no high-level cultivators. He didn't give up, but he scanned back and forth with divine thought a few times, but he still didn't find anything strange around. After Lu Ming hesitated for a while, he patted the leather bag on his waist and released Demon Flying Skull. A burst of black gas rolled out and turned into a boy in green clothes. "Master, that feeling seems to be coming from the ground. It seems to have some kind of connection with me, and it is very important." Before Lu Ming spoke, Fei Er's nose twitched a few times as if he smelled something. He suddenly said with a confused look on his face. Lu Ming's face changed slightly, showing a hint of contemplation on his face. Although he was eager to rush to the Ouyang family, Demon Flying Skull was his important spiritual pet, so he naturally couldn't ignore its feeling. After thinking about it for a while, he still made a gesture and commanded the Daiyue jade boat to land. Not far ahead was the small mortal city. Not wanting to attract attention, Lu Ming landed the flying boat in a sparse maple forest below. With a flash of red light, he put away the flying boat. He immediately stepped on a black cloud, and after a few flashes, he went out of the forest and landed on a short mountain a few thousand meters away from the small city. Previously, he didn't feel anything in the air, but now that he landed on the ground, Lu Ming was keenly aware that there was a lot of strong yin qi in the earth vein here. Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and he chanted a few spells in a low voice. A circle of faint black light waves spread out from his hands and quickly went into the ground. At the same time, a circle of dark light faintly appeared in his eyes. This was the new mystic art that he had just comprehended from the Tiger Dragon Hell prison in the past 10 years of retreat, Netherworld soul-searching technique. This mystic art itself didn't have any attack power, but it was good at capturing the traces of the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations. Even if it was a very weak spiritual power fluctuation, it could still be perceived. The Tiger Dragon Hell prison was a ghost technique, so it was even easier to detect the yin power of the same attribute. Speaking of which, this Netherworld soul-searching technique wasn't used like this. The essence of this technique was tracking. According to the records on the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, once this technique was cultivated to the highest level, as long as there was a little spiritual power of the other party, even if they were thousands of miles away, he could still track the general location of the other party. East, when the dark light in Lu Ming's eyes dissipated, he looked toward the east. The sky on the east side of the short mountain also had a gloomy feeling under a closer look. The clouds in the sky also seemed to be dyed with a hint of dark ink, like the lead clouds before the rain. "Fei Er, the strange aura that you feel, is it coming from the east?" Lu Ming glanced at the boy behind him and asked. Hearing this, Demon Flying Skull immediately closed its eyes. After a while, it opened its eyes again and replied, "Master is wise, this is indeed the right direction." Lu Ming nodded silently. After thinking for a moment, he didn't fly directly to the source of yin power in the east, but walked toward the gate of the small city. As he walked, he waved one hand slightly, and Fei Er turned into a black light and flew into the soul-recovering bag on his waist. The black gas around him rolled out, and after circulating on his face for a while, it immediately converged, revealing a dark face. Although Lu Ming only probed roughly, the source of the yin power was not simple. Even with Demon Flying Skull's strength, it still felt a trace of fear. Naturally, it would not rashly alert the enemy without knowing the situation. The small city at the foot of the mountain was very small, and the city wall was only made of some coarse and simple boulders. There were more than 1,000 families in the city, and there was only one main street, which ran from east to west. It didn't seem to have much vitality. Rather than calling it a small city, it was more appropriate to call it a small town. Just now, when he was in the sky, he used his divine sense to scan and found that the surrounding dozens of miles around the small city seemed to be very desolate. The land here was not barren, but for some reason, there were almost no signs of human habitation. Lu Ming casually walked around the city, and casually took out a few pieces of silver from his sleeve. He found a restaurant on the main street and walked in. It was noon at the moment, and the restaurant's business was not very good. There were only 2 or 3 tables of customers. Lu Ming sat down on the second floor by the window. "Dear customer, what would you like to eat?" Very quickly, a waiter came over to greet him. An indescribable feeling welled up in Lu Ming's heart. He had not tasted the smoke and fire of the human world for a very long time. For some reason, he suddenly had an urge to try it. He did not restrain this desire, and immediately ordered a few meat and vegetable dishes, as well as a pot of green wine. He tasted a few mouthfuls. The taste of the restaurant's dishes was average, and there was a bit of a rustic taste. However, the green wine here was cool and refreshing when it entered the throat. It was unusually sweet, and could almost compare to some of the spirit tea and spirit wine that he had drunk before. "Looking at your attire, you are a foreigner. Recently, it has become increasingly rare for foreigners to come to our Azure Sparrow City. However, within a radius of 1,000 miles, whenever our 100 miles drunk is mentioned, everyone will give us a thumbs up. Today is coincidentally the beginning of the month, and if you had come a few days later, you would not have been able to taste this kind of fine wine." The waiter at the side saw that Lu Ming revealed a somewhat intoxicated expression, and immediately spoke with a face full of smiles. "Oh? Why is that?" Lu Ming was a little interested. This type of green wine, the 100 miles drunk, is brewed from the green-orange fruits of the Green Ridge Mountain, which is over 200 miles outside the eastern city gate of the city. The production of this fruit is very low, so the green wine is also very difficult to drink. In the entire small city, only this shop can provide this kind of fine wine," the waiter said rather proudly. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. The source of the Xianxia seemed to be over 200 miles east of the small city. Immediately, he said in a seemingly casual manner, "I have never heard of a fruit like the green-orange fruit, but this green wine is indeed delicious. I wonder where exactly is the Green Ridge Mountain. I would like to go and take a look." When the waiter heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand towards Lu Ming and said, "Dear customer, this Green Ridge Mountain is something that you absolutely cannot go to." "Then why? Could it be that there are some jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards on this mountain?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "Sigh, if it's just some wild beasts, then so be it. The locals call that place the Green Kill Pass. It is filled with fog all year round, and only a few days in the middle of the month will it slightly lessen. Even so, only the people of the Yi family can walk to the edge and pick some green oranges. No one else can come out after entering," the waiter said rather fearfully. "Oh, there's actually such a thing. I am somewhat interested to hear it." Lu Ming slightly raised his eyebrows and laughed. "This?" A hesitant expression appeared on the waiter's face. Lu Ming smiled and tossed an ingot of silver onto the table. The waiter's gaze was fixed on the silver, and a hint of greed appeared on his face. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant. He did not stay any longer and directly left the small city. Lu Ming was able to obtain some information from the waiter. Although the waiter only knew some hearsay and rumors and the content was limited, it still gave Lu Ming a shock. After that, he went to a few other places near the small city to inquire about it. Then, he once again soared into the sky and flew away. 7 or 8 days later, Lu Ming stood at the side of the Green Hill Mountain that the waiter had mentioned and looked forward. Green Hill Mountain was a mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall. With the main peak as the center, 2 mountain ranges crossed each other, and the entire mountain was shrouded in a thick fog. However, this fog was not an ordinary white mist, but a light green mist. It was like green smoke, quietly circling around the mountain and slowly flowing. As expected, Lu Ming looked at the floating green mist on the mountain peak, and a serious expression appeared on his face. A few days ago, he went to the nearest market in the neighboring region to inquire about the situation of Green Hill Mountain. Combined with some local legends, he finally had a rough understanding of the origin of this place. It turned out that this place was located in the eastern mountain county of the Kingdom of Qi. The Green Hill Mountain in front of him was also a very famous place in the entire eastern mountain county. The eastern mountain county was located at the border of the Kingdom of Qi, and it was adjacent to another medium-sized country, the Kingdom of Yu. 10,000 years ago, the two countries had fought a fierce battle that lasted for hundreds of years. As for this Green Hill Mountain, as the border of the two countries, it was unknown how many major battles had broken out. Until 2,000 years ago, for some unknown reason, the two countries finally stopped fighting. As a result, Mount Qinggang naturally became a remnant of an ancient battlefield, leaving behind an unknown number of mass graves. Countless corpses of soldiers from both countries were buried inside, and the corpses were piled up like a mountain. It was said that every inch of soil had an inch of flesh and blood. Over the years, these pits of 10,000 people were filled with resentment and qi. Even if it was a scorching summer day, one would feel a bone-piercing chill when passing by. Since then, no one dared to pass by this place, and it was even given the nickname of Green Killing Mouth. As time passed, many ghosts were born in Green Mound Mountain. In the beginning, there were only some lonely souls and wild ghosts. However, the qi in this place was extremely strong, and the cultivation of the ghosts increased extremely quickly. They began to appear at night and harm the surrounding living beings, devouring the souls of the living to strengthen themselves. Because this place was extremely remote and there were no spirit veins extending here, no cultivation sects were established here. Without cultivators to restrain them, and ordinary mortals were no match for them, the ghosts here naturally wreaked havoc day by day. The people within 1,000 miles of Mount Qinggang had no choice but to gradually move away, creating an uninhabited area of thousands of miles. More than 1,000 years ago, a powerful cultivator who was said to have come from a 10,000-year-old sect went out to gain experience. Seeing that the living beings here were in misery and suffering, he killed a large number of ghosts and did not hesitate to use his blood essence to set up a trapping formation, heavily injuring the most powerful ghost in this place. However, because the resentment in this place was too heavy, just as the ghost was about to scatter, it actually used some unknown method to summon the myriad of qi in this place. The ghost also took advantage of this opportunity to escape the formation with the remaining ghosts and fled into the depths of the mountain range. This supreme expert cultivator's vitality was greatly injured and he was powerless to chase after them. He could only place several seals in the mountain range and suppress these ghosts within them. Fearing that the ghost inside would break out of the seal, this person remained in this place. Even when he passed away, he did not take a single step out. However, it was also because of this that this place had a sliver of life. After hundreds of years of operation, it had once again become prosperous. This cultivator had also spread his branches and leaves here, leaving behind many descendants to suppress this place for generations. Unfortunately, due to the thin spiritual qi of the world here, the descendants of this cultivator gradually fell behind. Not only did they not have the great abilities of their ancestor, they gradually became mortals and lost their magic power. In fact, many of them had even forgotten the duties left behind by their ancestors. In addition, due to the lack of maintenance of the outer restrictions for a long time, they naturally could not withstand the impact of so many vengeful spirits inside and could not hold on any longer. Currently, these descendants were still gathered near the Green Ridge mountain range, which was the Yi family valley that the waiter had mentioned. The above was all the information that Lu Ming had gathered from various sources. As for how much of it was true, he was unable to determine it for the time being. Looking at the ghost mist in front of him, Lu Ming knew that these rumors were most likely true. Generally, only ghosts that had reached the crystal level for a long time could form such a dense green ghost fog, and the area would not be very large. However, the ghost mist here could actually envelop the entire mountain. Could it be that there is a Jin Dan realm ghost here? Lu Ming secretly guessed. At this moment, a black gas flashed from a certain soul-nurturing bag on his waist, and Fei Er flew out. "Master, I can clearly feel that there is a very powerful guy here." The moment Fei Er appeared, his eyes looked towards the depths of the ghost mist. His young and tender face revealed a serious expression, but deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a trace of desire mixed in. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. He could also feel the spirit energy fluctuations around him and faintly sense the existence of a ceiling formation in the Green Ridge mountain range. The mountains here were intertwined, and most of the baleful qi was gathered at the intersection of the mountains. The ceiling formation cleverly used the flow of the underground qi meridian to set up a trapping formation, gathering most of the baleful qi in this place, preventing it from dissipating. The benefits of doing this were obvious. It could prevent the ghosts from stepping out of this place to harm the nearby living beings. However, it neglected one point, and that was that the qi would not dissipate, causing this place to gradually become an excellent place for ghosts to cultivate. Once this seal was broken in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. But even so, Lu Ming still admired this senior cultivator who set up the formation restriction here. This person was probably a formation master, and his cultivation had at least reached the Jin Dan realm. Otherwise, after so many years, such a huge formation restriction would have been destroyed long ago. However, at this time, the seal had already reached a critical point. The formation had broken in several places, and a lot of baleful qi had leaked out, which was why the surrounding dense ghost mist was formed. Lu Ming only pondered for a moment, then rose into the air and flew forward with the flying head. But not long after he rushed into the mountain mist, a sharp cry came from the front. A green light flashed, and a green shadow the size of a person pounced out from the ghost mist, grabbing at Lu Ming. Rotten horn monkey, Lu Ming was slightly startled. The shadow that pounced over was a green-haired ape-like ghost. There was a short green horn on its head, and its 2 claws were covered in black hair. This kind of ghost was something that he had seen many times in the ghost hell region of the barbarian ghost sect. When he was still a spirit apostle, he had tried to tame it as a spirit pet, but unfortunately, he had failed. Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. The flying head that was standing next to him had already flown out in a flash, and it opened its mouth to spit out a green flame. The rotten horn monkey seemed to be afraid of the green flame, and it suddenly swung its tail in an attempt to change direction in midair. The rotten horn monkey's body was overflowing with ghost power, and it had already evolved to the level of a fierce ghost. However, compared to the current Fey heir, the difference was immeasurable. A green light flashed, and the rotten horn monkey was already wrapped in a large green flame. It squeaked in pain, and its body, which was as tall as a person, seemed to melt within the green flame. It quickly shrunk, and after a moment, it was refined into a dark green ball of air. Fey heir opened her small mouth, and once again spat out a green light. With a sweep, the dark green ball of air was sucked into her mouth. Fey heir seemed to burp, and her white and tender hands patted her belly. Her face revealed a satisfied expression. Even a ghost like the rotten horn monkey has appeared. It seems that this Green Hill Mountain has already become a ghost cave. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, Lu Ming brought the flying head along with him to scout the surroundings of Green Hill Mountain. He discovered that the thick fog had almost covered half of the mountain. Standing outside the mountain, it was impossible to clearly see the situation inside the mountain. Moreover, when he released his divine sense, it would be obstructed by the thick fog, and he would not be able to penetrate it. During this period, they encountered the attacks of a few rotten horn monkeys, and naturally, they all became the food of the flying head. Not long after, dusk slowly fell, and the ghost fog gradually rose in the night. There was a faint rustling sound coming from it. The qi is flourishing at night, so it is not suitable to scout this place. Let's stop here for today. Let's go first. Lu Ming made a sign with his hand, and a black gas wrapped around his and the flying head's body, and they quickly flew away. Master. The flying head looked at Lu Ming, and opened its small mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. I know what you are thinking. If there is really a Jin Dan level ghost here, its Jin Dan can be nourished by you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He opened his mouth and said. The flying head was immediately overjoyed. Its cultivation had already reached the peak of the crystal level. A ghost Jin Dan might be an opportunity for it to advance to the fake Dan stage. Lu Ming did not go far. Instead, he stepped on a black cloud and headed towards a small mountain 10 miles away from the Green Ridge mountain range. He was going to find a cave to rest for the night. Not long after, he flew to the foot of the mountain. His eyes flashed. Not far away was a relatively flat small valley. There was smoke rising faintly from the valley. It was a small village with about 20 to 30 families. Outside the village, there was a wooden fence, which seemed to be used to block the attacks of wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, there was a pitch-black boulder. The surface of the boulder was as smooth as a mirror, and a large Yi character was engraved on it. Yi? Could this be Yi Jiao? Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. According to the information he had gathered, other than Yi Jiao, there should be no one else who dared to live so close to the Green Ridge Mountain. Lu Ming formed a hand sign with one hand and spread out his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire village. After a moment, when he withdrew his divine sense, he let out a low sigh. Just now, he had carefully examined the area. This was indeed the place where the descendants of the Yi family cultivator lived. In the center of the village was the ancestral hall, where the ancestral tablet was enshrined. Under the ancestral hall, a wave of obscure Fali was emitted. This was a formation that was very similar to the seal in Green Mound Mountain. Its purpose was to protect the entire village from being attacked by the ghosts of Green Mound Mountain. The reason why he sighed was because when he scanned the village with his divine sense, he discovered that the entire village had more than 100 people. Most of them were mortals without any Fali. The only person who had Fali was merely an old late spirit apostle. A clan left behind by a Jin Dam cultivator had actually declined to such an extent. If the Yi family cultivator did not leave behind the duty of protecting Green Mound Mountain for generations and instead brought his clan to a place with dense yuan qi, it was very likely that the Yi family valley would have developed into a cultivator clan. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but feel some admiration for the actions of the Yi family valley. Soon after, he found a cave near the mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to meditate, quietly waiting for daybreak. Time slowly passed. After a few hours, a bright round moon peeked through the clouds above the mountain where the Yi family valley was located. It was already late at night. At the same time, the ghost fog outside of Green Mound Mountain suddenly began to violently roll. Wave after wave, like the waves of the sea, surged forward and gathered towards the main peak of Green Mound Mountain. Rumble, the entire main peak of Green Mound Mountain also began to shake. What's going on? A shocked expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. Very quickly, a wave of black gas carried his body out of the cave and flew towards the main peak of Green Mound Mountain. The distant mountain range trembled, and the villagers in the Yi family valley naturally felt it. One by one, they walked out of their houses. The ground beneath their feet clearly felt the tremors, as if there was an earthquake. What happened? It seems to be coming from the Green Murder Pass again. Everyone, do not panic. Staying in the Yi family gorge is the safest. Just when the villagers were in a state of confusion, an old but dignified voice suddenly came from the crowd, causing everyone to fall silent. A burly old man dressed in coarse clothes walked out from the crowd. He was holding a 6 or 7-year-old boy in his hand. This person looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He was hale and hearty, and his body exuded a faint fluctuation of magic power. He was the only cultivator in the village that Lu Ming had previously discovered. The boy beside her was extremely adorable. He was dressed in coarse clothes that were full of patches, and there was a faint golden light flowing in his watery eyes. However, his pupils seemed to be emerald green. From time to time, he would look around curiously, as if he didn't hear anything that was happening around him. Great Elder, this phenomenon has been happening more and more frequently recently. Please consider the suggestion of moving the clan. Yeah. Once those things really come out, how can mortals like us possibly resist them? I have already made arrangements for this matter. Tomorrow morning, I will gradually arrange for everyone to migrate. At this moment, the old man was looking up at the distant Mount Qinggang. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his voice was still filled with dignity. However, there was a hint of fatigue in it. Near the main peak of Mount Qinggang, a black light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared with a grim expression. Behind him was a green-clothed boy. It was Fei Er. The ghost mist around the mountain peak churned more and more violently. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, a huge red pillar of light suddenly shot out from an unknown place on the main peak of Mount Qinggang, shooting straight into the pitch-black night sky. A strong gust of wind blew against Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's body was in midair and he was pushed back dozens of feet by the wave of air before he could stabilize his body. The main peak of Mount Qinggang shook non-stop, and many large and small rocks began to fall. Waves of excited roars came from within the ghost mist, as if the evil spirits from hell were about to break through the seal and descend into the human world. After the initial shock, Lu Ming had already calmed down. This drastic change was obviously because the ghost that was sealed here was preparing to take advantage of the densing qi in the middle of the night to break through the seal. At this moment, one gigantic red light after another shot out from many parts of the Green Ridge mountain range. There were a total of 8 red pillars of light, and very quickly, the entire mountain was enveloped in a red light. Kill, 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 a tyrannical will surged out from below the red light. The red light seemed to have received an impact and began to tremble violently. Lu Ming's face paled slightly, and this tyrannical will was also transmitted into his mind. In that instant, a scene of a mountain of swords and arrows raining down, a mountain of heads piling up, a river of blood flowing, and a tragic scene of a battlefield filled with golden spears and armored horses appeared in his mind. Humph! Lu Ming formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the center of his brows. Immediately, a cool feeling surged out from his sea of consciousness and flowed through all the meridians in his body. Then, it once again rushed into his head. His mind shook, and the will was instantly dissolved, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, no matter how the red light shrouded him, there were no more illusions. As expected, the ghosts here are all formed from the vengeful spirits of the battlefield. It seems like the seal won't be able to hold on for long. It's also because of this that Fei can easily sense the abnormality here. Lu Ming muttered to himself. At the same time, a faint black ripple appeared around his body. His eyes shot out 2 rays of dark light as he swept his gaze forward. His pupils immediately reflected the depths of the red light, breaking through the layers of ghost fog. About 1,000 feet below the main peak of the mountain, there were 7 red stone pillars surrounding a thicker green stone pillar in the middle. There seemed to be a pitch-black shadow suppressed under the green stone pillar. However, these stone pillars were already somewhat tilted. On the surface of the green pillar in the middle, there was a crack that went from top to bottom, impressively splitting the stone pillar into 2 halves. The black shadow let out an angry howl towards the sky, causing the stone pillar to shake violently again. The crack on the stone pillar in the middle was even deeper, almost breaking apart. Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly retracted the netherworld soul-seeking technique. At the same time, he channeled the tiger dragon hell prison to the extreme. The black light on his body suddenly burst out, like a black flame burning fiercely. Just as he finished casting the technique, the black shadow in the seal once again let out a roar. The green stone pillar that was suppressing it finally shattered from the middle with a bang. And the surrounding 7 red stone pillars also collapsed one by one in a certain order. Rumble, the entire main peak of Mount Qinggang was ruptured from the middle of the mountain. The huge mountain slowly collapsed. The earth trembled crazily for a while before slowly calming down. A huge pitch-black pillar of light several meters thick soared out from the collapsed mountain and rushed into the air. Ga, 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. This general finally sees the light of day again. Kill, kill, kill. An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other came from the black gas. The black pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a huge object surrounded by black gas appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was actually a huge greenish-black head. The head was wearing a rusty helmet with a dark red helmet tassel. Although the skin on its face had already turned green and withered, one could faintly see the heroic spirit of the past between its eyebrows. With a glance, one could tell that it was once a fierce general who galloped on the battlefield. At this moment, the general's blood-red tiger eyes were motionlessly looking at Lu Ming and the flying head who were standing not far away. It's actually another flying head. No wonder Fei was so restless before. So it was because he felt the aura of his own race. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked in his heart, and then he revealed a hint of understanding. Although demons were usually born from the condensation of filthy air and weren't considered pure ghosts, the demons born in this kind of Yin-Chi place were no different from real ghosts in a sense. In fact, most of them were even more ferocious and brutal. Seeing the general's head not far away, Fei-er's entire body trembled as the corner of his mouth cracked open, and he subconsciously let out a low roar. At the same time, a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls suddenly rang out from the ghostly mist down below. A seemingly substantial black chi surged out from the sealed area, and as the black chi spread out, countless ghosts and monsters could be vaguely seen surging out from within. Roar, roar. These ghosts also let out excited roars. Lu Ming frowned. These ghosts were obviously sealed in this place like the demon. Unlike the rotten horn monkey that he encountered before, these ghosts did not have a physical body, but their killing intent was extremely heavy. After the ghosts, there was a group of soldiers wearing armor. They held swords and long spears in their hands, and a chilly wind curled around them. Their killing intent was monstrous, and most of them had strength close to the liquid level. Human cultivator. The general stared at Lu Ming with resentful eyes. As his lips opened and closed, he let out a low, ear-piercing voice. You thief, could it be that you are the accomplice of that Oxnoji? Where is that Oxnoji? He sealed this general for 1,000 years. Today, I will grind his bones and scatter his ashes as a warning to others. It seems that you have been sealed for too long, and your mind is no longer as sharp as before. Senior Yi has already passed away, but since you want to see him so much, I can reluctantly send you on your way. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and said lightly. What did you say? When the huge generals had heard this, it immediately became furious. Fei Er, go take care of the ghosts behind us. I will take care of this demon. Lu Ming didn't pay any attention to the general's head, and instead ordered Fei Er, who was beside him. The demon flying head nodded its head repeatedly. It held the pearl on its neck with both hands, and with a flash of green light, it turned into 9 identical heads and flew toward the ghosts that were swarming from both sides. In mid-air, the 9 demon flying heads shot out tens of thousands of green hairs, and like a storm, they covered the hundreds of ghosts. The killing intent of these ghosts was extremely heavy. Although they had been trapped for so many years, they only had some instinctive abilities, and their cultivation was not as high as Fei Er's. However, they were once brave and skillful soldiers, and they fearlessly waved the swords in their hands to meet the ghosts. For a moment, the sound of killing rang out everywhere. The moment the general demon saw the demon flying skull, he was slightly startled. Then, he looked at Lu Ming. After a while, he said slowly, You thief, you also have a god's skull, and it seems to contain a trace of origin demon chi. Very well, when I kill you and devour you, my cultivation will definitely improve greatly. After that, the general demon flying skull laughed wildly. He turned around, and a large amount of black gas appeared around him. In an instant, his figure was submerged in it. A ghostly cry suddenly came out. After the black gas rolled, it condensed into a headless human skeleton. The skeleton was black, with hands and feet. Some spirit patterns could be faintly seen on the surface of the bones. The general demon flying skull chanted a strange spell. The human skeleton stood up shakily, and a series of cracking sounds came out of its body. The next moment, the general demon flying skull's tiger eyes flashed with red light. An amazing demon chi gushed out of the skeleton. The momentum was not weaker than the demon flying skull. Lu Ming frowned, and his eyes flashed with green light. After a while, his eyebrows stretched out, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thief, go to hell. The general demon flying skull stopped chanting and laughed wildly. He opened his mouth and spat a black gas on the skeleton. The headless skeleton's movements suddenly became flexible. Black gas flashed in his hands, and a black crescent bone knife appeared. Without hesitation, he jumped up and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face was as calm as water. His arms hanging on his sides suddenly clenched into fists. As the black gas rolled, his arms suddenly became black jade sculptures. At this time, the headless skeleton raised his hand, and the crescent bone knife turned into a black light, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with green light. He waved one arm and punched upward. A black fist shadow the size of a millstone emerged and greeted the bone knife. This fist shadow was very different from the one Lu Ming had used in the past. It was much smaller, but every vein and joint on the fist shadow was extremely clear, as if the fist had been enlarged. The two collided, and the bone saber actually turned into a pile of bone fragments with a pung sound. Although there was a deep cut on the black fist shadow, it returned to its original state with a flash of black light. After the fist shadow trembled slightly, it continued to strike the black skeleton with a shrill sound. Seeing this, the general demon was shocked. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a black symbol, which landed on the black skeleton. A burst of black gas flowed and turned into a pitch-black armor in the blink of an eye, covering the headless skeleton. The black chi on the headless skeletal arm condensed again, and a crescent bone saber appeared. It abruptly swung through the air, and a sharp saber chi of several tens of feet in length abruptly emerged, colliding with the black fist shadow. Pung! A loud sound rang out, the pitch-black saber light and fist shadow offset each other, turning into wisps of black gas that dissipated in the air. The headless skeleton was shaken by the residual force, and it took 2 steps back before it could stand firm. I can't tell that a human cultivator like you has such a tyrannical attack method despite your low cultivation. You can actually repel my heaven evil unity devil. The general demon said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with mockery. His figure blurred, and he disappeared silently. The general demon was shocked, and he quickly chanted. The black skeleton retreated, and the crescent-bone saber in its hand blocked in front of it. Immediately, the general demon groaned again. There was a loud roar above its head, and countless green electric arcs appeared. They condensed into several electric dragons, shrouding its body in the middle. Just after doing this, the space behind the demon fluctuated, and a black figure flashed out like a ghost. The giant head suddenly turned its head and spat out a green liquid. A putrid stench that made people want to vomit wafted out. The green liquid was extremely fast, and it hit the chest of the figure in a flash. When the demon saw this, he grinned wildly, but his laughter stopped abruptly. The figure that was hit by the green venom flashed, then it turned into a cloud of black gas and slowly dissipated in the air. The figure blurred, and on the other side of the demon's body, Lu Ming quietly emerged. His body was covered by a set of silver armor. Puff! 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 4 silver tentacles ejected from his back like lightning, easily shattering a green electric dragon that was entrenched around the huge head. The general demon was shocked. He shouted, and the crescent-bone saber in the hand of the headless skeleton swung. A black saber light flashed, and a series of moves were used. In an instant, dozens of black saber shadows were transformed into a black saber net, blocking in front of the silver tentacles. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, and his hands danced like a wheel. The 4 tentacles behind him flashed in silver light, and the top turned into a beast claw. Barbs grew on it, and it immediately plunged into the black saber net. Zung! After a burst of strange metallic sounds, the black net of blades shattered into pieces. With a flash of silver light, the silver tentacles suddenly shot back. The 4 tentacles firmly tied the headless skeleton, suspending it in front of Lu Ming. The general demon's face changed drastically, and he chanted the spell again and again. The limbs of the black skeleton kept dancing as the black light flashed, making a cracking sound. It tried to break free. What heaven evil unity demon? It's just a skeleton put together by a few pieces of eviline bones, and then sacrificially refined it into something like a clone with its own spiritual power. The funny thing is that you engraved some messy spirit patterns on it. Now the skeleton is not a spiritual weapon, and the clone is not a clone. With such a weird thing, I'm afraid it can't exert much of its power. Lu Ming glanced at the black skeleton that was constantly struggling and jumping in front of him, and he sneered. Thief, don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, the general demon's expression wavered. He yelled, but he did not dare to attack immediately, as if he was afraid of harming the innocent. But you really put in a lot of effort to sacrificial refine this clone. You actually sealed a part of the power of the spirit essence in it. Do you want to put your head on it again? If I destroy this skeleton, I wonder what will happen. Lu Ming sneered, and a green light lit up on his right shoulder. A green bull phantasm emerged. With a roar, it immediately opened its mouth and sucked at the headless skeleton in front of it. Suddenly, black gas came out of the skeleton and poured into the mouth of the green bull phantasm like a whale sucking in water. The skeleton quickly turned from black to gray, and the struggling also weakened. Thief, how dare you! Seeing this, the general demon was furious. After a shout, several green electric dragons coiled around him shot out in a thunderous sound. They intertwined and flashed, forming a large electric net that covered the sky and covered Lu Ming. Wherever the electric net passed, there were several dazzling green lights in the air. Then, the demon opened its mouth wide and spat out a golden bone arrow that was as thick as a finger. A shrill piercing sound came, the golden bone arrow flashed twice and disappeared without a trace. When it appeared again, it was 2 feet away from Lu Ming. The speed was incredible. The 2 attacks of the general demon finally showed his Jing Dan stage cultivation. If it was an ordinary crystal level late stage cultivator, it would be difficult to avoid such a fast and strange attack. Instead of retreating, Lu Ming moved forward with the skeleton. At the same time, his body blurred like a boneless snake. Pooh! The golden bone arrow went straight through his head. As a result, the body of Lu Ming collapsed. It was just a phantasm. The next moment, a few feet away, Lu Ming and the skeleton appeared again in another phantasm. The totem on his body had absorbed more than half of the black gas on the skeleton. A series of crackling sounds could be heard. The electric net had already arrived. Without saying a word, Lu Ming raised one arm and punched forward. A huge, pitch-black tiger head shadow appeared in a flash, roaring as it charged toward the purple lightning net. Voila! Under the attack of the tiger head, the electric net was torn apart like a piece of rag. Whoosh! A figure flashed out of the crack in the purple electric net. It was Lu Ming who had escaped. As soon as he appeared, his right hand became blurred and stabbed at the headless skeleton that was still tightly bound by the silver tentacles. The skeleton had been absorbed by Che Huan's phantasm. Now it had already become gray and fragile. The fingers of his right hand pierced into the skeleton's back. With a flash of black light, Lu Ming retracted his right arm. There was a green flame wrapped in the black gas on his right hand, flickering. You! The general demon's expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout. Lu Ming sneered. He suddenly closed his right hand and crushed the green flame. The general demon's face suddenly became even more gray. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green blood. Although you have cultivated to the real pellet state by chance, you shouldn't belong to this place. Let me send you to where you should go. After Lu Ming shouted, he shook his arms at the same time. Suddenly, 5 fog dragons and black tigers emerged from the countless black gas on his body and rushed at the general demon. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. Before the dragons and tigers touched the demon, they exploded. After a black light rolled up, the demon was shrouded in it. The soul of the general demon was seriously injured. Before he could react, he fell into the hell prison. Space. The space around him was filled with black gas. Then, more than a dozen black ghosts the size of a human jumped out and rushed at the demon. Die. As soon as the general demon woke up, he only felt that his vision suddenly went black. He immediately roared. Although he was injured, these ghosts in front of him were only at the spirit apostle stage. There was a loud crackling sound. The demon's head once again lit up with densely packed azure lightning. Soon after, it transformed into an azure electric ring that spread in all directions, easily shattering the ghosts. After the ghost's body shattered, it turned into a burst of black gas and reintegrated into the surrounding space. At the same time, the black gas in all directions surged at the same time. Then, one after another, perverted ghosts crawled out of it and rushed toward the demon general. You're courting death. Even though the demon general's cultivation was far higher than these ghosts, he was seriously injured. Seeing such a situation, his face finally showed a trace of fear. He roared and was about to release the green lightning again. At this moment, not far behind him, a golden light suddenly emerged from the darkness. After another flash, a dazzling sword light had already arrived in front of him. The speed was so fast that it pulled out a thin golden line in the void. The demon general was shocked and suddenly looked back, but the piercing sword intent had already reached his eyebrows. Puff! The demon general didn't even have time to react. The golden sword light had already penetrated his forehead and flashed out of the helmet behind him. In midair, the black light flashed a few times, and the infernal prison space slowly dissipated. The demon's huge head fell straight down from the sky. There was no longer any light in its eyes. Clearly, its spirit had been destroyed by the sword light of the void. Lu Ming waved his hand and shot out a black gas to hold the demon general's body. With a wave of one hand, a golden light flashed, and the void sword appeared in his hand. There was a smile on his face, and his other hand gently stroked the pale silver sword pouch on his waist. After more than 10 years of nourishment, the moment the void sword left the pouch, its power was really not the same as before. Otherwise, even if the demon general was weak, his cultivation was still in the Jin Dan realm, and it would take a lot of effort to kill him. However, if the void sword wanted to reach the power of the previous blow, it would probably have to be nourished in the sword pouch for many years. Master. At the same time, a clear child's voice came. When Lu Ming heard the voice, he turned his head and looked. But he saw a flash of green light in front of him, and the demon flying skull changed into the appearance of a child again. It flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming, looking at the demon general's body with a covetous face. Have all the ghosts been killed? Lu Ming looked around. Near Qinggang Mountain, the pale green ghost fog had drifted away. In the haze, not a single ghost could be seen, but he could still faintly hear some ghost howls in the distance. The magic power of those army souls wasn't strong, but they were brave. They were able to form a formation, but after I defeated some of them, most of them took the opportunity to escape. Fei Er sucked on her finger as she spoke. Her eyes never left the corpse of the demon general. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. Although Demon Flying Skull's cultivation was close to the perfect stage of the crystallization period later stage, it was not bad to face hundreds of ghosts close to the condensation state at the same time. When Lu Ming left the Taiching sect, Bone Scorpion took a Vajra bone tempering pill and had been refining the medicinal power in the soul recovering bag. Otherwise, if the two spiritual pets attacked together, these ghosts wouldn't escape. However, since the leader had been eliminated, the remaining soldiers wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Seeing the flying head's drooling expression, Lu Ming smiled, waved his sleeves, and threw the general's corpse over. The demon flying skull let out a cheer and changed back to its original form. It pounced on the corpse of the demon general and gnawed on it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and made a sword gesture with one hand. The flying sword in his hand left his hand and flew back into the sword pouch at his waist. The silver light on the surface of the light silver sword pouch flowed, and then it disappeared. Not long after, Fei Er swallowed all the corpses of the generals and devils. The green light in his eyes dimmed and he became lazy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he saw this. The flying skull was originally at the bottleneck of the fake Dan stage. Now that it had swallowed another Gene Dan stage of the same species, it was very likely that it was about to advance. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He patted the soul-nurturing bag on his waist with one hand and kept the flying head inside. Oh no, I almost forgot about this. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something. He stomped his feet and turned into a black light, flying toward Yi Jiao at lightning speed. After the battle between him and the demon general, the remaining seal had completely collapsed. All the ghosts in Green Mound Mountain were also scared away by the two's tyrannical magic power waves. There were also the ghosts that escaped from the flying head. If these ghosts were to attack Yi Jiao, it would be impossible for Yi Jiao to block them with his weak array formation. As Lu Ming flew, his divine sense spread out and quickly covered the surrounding dozens of kilometers. The next moment, his face suddenly sank. In the detection of his divine sense, Yi Jiao was already in a mess. There was almost no aura of living beings in it. In the sky above the village, there were more than 10 ghost bats gathered. Damn it! Lu Ming cursed in his heart, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The mental power in the sea of consciousness suddenly shook, and a huge mental wave spread out with a circle of visible ripples, acting on the more than 10 ghost bats in Yi Jiao through the air. The dozen ghost bats hovering over Yi family village felt their heads sink, and their consciousness suddenly became blurred. It took a while for them to recover. Right at this moment, another wave of spiritual energy took effect on their consciousness. This time, before they could recover, a ray of black light shot down from the sky like lightning. A fan-shaped ray of black light swept out and crushed a dozen or so ghost bats into pieces. A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming's figure landed in the village. It was just that at this moment, his face was faintly pale. Forcefully activating the psychic wave attack from such a long distance was extremely taxing on his psychic energy. He had never cultivated a secret technique like this before, so these two psychic waves had consumed a lot of his psychic energy. With a move of his mind, the mind imitation insect in his arms transmitted a pure mental power, which made his complexion recover a little. Looking around, at this time, Yi family village had already been devastated. The ancestral hall in the village had collapsed, and the weak fluctuations of the array had naturally disappeared. In addition, more than half of the houses had collapsed to the ground. From time to time, the bodies of villagers could be seen, and blood flowed all over the ground. It seems that I'm still a step late. Lu Ming frowned. Ghost bats like to eat meat, but their strength was only at the spirit apostle stage. They couldn't break through the enchantment here at all. Perhaps the real culprits had already left. With a thought, his divine sense spread out again, covering the entire village. Huh. As a result, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out a slight sound of surprise. He flashed and flew to the place where the ancestral hall had collapsed. With a wave of one hand, the broken tiles and stones on the ground were grabbed by a force out of thin air, revealing a square cellar entrance on the ground. The surface of this cellar was imprinted with some seemingly mysterious runes. It had no defensive power, but it could block most of the power of divine sense outside. If it weren't for his strong spiritual power, he probably wouldn't be able to find the strangeness here. No wonder those ghost creatures didn't find out that there was another world below. He just raised one hand, and a black smoke rolled out, opening the cellar door. In an underground room that was only 5 square feet in size, a 6 or 7-year-old boy was curled up on the ground. He was covered in dust, and there was a look of fear on his face. However, his eyes were faintly shining with golden light, and there was a hint of green light flashing in his pupils. It really is golden eyes and green pupils. Lu Ming murmured after looking at it carefully. He had heard Yin Jiuling mention about the golden eyes and green pupils spirit body. This kind of spirit body was quite rare. It was a relatively high-level existence among the pupil spirit bodies. The golden eyes and green pupils had a high degree of insight. It was not inferior to the eyes of great void of the green-eyed female disciple of the Howren Academy that Lu Ming once encountered. Moreover, the golden light emitted by the golden eyes had a natural restraining power against ghosts. Once it was cultivated to the great success stage, it was enough to make most of the ghosts in the world tremble in fear. Suddenly, the golden light in the boy's eyes dimmed. His whole body swayed and fell to the ground. Lu Ming hurriedly stretched out his hand and released a black gas, lifting the boy's body and landing beside him. After a careful examination, he found that the boy had no problems except for forcefully activating the magical power of the spirit eyes, which caused the body's qi and blood to be a little weak. He flicked his finger and continuously tapped on the boy's body a few times. The boy's pale face was greatly eased, and he fell into a deep sleep with his head tilted. After doing this, Lu Ming turned his head and looked around again. He shook his head. There was no living person in the entire village except the boy. The bloodline left behind by the cultivator with the surname Yi from 1,000 years ago still suffered the disaster of extinction. Fortunately, a trace of the bloodline was preserved. Lu Ming dispelled this trace of negative emotion. He waved his hand and a black gas covered the entire village. The ground shook violently, and countless pieces of soil flew up. After a moment, graves appeared in the village. Lu Ming held the boy with one hand and turned around. When he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a girl's pleasant voice. "Master. Scorpion, you're awake? You've already refined the medicinal power of the golden bone tempering pill." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice to her. "Scorpion has let down Master's expectations. I still haven't broken through to the false core stage." The Scorpion faintly sighed. "It's no big deal. The false core stage is a major bottleneck on the road of cultivation. I'm also looking for an opportunity to break through. I'll just take it slowly," Lu Ming said indifferently. At the same time, he patted his waist lightly. A ball of black qi flew out and condensed into the figure of a girl with a black veil. "Scorpion, take good care of this child." Lu Ming handed the boy in his hand to Scorpion. Scorpion reached out to receive it, glanced at Lu Ming, and said, "Master, you want to, the ghosts of Mount Green Hill have already scattered in all directions. I'll go and kill them all, so that the other nearby mortal villages and towns won't suffer any more." Without waiting for Scorpion to finish speaking, Lu Ming's figure blurred and turned into a streak of black light as he flew towards a certain direction. The night passed. At dawn, Lu Ming's figure once again appeared at the foot of the main peak of Mount Green Hill. His expression was slightly tired. After a night of hunting and killing, most of the ghosts were finally eliminated. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 fish that escaped the net, but naturally, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, he himself had important matters to attend to, so he couldn't stay here for too long. At this moment, after such a drastic change in Mount Green Hill, the originally dense ghost fog had dissipated a lot. However, there was still a lot of fog remaining. As if it had received some kind of summon, it once again gathered together. Lu Ming stood on a large rock and narrowed his eyes. He once again spread out his divine sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. When the demon general broke out of the seal, the formation here was greatly damaged, especially the 8 pillars of the seal buried deep underground. Almost all of them had been broken into 2. But even so, the remaining formation combined with the surrounding terrain still had a certain effect, faintly attracting the surrounding ghost mist. After careful observation, he found that the green stone pillar in the middle of the formation seemed to have a kind of power to attract ghosts, while the 7 red stone pillars on the outside seemed to be the real seal. Perhaps after more than 100 years, ghosts would once again appear on the Green Mound Mountain, but these new ghosts would not be able to easily escape and would not affect the mortals in the area for a short period of time. This made Lu Ming really admire the ingenious arrangement of the cultivator Xianxia. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed and his figure moved, flying into the ghost mist. A moment later, he stood at the edge of a dark cave. Looking into the depths of the cave, it was pitch black and seemed bottomless. This cave was where the demon general was sealed. At this moment, there were still traces of grey ghost mist drifting out. Lu Ming looked into the cave for a while, then suddenly closed his eyes again. A moment later, his body moved and he flew into the depths of the cave. The cave was pitch black, and there were gusts of cold wind. After flying for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he arrived at a cave about an acre in size. But the depths of the cave were still pitch black, and the ground was a black sand. There were faint white bones in it, and in the middle were the 8 broken stone pillars. Lu Ming frowned slightly and carefully examined the crystal-clear black sand. There seemed to be black gas slowly flowing on top of it. "This is red Yin sand, only produced in a place with Yin Qi," Lu Ming muttered to himself. With a thought, he spread out his spiritual sense and penetrated forward. Sure enough, over 1,000 feet ahead, there was a stone cave. The cave was still filled with black sand mixed with white bones, and the 7 red and 1 green ceiling pillar stood there in perfect condition. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and his divine sense continued to extend forward. Suddenly, an invisible restriction appeared on the 8 ceiling pillars, blocking Lu Ming's divine sense. At the same time, a deep resentment passed through the restriction and reached Lu Ming's divine sense. "It seems to be a mass grave over there, but there aren't any powerful ghosts like the general demon head, so the seal is still intact." Lu Ming withdrew the power of his divine sense. The expression on his face was one of admiration and sorrow. After a while, he formed a seal with one hand and his body floated into the air. He flew out of the cave. A quarter of an hour later, he stood near a deep, cold pool at the back of Green Hill. At the bottom of the cold pond, there were also 8 red jade pillars. An hour later, Lu Ming found the 4th ceiling pillar in the depths of a dense forest on the west side of the Green Hill mountain range. So that's how it is. In this Green Ridge mountain range, there are a total of 4 10,000-man pits that gave birth to evil spirits, and all of them have been sealed by the Yi cultivator. Fortunately, only one of them has been broken through, and if all 4 of the seals are broken, all the Yin spirits will be released. I'm afraid that the entire eastern mountain county will suffer. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him and muttered. Although he had only used his divine sense to probe a little, he could still clearly feel that the evil Yin Qi in the remaining 3 mass graves was also extremely heavy. The number of ghosts was in the tens of thousands. Fortunately, the other 3 seals were still fine, and there were no Jin Dan level ghosts born inside. Naturally, Lu Ming would not destroy the seal. Lu Ming secretly sighed. At the same time, he did not know why, but he had a faint feeling of unease. It was as if he had missed something. Just at this time, a black cloud rushed over from afar and landed beside Lu Ming. The black cloud retracted. The black cloud retracted and revealed the figure of the bone scorpion. "Master." The scorpion stood behind him. The boy in her arms was still unconscious. Lu Ming's gaze flashed across the boy's body. He saw that the boy's breath had already stabilized. However, opening the spirit eye consumed too much of his soul power. He estimated that he would need to sleep for a few more days before he could wake up. The matter here has been settled. Let's go this way, Lu Ming said. He looked at Green Hill Mountain again. Very quickly, a scarlet-red light shot out from the foot of the main peak of Green Hill Mountain at an incomparably fast speed. It broke through the air and disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths of time. The whole territory of Chen was long and narrow. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge dragon, hence its name. It was not a big country in the Middle Sky continent. However, it was rich in natural resources and had a thriving population. Its national strength was not weak. There were many mountains and ridges in the Chen country. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also relatively abundant. In the past tens of thousands of years, it attracted many sects and families to settle here. Among them, the most famous was the Ouyang family, which was listed as one of the 8 great families in the continent. The Jade Dream Mountain where the Ouyang family was located was the first famous mountain in Chen country. It almost crossed the whole country, so it was also called Dragon's Spine. It was also a famous holy land of spiritual mountains in the Middle Sky continent. It was currently early in the morning. As far as the eye could see, there were many huge mountains that were thousands of feet tall. Some were near, some were far away, and some were near. Clouds lingered around the mountains, and red-crowned cranes danced gracefully. It was like a paradise in the mortal world. In the surroundings of these mountains, there were countless houses of various sizes, palaces, and pavilions. Moreover, one could frequently see streaks of multicolored streaks flying through the various mountains, and it was a flourishing scene. On a peak on the outskirts of the Jade Dream Mountain, a row of exquisite pavilions was built against the mountain. There was a golden plaque hanging above the pavilion with the words "Welcome Pavilion" written in gold. With a squeak, the door of a pavilion was pushed open. Lu Ming, dressed in green clothes, came out with a slight frown. He walked along the corridor of the pavilion for a while and came to a spacious hall. "Lu, did you rest well last night?" In the hall, a middle-aged man in a purple robe saw Lu Ming and hurriedly got up to greet him. The Jade Dream Mountain is a rare spiritual mountain-blessed land in the Middle Sky continent. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant. Being here, I naturally had a good rest. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face, but he immediately changed the topic and asked, "But I came to the Ouyang family this time because I have something important to visit Senior Ouyang Ying. I wonder what I can meet her. I have reported to the patriarch about Lu's matter, but Elder Ying has something to do recently. I'm afraid she has no time to meet Lu for a while." The middle-aged man in a purple robe showed an apologetic smile on his face. "I see, then it seems that I'm really unlucky to come down." Lu Ming smiled bitterly when he heard the words. However, the patriarch specially instructed that Lu should stay here for a few more days. "If you are tired of staying in the Welcome Pavilion, I can also arrange someone to take you on a tour of the Jade Dream Mountain. Although the scenery of our sect is not as good as the Thousand Spirit Mountain at the Taiching Gate, the 9 peaks and 9 valleys in the mountain are also quite unique," the middle-aged man in a purple robe said with a slight smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but before I see Elder Ying, I really don't want to enjoy the beautiful scenery." Lu Ming cupped his fist and turned to leave. The middle-aged man in a purple robe watched Lu Ming's figure walk out of the hall. After a moment of silence, he flipped his hand and took out a communication array plate. After a few whispers, the array plate lit up with a burst of white light. Then it returned to calmness. On the other side, Lu Ming walked slowly in the corridor, a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. He had been in the Jade Dream Mountain for 3 days. After stating his purpose, he was arranged to stay in the Welcome Pavilion. The token that Yin Jiuling gave him had also been handed over to the higher-ups of the Ouyang family. But until today, not only did he not see any of the higher-ups of the Ouyang family, not to mention Elder Ouyang Ying. Although the middle-aged deacon who received him seemed to speak normally. However, Lu Ming was still able to detect a trace of coldness in it. Because of this, he couldn't help but secretly ponder the reason behind it. The sound of footsteps came from the front, and a disciple of the Ouyang family in a purple robe came over. After seeing Lu Ming, he bowed respectfully to him and continued to walk over. It had to be said that these disciples of the Ouyang family's Welcome Pavilion were all polite, and no one could pick out the slightest mistake. It seemed that they should have been specially trained. Forget it, let's wait for another 2 days. I wonder if Xianxia is in this Jade Dream Mountain. If I still can't see Ouyang in 2 days, it's better to visit this woman first. He took a long breath and planned so in his heart. After all, this was the place of the Ouyang family, and there was an outsider here. There was no good way to think for a while. And after the Heavenly Gate meeting, he was more familiar with these two female cultivators. Lu Ming thought so and quickly returned to the guest room. The Ouyang family was one of the 8 great families of the Middle Sky continent. The place to receive guests would naturally not be shabby. Although there was only one guest room here, it was divided into 3 rooms inside and outside. Living room, bedroom. The quiet room was clearly organized. Mr. Liu. The boy of Yi family was sitting honestly in the living room at the moment. When he saw Lu Ming coming in, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. His voice was slightly hoarse. Lu Ming nodded, walked to the chair in the living room and sat down. This boy was the orphan of Yi family village. He didn't think much at that. Timon took him with him, but how to settle him in the future was not easy. Yi Hao, come and sit down. Lu Ming pointed to the chair next to him. When the boy heard the words, he sat down obediently. These days, I have told you a lot about what happened in your village. I want to ask you what your plans are in the future. Lu Ming deliberated his words and tried to make it clear. Howard is willing to listen to Mr. Lu's arrangements. When the boy heard Lu Ming mention the village, his expression suddenly became gloomy, and he lowered his head again. Since you think so, that's fine. Now I will give you 2 choices. One is to bring you back to my sect, and I can help you embark on the path of cultivation. However, I have to tell you in advance that this path is not easy to walk on. Although it will give you a certain amount of power and a relatively longer lifespan, it will also be accompanied by endless dangers and you may lose your life at any time. Lu Ming nodded and said. When the boy heard the words, he immediately raised his head. As for the second option, I'll send you to an ordinary mortal village. It's not much different from your village. I'll take care of your life in the future and won't let you suffer. You can live a peaceful life there. When Lu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Yi Hao quietly, as if waiting for a reply. Yi Hao opened his mouth, as if he was trying hard to digest what Lu Ming had said. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He poured a cup of spirit tea, and slowly drank it while waiting. Yi Hao's expression kept changing. After a long time, his eyes finally became firm. Mr. Liu, I have thought about it. I want to cultivate like you. This is a choice that will affect your life, so you don't have to give me an answer immediately. I will be here for a few days, so you can think about it more. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said calmly. There is no need. I have thought about it very clearly. I want to become a person like you and my ancestor. When my grandfather was alive, he told me that I will be the hope of the Yi family. When he said the word hope, Yi Hao's little face was full of determination. Well, since you have decided, when the matter here is over, I will take you back to the sect directly. For the next few days, you can have a good rest here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he said calmly. He immediately walked to the quiet room and sat cross-legged to meditate. Another 2 days passed quickly. At this time, Lu Ming still hadn't been summoned by Elder Ouyang. He was pacing back and forth in the room impatiently. His face was uncertain. Dong dong, there was a soft knock on the door. Lu Ming frowned and immediately walked over to open the door. A refreshing fragrance came to his face. 2 beautiful girls in lavender dresses stood outside the door with a smile. They were Xianxia and her sister. It turns out to be the 2 Ouyang ladies. After Lu Ming was slightly startled, he quickly invited the 2 into the room with joy. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Brother Liu is still as elegant as before. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia was still standing behind Xianxia. She looked at Lu Ming with a smile, but she didn't speak. The 2 fairies are more and more brilliant. Lu Ming said so, but he muttered in his heart. He was originally planning to visit the 2 today, but he didn't expect the 2 women to take the initiative to come over. I went out a few days ago. I just heard that Brother Liu came to the Ouyang family. Otherwise, I would have come to talk to Brother Liu. Speaking of which, Brother Lu only took 10 years to cultivate to the peak of the crystallization period. This speed is really amazing. After Xianxia looked up and down at Lu Ming, her beautiful face showed a trace of envy. I was also barely able to cultivate to this level with the support of the sect. Fairy has overpraised me. Lu Ming said humbly. After Xianxia rolled her eyes, she suddenly asked with a smile, I heard that Brother Lu came to visit Eldering this time. Is it to borrow the exquisite wall? It seems that the purpose of my trip is really not a secret in the Ouyang family. But I am worried about this matter. My master, Ying Jiuling, and your family's senior Ouyang Ying are old acquaintances. He once promised to borrow the exquisite wall 3 times, so I took the liberty to visit. But I don't know why senior Ouyang Ying has been avoiding me. Lu Ming didn't hide and said with a wry smile. The Ouyang sisters looked at each other, and a strange expression flashed in their eyes. The Ouyang sisters looked at each other, and a strange expression flashed in their eyes. Brother Lu might not know this, but it's not that my Ouyang aristocrat clan is going back on our words. It's just that the exquisite clarity wall is a sacred artifact of my Ouyang clan, and there's a limit to the number of times it can be used. Every 5 years, it can only be used by one person at a time. Right now, I'm afraid Eldering is also in a difficult position. Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth and said slowly. Could it be that the exquisite wall has just been used? When Lu Ming heard this, his face changed slightly. That's not it, it's just. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered twice. After she spoke, she wanted to say something but stopped. Fairy Qin, what do you want to say? Feel free to say it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said so. But Xianxia smiled slightly and didn't say anything. To tell you the truth, the reason we sisters have come to see Brother Lu this time is actually related to the matter of the clear exquisite wall. Xianxia, who was at the side, tidied up the black hair beside her ear and said with a soft sigh. Lu Ming frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He just looked at Xianxia quietly, waiting for the woman to continue. I wonder if Brother Lu still remembers the demon mystic sect's Longxian. Xianxia suddenly changed the topic and asked. Lu Ming was startled, then he nodded and said, Of course I remember. This person is a disciple of the demon mystic sect. He is very powerful. Why did Miss Ouyang suddenly mention this person? Longxian also came to this Xianmeng mountain more than 10 days ago. Coincidentally, the purpose of his trip is the same as Brother Lu. He is also here to borrow the exquisite wall. It is said that after the Tianmen meeting, he immediately returned to the sect to cultivate hard. His strength has improved greatly, and he has also cultivated to the peak of the crystallization period. He also mastered an extremely powerful mystic art of the demon mystic sect. I don't know how he managed to find out that our Ouyang aristocrat clan is in need of borrowing the strength of an outsider. Hence, he requested to borrow the exquisite clarity wall as well as to marry one of us sisters. As Xianxia spoke up to hear, a look of loathing flashed past her face. On the other side, Xianxia also had a cold face at the moment. Obviously, she also had a big opinion on this. Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply. Recalling the attitude of the Ouyang sisters toward Longxian in the Tianmen secret realm, he had already guessed most of the reasons why the Ouyang sisters came here. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, If I didn't remember wrongly, the relationship between the Ouyang aristocrat clan and the mystic demon sect is hostile, right? The 2 young misses are both outstanding disciples of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. Your clan leader actually didn't hesitate to sacrifice the 2 of them to rope in Longxian? There is no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. Maybe there is some deal between the family's senior officials and the demon mystic sect. There is a powerful elder in the family who is pushing this matter with all his strength. The ones who are sacrificed are naturally low-ranked disciples like us. Xianxia snorted and said. Lu Ming was full of contemplation. After a while, he said solemnly, In this case, what do the 2 fairies want me to do? Just say it. With Brother Lu's intelligence, you must have guessed that we sisters are very disgusted with Longxian. However, as the younger generation of the family, it is naturally not good for us to directly refuse this matter. Lu is strong, and the sect behind him is also one of the 4 ancient sections. Therefore, I hope that you can replace Long Xian to complete the deal for the Ouyang family. In this way, we sisters don't have to marry Long Xian, and Lu can naturally borrow the exquisite wall. This is the best of both worlds. Ouyang Qin said slowly. Lu Ming didn't speak immediately after hearing this. His fingers gently tapped on the table and he pondered. When the Ouyang sisters saw Lu Ming's expression, they looked at each other and also waited quietly. After a long time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said, I don't know what your family needs help for. With the strength of your family, you don't need to find outsiders, right? We are also not very clear about this. However, Long Xian agreed immediately. With Brother Lu's strength, it should not be a problem. Ouyang Qian's face stiffened as she spoke in a somewhat unnatural manner. Hee, Fairy Qian really thinks too highly of me. I know how much ability I have. If I don't even know what to do, I'm afraid I can't promise you anything. Lu Ming smiled and said. Even the dignified Ouyang family needed to rely on external forces to complete something. Even if you think with your toes, it would not be a simple matter. Most likely, you would have to risk your life. How could he be willing to promise anything just like that? Brother Lu, it's not that we sisters intentionally hide it. We really don't know. However, if you want to use the exquisite nature wall to break through to the fake dance stage, don't tell me you don't even dare to take such a small risk. To be honest, the person who is guarding the exquisite nature wall with Elder Ying is our uncle. If Brother Lu wants to wait for the next opportunity to use the exquisite nature wall, I advise you to give up on this idea. As long as we speak to Uncle, I'm afraid Brother Lu will never be able to borrow our family's treasure. Even if you have Elder Ying's keepsake, it will be the same. Ouyang Qin's expression sank. Fairy Qin is threatening me? When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed. It was as if he was meeting Ouyang Qin for the first time. He looked at the girl from head to toe. Although Sister Qin's words just now were not very pleasant to hear, they were indeed from the bottom of our hearts. As long as Lu can help us not to marry that Long Xian, not only can the two of us promise to do our best to convince Uncle to help you obtain the right to use the exquisite nature wall, we will also give Lu a precious reward as a thank you gift. Among them is the soul-cleansing pill of the Ouyang family. This pill can refine one's soul and is very helpful for advancing to the fake dance stage. Ouyang Qian coughed lightly and immediately followed up. Lu Ming frowned and still did not immediately agree. How about this, regardless of whether Brother Lu decides to help our Ouyang family with this matter or not, follow us to see the patriarch first. Otherwise, Brother Lu will still be useless even if he waits here for another 3 to 5 months. Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin looked at each other again and suddenly said. Alright, then I'll have to trouble the two fairies. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. He looked at the Ouyang sisters meaningfully, then he nodded and agreed. The Ouyang family patriarch was equivalent to the master of Taiqing Gate, Master Tianguo. The Ouyang sisters could actually visit him at any time, which showed that the status of these two women was not low. One must know that the status of Master Tianguo in Taiqing Gate was very high. Not to mention Lu Ming, even the master of Fallen Serene Peak, Ying Jiuling, couldn't visit him at any time. There's no time to lose, let's go now. The patriarch happens to be in the residence these days. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the two women showed joy on their faces. Before Lu Ming went out again, he said a few words to the boy in the bedroom, then he left the residence with the two women. After a while, Lu Ming left the reception pavilion with the Ouyang sisters, and they turned into 3 escape lights and headed toward the depths of the Jade Dream Mountain range. The main peak of Jade Dream Mountain was majestic and towering into the clouds. The mountain was covered with purple rocks, and even the vegetation on the mountain had a purple dreamy aura. After 15 minutes, under the guidance of the Ouyang sisters, the 3 came to the top of the main peak, in front of a hall made of huge purple rocks. As soon as he was within 1,000 meters of the purple building, Lu Ming only felt his body sinking. A huge suction acted on his body, pulling him down. Lu Ming was shocked. A black light faintly penetrated his body, and he channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. However, no matter how he channeled his spiritual power, he couldn't resist this suction. After a while, he was still pulled to the square in front of the hall. After landing on the square, the suction suddenly disappeared. It came and went very abruptly. The Ouyang sisters had already landed at this time. Seeing that Lu Ming could actually persist in midair for so long, there seemed to be a hint of surprise flashing on their faces. "Brother Lu, don't panic. This is the conference hall of my Ouyang family. There are some forbidden arrays nearby," Ouyang Qian explained. "It turns out to be like this. I'm making a fuss." Lu Ming was a little surprised, and he immediately glanced around. Since this was an important place for the Ouyang family, he didn't believe that there was only a no-fly restriction set up here. Who knows, there might be a killing formation set up somewhere. In the suction just now, Lu Ming was keenly aware of a trace of killing aura that flashed by. Just as he was about to carefully sense it, the Ouyang sisters had already walked to the entrance of the hall. Lu Ming had to follow. On both sides of the entrance of the hall stood a tall guard. He wore purple armor and held a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. One of the guards saw Lu Ming and the others walking over and blocked in front of them expressionlessly. He shouted from afar, "The conference hall is an important place. You are not allowed to enter." Lu Ming's gaze swept over the two guards. The aura emitted from these two people was quite strong. They were both cultivators in the early stage of the crystal level. The padao and shield in their hands were shining with spiritual light. They were actually two extremely high-quality spiritual weapons. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian snorted lightly. She turned her hand and took out a purple token. She shook it in her hand. The purple armored guard's gaze fell on the token in Ouyang Qian's hand. He bowed slightly and made way for them without saying anything. Lu Ming saw very clearly that the token in Ouyang Qian's hand was exactly the same as the token that Yin Jiuling gave him. It was just that the token in Ouyang Qian's hand only had 3 star patterns carved on it. Ouyang Qian put away the token and looked into the depths of the hall. She didn't walk in immediately. After thinking for a while, she opened her mouth and asked, "Is the master inside?" "The master is inside receiving guests," the purple armored guard said faintly. His gaze turned around and fell on Lu Ming. The Ouyang family respected the color purple. Since entering Xianmeng Mountain, all the people that Lu Ming saw from the Ouyang family were wearing purple robes. He, who was wearing a green robe, was naturally particularly conspicuous. "No need. We can just wait in the side hall inside." Ouyang Qian heard this and thought for a while. She then took the lead and walked into the main hall. Ouyang Qin followed closely behind while Lu Ming walked at the back. The purple armored guard glanced at Lu Ming with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but he did not step forward to stop him. Inside the main hall was a long corridor without too many decorations. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone pillar with carved patterns. Dragons, tigers, cranes, and other spirit creatures were carved on them, giving off a solemn atmosphere. Along the way, they didn't say a word. The empty corridor echoed with the footsteps of the 3 people. A moment later, Lu Ming felt his vision suddenly widen. A transparent hall appeared in front of the 3 of them. Directly across from the hall was the entrance to the main hall, which was about 20 feet tall and wide. Beside it was a side hall. From where the 3 of them stood, the main hall's main door was tightly shut. They couldn't see what was going on inside, but they could faintly hear people talking inside. "Brother Lu, the master is receiving guests inside. Let's visit later." Ouyang Qian glanced at the main hall's door, then she walked to the side hall with Ouyang Qin. Lu Ming nodded his head nonchalantly and followed after them. He had only taken 2 steps when a hurried hubbub suddenly sounded from the main hall. Immediately after, with a boom sound, the 2 large doors were opened to both sides. After Ouyang Qian and the other 2 looked at each other, they suddenly stopped and looked back curiously. Swoosh! A white figure seemed to be pushed out by a gust of wind, but after the figure fluttered, it landed steadily outside the door. It was a young girl dressed in a snow-white dress. Her figure was graceful, and her lotus-colored arms were exposed outside her clothes. Her face was covered with a white veil. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a hint of annoyance in her eyes. When Lu Ming saw this familiar gaze, his body suddenly trembled slightly. The girl in the white dress was none other than the Sand Clan girl that he had met several times in the southern wilderness, Sha Chuer. As soon as the woman stabilized her figure, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the main hall. A middle-aged man in a purple robe with a pale yellow face and a long face suddenly walked out. After a flash, he blocked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia reacted immediately. She bowed and said softly, "Qian greets Elder Xian." Although Xianxia beside her also bowed, there was a trace of reluctance on her face. The middle-aged man in a purple robe frowned and glanced at Xianxia and Xianxia in surprise. His eyes stayed on Lu Ming for a moment, and finally fell on the masked girl in front of him again. He said coldly, "Miss Xia, you are really bold. Not only do you linger in my Ouyang family, but you even dare to sneak in here." Xianxia didn't look directly at the middle-aged man in a purple robe at all. Instead, she looked into the depths of the hall and said loudly, "Ouyang clan master, this little girl has specially come from the southern wasteland to pay a visit. Could it be that you are not even willing to meet this junior? How can you see the family master? You tried to sneak into the file pavilion of my Ouyang family last time, but the family master has not pursued the crime of trespassing into the forbidden area of the Ouyang family. If you know what's good for you, you should leave quickly. Do you really think that I really don't dare to do anything to you just because of some nonsense?" Seeing this, the middle-aged man in purple robe was furious. After a low groan, a spiritual pressure like extreme cold surged out. Intentionally or unintentionally, it also shrouded Lu Ming and the other two who were standing on the side. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The middle-aged man in a purple robe in front of him was a Jin Dan realm cultivator, but the strength of the spiritual pressure he exuded was definitely not weaker than any Jin Dan realm cultivator he had seen before. There was even a hint of the majestic aura of the celestial state. Jin Dan peak late-stage powerhouse, Lu Ming immediately lowered his eyelids and thought for a while. He didn't know how many times he had faced a real celestial state beastkin cultivator like Thunder Beastkin in the illusion of the illusionary demonic pupil, but he could still attack and defend freely. The pressure of the middle-aged man in a purple robe couldn't affect him. However, on the other side, the Ouyang sisters were pale at this moment. They couldn't bear the spiritual pressure and took a few steps back. Xianxia's pretty face was also pale, but then a trace of stubbornness appeared in her eyes. After taking a few steps back, she finally stabilized her figure with a gesture, then she looked straight at the middle-aged man in a purple robe. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in a purple robe snorted. His eyes suddenly shot two solid purple light beams at Xianxia's eyes. Soul-slaying stab. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim when she saw this. This was the famous mental mystic art of the Ouyang family. Only Jin Dan cultivators could cultivate it. It condensed powerful mental power into a near-solid attack. This kind of invisible attack couldn't cause physical damage to the opponent, but it could severely injure the opponent's mental power and even soul. Xianxia didn't seem to expect that the middle-aged man in a purple robe would suddenly attack. A layer of white light suddenly lit up on her body, and she broke free from the huge spiritual pressure. She groaned and formed a gesture. Yellow light spots appeared in front of her, condensing into a brown barrier in front of her. The middle-aged man in a purple robe sneered coldly. The next moment, there was a bang. The brown barrier was penetrated by the two purple light beams as if it was nothing, and they continued to shoot at Xianxia without slowing down. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Facing a real Jin Dan cultivator, even if the opponent didn't use his full strength, she couldn't resist it at all. The purple light beams were about to hit her. But at this moment, with a poof, a big hand wrapped in layers of black gas suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. When the purple light beams hit it, they immediately burst into two clusters of purple light, disintegrating and disappearing on the surface of the big hand. The middle-aged man in a purple robe's face changed suddenly, a figure surrounded by black gas appeared in front of Xianxia. It was Lu Ming who raised his arm. His face turned slightly pale, but he returned to normal in an instant. He grabbed Xianxia with his other hand, took a few steps back, and stood still 100 meters away from the middle-aged man in a purple robe. "Brother Lu." Xianxia was startled, but when she saw Lu Ming's face clearly, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming smiled at Xianxia, but he sighed in his heart. His attack was really a bit abrupt. Not to mention anything else, he might have offended the elder of the Ouyang family in front of him. However, he and Xianxia knew each other in the Odd Desert, so he naturally couldn't sit back and watch her get hurt. Where did this junior come from? how dare you behave atrociously here? Seeing this, the middle-aged man in a purple robe was extremely annoyed. He looked at Lu Ming coldly like a sharp blade. Elder Xian, this is Mr. Lu Ming of the inner gate of Taiching Gate. This time, he specially came to Xianming Mountain to visit the master. Seeing this, Xianxia frowned, but she still introduced. At the same time, the girl moved her lotus steps and intentionally or unintentionally walked between the two of them, faintly blocking Lu Ming's front. Oh? It turns out that you are the Lu Ming who wants to borrow our clan's exquisite wall. The middle-aged man in a purple robe's eyes flashed, and his face showed a hint of coldness. At the same time, Ouyangqian's voice transmission sounded in Lu Ming's ears. After listening, Lu Ming was startled. The man named Xian in front of him turned out to be the elder of the Ouyang family who tried his best to facilitate the marriage between the Ouyang family and the demon mystic sect. With that in mind, he calmly let go of Chu Er and cupped his hands together, saying, "You're the heavenly monarch." Taiching Gate's Lu Ming greets Elder Xian. Taiching Gate, what a big name. However, a mere inner disciple dares to meddle in the family affairs of the Ouyang family. Isn't she too bold? Ouyang Xian's face was still cold when he heard the words. I don't dare. I just met this Miss Xia once in the southern wasteland, so I know she is a disciple of the southern wasteland's mystic comprehending mighty figure. I wonder if Elder Xian can let her finish her words for the sake of this mighty figure. Lu Ming said with a smile. Mystic comprehending mighty figure. Junior, what nonsense are you talking about? Since when is there a mystic comprehending mighty figure in the southern wasteland? Ouyang Xian was shocked when he heard the words, but he immediately thought of something. He scolded with a gloomy face. Mystic enlightening mighty? When Ouyangqian heard this, she covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Sha Chuer up and down again. Ouyangqian was also surprised. She looked at Sha Chuer with a little doubt. Sha Chuer heard Lu Ming's words, but she sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm a disciple of the mystic enlightening mighty. I came to Ouyang family this time to find my father, and my father is also a member of Ouyang family." Ouyangqian and Ouyangqian were naturally startled when they heard this. The man in purple robe looked gloomy. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Yes, I remember you told me before that your father is from the Middle Earth. I didn't expect him to be from Ouyang family. Lu Ming was a little enlightened. My father's name is Ouyang Ming. He told my mother that he was a member of Ouyang family. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here directly after leaving the southern wilderness. Sha Chuer said softly. Ouyang Ming? Ouyangqian and Ouyangqian looked a little confused as if they had never heard of this name. The middle-aged man in purple robe's face changed slightly, but he seemed to think of something the next moment. His expression returned to normal in an instant. This instantaneous change was still seen by Sha Chuer and Lu Ming. I hope Senior can let me meet your family master. Once I know the exact news of my father, I will immediately turn around and leave. I will never bother Ouyang family again. Sha Chuer asked anxiously. I have told you many times that there is no Ouyang Ming in Ouyang family. You are in the wrong place. Why are you still so stubborn? Ouyang Xian was a little impatient. Impossible, my father once told my mother that he is from Ouyang family, one of the 8 major families in the Middle Sky continent. He is one of the 28th generation core disciples, Ouyang Ming. Sha Chuer was anxious and said quickly. I don't need to lie to you. Ouyang family really doesn't have this person in the record. There are many families in the Middle Sky continent. The surname of Ouyang is not in Xianming Mountain. You should leave quickly and go to other places to inquire about the news. The middle-aged man in purple robe said coldly. Sha Chuer opened her mouth and wanted to argue, but Ouyang Xian waved his sleeves and said sternly, That's all I have to say. Ouyang family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a faintly discernible spiritual pressure surged out, causing faint ripples to appear in the surrounding air. Both Ouyangqian, Sha Chuer, and Sha Chuer let loose muffled groans as they involuntarily took another step back before stabilizing themselves amid a flash of white light. Only Lu Ming's body slightly swayed in place and he endured it as if nothing had happened. This made Ouyang Xian look at Lu Ming in surprise. After a cold snort, he turned around and walked into the hall. Seeing this, Xianxia bit her lips slightly, and finally forced a smile at Lu Ming, then she walked out with a gloomy expression. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he did not give chase immediately. Judging from the previous situation, Xiaochuer's father was most likely a descendant of the Ouyang clan, and it was highly possible that he was involved in some secret of the Ouyang clan. If not, how could an outsider let him leave so easily after repeatedly barging into the Ouyang clan? However, if he remembered correctly, Xiaochuer once said that her father had long passed away in the Odd Desert. If this was the case, why would this woman come to the Ouyang aristocrat clan? Since he didn't know the true reason behind this, it was really not good for him to lend a hand, lest things backfire. Brother Lu, the patriarch is in the main hall. Let's go in. Ouyang Qian glanced at the purple-robed middle-aged man's silhouette and said. Then, she and Ouyang Qin entered together. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at Xiaochuer, who had already walked far away. After a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, he continued to move forward. Once they entered the entrance of the main hall, it was another short corridor. On both sides, there were several servants in purple clothes standing with their hands down. There was a high hall entrance in front. The purple-robed middle-aged man had already disappeared. Obviously, he had entered it. Ouyang Qian and the other two women were waiting at the front door at the moment. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure flickered and came to the front of the two women, saying, "Sorry to keep you two waiting." Ouyang Qian didn't say anything. She turned around and waved her sleeve. The door opened, and the two walked in first. Without hesitation, Lu Ming followed him in. As a result, as soon as he stepped in, he found that it was suddenly bright. This hall was about an acre in size and 50 meters high. The walls on all sides were inlaid with purple crystals. A palace lamp hung high above the dome. It looked a bit like the wealth of the mortal world. On the opposite side of the hall, a fair-skinned man in a purple-gold robe was sitting on a large mahogany chair. This person was about 30 years old. He had a short beard on his lips. He looked a bit elegant. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming with interest. Ouyang Xian was sitting on the side with a blank expression. Lu Ming's eyes met with him, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. He felt a huge aura similar to that of Thunder Beast Qin on this elegant man, and it seemed to be a bit stronger. After Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qian bowed respectfully to the elegant man, Ouyang Qian's lips moved slightly. After a few words, she walked to the side and stood with her hands behind her back. Junior Lu Ming of Taiqing Gate greets Ouyang family master. Lu Ming bowed. Before he came to Shanming Mountain, he also did some research on the Ouyang family master. The family master in front of him was called Ouyang Jianqiu. It was said that this person had taken over the Ouyang family less than 100 years ago and had always kept a low profile in the outside world. Now that he saw him, he actually looked so young. So it's nephew Lu of Taiqing Gate, right? You're indeed a talent. After listening to Ouyang Qian's voice transmission, the elegant man showed a trace of surprise, but after looking at Lu Ming from head to toe, he finally smiled and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Junior has also long heard of the family master's name. It is my opportunity to see you in person today. Lu Ming replied respectfully. You're young, but you're quite talkative. I heard from Qianer that nephew Lu came to Shanming Mountain this time to borrow the exquisite clarity wall. Ouyang Jianqiu took a sip of his tea and asked in a seemingly casual manner. Family master, please understand. My master, Ying Jiuling, had an agreement with Elder Ouyang Ying of your family to borrow the exquisite clarity wall 3 times. That's why I dared to come and ask for it. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Is that so? Ouyang Jianqiu heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Reporting to family master, the agreement between Elder Ying and Ying Jiuling of Taiqing Gate was a private agreement. It was not reported to the Elders Guild. Therefore, whether this agreement should be honored needs to be carefully discussed. At this moment, the purple-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. When Lu Ming heard this, his face immediately darkened. However, as an outsider, it was not appropriate for him to say anything at this moment. Otherwise, it would easily backfire. Reporting to family master, Qianer thinks that Elder Xian's words are inappropriate. As far as I know, Eldering did not agree to this exchange without a reason. It was to exchange for the opportunity to enter the evil spirit path for a few disciples who have been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. Since there was an agreement, how can we go back on our words? Otherwise, people will laugh at our Ouyang family for not keeping our words. Ouyang Qin actually directly targeted the purple-robed middle-aged man. You. Ouyang Xian's face changed, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ouyang Qian. Qianer's words are somewhat reasonable. The elegant man also nodded. Family Master, the exquisite clarity wall is our family's sacred object. Many of our thousands of disciples are also waiting to use this treasure to break through the bottleneck. Family Master, please reconsider. Even if it is lent to this person, it should be at the back. Ouyang Xian looked at Lu Ming and said, but his tone was obviously not as tough as before. Humph. The implication of Elder Xian's words is that he wants to let the demon mystic sect kid use the exquisite clarity wall first. I really don't know what benefits the demon mystic sect gave to Elder Xian in private to make Elder Xian plan for him like this. Reporting to Family Master, the demon mystic sect has always been at odds with the Ouyang family. You must not believe it easily. Ouyang Qian no longer hesitated and directly interrupted. Humph, the two of you actually dare to talk nonsense in front of the Family Master. The family's elders have already decided to borrow Long Xian to complete the important matter for the family, so they agreed to borrow the exquisite clarity wall as the price. At the same time, the marriage between the two sects is also the decision of the family's elders. How can you two juniors criticize it? Ouyang Xian regained his calmness and said coldly. Since this marriage involves us sisters, can't the two of us say anything? The so-called decision of the elders is simply a private decision made by a small number of elders while most of the elders are not present. How can it really? Ouyang Qian argued. At this moment, the elegant man in the main seat picked up the teacup and took a sip, as if he did not hear the argument below. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming admired this person's shrewdness. Reporting to Family Master, if it is to complete the important matter for the family, I think Lu is more suitable than Long Xian. After all, in the Tianmen gathering a few years ago, Lu could win in one fell swoop. His strength is far above that of Long Xian. Ouyang Qin suddenly raised her voice and said. Oh, I have also heard of this. Hearing this, the elegant man looked at Lu Ming and his eyes suddenly lit up. I was just lucky. When Lu Ming heard Ouyang Qin directly use him as a shield, although he secretly frowned, his mind quickly turned a few times. In the end, he still didn't directly say anything to deny it. The Tianmen gathering is indeed a big part of luck, but it does not indicate the level of strength. Perhaps this Lu was just lucky in it. Ouyang Xian said coldly. Elder Xian said it so seriously, could it be that you have also entered the Tianmen secret realm? Ouyang Qian said lightly. You. Hearing this, the purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly became angry. He naturally could not enter this Tianmen gathering, and the last Tianmen gathering was 800 years ago. Even if he was born at that time, he would be far from meeting the requirements to enter. In the Elysium Association, Qian Er and Sister Qin finally walked the same trial path as Brother Lu, and Long Xian also went with him. We witnessed the strength of Brother Lu with our own eyes. Especially the alien race monsters that suddenly appeared at the end, most of them were killed by Brother Lu. It can be said that he has great credit. As for Long Xian, he seems to have been trapped. In the end, it was the messenger of the heavenly palace who rescued him. Ouyang Qian winked at Ouyang Qin on the side, signaling her not to talk back, then she spoke. When the middle-aged man in purple robe heard the words, he was about to refute, but he was stopped by the elegant man. He said with a spurious smile, Elder Xian and Qian Er, one recommended Long Xian, and the other recommended Lu to complete the task for our family. Each has its own reasons, and I am also in a dilemma. How about this? It is better for Lu and nephew Long to have a public competition. Whoever wins will get the right to use the exquisite wall. This is the fairest way. After all, with regards to the matter of the main family, the stronger the external force, the more confident we will be. Ouyang Qian and her sister were delighted when they heard the words. They turned to look at Lu Ming with hope in their eyes. Since Master Ouyang said so, I naturally have no objection. Lu Ming agreed after hesitating for a while. It was not surprising that this matter would develop to this point. Although he heard from Ouyang Qian that Long Xian had mastered a powerful mystic art, with Lu Ming's current strength, if he used all his strength, not to mention the crystallization period, he could even defeat the later stage Jingdan cultivator. Master, it's not appropriate to do this. The previous decision was made by the elders after all. Ouyang Xian's face became ugly, and he turned and bowed to the elegant man. Elder Xian, although the power of the elders is not small, according to the rules of the family, the master also has the right to question it. Besides, the last decision to cooperate with the demon mystic sect seems to be made when I am not in the family. I have made up my mind, so you don't have to say more. If there are any elders who are dissatisfied, just come to me. As for the time of the competition, let's set it to be tomorrow. The scholarly man replied with a chuckle. I wouldn't dare. Since the patriarch has already made a decision, I will go and inform the Long Xian. I hope this Lu won't disappoint me. I'll take my leave first. After Ouyang Xian's expression changed a few more times, he finally agreed with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Then, he cupped his fist at the elegant man and strode out. Please don't take offense, Lu. Elder Xian's temper is just like that. The scholarly man nodded at Lu Ming with a helpless expression. Not at all. It's just that my visit was a bit abrupt. Lu Ming smiled noncommittally. There was not the slightest hint of abnormality on his face. Qianer, you take nephew disciple Lu to rest. Don't neglect him. Bring him to the Xianyuan platform at noon tomorrow. The elegant man took a deep look at Lu Ming, then he turned his head and instructed Ouyang Qian. Don't worry, Patriarch. Qianer and brother Lu are old acquaintances. I will definitely make the appropriate arrangements. Ouyang Qian hurriedly replied with a smile on her face. Lu Ming also bowed to the scholarly man before leaving the main hall with the Ouyang sisters. After everyone had left, the main hall sank into silence. The scholarly man sat on the main seat with one hand gently stroking the back of the chair. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, a figure silently appeared in a flash. It was another purple-robed person who had suddenly appeared beside the scholarly man. This person's chin and cheeks were covered with a thick black beard. He wore the same robes as Ouyang Xian. From his attire, he should be an elder of the Ouyang clan. The Ouyang clan patriarch did not show any surprise at the appearance of this mustached man. He only nodded slightly. You heard the conversation just now? Thank you, Patriarch. The mustached man bowed and said something without any head or tail. His voice was like a large bell. It's just a use of the exquisite wall. Eldering doesn't have to take it to heart. However, it's not good to let outsiders use our clan's sacred object. It's easy to cause criticism within the clan. This matter can't be repeated. The Ouyang clan patriarch waved his hand lightly. I understand. The mustached man's face changed slightly as he replied respectfully. His voice couldn't help but be a little lower. What do you think of this Lu Ming? After all, Long Xian is also an outstanding disciple of the demon mystic sect. His strength can't be underestimated. The Ouyang clan patriarch's tone slowed down as he asked. Although I haven't seen Long Xian before, Lu Ming just casually took Elder Xian's soul-killing stab. Not to mention other aspects, just in terms of mental strength, he has definitely reached the level of Jingdan cultivator. It seems that Yin Jiuling has accepted a good disciple. The mustached man said with admiration. In that case, the competition between the two of them is still worth watching. Everything will be decided by the result of the competition. After all, it involves the clan's interests. In the end, it's always good to be stronger. Elder Ing, do you understand what I mean? The Ouyang clan patriarch said as he looked at the mustached man in front of him again. I understand. Everything will be decided by the patriarch. The mustached man cupped his hands and said. The Ouyang clan patriarch nodded and muttered to himself. The mustached man's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked another matter. Oh right, patriarch, that little girl with the surname Xia. Is she really a descendant of Ouyang Ming? The elegant man's eyes suddenly sank as he replied after a while, looking at her appearance and demeanor, she faintly has some of Ouyang Ming's charm from back then. I think she should be a blood relative of his. It's really a pity. With Ouyang Ming's talent, if that incident didn't happen back then, by now. The mustached man said with a regretful tone. The Ouyang clan patriarch sighed and interrupted the mustached man's words. Regarding Ouyang Ming, the elders have already made a decision. It's better not to talk about it. The mustached man replied in a low voice. On the other side, Lu Ming, accompanied by Ouyang Qian and her sister, returned to the guest pavilion. After saying goodbye to the two girls, he walked directly into the quiet room. Yi Hao saw his dignified expression and tactfully did not disturb him. He obediently sat on the bed and silently muttered a few incantations. It was some of the most basic breathing techniques that Lu Ming had asked him to memorize in the past few days. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He carefully thought about what he had seen and heard today in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed and opened his eyes again. Although there were many twists and turns in this visit to the Ouyang clan, there was finally some progress in the matter of the exquisite wall. It seemed that the key was still the battle with Xianxia tomorrow. As long as he personally defeated this demon mystic sect disciple, with the Taiqing gate behind him, he was not afraid that the other party would go back on their words. As for the promise of help to the Ouyang clan, it was secondary compared to the need to break through the pseudo-pellet stage bottleneck as soon as possible. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After thinking for a while, he began to really adjust his breathing and recharge his energy. At the same time, in a secret room of a tower on the top of a beautiful peak of Jade Dream Mountain, two figures were sitting opposite each other. One of them was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He was the elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Xian. Sitting opposite him was an ugly young man in a black robe with small eyes and a flat nose. If Lu Ming or the Ouyang Qian sisters were here, they would definitely recognize this person at a glance. He was Xian of the demon mystic sect. After more than 10 years, this person's appearance had changed quite a lot. What was particularly eye-catching was that his hair color had turned dark green. There seemed to be traces of green flames attached to it, which looked extremely strange. I didn't expect that there would actually be someone who came to borrow the exquisite wall. It was even that Lu Ming of the Taiqing gate. What a coincidence. Xian's eyes flickered as he smiled eerily. The marriage between our two sects had originally been approved by the Elders Guild. It could be said to be a matter of course. I never thought that at the last moment, this Lu Ming would suddenly come to interfere. He is really abominable. Ouyang Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a sigh. Elder Xian, don't worry. If it was during the Tianmen meeting back then, I would be a little afraid of this Lu Ming. But now, during the competition tomorrow, I will naturally make him kneel and beg for mercy. Xian said with extreme confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange green cold light flashed in his eyes. The tip of his hair suddenly made a few crackling sounds. There was a faint green flame, which made his originally ugly face look even more ferocious. Since Marshal Nephew Long is certain that he will definitely win, that is naturally the best. As long as you can defeat Lu Ming tomorrow, naturally leave the matter of the marriage to me. Ouyang Xian said with a chuckle. But for some unknown reason, every time the purple-robed middle-aged man thought of the scene of Lu Ming withstanding his god-killing thorn, he felt a burst of unease in his heart, although he was extremely confident in Xian. Then I will have to trouble Elder Xian. When the time comes, I will naturally fulfill my promise to Elder Xian. Xian said with a laugh. The night was silent. At noon the next day, in a scenic valley in the Jade Dream Mountain range. The grass and trees in the valley were verdant, and the flowers were like brocade. Bursts of refreshing fragrance drifted with the wind. White rabbits and deer ran back and forth between the bushes, and the clear chirping of birds could be heard in the air. It was a pleasant scene of paradise. This was one of the famous 9 peaks and 9 valleys of the Jade Dream Mountain range, Oriole Grass Valley. In the center of the valley stood a rectangular platform. This platform was about 10 feet from the ground, and it occupied an area of about 10 acres. It was built with a kind of greenish-black rock. This was the black stone, which was also a type of metal ore. It was known for its sturdiness and durability. However, this ore could not be used to forge spirit tools or magic tools. It was usually used to build buildings. There were many greenish-black stone pillars erected around the platform. They were also made of black stone, and there were many green spirit inscriptions engraved on the surface. This platform was the place where the disciples of the Ouyang clan usually practiced their magic power. It was called the Mysterious Origin Platform. There were only 3 figures standing at the edge of the usually bustling Xianyuan platform. They were the Ouyang family master, Ouyang Xian, and Long Xian of the demon mystic sect. Ouyang Xian was whispering something to the Ouyang family master while Long Xian stood by the side without saying a word. At this moment, a yellow light flashed out of the valley entrance and landed on the platform in a few flashes. After the purple light faded, a bearded man in a purple robe was revealed. It was Ouyang Ying. "Greetings, family master." Ouyang Ying stood firmly and cupped his hands at the Ouyang family master. "I didn't expect Eldering to come out of seclusion. If I remember correctly, Eldering was trying to break through the bottleneck." Ouyang Xian said with a surprised expression. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Xian. I heard that someone came to visit Xianmeng Mountain with my token a few days ago, so I had to come out of seclusion." Ouyang Ying said with a faint smile. Ouyang Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of obscurity when he heard this. Usually, Ouyang Xian was the one who handled the matters of the Ouyang family receiving visitors. Due to the marriage alliance with the demon mystic sect, he deliberately covered up the news of Lu Ming coming to borrow the exquisite wall while the other party was in seclusion. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had been here for a few days, no one in the family knew about it except for the Ouyang family master and a few deacon elders. Especially Ouyang Ying, Ouyang Xian even gave a strict order to his disciples to hide this news. However, since the other party was here, it was obvious that someone had informed him. "You must be Marshal Nephew Long of the demon mystic sect, right?" Ouyang Ying's eyes fell on Long Xian and paused for a moment on the green hair on his head. His eyes narrowed as he asked. "Long Xian greets Elder Ying." Long Xian also put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his fists. "Speaking of which, why hasn't the Taiqing Gates Lu Ming come yet? It's really unreasonable for so many of us to wait for a junior." Ouyang Xian glanced at the Ouyang family master and said. "Elder Xian, calm down. It's not noon yet. Look, aren't they here?" The Ouyang family master smiled warmly as he looked at the entrance of the valley and suddenly pointed. In the sky above the valley entrance, a black cloud flew over quickly. A young man in a green robe stood on the cloud. It was Lu Ming. 2 balls of light followed closely behind him. They were Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin. After a few breaths, the 3 of them landed on the platform. Lu Ming greets the 3 seniors. Lu Ming had seen the few people on the stage from afar. Although he did not know the man with the curly beard, he still bowed slightly to the 3 of them. Then, he glanced at Long Xian beside him. The Ouyang sisters also bowed to the Ouyang clan head and the 2 elders. However, they ignored Long Xian and stood to the side as if they did not see him. Long Xian saw that Ouyang Qian, Ouyang Qin, and Lu Ming had come together. A vicious look flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. "Although it's not noon yet, since the 2 of you are here, let's start the competition earlier. I have forbidden the disciples from entering this place. You don't have to worry about anything. You can use your full power. Elder Ying will be the host of this competition." Ouyang family master chuckled and glanced at the curly-bearded man standing beside him. "What? That's Ouyang Ying?" The Ouyang family elder that Yin Jiuling asked him to find. Lu Ming was startled and couldn't help but look at the bearded man. The purple-robed middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard this. The bearded man agreed. He leaped up and floated above the platform. Lu Ming and Long Xian looked at each other and there was a flash of lightning where their eyes met. Both of them flew up and landed in the middle of the platform at the same time, facing each other. "This competition will be presided over by me, and according to the previous agreement, the victor will be able to use the exquisite jade rampart of my Ouyang aristocrat clan once. Not only that, the victor will be able to complete a task for my Ouyang aristocrat clan. If the 2 of you are unwilling, you can withdraw now." Ouyang Ying slowly explained the rules, as her gaze swept over the two participants below. At this time, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't say that he wanted to withdraw. He just smiled and stood at the same place. On the other side, Long Xian stared at Lu Ming with an indifferent expression. Very good. However, the two of you are not disciples of the Ouyang family clan. Therefore, you must be careful during the competition. You are not allowed to kill. Otherwise, I will forcibly stop the competition and declare the one who breaks the rules to be the loser. Ouyang said when she saw that the two of them didn't speak. Okay. No problem. This time, Lu Ming and Long Xian nodded. Very good. Let's start the competition. As Ouyang said, she waved her hand and launched a technique. Countless green runes on the profound origin platform swarmed out and turned into a light green semicircular light curtain in the air, covering both Lu Ming and Long Xian. Lu Ming, don't think that you are great just because you have the title of number 1 in the Tianmen meeting. Today, I will let you understand that only I, Long Xian, am the number 1 among the young disciples of the 4 ancient sects. Seeing this, Long Xian said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly muttered an incantation. With a hoochie sound, green flames surged from his body. Even though Lu Ming was standing more than 100 feet away, he actually felt a scorching aura rushing towards his face. His heart was slightly shocked. He suddenly took a deep breath and made a gesture with one hand. Black gas surged out from his body. With a flash of the gesture in his hand, a lifelike black dragon phantasm condensed in the air and pounced out with a roar. Seeing this, Long Xian on the opposite side raised his hand. A strange green snake that was several tens of feet long flew out of his sleeve and rushed to the opposite side. The strange snake's snake teeth protruded, and the scales on the snake's body were clearly visible. It was wrapped in the rolling green flames and made a hissing sound from its mouth. Boom. The serpent and serpent collided in midair. In terms of size, the black serpent was clearly larger, but in the next moment, a muffled sound rang out, and the two silhouettes exploded at the same time, turning into black gas and green flames that filled the sky, drifting in all directions. The two were actually evenly matched. This made Lu Ming's pupils shrink slightly. Lu cultivates the ghost technique of Taiqing Gate's inner gate, Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. When the two of them fought with spiritual power materialization just now, it is obvious that Lu's spiritual power is purer, and his aura is also slightly better, but it was a tie. This is interesting. Ouyang family master who was outside the platform said with a hint of surprise on his face when he saw this scene. Ouyang Qian and Ouyang Qin on the side couldn't help but look at each other when they heard the words. They both showed a hint of worry. Elder Xian, I heard that Long Xian is the number 1 elite disciple of the demon mystic sect. I wonder if you recognize what kind of green fire demonic technique he is using now. The elegant man suddenly turned his head to look at Ouyang Xian and asked casually. Forgive me for not recognizing it, but I heard that Long Xian has a new great technique after the Heavenly Gate meeting. It must be this technique. Ouyang Xian said hesitantly. The elegant man smiled slightly. There was a faint light in the depths of his eyes, but he didn't ask anything more. Seeing this situation, Ouyang Qian hesitated for a moment. She opened her mouth slightly and was about to speak, but Ouyang Qin on the side gently pulled the corner of her clothes and shook her head imperceptibly. Ouyang Qian gently bit her lower lip and also became silent. The gazes of the 3 people gathered on the platform again. Poof. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the scattered black gas immediately rolled back. It gathered around him again and danced on its own. Lu Ming, since you can kill the alien of the Jindan realm in the land of inheritance of the Heavenly Gate meeting, you must have more than this ability. If you have, show it now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the slightest chance in a while. Long Xian roared with laughter. He made a gesture with one hand, and the green flame on his body accumulated more and more. It almost completely enveloped his body. Suddenly, Long Xian's hands bent and stretched forward. With 2 hoo-hoo sounds, 2 green flame pythons that were exactly the same as before flew out of the green flame and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and the black gas on his body suddenly became thicker. The 2 strange pythons passed through Lu Ming's body with a hoo-hoo sound, but his body collapsed with a bang sound. It was actually just a phantom. Following a fluctuation not far away, Lu Ming's body condensed. He shook his arm without saying a word, and a fist wrapped in rolling black gas suddenly punched through the air. The tiger's roar was loud, a lifelike black tiger head fist shadow appeared. In the roar, it crashed toward Long Xian like a meteor. The powerful force contained in the fist shadow pierced through the void, and there was a strong explosive sound. Long Xian's face changed, and he was a little surprised by the strength of Lu Ming's physical body. But soon, his hands quickly made a few gestures. The green flame quickly condensed, and a blooming green lotus instantly bloomed in front of him. Poof, the huge green petals resisted the black fist shadow. The petals leaned forward, and there was a faint feeling of wrapping the fist shadow. Then, the green lotus suddenly turned into a green flame. With a loud sizzling sound, the tiger head fist shadow was burned into ashes in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. With this slight delay, the two green flame pythons that were left behind by him had turned back and pounced at him at a faster speed. Lu Ming snorted, and he made two punches in the void. In the ear-piercing explosion, two black fist shadows emerged. The green flame pythons obviously did not have the defensive power of the lotus that Long Xian had just conjured. With a wail, they were smashed and turned into green flame meteors. At this moment, Long Xian's body was already wrapped in the rolling green flame. Long Xian's complacent laughter came from the green flame. There was even a hint of madness in his voice. "All right. Lu Ming, you can admit defeat now. You have no chance in front of Saint Qingyang." As soon as the voice fell, the green flame violently rolled, revealing Long Xian's figure. Unbeknownst to him, his body had nearly doubled in size, and he had become a giant that was more than 30 feet tall. Moreover, strange green patterns that looked like earthworms had appeared on his exposed body. This was not the most eye-catching thing. The rolling green flame condensed behind Long Xian to form a green giant shadow that was more than 100 feet tall. Its face was blurred, but it could be seen that there was a long horn on its head. It was wearing armor, and its 6 thick arms were holding weapons such as swords, shields, and other weapons. A deep demonic aura spread in all directions with it as the center, as if a demon king had appeared. What kind of demonic technique is this? Outside the platform, Ouyang Qian exclaimed with a pale face. The spiritual pressure exuded by the green giant phantasm was so strong that it had reached the level of Jing Dan state. It was even stronger than Ouyang Xian's aura when he erupted yesterday. Ouyang Qian's cold and elegant face also looked a little pale. Long Xian's strength was obviously beyond their expectations. An extremely bad feeling emerged in their hearts at the same time. This 6-armed demonic body, and this heavy demonic qi, it can't be wrong. This is the mystic technique of demon mystic sect, Green Sun demonic soul technique. Ouyang Xian carefully looked at the demonic shadow behind Long Xian, and he muttered. There was a hint of uncontrollable joy in his words. Yes, it is this demonic technique. Green Sun demonic soul technique is a mystic technique inherited from the ancient times. Rumor has it that this technique was born from a true demonic technique in the ancient times. Later, it was accidentally obtained by demon mystic sect's ancestor, Master Imo Xian. Originally, because true demonic aura is difficult to find, this technique has lost its value. Unexpectedly, this Master Imo Xian is also a talented person. He actually made some improvements to this demonic technique, replacing the true demonic aura with the murderous soul green flame from the netherworld. Its power is also great. Once it is mastered, it can easily kill enemies of a higher level. Ouyang family master said confidently. He seemed to know this demonic technique in detail. However, it is also extremely difficult to master this technique. Not to mention the great pain of the murderous soul green flame, 90% of the demonic cultivators can't bear the demonic soul possession alone, which will cause their soul to dissipate and their body to explode. After all, this technique can only be practiced when the cultivator is below the crystallization period and hasn't reached the core formation stage, and he can only inject one demonic soul in his life. The cultivator naturally wants to inject a powerful demonic soul as much as possible. Since the demon mystic sect's inheritance, only a few people have mastered this mystic technique. Long Xian is really rare. Ouyang family master continued to say, but he said this to the two women beside him. When Ouyang and Ouyang heard this, their faces naturally changed drastically. Ouyang in the air looked at the situation on the platform with a deep gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Is this the source of your confidence? Lu Ming stood in front of the green flame giant. His figure seemed very small, but his expression was still as calm as before. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll leave you alive. After Long Xian let out another loud laugh, the phantom image of Saint Qingyang behind him swayed. One of his arms wielding a huge sword made of green flame suddenly moved and fiercely chopped down at Lu Ming. The giant sword transformed by the raging green flame became blurred, and it turned into 5 thick green flame flows out of thin air. They rushed toward Lu Ming from different directions at the same time, instantly blocking Lu Ming's retreat from the left, right, front and back. Scorching flames tore through the void, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. Black light shone from his body, and he raised an arm, pressing his palm toward the void above his head. A muffled rumble resounded, a huge black palm that was more than 100 feet in size appeared out of thin air, with 5 black mist dragons circling around its surface. The palm lines were clear and distinct, and it slammed towards the 5 green flaming sword. Lights, rumble, the huge sword and the black palm collided, and the surrounding void surged with visible ripples. Surging waves of Li shot out in all directions, causing the entire profound origin platform to shake. It was as if there was an earthquake, and a loud crashing sound could be heard. In the end, the 5 green flaming sword lights were still slightly superior, and 3 of them were smashed by the palm. However, when the remaining 2 sword lights bombarded Lu Ming's position, Lu Ming had already disappeared without a trace. Crackling sounds could be heard in the void. Not far away, a black light flashed in the void. Lu Ming left a series of black afterimages as he directly rushed toward Long Xian. Humph. Long Xian frowned slightly when he saw that Lu Ming had actually dodged Saint Qingyang's attack. But soon after, a trace of indifference flashed across his face. He sneered, changed the technique in his hand, and struck out with his palm. Saint Qingyang, who was behind him, moved his 2 arms. One of his arms held a broadsword with a ghost head and green flames, while the other arm was wrapped in a chain of green flames. Both arms became a blur, and the broadsword immediately erupted with a dense green blade light. The chain on the other arm also shot out, covering Lu Ming in an impenetrable manner. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. His movements did not slow down in the slightest. Suddenly, a black light flashed on his body, and he suddenly transformed into 4 identical black figures. After a flash, the 4 figures instantly scattered and fled in different directions. Long Xian was startled. Under a sweep of his divine sense, he was momentarily unable to distinguish which of the 4 figures was Lu Ming's real body. The blade light chain in the hands of Saint Qingyang's phantom also showed a trace of hesitation, revealing a slight flaw. As a result, the next moment, 3 of the 4 phantoms not far away dissipated, and the last one flashed through the blockade of the 2 arms. It was Lu Ming's real body. However, he had taken advantage of the moment just now to close the distance of 7 or 8 feet. He was already less than 3 or 4 feet away from Long Xian. Courting death. At this moment, Long Xian really showed a trace of panic. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It instantly turned into a blood mist and drilled into the phantom of Saint Qingyang behind him. The green flame giant phantom opened its mouth and spat out a huge green fireball at Lu Ming. At the same time, the arm holding the chain moved, and after a clang sound, the chain disappeared into the void. At the same time, the green light around Lu Ming's body fluctuated, and a thick chain of shadows rolled out, instantly binding his body firmly. In the next moment, the green fireball rolled in front of Lu Ming. Evil soul green flame, there's nothing it can't burn. Die. Long Xian shouted, and his 2 hands quickly formed a sign. His eyes were blood red, and his mouth was panting heavily, as if he was beginning to lose his mind. Although the power of the Green Sun Demon Soul technique was great, the consumption of Li and Divine Sense was very shocking. After several consecutive attacks, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. After the green fireball above Lu Ming's head was pushed, it exploded on its own with a pu sound, turning into a rolling sea of fire that pressed down. The fire was so strong that it almost instantly covered a small half of the platform and completely submerged Lu Ming's figure. "Brother Lu!" Xianxia exclaimed. Her delicate body trembled, and she almost subconsciously took a step forward. Bang! A hand instantly pressed down on the woman's shoulder. At the same time, an enormous force surged out, causing her delicate body to tremble and be unable to move. At the same time, a faint voice transmission sounded in her ears. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, the outcome of the battle hasn't been decided yet." Xianxia looked back, and saw that the Ouyang family's master was looking at the barrier with bright eyes. His expression didn't seem to be worried about Lu Ming. At this moment, on the platform, the green flame that wrapped Lu Ming's body emitted a roar of a barbarian bull. Suddenly, the green flame shot out a dark green light that wasn't very obvious. Boom! A green bull's shadow suddenly appeared. It opened its big mouth, and bit off the green chain on Lu Ming's body. Then, it raised its head, opened its mouth, and sucked in all the green flames around it. This is, Long Xian couldn't believe what he had seen in front of him. He couldn't help but look a little sluggish. Devouring magical power. The Ouyang family's master's eyes lit up, and he blurted out. Xianxia and her sister's shock turned into joy when they saw the situation on the battlefield change. Their pretty faces were full of excitement. On the other hand, Xianxian's face was dark. Lu Ming broke free from the shackles of the chain. His body flashed, and he dashed towards Long Xian like a bolt of lightning. His totem technique had been stimulated to the extreme. A green bull's shadow wrapped his body. Even though there were several green fireballs whizzing towards him from the opposite side, they were all swallowed by the green bull's shadow. Long Xian's complexion was deathly pale. He repeatedly urged his magic power, and the green sun saint spat out green flames one after another. The surging green flames formed a wall of fire in front of him. Boom! A big hole suddenly appeared in the wall of fire. Then, a huge green bull's shadow flashed out of the hole. The figure inside the hole became blurred, and Lu Ming appeared in front of him. Long Xian yelled, and a large amount of black demonic qi gushed out of his body, protecting his whole body. At the same time, his face flashed fiercely. He spat out a black flying knife from his mouth. It cut through the air like lightning and slashed straight at Lu Ming's face. A trace of mockery flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. A silver light flashed on his body, and an octopus tentacle covered with silver patterns stretched out from his back like lightning. With just a roll, it caught the black flying knife. The 8 tentacles sea beastkin was close to maturity. After the sacrificial refining of the beast armor tactic, the hardness of the tentacles was comparable to a superb spiritual weapon. No matter how the black flying knife struggled, it couldn't break free at all. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and Che Huan's totem separated into a wisp of green light that wrapped around the flying knife. The flying knife that was originally struggling was suddenly swallowed by the green light. Without the blessing of the black gas, the flying knife itself also dimmed, and it suddenly lost a trace of connection with Long Xian. Impossible, Long Xian spat out a mouthful of blood anxiously, but he gritted his teeth and quickly made a gesture with both hands. The demonic shadow behind him immediately shook, and it actually grew by 30%. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was flying over, suddenly stopped on the spot, and he quickly patted his waist with one hand. Swoosh, a pale silver sword pouch emerged, and a small golden sword flew out at the same time. After the void flying sword was activated last time, it had been nurtured for about a month. Although it was far from comparable to the last time, the sword light was still as fast as lightning. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Long Xian's eyes. He roared, and the green flame phantasm on his body mixed with black demonic qi whizzed forward. A golden light flashed, and a poochie sound like silk tearing was heard. The phantasm of Holy Senior Qin Yang behind Long Xian suddenly shattered, turning into a green fire. Rain. In the green fire rain, Long Xian was already kneeling on one knee. There was a huge wound on his chest, and blood was spurting out wildly. At this time, there was no trace of blood on Long Xian's face. He pressed the wound on his chest with one hand. Blood was gushing out, but he couldn't stand up for a while. "Brother Long, do you still want to compete?" Lu Ming said faintly. He waved his hand, and a golden sword light flew back to his hand. It bounced a few times like a living thing. At this moment, they were competing in the arena. If it weren't for the rules that Ouyang had just said, he would have already beheaded Long Xian. Long Xian's face was miserable. He couldn't say a word, but his huge body seemed to be leaking. He quickly returned to his original size, and his aura instantly became very weak. I announce that Lu Ming is the winner of this match. In the air, Ouyang announced very decisively. At the same time, she looked at Lu Ming with a hint of surprise. Obviously, in this competition, Lu Ming was able to win so cleanly, which was also beyond his expectation. As soon as Ouyang's voice fell, she waved one hand, and a symbol went into the enchantment on the platform. After a few flashes of green light on the surface of the enchantment, it collapsed and disappeared on its own. When Long Xian heard the words, he looked at Lu Ming with resentment, then he flew into the air without saying a word. He turned into a black escape light and left. Ouyang, who was watching the battle on the side, had a livid face. After a few hurried words with Ouyang family master, he waved his long sleeve and turned into a purple light, chasing in the direction that Long Xian left. Ouyang family master smiled and looked up and down at Lu Ming on the stone platform. At this moment, Lu Ming had already put the void flying sword into the sword bag. He hit it with one hand, then he stopped the gesture. His clothes fluttered down from the stone platform. The green bull phantasm and the beast armor tactics also disappeared during the fall. "Brother Lu, congratulations!" Ouyang Qian greeted him with a smile. Behind her, Ouyang Qin, who had always been cold, couldn't help but show excitement on her face. With Long Xian's defeat, the marriage with the demon profound sect could only be abandoned. The two of them naturally didn't need to marry Long Xian of the demon profound sect. Lu Ming smiled slightly at the two of them, then he looked at Ouyang Jianqiu not far away and bowed from a distance. Haha, Lu's divine abilities are so strong that they have exceeded this old man's expectations. As expected of the number one in the Supreme Gate meeting. Ouyang family head laughed and slowly walked over. Clan Lord must be joking. With my shallow strength, any random Jin Dan disciple from the Ouyang aristocrat clan would surely be stronger than me. Lu Ming humbly replied. Martial nephew is too modest. Alright, let's end the pleasantries here. Since Lu had won this competition, then according to the agreement, he could naturally use the exquisite verdant wall of his clan once. Of course, before that, he must first sign the contract and promise to do one thing for the Ouyang clan. Ouyang family head glanced at Ouyang who had just flown over and said with a serious expression. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly thanked the Ouyang family head. As for the following matters, leave it to Eldering to arrange. You must make sure that Lu is satisfied. Ouyang family head reminded with a smile before his body flashed with a purple light. He flew up from the Profound Origin platform and headed out of the valley. After the remaining 4 people on the Profound Origin platform watched Ouyang family head leave, there was a moment of silence. Ouyang looked up and down at Lu Ming a few times. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and she said, the last time I met fellow Yin was more than 50 years ago. At that time, he only had one personal disciple, Xiaowu. I didn't expect that old guy to accept such a good disciple in the past few decades. Elder Ying, you flatter me. Before I came, my master told me to bring him to greet Elder Ying. Lu Ming knew that the relationship between Ouyang Ying and Yin Jiuling was not ordinary, so his tone was much more respectful. Yin Jiuling, that old guy, wants to remind me not to forget the original agreement. Ouyang Ying snorted softly, but there was not much malice in her tone. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not reply. The exquisite wall has already been prepared. When does Martial Nephew Lu plan to use it? After Ouyang Ying snorted, she changed the topic and asked. I need 2 days to adjust my state of mind. How about 3 days later? Lu Ming thought for a moment and said. Although he was not injured in the battle with Long Xian, his Li and physical strength were greatly consumed. Before advancing to the false stand stage, he still needed to adjust his state to the best. Alright. 3 days later, you can go directly to the exquisite hall. I will arrange the other matters for you. However, whether or not you can break through the false stand stage bottleneck will depend on your own luck. Ouyang Ying nodded. Of course. Thank you for your trouble, Elder. Lu Ming naturally thanked her. In the following time, Ouyang Ying asked a few more questions about Yin Jiuling's current situation. She did not stay any longer and floated away. Suddenly, only Lu Ming and the Ouyang sisters were left on the Profound Origin platform. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for defeating Long Xian and helping us block a calamity." Ouyang Qian bowed to Lu Ming and said sincerely. Ouyang Qin, who was beside her, also had a face full of gratitude. "The two fairies do not need to be so courteous. I am only doing this for the convenience of others and myself." Lu Ming replied with a wave of his hand. "No matter what, we owe Brother Lu a favor. If you need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Ouyang Qian said seriously. "This storage talisman is the reward promised to Brother Lu." Ouyang Qin took out a storage talisman and handed it over. Seeing this, Lu Ming reached out and took it. He scanned it with divine thought. There were indeed a lot of things in the storage talisman. In addition to a green jade box, 2 superb spiritual weapons, there were some upper-grade precious ores, spiritual grass, and a small pile of spirit stones. The value of all the things added up was almost close to 10 million spirit stones. This was really a big loss for the 2 crystallization period cultivators. And these ores and spiritual grass looked quite familiar to Lu Ming. They should be found in the Tianmen mystic realm by the 2 women. Lu Ming didn't care much about these things. He just flipped his hand and took out the green jade box. After opening it, there was a thumb-sized dark green elixir, exuding a misty green light, and the medicinal fragrance was refreshing. "Is this the soul-clearing pill?" Lu Ming asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes, this is the unique elixir of my Ouyang family. It can purify the power of the soul and increase the success rate of advancing to the pseudo-pellet state by about 10%. Ouyang Qian glanced at the green elixir with some pain and said so. Although the soul-clearing pill was a unique elixir of the Ouyang family, this elixir was extremely difficult to refine. Even the entire family could only refine a dozen elixirs every 100 years. She also spent a lot of money to get this soul-clearing pill. She originally planned to take it when she advanced to the pseudo-pellet state, but now it was in the hands of Lu Ming. However, compared to Long Xian who married the demon mystic sect, it was naturally nothing. After all, there was still a period of time before he advanced to the pseudo-pellet state, and he could find a way to get a second one. Lu Ming looked at the elixir in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. He flipped his hand and put it into the Sumer ring. With this elixir, his chances of successfully advancing to the pseudo-pellet state would be much higher. In the following time, Lu Ming chatted with the Ouyang Qian sisters for a while and asked about the location of the Linglong Hall. After that, they bid farewell to each other. He immediately returned to the quiet room of the guest pavilion and closed the door to meditate. He was ready to adjust his mentality and spiritual power to the best. 3 days passed in a flash. Near the edge of the Jade Dream mountain range, there was a beautiful mountain peak that was covered with pure white snow all year round. As far as the eye could see, the mountain was covered with towering ancient pine trees, making the mountain look like an emerald jade pen that connected heaven and earth. It was one of the 9 peaks and 9 valleys of the Jade Dream mountain range, the Jade Snow Peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a bluestone palace built on the side of the mountain. At this moment, a black figure was standing in front of the palace. It was Lu Ming. The bluestone palace was faintly glowing, as if it was carved out of an incomparably huge bluestone. Its imposing manner was magnificent. There was a plaque hanging on the door of the palace. On it, the words Linglong Hall were written in bold and powerful bold characters. Lu Ming stood on the stone steps a few dozen feet away from the Linglong Hall. He slightly raised his head and looked at the palace in front of him. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. This Linglong Hall was one of the forbidden areas of the Ouyang family. When he came over, there was not a single guard outside. This surprised Lu Ming. He was also a little hesitant. If he rashly entered, it would be somewhat inappropriate. Just as he was considering whether or not to wait here for a while, the palace door slowly opened. A young girl wearing a light blue scholarly robe walked out. "Are you Lu of the Taiqing Gate? This little girl is under the orders of Elder Qingfeng to invite you in." The green-robed girl bowed and asked respectfully. "This one is indeed Lu Ming. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Lu Ming returned the greeting. This was the first time he had seen a disciple of the Ouyang family wearing clothes other than purple. He couldn't help but look at the green-robed girl again. After following the green-robed girl into the Linglong Hall, he was surprised to find that the interior was only a simple hall. Other than a set of tables and chairs, there was nothing else. "Lu, please wait here for a moment. This little girl will go and invite Elder Qingfeng out." After saying this, the green-robed girl turned and walked towards a long corridor at the side of the hall. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, walked to a chair, and sat down. His eyes began to look around the hall. After about a quarter of an hour, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Lu Ming's thoughts moved and he hurriedly stood up. When he turned around, there was already an old man in the same green robe walking into the hall. This person was thin and had a thin face. His hair and beard were white and he had a goatee on his chin. He looked like an ordinary old man. "Lu Ming of the Taiching Gate greets Senior." Lu Ming only took a glance and hurriedly bowed. Although the old man in green robe was wearing a simple green robe, Lu Ming still sensed the deep spiritual pressure in his body. He was definitely an existence of the celestial state. "You are Lu Ming, right? You don't have to be so polite. I'm Ouyang Qingfeng, the deputy elder of this Linglong Hall. Xian'er and Qiner mentioned you to me." The old man in green robe nodded. He didn't have the usual majesty of a celestial state cultivator, and his attitude was quite kind. Lu Ming's heart moved. The Ouyang Qian sisters said before that the elder who guarded the Linglong Hall was their uncle. "It seems that it is this person in front of me. Recently, I heard from the two girls that it was because of you that they could get rid of the marriage with the demon mystic sect." The old man in green robe said faintly as he stroked his beard. "I'm just taking advantage of the situation. I don't dare to take credit for it." Lu Ming said carefully. "Very good, at your age, your state of mind is so calm. You are much stronger than most of the young people in the Ouyang family. No wonder you can advance to this level at this age." The old man in green robe looked at Lu Ming's humble expression, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He nodded and praised. "Senior, you are flattering me." Lu Ming said humbly. "Well, let's not talk too much. The patriarch and eldering have already sent a message. You can come with me." After the old man in green robe said this, he turned and walked into the hall. "Yes." Lu Ming responded and followed. The old man in green robe seemed to be walking casually, but his figure seemed to teleport. In a flash, he had already walked more than 10 meters away, making people unable to see his figure at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The black gas on the surface of his body also pulled out a series of afterimages, and he quickly followed. Just like that, the two of them, one in front and one in the back, walked along the corridor in a strange manner. This corridor faintly extended downwards as if it was leading to the underground of the Jade Snow Peak. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at a seemingly ordinary stone room. The green-robed old man stopped in the middle of the stone room in a flash. He stood with his hands behind his back towards Lu Ming, but his eyes were filled with praise. Lu Ming looked around curiously after the black gas dissipated. This stone room was rather strange. 3 of the walls were ordinary, but one of them was grayish-black, looking like an ordinary mountain rock. Right at this moment, the green-robed old man waved his hand and struck out a seal, which landed on the grayish-black wall. The wall suddenly lit up with a layer of faint purple light. A moment later, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A stone platform slowly appeared on the ground in front of the wall. There was a ring-shaped groove on it. The green-robed old man took out a palm-sized ring that looked like an emerald crystal and placed it in the groove. There was a light cracking sound. The wall immediately shone with a purple light, and with a loud buzzing sound, the mountain wall split open to both sides, revealing a round cave entrance that was as tall as a person. "Come in with me." After the old man in green robe left a sentence, he walked in alone. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then he also followed up. There was nothing strange in the cave. It seemed to be just an ordinary cave. Although Lu Ming was curious and wanted to release his divine sense to explore, this was obviously too presumptuous. He quickly suppressed this idea. The cave was not a straight path. After the two of them turned 2 corners, they soon came to a spacious stone hall. In front of the stone hall, there was a stone door that slightly emitted a green light. There was no way ahead. Obviously, this was the destination of this trip. Lu Ming looked around blankly, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Could it be that the famous exquisite wall of the Ouyang family was in this inconspicuous ordinary cave? Do you think that this place is too ordinary and very different from what you think? The green-robed old man seemed to notice Lu Ming's expression and said with a slight smile. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, and then said, I am indeed a little surprised. This exquisite hall is the place where the first master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Linglong, went into seclusion. When she broke through to the mysterious understanding realm, she once said, the great way is simple, all things follow the heart. And this Linglong palace has always maintained this kind of simple and unadorned appearance until today. As the green-robed old man spoke, he took out a purple crystal token from his bosom and shook it in front of him. Immediately, a purple light shot out and landed on the stone door. With a flash, it disappeared into it. The great way is simple. Lu Ming pondered this sentence and seemed to have understood something. At this moment, the green light on the stone door lit up and quickly dimmed. Then, with a light click sound, the stone door slowly opened. Looking from outside, the stone door was filled with a faint white gas. The specific situation inside could not be seen clearly, but the space inside did not seem to be big. The exquisite wall is inside. After signing this spell contract, you can enter on your own. However, I have to remind you that the exquisite wall can only be opened for 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, it will temporarily lose its spirituality and will only open again after another 5 years. Whether or not you can advance to the pseudo-Dan stage during this time will depend on your own luck. Another thing is that although the exquisite wall does not have any offensive abilities, you cannot touch it. Otherwise, it will not be a matter of whether or not you can advance. After the green-robed old man finished speaking, he grabbed at the air with one hand. With a flash of green light, a light silver page suddenly appeared in his hand. He turned around and threw it at Lu Ming. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Qing Feng. Lu Ming's body shook. After catching the spell contract that was flying at him, he solemnly bowed to the old man. In the following period of time, he examined the spell deed in his hand a few times and used his divine sense to appraise it. After confirming that there were no problems, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood on it and quickly used his finger to leave a few strange inscriptions on the page with the essence blood. He then tossed the spell deed back to the old man. The green-robed old man caught the spell contract and glanced at it. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression and put it away. His body swayed again and disappeared in a ball of white light. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not hesitate and walked over with large strides. His body directly disappeared into the white gas of the stone door. Just as he walked in, the stone door behind him slowly closed and a layer of green light appeared on it again. What entered his eyes was a simple and unadorned stone room. There were a few small stones piled randomly in the corner of the wall. In the corner of the wall that was slightly moist, one could faintly see some moss. The stone room was filled with a grayish-white mist. It looked like fog and it rotated and flowed like water. This caused the stone room to be hazy and unclear. However, the most eye-catching thing was that in the middle of the stone room, there was a green, hazy, square stone wall that was about 20 to 30 feet wide. It was crystal clear and emitted a weak green light. On the ground in front of the stone wall, there was a white futon. Everything was still in the simple and unadorned style. When Lu Ming saw the green stone wall clearly, he was completely stunned. The exquisite wall in front of him, no matter its shape or size, was extremely similar to the wall of shadows that he had seen in the forbidden area of the barbarian ghost sect. Could it be that the two were related? Lu Ming shook his head and threw away the random thoughts in his mind. He then carefully examined the stone wall in front of him. The length and width of this stone wall were almost the same. At first glance, it seemed to be a thick screen. The edge of the stone wall was engraved with many tadpole-shaped golden glyphs. Lu Ming stared at the exquisite wall for a while. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in front of his eyes. The green light on the stone wall seemed to slowly revolve and it constantly enlarged in front of his eyes. It seemed to want to encompass the entire stone room. His mind became slightly dizzy. However, he was not an ordinary person. After he hastily restrained his mind, the strange feeling in front of him disappeared as if nothing had happened. It really is a mysterious and matchless treasure. It has such a special ability even before it has been activated. Lu Ming murmured. He did not dare to look anymore. After walking around the stone wall once, he sat down cross-legged on the futon. He extended his hand and lightly touched the Sumeru ring. A blood spirit coral appeared in his hand and he placed it beside him. With a flick of his finger, a black light fell on the coral branch. The blood spirit coral began to emit bursts of red light. At this moment, if someone carefully examined it with divine sense, they would find that this blood spirit coral seemed to be slowly melting. At the same time, a thick bloody mist was emitted. Lu Ming turned his hand again and took out 2 jade boxes and placed them beside him. There were 2 medicinal pills sparkling with green light in them. One was the clear jade pill, and the other was the clear soul pill that he just got from the Ouyang sisters. His own spiritual power had been repeatedly purified by the mysterious bubble. Now, with the assistance of so many medicinal pills, coupled with the heart-clearing effect of the exquisite wall, he estimated that the probability of successfully advancing to the pseudo-pellet stage was at least 60%. He took a long breath, and his mind gradually became calm. He slowly inhaled again, and the red mist emitted by the blood spirit coral was immediately absorbed into his body. The spiritual power in Lu Ming's body jumped as if it was awakened. It began to stir and faintly began to gather in the direction of the Dantian spiritual sea. However, this kind of commotion was not a bad thing. Lu Ming could clearly sense that there was a trace of vitality in his spiritual power. This was the magical effect of the blood spirit coral. The blood mist emitted by it could stimulate the spiritual power of the crystallization period later stage cultivator, making it flow quickly. The more red mist he inhaled, the more intense the spiritual power fluctuations became. Gradually, it began to surge endlessly from all directions like a tide toward the spiritual sea. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he couldn't help but snort. The impact of the spiritual power in his meridians was so strong that even if his physical body was tough, he couldn't help but feel a strong pain like being pricked by needles at this moment. At this moment, the exquisite wall suddenly burst into a dazzling green light amidst the buzzing sound. The entire stone room was suddenly submerged in the sea of green light. Although Lu Ming's eyes were closed, he seemed to feel the changes of the exquisite wall at this moment. The green light shone on his body, and a cold feeling surged over. Lu Ming's body moved a little. His expression seemed to be slightly uncomfortable with this cold feeling, but he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he endured it. Very quickly, he felt the effect of the green light. The pain of the needles on his body unknowingly decreased by a lot. Lu Ming's face was slightly happy. It seemed that this exquisite wall was indeed worthy of being the treasure of the Ouyang clan. It was obvious that it didn't only have the effect of calming the heart. He once again activated his cultivation method. A huge amount of mental energy spread through the meridians in his body, controlling the surging Li. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if countless thunder had suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's ears. The Li in his body's meridians gathered together, forming a huge Li river that finally rushed into his spirit sea. His heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, countless faintly discernible black shadows suddenly rose from the surroundings of the 153 transcendence power crystals in his spiritual sea, blocking all the transcendence power. With a boom, the surging Li hit the black shadows one after another. In the next moment, it shattered like a wave. Sure enough, a realm barrier has appeared. Lu Ming's heart froze. The so-called realm barrier was actually a more common name. It was a bottleneck in the realm. From the most basic spirit apostle stage, it had always accompanied all cultivators, no one was an exception. However, the bottlenecks that low-level cultivators encountered were very weak. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the shackles of this realm. Generally speaking, when all cultivators were trying to break through to the false Dan stage and Jin Dan realm, the realm barrier would appear in such a clear form. At this time, each person's innate talent and the degree of density and purity of the accumulated Li would begin to play a role. For example, the heaven spiritual pulse, earth spiritual pulse, and other outstanding spiritual bodies' realm barrier would definitely be much smaller than the average cultivators. Naturally, it would be easier for them to break through. Lu Ming even read in the classics of the Tai Ching sect that in the Archean era, there were some legendary heaven-defying spirit bodies that even had the effect of avoiding realm barriers. In other words, these people could cultivate all the way to the Jindan realm without any bottlenecks, and even higher realms. These thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He had a 3 spiritual pulse physique, so his aptitude could be considered the worst among all the cultivators. His mind raced and he opened his eyes without hesitation. He waved his hand and a streak of azure light flew out of a jade box beside him and entered his mouth. It was the clear jade pill given by Yin Jiuling. The pill melted in Lu Ming's mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed through his limbs and bones in an instant. Wisps of black gas emerged from the surface of his body. After a spin, they turned into black tentacles that danced wildly around him. In his meridians, the waves of magical power that had been blocked once again converged, and wave after wave hit the invisible barrier in his spiritual sea. The constant collision between the magical power and the barrier caused the needle-like pain in Lu Ming's body to rise again. Even the azure light emitted by the exquisite wall didn't seem to be of much use, especially in his mind. At this moment, it was as if someone had taken countless thin needles and pierced them. Even with Lu Ming's tenacious character, he couldn't help but want to reach in and scratch it. Phew, as Lu Ming controlled his magical power to break through the bottleneck, he also tried to regulate his breathing. However, no matter how he tried to calm his mind, the tingling in his mind didn't lessen. No, this is the inner demon starting to act up. A light flashed in his mind, and he immediately discovered the abnormality. He didn't know when it started, but a feeling of impatience emerged in his heart. This was the prelude to the inner demon's outbreak. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and he immediately waved his hand. The clear soul pill in the other jade box suddenly turned into a streak of azure light and quickly entered his mouth. A cool feeling flowed down his throat and into his lower abdomen. It immediately spread out and gradually rose to his mind. He felt that his mind was slightly clear, and the spiritual force in his sea of consciousness seemed to have strengthened a bit. It's really worthy of being the Ouyang family's precious elixir. The magical effect is really extraordinary. Lu Ming exclaimed in his mind, and the anxiety that emerged in his heart seemed to have lessened a lot. In his spiritual sea, under the repeated impact of the magical power torrent, the black shadow barrier finally began to break into a crack. Gotcha, this light sound was so low that it couldn't be heard, but it made Lu Ming's spiritual sea feel as if it had been shaken by the thunder of the 9 heavens. The turbulent magical power torrent instantly submerged the black shadow in it. His divine soul involuntarily mixed with the magical power and directly broke through the black shadow barrier. In the next moment, everything in front of him suddenly went black. Everything around him disappeared in an instant, and there was only endless darkness in front of him. There was no sound at all, and the deathly silence made people a little upset. Illusion, no, this is the power of the inner demon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After all, the exquisite wall could only make people's heart clear and reduce the influence of the inner demon, but it couldn't completely prevent the appearance of the inner demon. He licked his lips and recalled the method to break the inner demon recorded in the ancient book and the several things that Yin Jiuling reminded him of. After taking a deep breath, he stabilized his mind and walked forward. But he had just taken 2 steps when the dark silence was suddenly broken. Boom, a red light appeared in front of him, and a scorching flame rushed toward him. Lu Ming's figure blurred, and he immediately dodged, but the side suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The skin and flesh of his whole body were still burned by the sudden flame, and severe pain surged from every corner of his body. His face twisted because of the pain, and the skin and flesh of his face quickly turned red, then black under the burning of the flame. The surface of his skin rolled up, and big blisters appeared on his hands and feet, and with a bang sound, they burst. The temperature of the surrounding flame was getting higher, and the burning sound was getting louder. Faint ripples also appeared in the air, and a horrible burning smell filled the air. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide. Even though the pain in his body was getting more and more intense, he still clenched his teeth and slowly but firmly walked forward. With every step he took, he could feel a heart-wrenching pain coming from his entire body. This pain is just an illusion. Lu Ming tightly guarded the trace of clarity in his soul, and continued to walk forward step by step. After an unknown period of time, the violent flame around him slowly faded, and the surroundings became a world of nothingness again. The burns and pain on his body also disappeared. Phew, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Lu Ming's forehead, and his eyes became more determined as he strode forward. Ming-er. Suddenly, a deep man's voice came from behind him. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body shook violently. His face revealed an expression of disbelief, and his feet involuntarily stopped. This voice was a very distant memory for him, and it was also a voice that he had never forgotten in the depths of his memory. Lu Yongzong, the governor of Yongyuan City, his father. His mother died in childbirth when he was born, and it was his father who raised him from a young age. All kinds of scenes that were hidden in the depths of his memory suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming's lips trembled a few times, and then he once again took a step forward, and did not look back. Ming-er, seeing that you have now grown up, your father is very gratified. Your father will be leaving now, but before I leave, I want to speak with you. A dignified and familiar voice with a hint of kindness came from behind, and the tone faintly carried a hint of pleading. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, and forcibly suppressed the urge to turn back. He hardened his heart, and still did not stop walking. Audacious rebel Lu Yongzong. You have offended the current emperor, and deceived the emperor. Your crime is punishable by death. Now, we are under the orders of the Ministry of Justice to arrest you and take you away. A cold voice shouted, and then the sound of chains could be heard, and a person's head was placed on it. Take him away. The cold voice ordered. Ming-er, save me. You know that your father is innocent. Lu Yongzong angrily cried for help. Lu Ming's mind exploded and his blood rushed to the top of his head. With his current cultivation level, he could kill all of these ordinary constables with a wave of his hand. That way, he would be able to save his father. Ming-er, once your father leaves, you and I will never be able to see each other again. Are you not even willing to turn back to look at me? Lu Yongzong's voice suddenly became much older, and it sounded like he was begging. Because of his extreme anger and hesitation, Lu Ming's body began to slowly tremble. It was as if his body had sunk into a fierce battle. Many times, he wanted to turn around and look at his father, but every time he did so, a faint chill would seep into his body, causing him to maintain a sliver of clarity in his heart. He painstakingly endured, and in the end, he did not turn around. Even though there was no pain at this moment, Lu Ming's clothes were already soaked in sweat. His face became even more twisted from the struggle, and it seemed to be even more painful than when he was licked by the fire. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yongzong's cries for help became more and more distant, and finally disappeared into the endless void. Lu Ming gasped for air and almost fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Suddenly, his foot stepped on empty air, and his entire body fell towards a bottomless place. Lu Ming's vision blurred, and he felt his heel being grabbed by a large hand. With a ruthless fling, he flew into the sky. He waved his arm, wanting to use his effali to fly up, but he suddenly found that he had unknowingly turned into an 8 or 9-year-old child. He had no effali at all. The surrounding environment was dark, and in the distance, the sound of waves hitting the shore could be heard. Even further away, he could faintly see some hidden mountains and trees. This is Savage Island. In the next moment, his body continued to fall in weightlessness, and a sliver of fear rose in his heart. Just as he was about to land on the ground, many vicious prisoners suddenly appeared below him. They all raised their hands, grabbed his body, and ruthlessly threw him into the sky. After falling back down, they threw him again. Lu Ming only felt a wave of dizziness, but he was unable to utter a single word. At this moment, his ears were filled with the laughter and cold mockery of the prisoners. It was as if they were playing a fun game. Even though Lu Ming tried his best to stabilize his body, he was only 8 or 9 years old, and the difference in strength between him and the prisoners around him was too great. Pung! His small body fiercely smashed into the ground. Before he could get up, a large foot heavily stepped on his chest. A sharp pain came from his chest. Lu Ming opened his mouth wide and felt like he was suffocating. Brat, I am Dao Ba Long from Savage Island. Tonight, I have decided to have you as my dinner. I haven't tasted meat in a long time. A ferocious and ugly big face stretched out in front of Lu Ming. Its facial features were distorted and its mouth seemed to be swallowing saliva. Uncle Qian. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. The man in front of him who wanted to eat him had a face full of scars. It was Uncle Qian who loved him so much. He was also the only person who gave him a hint of warmth during his years on Savage Island. What, Uncle Qian? I am Dao Balong. Uncle Qian coldly looked at Lu Ming and forcefully stomped his foot a few times. With a cracking sound, Lu Ming felt that one of his ribs had broken. A piercing pain immediately spread through his body, almost causing him to faint. No, it's not like that. Lu Ming struggled with his small body, trying to escape from the foot that was stepping on his chest. All kinds of terrifying memories from Savage Island once again appeared clearly in his mind. The only warmth he felt had turned into a cold killing intent. Lu Ming almost wanted to hug his head in pain like a child, helpless and lonely. At this time, Uncle Qian took a sharp knife from the hands of the person beside him. He twirled the knife in his hand and a cold light flashed. The tip of the knife stabbed towards Lu Ming's chest with lightning speed. Ah! A force suddenly passed through Lu Ming's body. His body violently trembled. He grabbed the foot that was stepping on his chest and forcefully pulled. Uncle Qian fell to the ground. The knife in his hand also fell to the side with a ding-dang sound. Lu Ming suddenly roared and grabbed the knife. He clenched his teeth and the bones in his body creaked. He fiercely stabbed the knife into Uncle Qian's body. The tip of the knife pierced through Uncle Qian's heart. Uncle Qian let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately turned into black smoke. The surrounding environment of Savage Island also disappeared without a trace. The world shook and Lu Ming gasped for breath. His eyes lit up. He had returned to the stone room of the Ling Long Hall of the Ouyang clan. His surroundings were still a world of green light. However, within the green light, there were many green runes flying in and out of his body. There was a constant flow of cool energy entering his body. Lu Ming's breathing gradually calmed down and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. At this point, the inner demon illusion of advancing to the false stand stage was finally completely broken by him. The black barrier in the spiritual sea had already disappeared without a trace. The torrent of spiritual power was like a spring gushing into the center of the spiritual sea. A pitch-black spiritual power whirlpool appeared in the spiritual sea. The 153 magical power crystals that were suspended above the spiritual sea were emitting strong waves of magical power. The 9 silver crystals and the 144 purple crystals all emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, all the magic crystals were being pulled by an invisible force and slowly gathered in the center. Lu Ming's eyes were tightly closed, and his 2 hands were constantly forming mysterious hand seals. Time passed bit by bit, and the 153 magic power crystals in the spiritual sea finally gathered together, faintly forming a ball with a purple glow all over it. The center of the ball was hollow. The so-called false stand stage was to gather all the magic crystals in the body into a ball. This was to build a good foundation for advancing to the Jin Dan stage. The more crystals there were, the more stable the ball would be. The success rate of breaking through to the Jin Dan stage would also be higher. In the center of the ball, there was a golden electric arc flashing. This was the 9 heavens thunder that Lu Ming had sealed in the spiritual sea many years ago in the southern wasteland. The golden electric arc burst out and gently struck the magic power crystal, causing the purple magic power crystal to gradually be stained with a hint of dazzling golden light. The black chi that enveloped his body surged out continuously, surrounding his body to form a black mist ball, completely covering his body. As time passed, the black fog ball outside Lu Ming's body slowly rolled. Its volume did not increase, but its color was as rich as ink. It was very conspicuous in the glaring green light in the room. At the same time, in a room on the top floor of the Linglong Palace, 2 men, 1 green and 1 purple, were sitting on chairs. In front of them was a sandalwood table, and there was a yellow bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was shaped like a full moon, with bronze edges. There was a dragon carved on the top and a tiger carved on the bottom. The mirror in the middle was not an ordinary bronze mirror. It reflected a black fog ball, which was the scene of Lu Ming in the stone room. Among the 2, one was wearing a loose purple robe and was as elegant as jade. He was the Ouyang family master, Ouyang Jianxiu. The other was wearing a green robe and had white hair. He was Elder Ouyang Qingfeng, who was in charge of the Linglong Palace. It has only been 2 days and 1 night, and he has already passed the inner demon tribulation. This person's aptitude is really good. The old man in the green robe looked at the scene in the bronze mirror and said in amazement. This person won first place in the Heavenly Gate meeting, so his aptitude is naturally not bad. However, his cultivation method is also very powerful. Long Xian from the demon mystic sect has already cultivated the green sun devil soul technique. In the end, he was defeated in just a few rounds. The Ouyang family head's eyes slightly flashed as he spoke. Oh? I didn't expect that other than old demon Hao from the demon mystic sect, there is another person who has cultivated this demonic technique. It is said that after this technique is cultivated, it can be said that he is almost invincible among his peers. How did he lose? The old man in the green robe's white eyebrows moved twice as he asked with interest. Actually, I also thought that this Lu Ming was going to lose, but I didn't expect that he could actually summon the phantom of Che Huan and use the sky-swallowing technique to completely restrain the evil soul green flame of the green sun devil soul technique. The Ouyang family master said unhurriedly. Che Huan's beast. Hearing this, the old man in the green robe who had been calm couldn't help but be surprised. This person used a special secret technique to summon the phantom of Che Huan. If I'm not wrong, it should be some kind of totem secret technique of the southern wasteland. The Ouyang family master said slowly after a slight hesitation. This Lu Ming has a lot of secrets. It seems that there is another good seedling in the Taiqing Gate. The young disciples in the clan are a little worse than him. The old man in the green robe said with a sigh. However, in this way, the hope of that matter has become much greater. The Ouyang clan head was silent for a long while after hearing this before sighing and speaking. The old man in the green robe touched his beard and looked at the bronze mirror. Huh. The old man in the green robe suddenly showed a surprised expression. In the bronze mirror, on top of the black mist ball outside of Lu Ming's body, a few faint purple lights appeared and gently swayed. The Fa crystal has condensed so quickly. The old man in the green robe raised his white eyebrows and said with some surprise. The Ouyang family master looked at the gently swaying purple light and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, the mist ball on the surface of Lu Ming's body made a few muffled sounds, and the black gas suddenly burst open. Immediately afterward, the heaven and earth yuan qi gathered above the Linglong Palace, forming a huge spirit qi vortex. Countless white, red, and yellow auspicious clouds appeared out of thin air. In the auspicious clouds, there were many faint white light spots swimming like fish. Every white light spot had a faint purple rainbow light, like the stars in the night sky. The heaven and earth yuan qi crazily rotated, making a tsunami-like sound that soared into the sky. Bright aperture star. This child is advancing to the pseudo-Dan stage, and there is such a phenomenon that only occurs when advancing to the Jin Dan stage. In the Linglong Palace, the old man in the green robe exclaimed. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. Normally, when a pseudo-Dan stage cultivator broke the crystal and formed the Jin Dan, it would attract the heaven and earth yuan qi and cause the phenomenon of the aperture star to appear. When Lu Ming advanced to the pseudo-Dan stage, such a phenomenon appeared. It was no wonder that the old man in the green robe was so surprised. When the Ouyang family master saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. However, he was still able to control his expression. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Because the phenomenon of Lu Ming advancing to the pseudo-Dan stage was so big, many disciples of the Ouyang family stopped what they were doing and walked outside. When they saw the huge auspicious clouds in the sky, they were all dumbfounded. That's the direction of the Linglong Palace. It seems that someone has successfully advanced to the pseudo-Dan stage. Look, this seems to be the phenomenon of the aperture star. Which genius senior fellow apprentice is this in the family? Many disciples of the Ouyang family exclaimed when they saw this phenomenon. Some elders of the Jin Dan stage were even more surprised when they saw the starlight in the auspicious clouds. Many people even flew to the Linglong Palace. The phenomenon above the Linglong Palace lasted for half an incense stick of time, then it finally dissipated slowly, and everything returned to normal. On an exquisite pavilion in Xianming Mountain, two girls in purple robes stood by the window, looking in the direction of the Linglong Palace. It was the two sisters, Ouyang and Ouyang. I didn't expect Brother Lu to really advance to the pseudo-dance stage so quickly, and this phenomenon seems to be a bit different. Ouyang murmured with a surprised face. Lu's actions are extraordinary, so I'm not surprised. However, sister, you will soon reach the perfect stage of the crystallization period later stage, and advancing to the pseudo-dance stage is also a matter of time. But you gave that clear soul pill to Lu. At that time, you have to think of a way to ask Uncle Qingfeng for another one. Ouyang said with a flicker in her eyes. How can the pseudo-dance stage be so easy to break through? A genius like Brother Lu should have prepared a lot of external help to successfully break through. This matter can be discussed slowly. Ouyang sighed with some interest. In another tower building in Xianming Mountain, Ouyang looked at the auspicious clouds that were slowly dissipating in the distant sky, but a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, the news that the person who advanced to the pseudo-dance stage in the Linglong Palace was a foreigner slowly spread among the disciples of the Ouyang family in Xianming Mountain. The name of Lu Ming was also known by the disciples of the Ouyang family. However, in this month, Lu Ming was still consolidating his cultivation in the Linglong Palace and didn't come out, so most of the disciples of the Ouyang family only heard of his name and didn't see him. On this day, the door of the secret room built in the belly of the mountain suddenly opened, and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. It was Lu Ming. Compared to a month ago, Lu Ming's appearance hadn't changed much. However, every movement he made gave off an indescribable pressure. Feeling the changes in his spiritual sea, Lu Ming felt that he was very lucky to be able to smoothly advance to the false core stage. However, after breaking through the pseudo-pellet state, it was equivalent to stepping into the real pellet state, and it also completed the previous agreement with Luo Hu. As for advancing to the Jin Dan stage, although it was even more difficult, Luo Hu had already promised to help when the time came. This gave Lu Ming a bit more confidence. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Congratulations to Lu for advancing to the false core stage. In the future, you will be able to condense the Jin Dan stage. An old voice sounded out. It was Ouyang Qingfeng who had appeared in front of him. Greetings, Elder Qingfeng. This junior was able to break through this time because of the miraculous effects of the exquisite wall. Otherwise, even if I tried to break through another 10 times, I wouldn't be able to succeed. Lu Ming hurriedly bowed. Martial nephew Lu Ming is still so modest. At your age, you should be more carefree. Ouyang Qingfeng laughed and said without a care. Hearing this, Lu Ming could only smile and didn't reply. In the following time, Lu Ming followed behind Ouyang Qingfeng and walked through the cave back to the hall of the exquisite hall. At this moment, the purple-robed Ouyang family head was also in the hall. When he saw Lu Ming and Ouyang Qingfeng enter the hall, he smiled and stood up. Hee, congratulations, martial nephew Lu. Family head overpraises me. Lu Ming was shocked and felt a bit confused. He didn't have the qualifications for the Ouyang family head to specifically congratulate him. The Ouyang family head gestured for Lu Ming to sit down and said with a kind expression, speaking of which, why doesn't Luke consolidate his cultivation in that stone room? That is the cultivation ground of our clan's ancestor. The energy of the world there is several times denser than outside. Junior's cultivation base has already stabilized. In the future, I only need to put in some more effort and I won't dare to continue occupying the treasured lands of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. Lu Ming wasn't sure what the Ouyang clan's clan lord was trying to do, hence he replied in full detail. After advancing to the pseudo-core stage, although his cultivation of magic power had improved greatly, the magic power in his body did not change too much during this advancement. Therefore, he did not need much time to consolidate his cultivation. As the two of them conversed, the green-clothed girl that Lu Ming had met once again served 3 cups of spirit tea. As she served the tea, the girl sized up Lu Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Please. The Ouyang family head nodded and took a sip of tea. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly raised his cup to take a sip. In this way, the Ouyang family head chatted with Lu Ming. His gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time, and there seemed to be a hint of a meaningful smile in his eyes, causing Lu Ming to be even more confused. The green-robed old man next to him also occasionally interjected with a smile on his face. I remember I once heard Xianxia say that the first time she met Lu was in a market in the Green Sprout Mountain Range. The Ouyang family head said and changed the topic. Yes, I happened to encounter the opening of the Green Sky Illusory Palace there and fought side by side with fellow Ouyang Qian. Lu Ming replied honestly. In the Tianmen meeting more than 10 years ago, according to Qian and Qin it was thanks to Lu that they could escape from the hands of several alien cultivators. They have always been grateful to Lu. The Ouyang family head suddenly smiled mysteriously. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. He didn't answer anything, but there was a faint premonition of trouble in his heart. I wonder what Lu thinks of the two girls, Qian and Qin. The Ouyang family head asked with a slight smile. The two fairies have already reached the crystallization period at such a young age. Their talents are naturally extraordinary. They will definitely have great achievements in the future. I wonder why the master asks this? Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, and he replied carefully. Haha, compared to martial niece Lu, those two girls are far inferior. However, among the disciples of the same generation, whether it is in terms of appearance or cultivation, they are both top-notch. Speaking of which, martial niece Lu doesn't have an official dual cultivation companion, right? I wonder if you have any intentions of becoming dual cultivation companions with one of them to cultivate the great Tao together. The Ouyang family master beat around the bush and finally pointed out his intentions. Dual cultivation? Lu Ming was taken aback when he heard the words. He couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. He opened his mouth and almost stuttered. Yes, Lu is a great disciple of Taiqing Gate, and Qian and Qin are also direct disciples of my Ouyang family. It can be said that their identities are equivalent. This matter is of great benefit to you, the Ouyang family and Taiqing Gate. What do you think? The elegant man said with a smile. Thank you, Ouyang family head. The two Ouyang girls are unparalleled in terms of birth, appearance, and cultivation, but... Lu Ming's face finally returned to normal, and he smiled bitterly. Hee, could it be that Lu treats the two sisters? Ouyang family head laughed. Ouyang family head, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and explained. Ouyang Qingfeng, who was sitting on the side, took back his smile when he heard this. His white eyebrows frowned slightly. Oh, that means Lu doesn't like Qian and Qin? Ouyang family head's tone also suddenly became cold. The air in the entire hall seemed to start to solidify, making people unable to breathe. Actually, I already have an unmarried dual cultivation partner. She is also an inner disciple of Taiqing Gate. This matter has been decided by my master many years ago. Therefore, I can only disrespectfully decline the matter that Ouyang family head has proposed. Lu Ming thought quickly and immediately said decisively. He had only met the Ouyang sisters a few times, and there was no relationship at all. In addition, his relationship with Callan had not been resolved, so how would he dare to continue to provoke other female cultivators? So, Lu already has a marriage contract. In this case, I won't force it. Ouyang family head said as he stood up. After nodding coldly at Lu Ming, he waved his sleeve and strode out. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that he had already offended the Ouyang family head with this refusal. However, this was something that could not be helped. He could not really agree to marry one of the Ouyang sisters. After Ouyang family head left, Lu Ming also stood up and said goodbye to Ouyang Qingfeng, Elder Qingfeng. I have already achieved my goal in coming to Jade Dream Mountain. I will take my leave now. Lu, please do as you wish. It is indeed inconvenient for me to keep outsiders here. As the uncle of the Ouyang sisters, Ouyang Qingfeng's expression was rather ugly when he heard Lu Ming directly rejecting the marriage. His tone was also much colder. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only cup his hands and bow. He turned around and was about to walk out. In the end, he had just taken a step when he suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned his head and asked seriously, previously, we agreed that after I use the exquisite wall, I will do something big for the Ouyang family as the price. However, until now, your family has not clearly told me what the specific matter is and when it will be done. I want to make some preparations in advance. Don't worry, Lu. It is not the time yet. When you are needed, the Ouyang family will send someone to find you. Ouyang Qingfeng took a deep look at Lu Ming and said faintly. That's good. If your family has any news, just send someone to Taiching Gate to inform me. After Lu Ming nodded, he turned around and strode out of the exquisite hall. After leaving the hall, he made a gesture with one hand. A black cloud supported his body and he went in the direction of the guest pavilion. After an hour, a black escape light flew out of the Jade Dream mountain range and flew into the distance. When passing through a dense forest, the escape light suddenly stopped. The black light faded, revealing a young man in a green robe and a child. It was Lu Ming and Yi Hao. Mr. Lu, why did you stop? Yi Hao tilted his head and looked at Lu Ming strangely. He couldn't help but ask. Lu Ming turned around, looked at the dense forest below, and said faintly, the friend below, you have been following me for a long time. You should be tired. There is no need to hide anymore. Please show yourself. In the dense forest below, a white figure flew out of the forest as the branches and leaves swayed. After a few flashes, he flew not far from Lu Ming. It turns out to be Miss Xia. Lu Ming's eyes condensed. After seeing the person clearly, the spiritual power that he secretly raised suddenly dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face. The figure in white was dressed in a white robe. She looked gentle and charming. It was Xianxia who left the Ouyang family more than a month ago. Brother Lu, you have advanced to the pseudo-pellet stage. Xianxia glanced at Yi Hao next to Lu Ming, then her gaze fell on Lu Ming again. She smiled and was about to speak, but she suddenly sensed the breath exuded by Lu Ming. She couldn't help but say in surprise. I came to the Ouyang family this time to borrow a treasure to advance to the pseudo-pellet stage. Let's not talk about this. Is Miss Xia still staying in this Jade Dream mountain range because of your father? After Lu Ming explained, he asked a question. Little sister finally got out of the odd desert this time. If I can't find the news of my father, I naturally won't give up easily. A trace of tenacity appeared on Xiaochuer's charming face. Although her voice was soft, it revealed a decisive tone. Lu Ming was silent for a while when he heard the words. After a while, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he said faintly, it's inconvenient for me to say much in front of the Ouyang family. I remember that day in the odd desert, Miss Xia once said that your father is not a member of the Sand clan. After entering the odd desert by mistake, he became immortal and died. Why does Miss Xia still come to the Central Plains to find the news of him? Is there any hidden reason? It's a long story. I didn't intend to deceive Brother Lu that day. It's just that all the people of the Sand clan in the odd desert had their memories tampered by the Lord. We all thought that my father had died of old age in the odd desert. In fact, my father was sent out of the odd desert by the Lord. I was only recently told about this situation by the Lord after he unlocked the mystic arts. Xiaochuer sighed and explained. Tampering with memory. I see, but there should be a reason for Senior Green Spirit to hide the whereabouts of your father, right? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he nodded. That's because the Lord and my father made an agreement. As long as my father finds something for the Lord will release the bloodline contract in my mother's body and let them leave the odd desert. The Lord was trapped in the Divine Hall at that time. In order to prevent this matter from being leaked, he altered the memory of all the Sand clan people. It's just that my father hasn't returned since he left. Seeing that Lu Ming wasn't angry, Xiaochuer secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to explain softly. It turns out to be like this, but Senior Green Spirit has now removed the mystic art from Miss Xia. It seems that Miss Xia is very valued by Senior Green Spirit these years. It's really gratifying. After Lu Ming realized it, he suddenly said with a smile. The Lord is really good to me, but it's a pity that I have left the odd desert for several years, and I haven't even found any clues about my father. Now that I finally came to the Ouyang family, you also saw that the Ouyang family master doesn't want to see me at all. Xiaochuer looked gloomy as she bit her lips lightly. Since Senior Green Spirit asked your father to find something for him, maybe we can start from here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he reminded. The Lord didn't tell me what my father is looking for, so I need to think of another way. These days, I have heard a lot of things about Brother Lu near Xianming Mountain. Since Brother Lu is a disciple of Taizong, I wonder if you can help me to inquire about the whereabouts of my father. Sha Chuer looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes full of hope. This? Lu Ming hesitated a little. Although Ouyang Xian denied that Ouyang Ming was not a member of the Ouyang family in the Ouyang family hall, he was obviously lying from his reaction. Sha Chuer's father was most likely involved in the secrets of the Ouyang family, and it was related to the Southern Wilderness Puppet Emperor. It was naturally more confusing. It was not a wise move to get involved rashly. However, with the friendship between Sha Chuer and Lu Ming in the Odd Desert, Lu Ming was also a bit speechless for her to refuse. Just when Lu Ming was in a dilemma, Sha Chuer sighed softly and continued, Chuer also knows that this matter is a little difficult, but I really have no other way, so I asked Brother Lu for help. I only hope that we can find some clues about my father in the Ouyang aristocrat clan. If we really meet with a situation where we can't advance or retreat, Brother Lu can feel free to stop at any time. This little sister will be eternally grateful. Since Miss Sha has said so, it would be too unreasonable of me not to help. Alright, I'll help Miss Chuer inquire about it. Looking at Sha Chuer's sad expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of how he missed his father on Savage Island. His heart softened, and he finally made a decision with a wry smile. Great, Brother Lu's great kindness, I will never forget it. Sha Chuer was overjoyed when she heard the words, and she bowed. In the following time, Sha Chuer briefly explained the process of looking for Ouyang Ming after leaving the Odd Desert. After listening, Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he slowly said, since your father is definitely a disciple of the Ouyang family, this matter still has to start with the Ouyang family. Let's do it this way, I will ask 2 friends of the Ouyang family first. As Lu Ming said, he took out a white disk array and quickly launched a few symbols on it. A line of small words appeared on the white disk array, then it disappeared after a flash of white light. Seeing this, Yi Hao behind him flashed a hint of interest in his eyes, but he was very obedient and didn't ask anything. Could this be the communication disk array often used by the cultivators of the Central Plains? Sha Chuer looked at the white disk array in Lu Ming's hand curiously. Lu Ming nodded, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help curling up slightly. Sha Chuer had lived in the Odd Desert since she was a child. Her nature was pure and straightforward. She was isolated from the outside world. Now her cultivation had reached the crystallization period, but she didn't even know many common-sense things in the cultivation world. It was fortunate that the Southern Wilderness Puppet Emperor let her come out alone, and she could find the Ouyang family safely. Half an hour later, 2 purple escape lights galloped in from the distant sky, and they landed in a flash. As the escape lights faded, the figures of Ouyang Qian and her sister were revealed. Brother Lu, why did you leave in such a hurry? I haven't had the time to congratulate you in person for successfully advancing to the pseudo-pellet state. Ouyang Qian's bright eyes flickered a few times, then she saw Sha Chuer standing behind Lu Ming. Her face showed a slightly strange expression. Ouyang Qian beside her also glanced at Lu Ming, but she snorted lightly. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. The 2 women obviously already knew that Ouyang family master proposed the marriage proposal and was rejected by him. However, this trace of embarrassment was quickly forgotten by him. He cupped his fist and replied sternly, I left in a hurry, and I didn't have time to say goodbye to the 2 fairies. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Brother Lu has sent such a frantic message to invite us sisters here. It shouldn't be just for a chat, right? Please state your purpose clearly, Ouyang Qian said coldly. Lu Ming laughed, then he pointed to Sha Chuer standing on the side with one hand, haha, of course, you should remember this Miss Sha Chuer whom you met some time ago, right? Brother Lu, you want to ask us about Ouyang Ming, right? But I'm sorry, we can't do anything about this matter. Originally, we owe Brother Lu a favor, so we should tell you everything we know about your request, but the family elder has seriously warned us not to mention that person to anyone. We sisters don't dare to disobey the family, please forgive us. Ouyang Qian reached out and interrupted Lu Ming's words, then she shook her head and said. Sha Chuer next to her was naturally disappointed when she heard this. It's my fault for making the 2 fairies feel embarrassed. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but his expression immediately returned to normal. Since there is nothing else, we will go back. See you later. Ouyang Qian cupped her fist at Lu Ming, then she winked at Ouyang Qin on the side. The two immediately turned around, turned into two purple escape lights again, and flew back in the direction they came from. Looking at the escape lights that the two gradually disappeared, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes for a while, but he didn't show much disappointment on his face. He originally didn't have much hope in asking the two women about Ouyang Ming, but after this conversation, he also knew that Ouyang Ming actually existed in the Ouyang clan. It seems that the Ouyang clan has issued a gag order. I'm afraid it's impossible to directly inquire about the information about your father. We must find another way. Lu Ming glanced at Sha Chuer and said lightly. Everything is according to Brother Lu's arrangement. Sha Chuer's spirit was lifted when she heard this. She seemed to be extremely confident in Lu Ming. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming took out a map of the vicinity of the Jade Dream Mountain range and carefully looked at it. After a moment, his eyebrows twitched, and his eyes lit up. Could it be that Brother Lu already has a way? Sha Chuer asked with a happy face. It's not a good way, but in the current situation, you and I are not familiar with the Ouyang clan, so we can only look for someone who is familiar with it to help. Lu Ming put away the map and made a gesture with one hand. A cloud of black gas wrapped him and Yi Hao, and they flew in a direction outside the Jade Dream Mountain. Sha Chuer's beautiful eyes flickered, and she hurriedly drove the escape light to follow. As the foundation of the Ouyang clan, the Jade Dream Mountain range was a rare holy place for cultivation in the Middle Sky continent. Even the surrounding small mountains were very rich in heaven and earth yuan qi. Not only many cultivators gathered here, but several large mortal cities of the Chen Kingdom were also located near the Jade Dream Mountain. Nanming City was one of the large cities, located in the southeast of the Jade Dream Mountain range. Outside the city was the largest river in the Chen Kingdom, Nanming River. After countless years of washing by the river, the land around Nanming City was extremely fertile, and the water transportation was very convenient. Therefore, this large city gathered nearly 10 million people and was unusually prosperous. Early in the morning, on a bluestone avenue in the east of Nanming City, two people were walking slowly on it. In front was a young man in a green shirt, and behind him was a petite figure wrapped in a large cloak. A few strands of long silver hair hung down casually. As she walked, one could vaguely see her graceful figure, but she was a stunning woman. These two people were Lu Ming and Sha Chuer, but Yi Hao was not here. Brother Lu, why did you bring me to this mortal city? Sha Chuer tidied up the long silver hair hanging outside the cloak. Although she was wearing a long robe, it could not hide the woman's intoxicating beauty, attracting the attention of passers-by. Ms. Sha, don't be impatient, just follow me. Lu Ming was expressionless and did not explain. His eyes looked at the bluestone avenue a few times. At this moment, it was late in the morning, and the spacious avenue was already bustling with people. There were many shops on both sides of the avenue, and the shouts were endless. It was a prosperous scene. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes fell on a street pawnshop in front of him. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he walked over without a trace. Although Sha Chuer was full of doubts, she still followed him. As soon as Lu Ming walked into the pawnshop, a green-clothed shop assistant greeted him with a smile. Guest, please come in, please sit inside. At first glance, the shop was empty, and it seemed that business was not good. Lu Ming smiled and sat down on a big chair in the shop. Sha Chuer did not sit down. Her eyes under the cloak swept across the shop, and at the same time, her divine sense gradually spread out, as if she was exploring something. Lu Ming saw her movements, and thought in his heart, although this woman is inexperienced, she is cautious enough. No wonder she can safely come here from the southern wasteland. Guest, what do you want to pawn? I'm not boasting. Although this small shop is not big, it is a century-old shop in Nanming City. You can rest assured about the credibility. The green-clothed shop assistant looked only 18 or 19 years old. He was eloquent and looked very clever. I'm from the north. I came here today to pawn something. Lu Ming took out a palm-sized thing from his arms. The surface was faintly glowing in black light. It was the inner disciple token of fallen Serene Peak, and he handed it to the green-clothed shop assistant. When the man in green clothes saw the token, there was a slight surprise on his face, but it disappeared in an instant. He said as if nothing had happened, "Although your token looks good, the shopkeeper has to check it to determine its value. Just take it." Lu Ming waved his hand with a flash in his eyes. After taking a deep look at Lu Ming, the man in green clothes trotted to the inner courtyard of the shop with the token in both hands. It didn't take long for the man in green clothes to run out again. He handed the token back to Lu Ming respectfully, then he bowed and said, "Sir, the shopkeeper invites you in." Lu Ming put the token back to his waist calmly, got up and waved at Xianxia, then he motioned the man in green clothes to lead the way. Not long after, the man in green clothes led the two into the inner courtyard and came to the innermost room. In the room, a middle-aged man with a square face who looked like a shopkeeper stood in it. His gaze fell on Lu Ming, then he looked at Xianxia who was standing on the side. There was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "It's fine. Although this is not a disciple of our sect, he is a good friend of mine," Lu Ming said faintly. The middle-aged man with a square face saluted respectfully and said, "Taiching Gate's Foreign Affairs disciple Qin Wu greets senior fellow apprentice Lu." Xianxia took off the cloak on her head, and a hint of surprise flashed on her face. The shop here was a secret contact point of Taiching Gate in Nanming City. As one of the four ancient sects of the human race, Taiching Gate had existed in the Middle Sky continent for many years. They had set up many secret points in various places of the Middle Sky continent to collect and transmit information and so on. Occasionally, there would be disciples like Lu Ming who came here by chance. They would come here directly to ask for help or some information. As far as Lu Ming knew, in the mortal cities near Xianming Mountain, there were no less than a dozen points like this in front of him. Even if some of them were already exposed, the Ouyang aristocrat clan would feign ignorance. After all, similar things would be done by the major sect and aristocratic families. The Ouyang aristocratic family also had a similar stronghold near the Thousand Spirit Mountain. The major forces were well aware of it, but they wouldn't take the initiative to expose it. Since he wanted to investigate the Ouyang aristocrat clan, Lu Ming naturally thought of this. "What can I do for you this time?" the middle-aged man with a square face asked with a straight face after bowing. "I wish to inquire about a person in the Ouyang aristocrat clan by the name of Ouyang Ming." Lu Ming went straight to the point. "Ouyang Ming?" The man with a square face was slightly shocked when he heard the words. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and continued, "I didn't expect senior brother Lu to know this person. This is a bit unexpected." Lu Ming was silent when he heard the words, but a little excitement appeared on Xiachuer's face. "Go outside and stand guard." The middle-aged man with a square face showed a solemn expression. He waved his hand to the man in green clothes who was waiting by the side. The man in green clothes understood. After bowing to the middle-aged man and Lu Ming, he retreated and closed the door lightly. The middle-aged man with a square face walked to a cabinet on the side of the room. After rummaging inside for a while, he took out a book that looked like an account book. Ouyang Ming, the 28th generation direct descendant of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. He has an earth spirit root and extraordinary talent. He advanced to the condensation state at the age of 16 and the crystallization period at the age of 33. At the age of 37, he entered the Lining Ge and became a core disciple. He condensed the Jin Dan before the age of 100. After that, there was not much news collected. It seemed that this person had disappeared. But 40 years ago, this person appeared again, and the entire Ouyang aristocrat clan revolved around this person. There seemed to be a great riot. Since then, there has been no news of this person. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. The middle-aged man with a square face turned to one of the pages and read slowly. After reading, the middle-aged man with a square face handed the book to Lu Ming. The first line of the book was written with 3 big characters, Ouyang Ming. There were many records about Ouyang Ming recorded in small characters below. Lu Ming looked at it carefully for a while. Most of the records were about his life before he condensed the Jin Dan, but he didn't see anything related to the southern wasteland. Finally, he wrote the words unknown whether he is dead or alive. Lu Ming slowly put down the book, glanced at Xianxia, and asked with a voice transmission, 40 years ago, could it be? As Brother Lu guessed, my father did leave the Odd Desert more than 40 years ago. Xiaochuer bit her cherry lips and replied with a voice transmission. Lu Ming nodded secretly. It seemed that after Ouyang Ming left the Odd Desert, he had returned to the Jade Dream Mountain Range, and he had a conflict with the Ouyang family for some unknown reason. In addition, although the book stated that Ouyang Ming's life and death were unknown, Lu Ming felt that Ouyang Ming's disappearance was definitely related to the Ouyang aristocrat clan. It was even possible that Ouyang Ming had been killed or imprisoned by the Ouyang aristocrat clan. This information is not enough. I need to know more specific information. It would be better if I can know the whereabouts of this person. After Lu Ming put down the book, he said calmly to the middle-aged man with a square face. We only have these records about this person here. If senior fellow apprentice wants more information, I'm afraid it will take some time, and it will cost some special expenses. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while before he said hesitantly. These should be enough. I just need to find out the situation of this person as soon as possible. Lu Ming turned his hand and took out a heavy cloth bag, threw it over, and said faintly. The middle-aged man with a square face reached out and took a look at the cloth bag. His face suddenly showed a hint of joy, and he nodded again and again. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, please rest assured. I only need 3 days at most. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he heard the words, and he didn't say anything. Next, he didn't stay here for a long time. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about the middle-aged man not doing anything after receiving the spirit stones. He immediately left the pawn shop with Xiaochuer. Miss Xia, this shop is a stronghold of my Taiqing Gate. Although it's not very secretive, it's better not to easily leak it to others if it's not necessary. After leaving the pawn shop, Lu Ming walked toward the east of the city and said slowly. Brother Lu, don't worry. Although I'm not knowledgeable, I still have a sense of propriety. I naturally won't do such a thing like repaying kindness with evil. A hint of gratitude flashed in Xiaochuer's beautiful eyes, and she said very seriously. Lu Ming chuckled twice. If he didn't have some understanding of Xiaochuer's character, he wouldn't rashly bring this woman here. It didn't take long for the two to come to an inn in the east of the city, and they entered 2 superior rooms respectively. Yiha was obediently staying in Lu Ming's room, still silently reciting the formula that Lu Ming taught him. Nothing happened for 3 days in a row. At noon on the 4th day, Lu Ming and Xiaochuer set off again and came to the pawn shop. 2 guests, please come in. After the shop assistant saw the two, his eyes lit up. He pretended to be indifferent and brought them into the backyard. The middle-aged man with a square face, Qin Wu, was already waiting there at this moment. Brother Qin, how is the investigation going? Lu Ming asked faintly. There are some gains, but the progress is not too big. Qin Wu invited the two into the secret room, sighed, and said frankly. Oh? Tell me about it. Lu Ming asked. I didn't get much relevant information through some secret methods, and I didn't find the whereabouts of Ouyang Ming. However, I found the seclusion place of a very close brother of his. Maybe I can find other information about Ouyang Ming. Qin Wu raised his hand and handed a jade slips to Lu Ming, and said in detail. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Lu Ming took the jade slips with one hand and frowned. When Xiaochuer on the side heard this, her hands and her sleeves clenched into fists. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes. Seeing Xiaochuer's expression, Lu Ming sighed secretly, then he put the jade slip on his forehead. It really recorded some information about Ouyang Ming before he disappeared and the exact address of his younger brother who was now living in seclusion. Half a day later, outside a hidden valley more than 100 miles away from the Jade Dream Mountain Range, 2 escape lights, one black and one yellow, landed. After the light flashed, the figures of Lu Ming and Xiaochuer appeared. It's here? Xiaochuer stood outside the valley. After looking around for a while, she murmured with a trace of doubt in her eyes. There was only a thriving wilderness in the valley. There was no sign of any houses or buildings. This is an illusion. The arrangement is quite ingenious. It can actually hide the fluctuations of spiritual power. It seems that the cultivator living here should be good at this. There was a faint black light in Lu Ming's eyes. After a slight hesitation, he flicked his finger, and a fireball the size of a human head blasted out. There was a ripple in the air in the depths of the valley, and the fireball was swallowed with a pop. Then there was a fluctuation in the valley, and all the scenery shook for a while. It was like a stone was thrown into a calm water. Brother Lu really has good eyesight. Seeing this, a hint of admiration flashed in Xiachuer's bright eyes. Miss Xia has lived in the odd desert for a long time. She usually encounters some sand beasts, so she doesn't see much illusion enchantment. It's not surprising that she can't find it. Lu Ming waved his hand and smiled softly. At this moment, before the fluctuations in the valley dissipated, a faint green light appeared. One of the corners was torn open. In a flash, a young man in a light yellow robe flew out. After standing still, he looked at Lu Ming and Xiachuer with vigilance. Who are you? How dare you break into my Xian villa? Lu Ming's eyes moved. The young man in a yellow robe in front of him only had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, but he didn't show the slightest timidity in the face of the two crystallization period cultivators. He immediately said loudly, "This friend, we don't mean to offend you. We just want to see Senior Oyankue for something. Please inform him." "En? How do you know that my father is living in seclusion here? Who are you?" The young man in a yellow robe was shocked when he heard the words. He shouted sternly as his face changed. Lu Ming frowned. As he was thinking about how to speak more tactfully, a slightly old voice suddenly came from the valley. "Xian, don't be rude." As soon as the voice sounded, the green light in the valley flickered, revealing the shape of a door. An old man in a yellow robe flew out of it. "Father." The young man in a yellow robe immediately turned around and bowed respectfully to the old man, then he bowed his head and retreated to the side. "You too, my son was rude just now, please don't take it to heart." After the old man in a yellow robe asked the young man to retreat, he said politely to Lu Ming and Xiachuer, but there was a hint of undetectable vigilance in his eyes. "You must be Mr. Oyankue, right? It's us who came to visit unannounced, it's our fault." Lu Ming glanced at the old man in a yellow robe, and his eyes flickered slightly. This old man is also a pseudo-dan stage cultivator, but looking at his old appearance, it is obvious that he has no hope of condensing the gene Dan in this life. "I'm Oyankue. Since you two have specially come to visit, please come in and have a seat." Seeing that Lu Ming spoke so politely, the old man in a yellow robe lowered the vigilance in his eyes, and he made a gesture to invite him in. The green light flashed, and it became a little bigger. "Since you said so, then we won't be polite." Lu Ming nodded with a smile, and he immediately flew over with a gesture. Xiachuer naturally moved and followed. As soon as they entered the green light, Lu Ming and Xiachuer only felt that their eyes suddenly lit up. Behind the light screen, there was no longer a valley. Instead, a dense forest appeared in front of the two of them. Not far away, there was a small courtyard made of purple wood sitting in the middle of the green forest. The crisp chirping of birds and insects came from the surroundings from time to time. The entire courtyard was lush on both sides, showing a sense of leisure and contentment. It was indeed a good place to live in seclusion. Lu Ming looked indifferent, but his huge divine sense had already spread out and instantly enveloped the entire forest. After searching several times with divine sense, he didn't find anything strange. In addition to the old man in a yellow robe and the young man in a yellow robe, there were a few people in the courtyard, but their cultivation was very low, only at the spirit apostle stage. In addition, there were no traces of powerful enchantment here, which made him feel relieved. At this moment, a fragrant wind came from behind, and it was Xiachuer approaching. "The two of you, please come to the living room and have some spirit tea." The old man by the side spoke to the two of them. Then, he and the yellow-robed young man led the two of them into the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, they directly walked into the main hall. At this moment, the yellow-robed young man did not follow them in. Instead, he stood at the entrance with a solemn expression. There were no servants in the main hall. After the old man invited the two of them to take a seat, he personally went to the back hall to brew 2 cups of spirit tea and handed them to Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Lu Ming thanked him with a smile, then took the cup and placed it by his side. "Fellow Taoists, there must be a reason for you to come to such a remote place to see me. May I know what it is for? Seeing that both of you have the cultivation of the crystallization period at such a young age, you must be the core disciple of the family. I have been living here in seclusion for decades. Is there anything in the family that needs my help? After the old man in a yellow robe sat down, he said with a bleak expression. Mr. Ouyang may have misunderstood. I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of Taiching Gate. This is Miss Xianxia. She is from the southern wilderness. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he smiled lightly. Taiching Gate disciple, southern wilderness. Aren't you two disciples of the Ouyang family? Only the people of the Ouyang family should know about this place. I wonder how you two know about this place. The old man in a yellow robe was also stunned when he heard Lu Ming's words. Although I'm not a disciple of the Ouyang family, this Miss Xia has some connections with the Ouyang family. It took us a lot of time to find out where you are. Lu Ming said with a chuckle. Oh? It's good that you two are not from the Ouyang family. The old man in a yellow robe let out a sigh of relief when he heard the words. He seemed to relax a little immediately. The young man standing outside the door heard the conversation between Lu Ming and the old man in a yellow robe. The expression on his face also relaxed, then he quietly turned around and left. Since you are not from the Ouyang family, why are you two looking for me, a secluded old man? The old man in a yellow robe asked with interest. Mr. Ouyang, do you know the name Ouyang Ming? According to the news we heard, you used to be very close to this person? Lu Ming finally said the purpose of his visit. Ouyang Ming, you two came here to inquire about this matter? The old man in a yellow robe's hand stiffened when he heard the words. His face suddenly turned green and black, and he replied coldly after a while. That's right. Lu Ming frowned and said slowly. If that's the case, I have nothing to say to you two. Please leave this place immediately. The old man in a yellow robe suddenly stood up, and there was no longer any expression on his face. Oh, it seems that you are very afraid of this name. However, you don't have to be in a hurry. Listen to this Miss Xia's explanation first, then it won't be too late to send you off. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Listen to her explanation? Hearing this, the old man in a yellow robe restrained his anger slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Junior is Xianxia. Ouyang Ming is my father. I hope Senior can tell Junior the whereabouts of my father. At this moment, Xianxia stood up again and bowed to the old man opposite her. What? You are Ouyang Ming's daughter? Why have I never heard him mention this? The old man in a yellow robe was shocked. He immediately stared at Xianxia, and his expression suddenly became serious. Junior was born not long after my father left. Xianxia said softly. Yes, if that's the case, you do look a little similar to Ouyang Ming. However, you can't possibly think that you can make this old man believe that you are Ouyang Ming's descendant with just a few empty words, right? After the old man's face changed for a while, he suddenly let out a long breath and said. At the same time, his body exuded a faint spiritual pressure. Lu Ming on the side could clearly sense that the old man's spiritual power had been mobilized at this time. It was obvious that the old man would make a big move if there was a disagreement. However, Lu Ming just smiled slightly and still sat on the chair without moving. Xianxia immediately took out a purple token, handed it over, and said very seriously, since Junior is here to visit, naturally I won't just say it. Since I've come to pay a visit, I naturally won't make empty promises. This is a keepsake my father left for my mother before he left. Senior, you can verify it. The old man in a yellow robe's expression changed slightly. He flicked his sleeve and immediately rolled the token into his hand, then he lowered his head to carefully examine it. Yes, this is indeed Ouyang Ming's identity token, but it's not enough with just an inanimate object. I still have to cast a spell to confirm your bloodline. After a long while, the old man in a yellow robe threw the token back. After looking up and down at Xianxia, his expression eased a little. No problem, as long as you can believe Junior's identity, Senior can cast the spell. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. Very good. I have a drop of blood essence left by Ouyang Rua, so the appraisal process will be very fast. Then, I will have to trouble Miss Xia to squeeze some blood essence on it. Ouyang Kue nodded when he heard the words. He immediately flipped one hand and a prismatic disc array appeared in his hand. The surface of the disc array was faintly visible with light silver spirit patterns in the shape of grooves. Xianxia immediately took a few steps forward when she heard the words. She raised her arm and opened her mouth. A crystal-clear wind blade flashed across her wrist, leaving an inch-long wound. A stream of blood flowed down from the wound and all of it went into the disc array. It quickly flowed into the light silver grooves. This is enough. Seeing this, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. He immediately threw the disc array in front of him and flicked his 10 fingers, launching a dozen symbols in one breath. Suddenly, the scattered disc array began to buzz, and the silver grooves flashed with a blood-red light at the same time. The old man waved his sleeve and threw a white porcelain bottle above the disc array. He pointed in the air with a finger. With a ping sound, the porcelain bottle burst open, and a drop of black and red blood essence dripped down, disappearing into the array disc without a trace. Then, under the old man's control, the disc array began to spin in the air. Blood-red runes appeared from time to time, then they turned into spots of bloodlight and dissipated. Collect. The old man made a sound and grabbed in the air with one hand. The disc array immediately trembled in the air and fell into his palm. Xianxia lowered his head and carefully checked the flashing blood spirit patterns on the disc array for a moment. He then raised his head and looked at Xianxia. His face finally showed a complicated expression, then he sighed and said, "It seems that I am right. Looks like I'm right, Lady Xia is really my younger brother's daughter." Senior finally believes it. Miss Xia has been living in the southern wasteland before. She only came to the Qin kingdom recently to find the whereabouts of Senior Ouyang. If Senior knows, please enlighten me. Lu Ming interrupted calmly. Whereabouts? Those people from the Ouyang family have been looking for the whereabouts of Ouyang. Unfortunately, they have been looking for so many years, but they still haven't found anything. The old man in a yellow robe suddenly sneered and said with a little sarcasm. Lu Ming couldn't help but be startled. Does he also not know the whereabouts of Ouyang? Xiachuer's heart also sank when she heard this. Ouyang has shown me some kindness in the past. Since you are his daughter and you have found your way here, it is naturally not wrong for me to tell you some of the things that happened in the past. The yellow-robed old man took in a deep breath before revealing a hint of bitterness as he spoke. Senior, please enlighten me. Xiachuer bit her lip slightly. Her 2 jade hands gently grabbed the corner of her skirt, and she said nervously. Speaking of which, although the Ouyang aristocrat clan is a clan, there are many branches within the clan. Our bloodline was originally a branch of the Ouyang aristocrat clan and wasn't valued by the clan. Back then, it was because of Ouyang outstanding talent that our bloodline was able to improve. Even I was able to advance to the crystallization period because of Ouyang. As the old man in a yellow robe said, he walked slowly to the window, looked at the scenery outside the window, and murmured absent-mindedly. Xiachuer and Lu Ming were naturally listening attentively. After a while, Xianxia continued with a hint of reminiscence. Ouyang is also my cousin. Ouyang can be considered as my blood-related younger cousin. Our bloodline initially thought that he would be able to lead our bloodline to walk out of the Ouyang aristocrat clan. Who would have thought that in the end, a calamity would befall us? Xiachuer held her breath. She knew that the yellow-robed old man's next words would be the most critical part of this matter. As far as I know, more than 100 years ago, Ouyang, who was ranked in the top 3 among the core disciples of Lin Yingge at that time, was ordered by the previous patriarch to go deep into the southern wasteland alone to investigate an important matter. The yellow-robed old man's eyes flickered as if he was recalling the past. I don't know what he was investigating in the southern wasteland, but there was no news of him since then. Until one day a few decades ago, he suddenly came back, and his cultivation had improved greatly. He had reached the Jin Dan perfect realm. At that time I was very happy to be in the same bloodline as him. At that time many people in the family also thought so. With the amazing aptitude shown by Ouyang, it was very likely that he would advance to the celestial state. Once he successfully advanced, even if he couldn't become the next patriarch, he would have a chance to become a great elder of the family. At that time, in order to let him advance smoothly, the patriarch did not hesitate to spend resources to let him enter the devil-subduing secret realm in the family for training. It was a special secret realm opened by the ancestors of the family to temper the temperament and cultivation of the family disciples. The yellow-robed old man sighed and said slowly. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. According to Xianxia, this devil-subduing secret realm should be a place similar to the evil ghost path of the Taiqing Gate. But what everyone didn't expect was that not only did Ouyang Ming not prepare to advance to the celestial state, but within 5 years after entering, he used some unknown means to quietly destroy the 3 seals in the 7-star devil-subduing seal, which was the foundation of the secret realm. He absorbed a large amount of true demonic aura that was originally suppressed in the seal and began to cultivate a kind of demonic technique that has long been banned in the Middle Sky continent, 8 desolate Buddhist demon technique. When the yellow-robed old man said this, his face gradually became ugly. 8 desolate Brahmin devil art? Why would father cultivate such a devilish cultivation method? Sha Chuer's eyes widened upon hearing this. Sigh, no one knew why he did that. However, such a matter naturally couldn't be concealed from the sect. In a fit of rage, the clan head hurriedly sent people to the secret realm to capture Ouyang Ming. However, the 8 desolate Brahmin devil technique was a true devil technique. Even though it was extremely powerful, it was something that could only be grasped by a true devil. Even though Ouyang Ming was extremely talented, he couldn't withstand the invasion of the devil chi. In the end, he lost his mind and turned into a devil. But who would have thought that after Ouyang Ming transformed into a devil, his abilities would increase greatly? Instead, he killed many of the clansmen that went to capture him. Even the celestial phenomenon Grand Elder that led the group was not a match for him and was injured by him. The old man smiled bitterly. Demon eyes. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed slightly. Ouyang Ming was just a real pellet state cultivator. Even if he cultivated the so-called 8 desolate Buddhist demon technique and his strength had increased, he could still injure the celestial state elder in one fell swoop. It could be seen how deep his demonization was. In the end, even the profound principal Grand Elder who had been in seclusion all year round was alarmed. He came out of seclusion and entered the secret realm to capture Ouyang Ming personally. However, at this time Ouyang Ming was nowhere to be found. It was said that the clan's Grand Elder turned the entire hidden devil realm upside down, but he still couldn't find him. Since then, no one knew where he was. The yellow-robed old man sighed again. When Lu Ming heard this, he frowned and glanced at Sha Chuer. Although he wasn't too sure why Ouyang Ming suddenly cultivated the devil technique, since it happened after he returned from the Odd Desert, it was most likely related to the puppet emperor of the southern wilderness. In that case, Senior also doesn't know where my father is. Sha Chuer's bright eyes were a little dazed, and her expression became very ugly. I also somewhat understand why the Ouyang family master is unwilling to meet Miss Sha. Lu Ming sighed and said. Indeed? The fact that a disciple of the Ouyang family had cultivated in the demon race's cultivation method was a major matter that could attract the attention of the entire Zhongtian Empire. At that time, the family leader had naturally decided to cover up this matter, and had also sealed off all news regarding Ouyang Ming. As for those of the same bloodline like us, we were also implicated by this matter. Many of us were exiled to remote places in the mainland. Only I managed to survive because I made some contributions to the family back then, and I was able to live in seclusion here. Speaking of which, it can be said that Ouyang Ming and I have a grudge, but I don't intend to pursue it now. Since you are his daughter, you should have the surname Ouyang, which is Ouyang Chuer. I can call you Niece Chuer. The yellow-robed old man sighed and looked at Sha Chuer in front of him. When he said the word niece, his gaze gradually softened. Yes, Ouyang. Uncle. Sha Chuer hesitated for a moment, then called out. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the yellow-robed old man's old face. It seemed that he was very happy to be called uncle. Chuer, niece, the Ouyang family has been tracking your father's whereabouts all these years. It is not a wise move for you to take the initiative to come to us this time. Uncle advises you not to stay here for long, and quickly return to the southern wasteland. Hearing this, Sha Chuer's expression changed slightly. Miss Sha, what Senior Ouyang said is not unreasonable. Since your father is really missing, we should bid farewell first. We will go to other places to listen for news in the future if there is a chance. Lu Ming also stood up and said with a flicker in his eyes. Uncle, thank you for telling me so much about my father. If there is a chance in the future, niece will come to thank you again. Sha Chuer nodded and also stood up. She solemnly bowed to the yellow-robed old man and said. Okay, then I won't keep you two any longer. However, the family has been operating in this southern Ming city for many years, and we have many eyes and ears. Chu niece, you have to be careful, the yellow-robed old man said to the two of them. So Lu Ming and Sha Chu immediately left the hall and prepared to fly away in the courtyard. But at this moment, a loud boom suddenly came from outside. The originally calm sky suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding green light curtain also flickered wildly. The enchantment that shrouded this forest was torn apart. Swoosh swoosh, 4 bright purple escape lights landed and turned into 4 figures in purple robes. With another flash, they blocked in front of Lu Ming and Sha Chu. Lu Ming's body moved slightly, protecting Sha Chu behind him, and he glanced at the incoming people with narrowed eyes. The 4 of them seemed to be led by an old man with white hair and a beard. In addition, there was a burly man with a sturdy figure, a tall and thin man with a haggard face, and a young woman with a graceful figure. What is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping us? Lu Ming said faintly. He didn't look too surprised by the sudden appearance of the 4 people. You are Lu of Taiqing Gate, right? We are not here for you. The woman behind you is a traitor of our Ouyang family. We received the order from the elders to capture her. I hope you won't hinder us. The one who spoke was the white-haired old man. The other 3 people formed a semicircle, completely blocking the way in front of Lu Ming and Sha Chu. Traitor's daughter 1 Lu Ming scanned with divine thought, and his eyes flickered. Among the 4 people, the white-haired old man was at the Jin Dan early stage, and the remaining 3 were similar to him. They were all cultivators of the crystallization period later stage. How can the Ouyang family people appear so quickly? Are they following us? Sha Chu's face showed a bit of shock, then she said to Lu Ming with a voice transmission. I'm afraid that since you appeared in Xianmeng Mountain, the Ouyang family has been sending people to monitor you secretly. They didn't catch you immediately because they want to lure your father to appear. Lu Ming replied calmly with a voice transmission. He looked past the 4 people on the opposite side and quickly looked around. Don't even think about it. Sha Chu frowned when she heard the words. A long and narrow crystal blade appeared in her hand with a flash of white light. A cold and sharp aura spread. The 4 people on the opposite side looked cold, and their bodies began to light up with various colors. You guys. Ouyang walked out of the hall. Seeing the situation in front of him, his face changed for a while. Ouyang, you confided the secret of the Ouyang family to outsiders without authorization. This matter has been reported to the master. As for how to punish you, we will talk about it later. If you want to keep your family safe, just stand aside and watch. The white-haired old man glanced at him and said coldly. I'm already half dead. Why should I be afraid of punishment? As long as I don't hurt my family, it's fine. After Ouyang face changed several times, he could only look at Sha Chu apologetically, then he turned back to the hall. It seemed that he didn't intend to bother with this matter anymore. Brother Lu, this is my own business. You are Taizong's disciple, so they dare not stop you. You should go first. After Sha Chu's eyes flashed, she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said to the 4 people in front of him with a sneer, Do the 4 of you have to make a move at this moment? I have an agreement with Miss Sha to help her find the whereabouts of her father. If you make a move now, I might have to make a move against you because of the promise. When Sha Chu heard this, her beautiful face changed slightly. She couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. There was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. I will make a move to stop this person. The 3 of you can work together to capture the woman. Remember to end the battle quickly and capture her alive. The white-haired old man faintly instructed the other 3 people. At the same time, he suddenly rubbed his hands, and a layer of dazzling yellow light suddenly lit up from his hands. With another shake, a yellow light flashed, and a shocking rainbow shot out from his hands, rolling toward Lu Ming. Sword controlling technique. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed in surprise. He didn't expect this white-haired old man to be a sword cultivator. His sword controlling technique seemed to be quite skilled. However, with his eyesight, the moment the old man made his move, he could tell that the flying sword was only a superb spiritual weapon and not a Yuan spirit flying sword. In the next moment, the yellow sword rainbow flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming, slashing down abruptly. At the same time, the other three people also attacked at the same time with tacit understanding. The thin and tall man spat out a strange blade. It was half saber and half sword, which was quite weird. The brawny man shouted, and a black light flashed in his hand. He took out a black mace that was taller than a person. Such a huge spiritual weapon was really rare, but it matched his sturdy body quite well. The young woman waved her hand and released a short white awl. It grew to more than 100 meters in size. The three of them chanted at the same time and made a gesture. Their spiritual weapons rushed toward Xianxia. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He clenched his fists, and a rich black gas surged out of his body. It wrapped around his arms in a deep dragon roar, and he shook suddenly. Poof, with him as the center, a powerful force emitted a hissing sound and suddenly spread in all directions. Two fists wrapped in pitch-black dragon heads struck the blades of the flying swords head-on. A loud noise, the yellow sword rainbow trembled immediately, and the sword rainbow shattered inch by inch. The flying sword itself was also bounced back by a huge force. It rolled in the air for more than 100 meters before stopping. The yellow light on the surface of the flying sword flashed wildly, and it made a low buzzing sound. It seemed that it had suffered a lot of damage under the blow from Lu Ming. The white-haired old man's face turned pale. This yellow flying sword was his natal flying sword. Under the connection of mind and soul, the spiritual power in his body couldn't help but surge. Although he was a Jin Dan state cultivator, he only condensed to 3 apertures lower-grade Jin Dan. His strength was also the lowest among the Jin Dan state cultivators. Naturally, he couldn't take a powerful blow from Lu Ming, who had advanced to the pseudo-pellet state. After Lu Ming's punch succeeded, his body flickered and appeared in front of Xianxia with a series of afterimages. He groaned and punched out with both fists again. Black chi swirled around his fists, and a black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the wind generated by his fists. The powerful air currents whipped the surrounding trees like whips, causing the branches to dance wildly, and some of the thinner branches to be broken. The 3 spiritual weapons of the brawny muscular man and the other 2 had just turned into various rays, and they collided with Lu Ming's fist wind. Rumble, the dark whirlpool suddenly rolled all 3 spiritual weapons into it. After the black gas rolled and condensed, it turned into a black sun. At the next moment, a tsunami-like force gushed out from it. The mace, the odd-shaped long sword, and the short white awl were knocked away by the dark fist wind at the same time. The light on them dimmed. Obviously, their spirituality was damaged. The 3 of them were even more shocked. They took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. When they finally stabilized their figures, they naturally looked at Lu Ming in horror. They didn't dare to make a move easily for a while. Lu Ming actually knocked away the spiritual weapons of the 4 people with a single move. At this time, Xianxia put the crystal blade in front of her, and the other hand took out an hourglass-shaped spiritual weapon, transforming into a black sand wall in front of her. The woman was naturally shocked to see this scene in front of her. Compared to the time in Odd Desert, Lu Ming was obviously much stronger. "Brother Lu, you, be careful." Just when Xianxia wanted to say something, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xianxia's arm. A cloud of black gas wrapped the 2 of them and retreated. The next moment, a giant purple hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed the place where Xianxia was just standing. With a bang, under a burst of flying sand and stones, a giant palm print of more than 100 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. As a celestial state senior, don't you think it's beneath your dignity to attack a junior of the crystallization period like us? Lu Ming took Xianxia and circled and landed more than 100 meters away. He stared at somewhere in the air like lightning, and he said cautiously for the first time, "Celestial state." Xianxia next to him first glanced at Lu Ming gratefully. If he didn't make a move just now, she would have fallen into the giant purple hand, but after hearing Lu Ming's words clearly, her beautiful face immediately turned pale. "Eh? You can actually see where I'm hiding, your mental power is really extraordinary." In the air that Lu Ming stared at, a burst of purple light rippled, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air and slowly landed. This person didn't look old, and his facial features were ordinary, but his waist-length hair was black and shiny. As soon as he appeared, the huge celestial state spirit pressed toward Lu Ming without concealment. Lu Ming only felt a black gas flowing around his body, and a huge force came head-on. He immediately let out a muffled groan. His body shook twice before he regained his balance. The black sand wall in front of Xianxia burst open in an instant. Her delicate body immediately staggered back for 8 steps before she stabilized her figure with a flash of white light. This was because Lu Ming blocked in front and offset most of the pressure. Xianxia looked at the long-haired man in horror. There was no trace of blood on her face anymore. In the manor not far away, the family members of Oyankue couldn't bear it anymore. Most of them rolled their eyes and fainted. Elder Jianyuan. Seeing this, the white-haired old man and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully to the long-haired man with joy. The long-haired man waved his hand, and the 4 of them retreated to the side and fell silent. You are Lu Ming of Taiqing Gate, right? I heard that you just broke through to the pseudo-pellet stage with the help of our Ouyang family's treasure, the exquisite clarity wall. Now you want to become enemies with my Ouyang family? The long-haired man said lightly. I dare not. I have always been grateful to the Ouyang family, but I have known this Miss Shaw for a long time. I have an agreement with her, so I can't sit back and watch her be taken away by others. Lu Ming thought quickly, but he bowed slightly and replied very respectfully. Although his cultivation had improved greatly after advancing to the pseudo-pellet state, he still didn't have much confidence to escape with Xianxia in the face of a celestial state powerhouse. But fortunately, with his identity as an inner disciple of Taiqing Gate, he wasn't afraid that the other party would really kill him, so he wasn't too panicked in his heart. The long-haired man sneered when he heard the words. He looked up and down at Lu Ming, then he said in a deep voice, although your strength is good, you are just a pseudo-pellet state cultivator. Do you really think you can stop my mom with this ability? I naturally know that I'm definitely not Senior's opponent, but I can't really sit back and watch Miss Shaw be taken away by Senior. Maybe I can only ask Senior to give me some advice. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Haha, interesting. Since I advanced to the celestial state, this is the first time I met someone who dares to ask me for advice with such a low cultivation. If I really fight with you, I'm afraid that old guy Tiangu will have an excuse to extort a lot of money from the Ouyang family. How about this, I won't bully you 2 juniors. As long as you 2 can take a palm from me, I will immediately turn around and leave. Otherwise, this little girl should just go back to the Ouyang family with me. Ouyang Jianyuan laughed and suddenly said such words. This? Lu Ming couldn't help hesitating again. Okay, we will do as Senior said. If we can't take a palm from Senior, Chuer will go back with Senior. Sha Chuer's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and she agreed immediately. Lu Ming frowned. Just when he was about to say something to Sha Chuer, the long-haired man opposite him sneered. He didn't see how he moved, but his body suddenly shone with a purple light, and a huge spiritual pressure spread out. A giant phantom slowly rose from behind him. The giant phantom was surrounded by purple auspicious air. It was wearing a large robe, and one could vaguely see the pattern of a divine dragon embroidered on it. Although its face was blurred, one could clearly see that the giant phantom was wearing a flat crown on its head, and its body was filled with supreme majesty. This is the phantom of the Ouyang family, Xiantian Emperor. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw this. There were many kinds of cultivation techniques passed down in the Taiqing Gate. Even in the same inner sect mountain, the cultivation techniques practiced by the disciples were very different. But the Ouyang family was not like this. Almost everyone in the Ouyang family practiced the same cultivation technique, Xiantian Emperor art. According to the relevant records that Lu Ming saw in the Taiqing Gate, the ancestors of the Ouyang family used to be the royal family of a great country, and this cultivation technique was created by a talented emperor. Once someone practiced this cultivation technique and advanced to the celestial phenomenon realm, the phantasm of the heaven and earth would be the phantom of the emperor with infinite power. Lu Ming didn't dare to neglect. When he was about to take a deep breath, Sha Chuer, who was behind him, suddenly stepped forward. She raised her hand, and a golden ball flew out of her sleeve. A cracking sound came out. After the golden ball blurred, it turned into a humanoid puppet with a height of 10 meters. The surface of the golden skin was covered with dense strange runes. It flickered under the sun, but it seemed to be full of infinite power. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air, this golden puppet looks so familiar. Isn't it the personal guard puppet of the Southern Wasteland puppet Emperor Green Spirit? Xianxia waved her hand, and a golden incantation seal landed on the humanoid puppet. The runes on the surface of the humanoid puppet suddenly lit up, and a burst of golden light flowed over its hands, following which a pair of golden axes appeared in its grasp. This seems to be the secret puppet of the Celestial Work sect. Where did you get it? However, little girl, if you really think that a mere puppet can withstand my attack, then you're gravely mistaken. The disheveled man's eyes fell on the golden humanoid puppet. There was also a hint of surprise on his face, but he immediately said with a cold snort. As soon as he spoke, the giant phantasm behind the disheveled man flashed in purple light. A giant purple palm had already stretched out. Its 5 fingers split, and thousands of purple lights burst out from its fingertips, grabbing at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xianxia's pretty face turned pale, and she was about to barely control the puppet to fight back. Lu Ming let out a loud shout. His 2 arms shook and he actually took the initiative to attack first. Immediately, black gas rolled out from his body and instantly submerged his body in it. After it condensed, it turned into a giant black ball the size of a pavilion. The surface was flickering with black light, and countless purple spirit patterns appeared on it. It became solid at once. The giant purple hand in the sky seemed slow, but it was fast. When the black ball was just formed, it slammed on it with infinite power. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The black ball was dented by the giant hand like a rubber ball. It seemed that it was going to be penetrated by one blow. Explode! Lu Ming's cold shout came from the black ball. The black ball trembled and burst open, turning into countless black lights that blasted at the giant purple hand. Crackle! In the countless whistling sounds, the giant purple hand was whipped up by the black lights. Seeing this, the man with disheveled hair let out a light huh, but the arm of the giant phantasm behind him just sank. The giant purple hand condensed again. Purple runes appeared on the surface, and it pressed down again. Before the giant hand really fell, an invisible imprisonment force had shrouded it. Lu Ming only felt that the air around him was tight, and his whole body was like a mountain. Even with his current tyrannical physical body, he couldn't move for a while. He couldn't help being horrified. But at this moment, Xianxia next to him let out a shout. The golden puppet flashed and blocked in front of Lu Ming. As it chanted, it turned into 100 meters tall with a flash of golden light. At the same time, a huge spiritual pressure soared into the sky like an abyss. The giant purple hand that was about to descend made a buzzing sound and was actually unable to descend even a little bit due to the spiritual pressure. Impossible. He hurriedly made a hand seal, and the giant projection behind him opened its mouth to blast forth a pillar of purple light. At the same time, its other arm blurred before transforming into another massive purple hand that also came crashing down toward the golden puppet. However, the motionless golden puppet suddenly raised its head, and light erupted from its eyes. At the same time, its arms blurred, and 2 water tank-sized fist projections abruptly lashed through the air. Boom! Boom! 2 loud sounds rang out. One of the fist silhouettes instantly dispersed the purple hand, while the other fist silhouettes blurred and instantly appeared in front of the emperor silhouette behind the man with disheveled hair before crashing into it in a flash. The emperor's phantom raised its 2 arms like lightning to block in front of it, but it was still shaken by the fist shadows, and became blurry. The disheveled-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Profound. Mastery. Puppet. The Ouyang family heavenly phenomenon elder let out a shout, and his body glowed with purple light. He actually turned around and flew away. At this moment, a poo sound was heard. The golden puppet's eyes flashed, and a human-like sneer appeared on its face. It suddenly took a step forward, and with a wave of its arm, it appeared in front of the man with disheveled hair like a ghost. One of its large hands turned into a golden shadow, and it grabbed toward the man. The 5 fingers of the golden hand roared loudly, giving off a feeling that it couldn't be avoided. It was as if this grab could grab the entire world. The man with disheveled hair let out a sharp cry, and with a twist of his body, he turned into a purple light that flashed all over the sky. But no matter how amazing the escape technique was, the 5 fingers of the golden hand suddenly closed, and the purple light was firmly caught. The purple light faded, and the man with disheveled hair reappeared in the hand of the puppet, but his whole body was tightly bound by golden chains, and he couldn't move at all. In front of the golden puppet, the man with disheveled hair couldn't resist at all. Elder Sword Source. The old man with white hair and the other three were dumbfounded at this moment. They were all scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was also a little dumbfounded, but when he glanced at Xianxia, who was also dumbfounded next to him, and the trace of coldness on the face of the golden puppet, he vaguely understood what was going on. I wonder which mystic comprehending realm senior is possessing the puppet. Our Ouyang family also has a mystic comprehending realm grand elder. The man with disheveled hair struggled a few times with purple light flashing wildly on his body, but he couldn't escape. He immediately yelled at the golden puppet in shock and anger. Humph. The golden puppet suddenly let out a cold snort, and it exerted force with its big hand. The man with disheveled hair who was held in it groaned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His aura suddenly weakened. Just as Lu Ming's heart was pounding, a loud pie-la sound came from above. Somewhere in the sky, the space was separated, and a black gap of hundreds of meters long appeared out of thin air. Boom! A gigantic purple palm the size of a mountain suddenly emerged from the gap and struck downwards. The palm lines of this giant palm were extremely clear. The knuckles, hairs, etc. were clearly visible. Except for the special color, it seemed to be a real palm that was magnified countless times, and the terrifying spiritual pressure it exuded was not inferior to the golden puppet below. Hey! Seeing this scene, the golden puppet didn't have the slightest change on its face. Instead, it sneered and launched a backhand punch into the sky. A golden fist shadow the size of several acres rushed into the sky. An earth-shattering loud noise, the two huge halos, one purple and one golden, collided with each other in mid-air, twisting and entangling with each other. Following an earth-shattering rumble, two different colored shockwaves spread out in all directions. Amid violent crackling sounds, the trees and rocks below were all swept up as if a series of hurricanes had appeared out of nowhere. What a powerful power! This is the battle between the mighty figures of the mystic comprehending realm. Even though Lu Ming desperately urged the black gas on his body to roll, he was still forced back by the violent wind. He was extremely shocked. The other people of the Ouyang family were even more unbearable, and they were directly thrown out by the violent wind. Humph, to be able to block my attack with a puppet body, you must be the southern wasteland puppet emperor of the past? After the attack, the purple giant hand suddenly retracted into the crack in mid-air. However, the crack did not disappear, and a deep voice came out of it very clearly. Haha. That's right, it's me. Your Ouyang family bullied the weak, and dared to capture my disciple. If I don't teach you a lesson, I, the puppet emperor, will lose a lot of face. The golden puppet laughed twice, and the hand that was holding the disheveled man tightened, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The disheveled man's body shook violently, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His originally extremely dispirited aura became even weaker. Did Ouyang Ming cultivate the true devil cultivation method under your orders? The deep voice in the crack paused, and continued to come out, as if it did not see the disheveled man who was in extreme pain. Even if it's found in a major search, this kind of thing can't be said carelessly. Do you have any evidence? The golden puppet's eyes flickered, and it still said with a light smile. Fine, we'll deal with this matter in the future. Let's stop here for today. As soon as the voice fell, the huge crack in midair slowly closed, and finally disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The golden puppet sneered twice, and with a wave of its hand, it threw the disheveled man and its hand out. His body flew out like a broken sack, and with a bang, he landed on the empty ground not far away. At the same time, the golden puppet's huge body also gradually shrank, and soon returned to its original size. It then turned around, and two seemingly substantial golden lights shot out from its eyes, falling on Lu Ming. Greetings, Senior Green Spirit. Seeing this, Lu Ming hurriedly bowed. At this time, he still did not know that the one controlling the puppet in front of him was Green Spirit, the Southern Wilderness Puppet Emperor himself. Holy Lord Xianxia also walked over with surprise and joy, and she hurriedly bowed. The woman did not seem to expect that Green Spirit would suddenly possess the golden puppet. Well, I haven't seen you for a few years, but your cultivation has improved quite fast. You don't seem too surprised to see me just now? The golden puppet nodded at Xianxia first, then it turned its head and said faintly to Lu Ming. I had some opportunities in these years, so I could improve my realm a little. As for not too surprised, I have personally experienced the power of the puppet that senior possessed. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Hee, just a little? The dignified #1 person of the Elysium Association, even I have heard people talking about you long ago in the southern wilderness. The golden puppet chuckled again. Lu Ming naturally said a few humble words. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Chu Air Girl, thanks to your help these few days, we can find this place. I have a fair system of rewards and punishments. Since you are working for my people, there will naturally be benefits for you. As the golden puppet spoke, it waved its hand, and a golden light fell in front of Lu Ming. It was a pale golden jade talisman. Use this secret talisman, no matter how far away you are, you can still contact me. Consider it as a reward for you. Green Spirit said slowly. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was slightly startled at first, but he immediately reacted with joy. He carefully put away the jade talisman. The value of this jade talisman could be imagined since it could contact a mighty figure of the Elysium Enlightenment. Alright, Chu, forget about your worries. Now, let's go back to the southern wasteland with me. Before Xianxia said anything, the golden puppet shook its arm, and a large amount of golden light rolled out, wrapping Xianxia and itself in it. Swoosh, the golden light soared into the sky. After circling in the sky, it broke through the air and left. This southern wilderness puppet emperor didn't even give Xianxia and Lu Ming a chance to say goodbye. He flew away just like that. The muscles on Lu Ming's face twitched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry bitterly. Cough, cough, cough. The man with disheveled hair not far away slowly coughed a few times, then he slowly stood up from the ground and took out a pill from his arms. Well, I didn't expect you to be familiar with the mystic and lightning powerhouse. No wonder you don't put my Ouyang family in your eyes, cough cough. The man with disheveled hair said a few words faintly, but he was interrupted by a rapid cough. At this moment, there was a trace of anger on his face. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His aura was slightly better than before, but he was still in a dispirited state. Obviously, the injury just now was not light. Senior misunderstood. I didn't know that the puppet emperor would directly possess Miss Sha's puppet. Otherwise, why would I intervene in this matter? Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Humph, you junior don't have to use the puppet emperor to suppress me. I will report this matter to the master. But since the girl has left, you don't have to stay near the Ouyang family anymore. Leave immediately. In addition, don't forget that you still owe my Ouyang family a request. When I need your help, I will naturally send you a message. The man with disheveled hair snorted coldly. He waved his hand and left with the 4 people who were dumbfounded. In a blink of an eye, only Lu Ming was left in Ouyangkui's seclusion secret place. Ouyangkui and his family seemed to have fallen into a coma. However, under the scan of Lu Ming's divine thought, he found that these people were just stunned by the previous mystic and lightning spirit pressure. There was no major problem. Lu Ming immediately returned to the courtyard and looked up at the sky. His face was uncertain. After a while, he sighed softly, made a gesture with one hand, and turned into a black light and went to the exit. After leaving Ouyangkui's place of seclusion, he continued to fly in the direction of the southern Ming city. Half a day later, a crimson light left Nanming City quickly. There was a flying jade boat wrapped in the crimson light. There were 2 figures, one big and one small, on it. They were flying somewhere in the distance. A few months passed by in a flash. On this day, outside the hall of Piaohong courtyard in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a golden light flew from a distance and landed. As the golden light faded, a young man in a green robe was revealed. It was Lu Ming. Beside him stood an 8 or 9-year-old boy. It was the orphan of the Yi family, Yi Hao, who possessed the golden eyes and blue pupil spirit body. This time, after returning to the sect from the Ouyang clan, he did not directly return to his immortal's cave. Instead, he first went to the External Affairs Hall and found a deacon in charge of recruiting disciples. After some inquiries, he learned that if a disciple of the sect found a disciple with a special physique or a foreign bloodline, he didn't have to wait for the annual unified recruitment. Instead, he would be randomly assigned to the outer yard after a series of examinations by the deacons of the External Affairs Hall. Apart from that, the deacons of the outer court could also directly inspect them. Once they passed the inspection, the outer court could decide whether or not to recruit them. The actual situation was that in order to improve their own strength and strive for resources from the sect as much as possible, the outer court was often eager to recruit these talented disciples. After a little consideration, Lu Ming decided to bring him to the Piaohong courtyard. After all, he was also from the Piaohong courtyard. If he brought people there personally, the Piaohong courtyard master and a group of deacons could take care of this disciple. As a result, as soon as the two stepped into the hall of the Piaohong courtyard, they were stopped by a tall disciple who looked like a deacon. "Stop, what are you two doing in my Piaohong courtyard?" "Wait a minute, you are Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu Ming." The tall disciple took a closer look at Lu Ming, and he suddenly remembered something. His face suddenly changed drastically and became extremely respectful. "Who is this junior fellow apprentice?" Lu Ming didn't know the young man in front of him, so he asked with a little surprise. "I'm a deacon disciple of this courtyard. It's normal that senior fellow apprentice Lu doesn't know me. But when senior fellow apprentice Lu won the first place in the outer court major competition, I was also fortunate to participate, but I couldn't compete with senior fellow apprentice Lu." After senior fellow apprentice Lu entered the inner door, he represented the sect to participate in the Tianmen meeting, and he won the first place among the strong. Now he has already become the object of admiration of our Piaohong courtyard's 3,000 disciples. By the way, I don't know why senior fellow apprentice Lu is here today. Could it be for this disciple? The tall disciple seemed to be a chatterbox. When he talked, he would talk endlessly. After a while, he glanced at the boy next to Lu Ming and changed the topic. "I heard that the disciple with a special spiritual body can enter the outer court as an outer disciple as long as he passes the inspection?" Lu Ming nodded and asked with a slight smile. "Special spiritual body? This is natural. Speaking of which, our Piaohong courtyard has not been able to recruit those talented disciples for several years. Otherwise, these disciples will be able to make rapid progress in just a few years. They will be in the limelight in the outer court major competition, win glory for our courtyard, and win more resources. Don't tell me this person is." The tall disciple once again uttered a series of words with his saliva flying everywhere. Immediately, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and shifted his gaze toward the 8 or 9-year-old boy. His face carried a trace of astonishment as he sized up the boy. Lu Ming didn't answer anything directly, but he stretched out a palm and patted the boy Yihao's shoulder lightly. A subtle spiritual power immediately passed into Yihao's body along the palm. He only felt his body tremble slightly, and a feeling of soreness and numbness hit him. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes. The golden light flashed in the boy's eyes, but the tall disciple couldn't help but be excited when he saw it. "Senior fellow apprentice Lu, if I'm not mistaken, this boy has the spirit pupil physique?" "Exactly. I don't know if in this case, can we directly let him join the Piaohong courtyard?" Lu Ming nodded and said calmly. "Of course, but unfortunately, Courtyard Master Jiang has been traveling for more than half a year. Deputy Courtyard Master Liang also went out to perform the sect's mission half a month ago. It will take at least a month to return. After all, it is best to let the Courtyard Master personally check the disciple with this rare and special spiritual body. If it is confirmed, under normal circumstances, the courtyard will spend a lot of resources to focus on training." After the tall young man bent down and stared at the boy for a few more glances, he got up and said to Lu Ming with joy, "Since the courtyard master and the deputy courtyard master are not here, I will bring him over after a while." Lu Ming frowned slightly when he heard the words. "Wait a minute. In fact, although I'm just a deputy disciple, according to the rules of the sect, I can arrange for him to settle down in the Piaohong courtyard first. How about this? Junior fellow apprentice will first arrange for this disciple to join the Piaohong courtyard. As soon as the 2 courtyard masters come back, I will immediately arrange for the spiritual body inspection. How about this arrangement?" After the tall disciple thought for a while, he said hurriedly, "And it is really not convenient for me to take this disciple back to the cave house. In this case, I will have to trouble this junior fellow apprentice to arrange it." Lu Ming just thought about it for a while, then he agreed. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, you don't have to be so polite. The tall young man quickly waved his hand and said. Yi Hao, this senior will arrange the follow-up matters for you. If you can really get what you want in the future, it depends on your own luck. Lu Ming turned and whispered to the boy beside him. After hearing this, the 8 or 9 years old boy nodded his head repeatedly, not fully understanding what was going on. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, if you leave this little guy to me, you can rest assured. The tall young man patted his chest and said. He looked at Yi Hao as if he was looking at a beloved treasure. This was no wonder. It was already a credit to be able to introduce such a spiritual body child into the sect. Once the spirit was opened in the future, if his aptitude was still good, then the benefits would naturally be endless. Since everything had been done, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He immediately bid farewell to the deputy disciple, and after giving a few words to Yi Hao, he left the main hall of the Piaohong courtyard. After leaving the hall, he made a sword gesture, turned into a golden light, and flew toward the cave house. Not long after, he returned to the cave house. As soon as he entered the cave door, Lu Ming closed the door. He patted the 2 leather bags on his waist with one hand, and a black gas rolled out, turning into Scorpion with a black veil. Master. Scorpion bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded to it. He scanned the other leather bag with divine thought, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. At this time, Feier was curled up in one of the leather bags and sleeping soundly. She completely ignored his call. Lu Ming shook his head. After instructing Scorpion to cultivate on his own, he went into the secret room. He thought that it would not be long to go to the Ouyang family, but he unexpectedly delayed for half a year. Now that he returned to the sect, he could finally consolidate his realm with peace of mind. After 15 minutes, in the secret room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a futon. In an emerald green bottle beside him, there were 2 elixir pills with 3 elixir patterns on the surface. The elixir pills were crystal clear like jade. They were the 2 pellet-grade Yun spirit pills. Speaking of it, with the improvement of his realm, the effect of Yun spirit pill on enhancing spiritual power had decreased. Now that he had entered the pseudo-pellet state, ordinary Yun spirit pill had almost no effect. Even the standard grade Yun spirit pill could only have a little effect. Fortunately, at that time, all the Yun spirit pills sold were ordinary, and most of the standard grade ones were kept in his hands. Although the effect was not obvious, compared to ordinary people who just meditated, it was still twice the effect with half the effort. For the 2 of them, it was not realistic to leave the sect to find materials for alchemy. It was better to use these first. After Lu Ming thought so, he stretched out 2 fingers to pick up a Yun spirit pill and put it in his mouth. He immediately closed his eyes and mobilized the spiritual power in his body, meditating quietly. Time passed quickly day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Because he did not disturb anyone when he came back, this year was quite peaceful. No one came to disturb his cultivation. On this day, with a muffled bang, the stone door of the secret room was pushed open from the inside. A figure flashed, and Lu Ming walked out from inside. In these 3 years, he had basically consumed all the spiritual power-enhancing elixirs in his hands. Naturally, the spiritual power in his body had improved a lot compared to before. At this moment, Lu Ming had completely consolidated his pseudo-pellet state. The surface of the spiritual power crystal ball in his spiritual sea was purple and silver, and his spiritual power was incomparably abundant. He could already start to break the crystal and make the final preparations for breaking through to the Jing Dan realm. Although Luo Ho had promised to help them at the cost of his own vitality, ultimately, he still had to rely on himself. Placing all his hopes on others was not his style of doing things. After Lu Ming thought about it, he slowly walked toward the cave house. As soon as he stepped out of the cave house, he made a sword gesture and flew toward the main peak of Fallen Serene Peak in a golden light. Just a few days ago, he received the news that Yin Jiuling had returned to Fallen Serene Peak through the communication array. It just so happened that he had also finished his retreat, so he planned to visit him and inquire about the matters related to breaking through to the Jing Dan state. When he was reading the classics in the scriptures pavilion, he also learned about condensing the Jing Dan in detail. He naturally knew that condensing the Jin Dan was the most important checkpoint on the road of cultivation, but it was better to ask Yin Jiuling about the mystery. After 10 minutes, in the center of a hall near the main peak of Fallen Serene Peak, Yin Jiuling was sitting on the main seat, holding a cup of fragrant spiritual tea. He took a few sips from time to time. In front of him, a young man wearing a black Fallen Serene Peak disciple costume was naturally Lu Ming. Very good. It seems that your trip to the Ouyang family is quite smooth. Now your pseudo-pellet state seems to have been consolidated. Yin Jiuling said with a slight smile. Thanks to Master's help, disciple can enter the pseudo-pellet state so smoothly. Otherwise, disciple can't break through this bottleneck so easily. Lu Ming bowed respectfully to Yin Jiuling. I only accept 2 direct disciples, Xiaowu and you, in my life. I naturally hope that you can surpass your master. By the way, next, I think you are also considering breaking through to the Jin Dan state, right? Yin Jiuling waved his hand and said faintly. Master is wise. Lu Ming nodded his head as he replied. This disciple has come to ask Master about the matter of condensing the Jin Dan. That's right. Regarding the matter of the Jin Dan realm, we should make plans early. Yin Jiuling gently stroked his sleeves and nodded in agreement. Although it's not easy to reach the pseudo-Dan stage, it can only be considered a preliminary preparation for condensing the Jin Dan. In the end, the success rate of breaking the crystal to form the pill was very low without the help of external forces. This is different from advancing to the next realm. Not only does it require the cultivator's own aptitude to be outstanding, but it also requires a large number of life and death experiences to completely stimulate the potential within one's body. Only then can one obtain the opportunity to condense the Jin Dan. Looking at the entire Middle Sky continent, there are countless people who have stayed in the pseudo-pellet state for decades or even hundreds of years. Do you know why? Yin Jiuling paused again when he said this. It must be because this opportunity is extremely difficult to obtain? Lu Ming replied after thinking for a while. This is only one of the reasons. Previously, Xiaowu requested to enter the evil ghost realm for the trial in order to continue to hone in extremely dangerous situations and seek this opportunity. However, although this opportunity is not easy, our Taiqing Gate, as one of the 4 ancient sects of the mainland, can stand out among the many disciples and advance to the pseudo-pellet state, so we are naturally not ordinary people. There are still many people who can find it. The main reason is that even if they get the opportunity, the whole process of condensing the pill is extremely dangerous. 7 or 8 out of 10 people are ruined at this step. Once the first failure of breaking the crystal to condense the pill, your vitality will be greatly damaged, and your cultivation will directly drop several realms in a short period of time. Although it is not difficult to restore your cultivation, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to more than 10 years to condense the pseudo-pellet state again and look for the opportunity again. However, due to the previous damage to the state of mind, the difficulty will naturally increase exponentially, and the chance of condensing the pill will only be even more remote. I see. Is there any way to increase the chance of condensing the Jin Dan? Lu Ming was a little surprised, but immediately asked nervously. After your cultivation has reached this level, if you want to break through the bottleneck, there are very few external forces that you can borrow. Even if there is, it is not impossible to obtain without great opportunities. However, generally speaking, the more Fa crystals in the body, the purer the Fa, and the higher the probability of condensing the Jin Dan. Yin Jiuling said without hesitation. I see. Does Master mean to let me refine more Fa in the future? Lu Ming murmured. If you can endure the loneliness and refine the Fa in your body a few more times, it will naturally be of great benefit when condensing the Jin Dan. It's a pity that although everyone knows this truth, how many people can endure their cultivation stagnating for hundreds of years and just polish their spiritual power on the spot? Yin Jiuling sneered. When Lu Ming heard this, he showed a thoughtful look. In addition, after the cultivation reaches the Jin Dan realm, although they are all called Jin Dan cultivator, there are many advantages. According to the quality of the condensed Jin Dan, it can be divided into 3 apertures inferior grade, 6 apertures intermediate grade, 9 apertures upper grade, and 12 apertures superb grade. Therefore, the step of condensing Jin Dan is very critical. If you want to go further on the road of cultivation in the future, it is best to condense upper grade or even superb Jingdan. At the very least, it should be intermediate grade. The Middle Sky continent is so vast that there is naturally no lack of Jingdan cultivators, but most of them rely on various external forces. They can't even find the opportunity to condense the 3 apertures inferior grade Jingdan. With such a Jingdan cultivation, even if you encounter the genius disciple of the crystallization period in our 4 ancient sects, most of them can't do anything. Therefore, if you want to have great achievements on the road of cultivation in the future, you must remember this. Disciple will follow the master's teachings. Lu Ming replied respectfully, but his thoughts were turning sharply. Although he had 153 spiritual power crystals that exceeded ordinary people, and his spiritual power was refined by the mysterious small bubble, it was much purer than the average cultivator, but he would never think that he could condense Jingdan now. After all, according to Yin Jiuling's words, once the condensation failed, it would be extremely difficult to condense the real pellet state for the second time. If he forcibly condensed the real pellet state with the help of foreign objects, he could only condense a low-grade real pellet state. This was naturally not the result he wanted. As for the life and death trial mentioned by Yin Jiuling, although he had experienced countless illusions, because he knew it was an illusion, he naturally didn't have the real experience of life and death. As for how to break through and condense Jingdan after finding the opportunity, he needed to find some more opportunities. At the very least, he still needed the help promised by Luo Hu. It seemed that if he wanted to find an opportunity to break through to Jingdan, he probably had to learn from the 5th senior sister. Master, disciple also wants to apply to enter the evil ghost way to find a chance to break through. After thinking about it, Lu Ming said solemnly. From your performance in the Elysium Society, coupled with your current cultivation, it is possible to apply to enter the evil ghost way. However, in the past few decades, there have been many people applying to enter the evil ghost way from the 4 major sects, causing the quota to be very tight. Even if I recommend you, you need to pay a certain amount of contribution points from the sect to enter. In addition, the evil ghost way is very dangerous, and Xiaowu has not returned for decades, so you'd better prepare as much as possible before that and improve your strength. Yin Jiuling was not surprised when he heard the words. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming thanked him with a little joy. By the way, there is one more thing. The sect's esoteric Elder Han wants to see you. He seems to want to use a unique sword cultivation secret technique to exchange for half of the Star River sand in your hands. You can go there when you have time. Yin Jiuling suddenly changed the topic and said lightly. Esoteric Elder Han, Star River sand. Disciple understands. Lu Ming was startled at first, but he immediately agreed with a sudden realization. This esoteric Elder Han was naturally the grey-robed elder who accompanied the Sky Halberd sect leader to the Elysium Society. It was not too strange for him to know that Lu Ming had obtained the Star River sand from the Elysium secret realm. Don't worry. Although Elder Han is from the Sky Sword Peak, he has a good relationship with us. He will definitely not let you lose out in this exchange. His cave house is in the mountain behind the Sky Sword Peak. You will know when you get there. Yin Jiuling said with a smile. After that, Yin Jiuling chatted with Lu Ming for a while and gave him 2 bottles of pills to consolidate his cultivation. He waved his sleeve and sent him off. After bidding farewell to Yin Jiuling, he turned around and left his cave house. A black cloud lifted his body and directly flew toward the direction of the Sky Sword Peak where Elder Han was. Along the way, Lu Ming happened to pass by the Hall of All Things, so he went in to inquire about entering the evil ghost way. After asking, he learned that it now required the inner disciple to pay 1 million contribution points of the sect and a Peak Master's token to enter. In order to repay the 4 million contribution points he owed before, he didn't have much left, but he wasn't too worried. Not to mention anything else, just the contribution points that he had to pay to the inner disciple every month for decades added up to 400,000 to 500,000. In addition, he could also spend some time to accept more Xian notice missions. An hour later, outside an inconspicuous small mountain behind the Sky Sword Peak, a black escape light blasted over. As soon as he entered the range of a mile around the peak, Lu Ming only felt a fluctuation in the air, and suddenly a rich spirit came to his face. The scenery in front of him changed slightly. At the foot of the mountain, a magnificent gray stone gate of several meters high was suddenly visible. The stone gate was carved with a 30 meters long green giant sword. The surface of the giant sword was flashing with a faint spiritual light, and there was a faint sword chi lingering around it. Lu Ming immediately landed in front of the stone gate. After looking at it for a while, he stepped forward and gently touched the giant sword on the stone gate with his hand. The next moment, he felt a faint green sword chi shuttling through his fingertips as if it had spirituality. It was very wonderful. Just as he was about to step forward and knock on the door, the green giant sword on the stone gate suddenly flashed. The stone gate slowly opened, and a low and slightly hoarse man's voice came from it. "You're Lu, right? Come in." "Yes." Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately agreed with a respectful look and walked in. After entering the stone gate and passing through a seemingly ordinary gray stone corridor of more than 100 meters long, there was a cave house hall with an area of only more than 100 meters. The residence of the celestial state esoteric elder was much simpler than Yin Jiuling's cave house. There were some gray stone carved tables and chairs in the hall, and there were some fist-sized green runes on the surrounding walls that were a little messy. From time to time, they would emit a faint spiritual light, illuminating the entire hall. On a yellow futon in the corner of the hall, a man in a gray robe was sitting on it with his eyes closed. He was chanting something. At the same time, a small green sword that was around 10 meters long was constantly rotating above his head as the sword technique in his hand changed. Bursts of thick yet gentle azure light were emanating from the small sword, slowly outlining the head of an azure dragon that was around 10 feet in length in the air. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally did not dare to disturb him. He could only stand quietly at the entrance of the hall and watch the scene. This kind of secret technique that used the sword chi on the flying sword to create a painting seemed sloppy and ordinary. However, it was not so easy to control the direction of the entire sword chi. After half a cup of tea's time, a 30 to 40 feet long cyan dragon appeared in the hall. It was vivid and lifelike. But after only a few breaths, the man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes. He made a sword technique with one hand and spat out the word "withdraw." The eyes of the dragon in the air shone brightly. With a pu sound, the 30 to 40 feet long cyan dragon turned into a faint cyan light and dissipated. The small sword circled in the air and disappeared in a flash. The man in a gray robe stood up and waved at Lu Ming with a smile. After gesturing him to come over, he sat on a nearby stone chair. Lu Ming greets the Grand Elder. Lu Ming stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lu does not need to be so polite. In fact, the main reason I summoned you this time is to use a sword technique in my hands to exchange for the half a bag of galactic sand in your hands. The man in a gray robe said straightforwardly. Disciple has heard of this from Master. Lu Ming replied respectfully. The galaxy sand is a rare material for refining weapons. I have been searching for it for a long time. I never thought that you would actually obtain a bag of it from the Heaven Gate Mystery Realm. Speaking of which, the Sword Dao secret technique that this old master used to exchange for the galaxy sand with you this time is also related to this thing. It is a secret technique that can integrate the galaxy sand into the Yuan spirit flying sword through a special method. In this way, not only will the power of the flying sword greatly increase, but more importantly, you won't have to wait until you advance to the Jin Dan stage before you can try to refine a sword pill, the gray-robed man said with a smile. What? Anyone below the Jin Dan level can refine a sword pill? Even though Lu Ming had always been calm, he couldn't help but cry out when he heard this. It had to be known that once the Yuan spirit flying sword was refined into a sword pellet, it would break away from the scope of a magic treasure prototype and become a real magic treasure. Not only would it become mysterious and unpredictable, its power would also be worlds apart from before. However, because of this, if it was other types of magic treasure prototype, it was possible to advance to a real magic treasure below the Jin Dan level, but the Yuan spirit flying sword was almost impossible. Not to mention anything else, the terrifying sword intent that was emitted when refining the sword pellet was not something that a sword cultivator below the Jin Dan level could control. Therefore, only those above the Jin Dan level could refine a sword pellet. This was something that almost everyone in the sword cultivator knew. The celestial state secret technique supreme elder in front of him actually said that there was a secret technique that could allow people below the Jin down level to refine a sword pellet. How could Lu Ming not be surprised? According to Lu Ming's original plan, it was naturally to condense the Jin down before preparing to refine the sword pellet. Otherwise, he would not refine the void sword pouch in advance. After all, once the sword pellet was refined, it needed to be sealed in the sword pouch for decades to be nourished before it could be truly completed. During this time, he couldn't easily use the Yuan spirit flying sword. Otherwise, all the previous nourishment would be wasted, and he had to seal it again. But if he had this secret technique, he could refine this sword pellet before condensing the Jin down, which could instantly increase his strength. I wonder if Lu is willing to make such an exchange. I have said in advance that I will not force you on this matter. The man in gray robe did not directly answer Lu Ming's question. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming and said faintly, "Of course, disciple is willing." This time, Lu Ming only thought for a while, then he immediately agreed respectfully. He took out a gray cloth bag from the sumer ring and put it on the stone table in the hall. Bang, the gray cloth bag fell heavily on the stone table. The gray-robed man grabbed the cloth bag with one hand as if nothing had happened and shook it gently. The sound of sand colliding with each other could be heard. At the same time, the mouth of the bag was opened with a chi-la sound, and wisps of bright starlight scattered out of the cloth bag. Then he took out some sand from the cloth bag, rubbed it twice in his hand, and examined it carefully. His eyes became more and more fiery. It really is galaxy sand. After the man in gray robe finished checking, he immediately laughed heartily. At the same time, he took out a pale purple bottle and put it aside, then he flicked his finger at the cloth bag. A golden glow swept out, and the golden light flashed in the cloth bag. A ray of starlight slowly flew out from the cloth bag like a galaxy into the pale purple bottle. After a while, the man in gray robe stopped making gestures. He gently stroked his sleeve and put the pale purple bottle into the bag. He nodded with satisfaction and handed the remaining half bag of galaxy sand to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the cloth bag with both hands and quickly scanned the contents of the bag with his divine sense. After confirming that there was more than half a bag of galaxy sand left, he carefully put it into the sumer ring again. "Since this old man has accepted your Star River sand, I will give you this secret technique in exchange," the man in gray robe said and took out a slightly broken light blue ancient book from his sleeve, then he threw it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, Elder Han." Lu Ming reached out to take the ancient book and roughly flipped through it. He found that most of it was related to the smelting of flying swords. There were also some words that were fresh as if they were added not long ago, like some notes of experience. This ancient book is based on a variety of related mystic arts. I call it Galaxy Sword Fusion Technique. Originally, if you want to integrate refining materials into the true spirit flying sword, you should at least wait until it is refined into a sword pill. However, Galaxy Sand is not ordinary materials. You will know the mystery when you read this ancient book. In addition, I would like to remind you that after integrating Galaxy Sand, this true spirit flying sword can transform into layers of galaxy power, which is mysterious and endless, and its power will also increase. However, if you integrate too much, I am afraid that it will backfire and affect the spirituality of the flying sword. According to my estimation, only 1/10 of that half bag is left. As for refining the sword pill, you can go to the Sutras Pavilion to read some related ancient books. The man in gray robe got up and said a few words to Lu Ming lightly, then he turned and walked to a stone door at the back of the hall. "Disciple will remember what the Grand Elder said." Lu Ming nodded naturally. "You have extraordinary aptitude in Sword Dao. If you have any questions about Sword Dao cultivation, you can come and ask me at any time." "Well, I am also a little tired. You can leave now." After the man in gray robe told Lu Ming again, he said the words to send the guest off. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Lu Ming was happy when he heard that. He didn't dare to stay any longer. After putting the ancient book in his sleeve, he bowed deeply and left the hall. After he walked out of Elder Han's cave house, the gray stone door behind him slowly closed again. The green giant sword on the stone door flashed again, releasing a burst of soft sword chi. At this time, Lu Ming only felt that the void sword in the sword bag at his waist had a faint resonance with it, and it trembled slightly. so he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he touched his waist with one hand, and the pale silver sword bag flashed out. A golden light blasted out of the sword bag and hovered in front of the stone door. It lasted for about half a quarter of an hour. The green sword chi on the stone door only collided with the pale golden sword chi released by the void sword, but nothing else happened. Lu Ming was also puzzled for a while. He used the finger sword again and released an invisible sword chi to test it, but he still couldn't understand the mystery. He could only shake his head helplessly and put away the small golden sword. At the same time, he made a gesture, and a black cloud rose under his feet. He flew toward his cave house. At the same time, in the secret room of Elder Han's cave house, the man in gray robe was sitting cross-legged, playing with the pale purple bottle in his hand. I just heard that Lu Ming's true spirit flying sword attribute is a little special, but I didn't expect it to be able to trigger the enchantment on my stone door. It seems that it really can't be underestimated. For hundreds of years, only Liao's flying sword can reach this level without refining the sword pill. It's a pity that Lu Ming didn't join the Tianjian Peak to focus on sword technique. After the man in gray robe muttered a few words to himself, he put the pale purple bottle in his sleeve, closed his eyes, and rested. After an hour, Lu Ming returned to his cave house. He closed the cave door and activated all the enchantments, then he plunged into the secret room again. He couldn't wait to take out the Galaxy Sword Fusion Technique book that the man in gray robe gave him and read it carefully. After half an hour, he put the book aside, frowned slightly, and showed a thoughtful look. According to the records of this book, this kind of mystic art to integrate the galaxy sand into the flying sword was not complicated. He only needed to learn a unique mystic art of fusion recorded in the book, use the sword chi to do a special treatment on the galaxy sand, and then use the sacrificial array to integrate it into the true spirit flying sword. However, this kind of integration method must be completed once, and it couldn't be done repeatedly. Just like what Elder Han had said before, the amount of galaxy sand integrated into the flying sword would directly affect the power of the flying sword. If the amount was too much, the power of the stars would cause the sword chi of the flying sword to dissipate and affect its power. The 10% that Elder Han said was just a rough amount. It was not very accurate. This really gave Lu Ming a headache. Fortunately, he could use the elusive demonic pupil to refine it repeatedly and accurately determine the appropriate amount of galaxy sand to be integrated. As soon as he thought of this, he was a little relieved. He carefully read the book in his hand again. In just 3 days, he had already comprehended the secret technique of using sword chi to smelt the Star River sand. Lu Ming rested for another day. After restoring his spirit to the best state, he took a deep breath and injected spiritual power into the celestial tablet in the spiritual sea. After a while, in a gray space, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a pale golden array of 10 meters. Above the array, a 2 feet and 8 inches long golden sword was floating motionlessly. In the center of the array, under a layer of pale golden light curtain, there was an ordinary white cloth bag, which was about 1/10 of the galaxy sand that Lu Ming had specially prepared. A little starlight was slowly overflowing from the mouth of the cloth bag, and it was like a galaxy of stars pervading the array. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression moved. He made a sword gesture with one hand, and the void sword above the array suddenly shone with a golden light. A golden sword chi rolled down and went into the golden light curtain with a poof. Then, a strange scene happened. Strands of starlight like sand were wrapped by the golden sword chi and rolled out of the cloth bag, forming a small vortex in the array. After another transformation, it turned into a small sword made of starlight. With the constant change of the sword gesture in Lu Ming's hand, under the guidance of the pale golden sword chi, the galaxy sand was constantly changing its shape, and the starlight it emitted was getting brighter and brighter. After 10 minutes, under the entire pale golden light curtain, the galaxy sand turned into a fist-sized silver sand mass, constantly flashing with a faint silver light. It should be almost done. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he flicked his hand at the pale golden array. A golden light shot out, and the golden light curtain on the magic formation trembled. Then, a burst of golden light flashed, and the silver sand turned into a roll of silver sand that soared into the sky, heading straight for the golden sword in the void. At the same time, the golden sword in the air began to tremble incessantly, releasing a series of clear ringing sounds. Immediately afterward, a sizzling sound could be heard as the silver sand turned into a small silver snake that coiled around the golden sword. After a while, the entire silver sword was wrapped in it. The cries of the small silver sword also gradually became more resounding. Condense. Lu Ming tapped lightly with one hand, and at the same time, a fist-sized pale golden rune was spat out from his mouth. After spinning in the air for a while, it imprinted on the small golden sword with a ping sound. Suddenly, the silver light wrapped around the flying sword flickered. After a while, it turned into strands of silver threads that drilled into the pale golden runes. Seeing this, Lu Ming showed a smile. He waved one hand gently, and the golden sword flew back to his hand after a hover. He carefully looked at the void sword. Apart from a fist-sized rune that was faintly glowing with a faint silver light, there wasn't much difference. The next moment, Lu Ming waved one hand, and the golden sword immediately left his hand. It turned into a golden sword rainbow that was 70 to 80 feet long, and it shot towards a mountain that was more than 1,000 feet tall not far behind him. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, a golden light pierced through the peak of the mountain, and the mountain suddenly turned into huge rocks that collapsed. Lu Ming smiled. If he had poured all of his powers into the Yuan Spirit Flying Sword or activated the star magnetism force, it would have been a piece of cake for him to destroy a mountain like this. However, he had only used half of his powers this time around and he was still able to destroy it easily. It looked like after the Milky Way sand had been fused into the void sword, both its sharpness and sword chi had been greatly enhanced. However, he faintly felt that this tenth of the galaxy sand hadn't reached the limit of integration. In the following time, Lu Ming closed his eyes again and silently recalled the method of using the new technique mentioned in the secret technique. The sword gesture in his hand began to change continuously. After the golden sword trembled in the void, wisps of silver spiritual light swarmed out from the pale golden runes on the sword. They turned into tiny silver grains of sand, and like a thin layer of silver curtain, they wrapped the entire sword in it. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he pointed at the silver grains of sand with one hand. A spiral sword chi was instantly released, and with a poochie sound, it collided with the silver sand curtain outside the flying sword. After the silver sand curtain trembled slightly, the silver light on its surface flowed, and the spiral sword chi disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. This scene made Lu Ming overjoyed again. According to the records, the galaxy sand curtain could offset part of the damage of attacks, so as to protect the Yuan Ling flying sword when it was facing an enemy. The damage to its spirituality would be minimized. At the same time, the records also mentioned that after the Yuan Ling flying sword was integrated with the galaxy sand, the speed at which it nourished and recovered its sword chi would also increase by several times. However, Lu Ming had not tried this yet. After a whole day of smelting, a hint of fatigue finally flashed across Lu Ming's face. He closed his eyes, and with a thought, a buzzing sound rang in his ears. In the next moment, he left the illusion and returned to the secret room of the cave abode. He stood up and stretched his body. Then, he lay on a huge green rock in the secret room and slept soundly. In the following period of time, Lu Ming would enter the illusion every day, constantly trying to change the amount of galaxy sand melted into the void sword, and test the difference in power. After persistent and repeated smelting and testing, he finally found that about 1/9 of the remaining Star River sand had been integrated into it, which was just enough to maximize the power of the true spirit flying sword, and the sword chi would not be affected. One day after half a year, in the secret room of the cave abode where Lu Ming was, layers of silver sand kept flowing. Suddenly, the sky flashed with silver light, and it turned into thin silver threads crisscrossing the entire secret room. Now, he had successfully integrated the galaxy sand into the void flying sword, and he was very proficient in using it. Not only could the Star River sand transform into layers of dazzling star sand to interfere with the enemy's line of sight, but it could also coordinate with the void sword's innate concealment ability to launch a fatal attack, making it impossible to defend against. Moreover, it could transform the sand into silver sand swords, greatly increasing the power of the void flying sword. It was extremely mysterious. Congratulations, Master, for successfully smelting the galaxy sand into the Yuan Ling flying sword. Scorpion, who was sitting aside cultivating, pursed his lips and smiled. He got up and clapped his hands at Lu Ming. Lu Ming changed the sword gesture in his hand. After the silver sand stayed in the air for a while, it turned into a silver thread and flew back into the small golden sword. After the small golden sword made a deep chirping sound, it quickly shot back to between Lu Ming's eyebrows. This is just the first step. The next step is the most important. Lu Ming smiled faintly at Scorpion. At the same time, he took out a silver elixir wrapped in tricolor flames from the corner of the Sumeru ring. It was the flawless grade sword fighting pill. Master, this seems to be the elixir found in the small flame world that day. Seeing this, Scorpion said with a change of expression. Yes, this elixir is the sword fighting pill, which is a necessary item to forge the sword pill. Feier is still at a critical moment of training. You stay here to continue training and guard him. I'm going out for a while. After Lu Ming instructed Scorpion, he activated all the enchantments of the cave house, left the cave house, made a gesture, and flew away on a black cloud. In the next 2 or 3 days, Lu Ming spent all his time in the pavilion, and he spent all the remaining contribution points in his hand to flip through the ancient books about sword pill and sword fighting pill in the pavilion, but the relevant information he got was similar to what he knew before. As for how to use the sword fighting pill, there were only a few words about it, which made him feel very depressed. But thinking about it, this sword fighting pill requires a celestial state alchemist to refine, and the materials required are all treasures in the world. If I didn't get one in the small flame world by chance, I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to get in touch with this elixir. If he didn't have this pill, he would need to continuously fight with the sword tens of thousands of times before he could finish refining the sword pill. The time and difficulty required would probably make most sword cultivators stop in their tracks. After Lu Ming thought about it, he immediately decided to visit Elder Han of the Tianjian Peak again and ask him about this matter. He immediately left the Scriptures Pavilion and flew toward Elder Han's cave house on a black cloud. After a while, in the hall of Elder Han's cave house, a roll of silver gravel whistled through the center of the hall like a tornado. There was a faint golden light and a low buzzing sound in the silver gravel. It was Lu Ming's true spirit flying sword. It's not easy for you to control the amount of galaxy sand so well to improve this true spirit flying sword to such a level. For the amount of this kind of material, I can only estimate it roughly. After all, materials like galaxy sand are so precious. It's impossible for us to squander it for no reason and use ordinary flying sword spiritual weapons to try to smelt it. The man in a gray robe on the side nodded slightly and said, Grand Elder is overpraising me. In addition to letting Senior see this void sword after smelting, there is another thing that I want Elder to give me. Lu Ming stopped making a gesture and waved with one hand. The silver gravel in the sky immediately rolled up, and it all drilled into the runes on the flying sword. After that, the empty sword trembled slightly in the air, then it blasted back into the sword bag at his waist. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. The man in a gray robe said in a deep voice. About the advancement method of sword pill, I have learned something after consulting the relevant classics. I came here today to ask about the sword fighting pill. Lu Ming replied blankly. Sword fighting pill? Do you have this thing? When the man in a gray robe heard Lu Ming mention sword fighting pill, his face changed slightly, and he asked with a little surprise. Elder misunderstood. It's just that I received a mission from the sect to assist Elder Zhongyi to refine the sword fighting pill, so I know something about this elixir. It is said that it can help in refining the sword pill, so I want to ask Elder Han for advice. Lu Ming replied slightly vaguely. Oh, I see. Coincidentally, the sword fighting pill that you helped to refine that day should be prepared for an esoteric disciple in my sect. It seems that Elder Zhong refined more than one at that time. Since you asked about the sword pill battle today, I'll explain it to you in detail. In order for the Yuan spirit flying sword to advance into a sword pellet, it needed to go through thousands of continuous sword fights. Furthermore, these thousands of sword fights were not between two people. They had to try their best to fight with different people, using the opponent's sword chi to temper the Yuan spirit flying sword's sword nature. Therefore, if an ordinary sword cultivator wanted to advance into a sword pellet, it would take at least several hundred years, and at most thousands of continuous sword fights. The sword fighting pill is the elixir that the ancient sword cultivator refined through constant exploration to stimulate the flying sword to fight. This elixir can attract and stimulate the flying sword intent within a certain range through the sword intent it emits, so that it will take the initiative to fight. In this way, after thousands of tempering, the flying sword will naturally advance into the sword pill. The man in a gray robe said slowly without reservation. There is still one thing that I don't understand. Even if I have this sword fighting pill, where can I find a place with so many flying swords to attract sword fights? The man in a gray robe seemed to have guessed that Lu Ming had the sword fighting pill, but he misunderstood that it was given to him by Elder Zhong. Lu Ming naturally would not say anything more. If ordinary people want to use the sword fighting pill, it is naturally very difficult. According to the method in ancient times, there should be some sword fighting conferences every once in a while to attract a large number of sword cultivators to fight. Although the sword fighting pill has been lost for many years, other sword cultivators will still hold such conferences from time to hone their flying swords. Among them, the Sword Test Conference that is held every 300 years by the Heavenly Sword Villa is the most famous. As one of the 4 ancient sects, we naturally don't need to do such a troublesome thing. There was a broken sword mountain under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword Peak. It was the place where the disciples and elders of the peak left their swords. Therefore, there were countless flying swords all over the mountain. It was an excellent place to comprehend swordsmanship and practice flying swords. When the disciples of the peak advanced to the Jindan realm, they could enter it for free. Although you are not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak, with this broken sword token, you can enter the mountain from the back of the main hall of the Heavenly Sword Peak once. If you want to enter again in the future, you will need to pay 2 million contribution points from the sect. As the man in gray robe spoke, he raised one hand and a red light shot out from his sleeve. After a spin in the air, it turned into a fist-sized triangular token and fell into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming glanced at the token in his hand. He saw that the surface of the token was faintly flowing with red crystal light, and it was engraved with an extremely exquisite flying sword pattern that was about an inch long. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly put the token into the sumer ring and bowed to Elder Han again. "I'll remind you again. When the flying swords are fighting with each other, if the sword chi is weakened and consumed too much, you must put it back into your body to nourish it. If you let them fight too frequently, it will damage the spirituality of the flying swords. Then the loss outweighs the gain. This kind of situation has happened before." The man in gray robe reminded with a solemn face. "Disciple will remember the teachings." Lu Ming replied respectfully again. "I still have other things to do. If there is nothing else, you can go." The man in gray robe waved his sleeve and asked him to leave. After Lu Ming thanked him again, he turned around and left the cave house hall, flying back to his cave house. In the cave house, Elder Han, who seemed to be sitting still, suddenly said, "You seem to have a close relationship with Lu Ming." Previously, when Tiange asked him to participate in the Heavenly Gate meeting, "You must have added fuel to the fire." "Senior Brother Han, I just feel that this child is more interesting. I didn't ask Senior Brother Han to give the token to enter the Broken Sword Mountain to Lu Ming. This is your own idea." In the corner of the hall where Elder Han was, a young man in a golden robe appeared with a flash of golden light and said with a smile. It was Kim Tin Ti. The man in gray robe's eyes flashed as he said indifferently, "I saw that this child is quite talented in the way of the sword, and his flying swords are also quite extraordinary. He is indeed a talent that can be molded. That's why I gave him the token." The man in gray robe said indifferently, "Hee, no matter what, this child has picked up a big bargain. I'm very curious if he can really refine a sword pill. After all, even with Senior Brother, there are very few sword cultivators in the entire Taichin Gate who have a sword pill." "Well, Senior Brother sect leader has said that matter is about to begin. I also have to take my leave to cultivate and strive to recover my cultivation a little more. Only then will I have more confidence." Jin Tianxi said with a smile, and then disappeared into thin air again in a flash. "Is it about to start? I wonder how many people from our Taichin Gate will be able to leave this time." Elder Han murmured and slowly closed his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming was riding the cloud in high spirits, so he naturally didn't know the conversation between the two. In the following 3 days, he found a few disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak that he had met a few times, and asked them about the Broken Sword Mountain intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately, these disciples' cultivation was not high, so they knew very little about it. They only knew that the Broken Sword Mountain was also known as the Sword Burial Tomb. There was no other information except for a lot of contribution points from the sect. In this regard, Lu Ming could only go to the Hall of All Things again to reconfirm the news of the broken sword flash. Then he began to prepare. On the morning of the fourth day, he checked the things in the Sumera ring, then he went straight to the Tianjian Peak. An hour later, in front of a small stone house behind the main hall of the Tianjian Peak, Lu Ming in a black robe was talking with a tall and thin young man in a Tianjian Peak disciple costume. It turns out to be senior fellow apprentice Lu Ming of the Fallen Serene Peak. "I've heard a lot about you." The tall and thin young man cupped his fist. "Junior fellow apprentice is too polite. I came this time to enter the Broken Sword Mountain." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "I'm afraid I can't. According to the rules of our peak, non-Jin Dan disciples are not allowed to enter the Broken Sword Mountain. Even if you are a Jin Dan cultivator, you have to spend a lot of contribution points to be allowed to enter," the tall and thin young man said with a change of expression. "I understand all this, but junior fellow apprentice, please take a look at this first." Lu Ming calmly took out a token flashing a faint red light from his sleeve and handed it to the tall and thin young man. As soon as the tall and thin young man saw the token, he said in surprise, "This is the Broken Sword token." "This is the Broken Sword token, how can senior fellow apprentice Lu? But since you have this pass token, you can naturally enter it at any time. However, this Broken Sword token can only be used once. After using it, it will be taken back. Senior fellow apprentice Lu has not reached the real pellet state yet. Have you thought about it? Thank you for reminding me. Junior fellow apprentice. I naturally understand. Then can I teleport to the Broken Sword Mountain now?" Lu Ming smiled slightly and asked while cupping his fist. "Of course. There are 2 teleportation arrays behind the stone house. The one flashing red light is the teleportation array of the Broken Sword Mountain. Because there are too many abandoned swords in the entire mountain, the sword chi is crisscrossing, and the power caused by the collision between the swords is too great. Therefore, some seniors and elders of the peak joined forces to set up a restriction on the mountain. One can only enter through the teleportation array. This is another teleportation talisman. If you encounter any situation and want to come out, just tear this talisman," the tall and thin young man said solemnly. He took out a white talisman from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you for reminding me, junior fellow apprentice." After Lu Ming took the talisman, he bid farewell to the tall and thin young man. He went straight through the stone house and came to an open space of half an acre behind the house. On both sides of the open space, there was a teleportation array. The one on the left was flashing a faint blue light. A boulder next to it was engraved with 3 big red words. It was vaguely recognizable as Sword Washing Pool. On the right was a teleportation array flashing a faint red light with Sword Burial Tomb written on it. Lu Ming's expression moved slightly, then he stepped toward the teleportation array on the right. As soon as he stepped into the array, a circle of red light suddenly rolled up in the array, enveloping his figure in an instant. Lu Ming only felt a dazzling red light suddenly flashed in front of him, and he couldn't open his eyes for a while. Then, there was a low whistling sound of wind in his ears, then he disappeared from the stone house in a glow. After a few breaths, when he suddenly opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in a huge white space. The whole space couldn't be seen at a glance. About a mile away, there was a giant gray mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The peak couldn't be seen at a glance. It was like a giant sword towering in the distance. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. After a flash of light in his eyes, he could see the giant mountain in the distance clearly. He saw that on this seemingly bare and straight mountain, there were all kinds of cold lights flashing, and the surface was filled with all kinds of flying swords. These flying swords were of different lengths. The long ones were nearly 10 meters long, and the short ones were less than a foot long. Most of the flying swords were incomplete, but the surface was still exuding a faint spiritual light. Only a few of them were dim. They had been buried in the Broken Sword Mountain for some years. At the top of the mountain, a colorful halo was particularly dazzling. He took a closer look and saw that there were several flying swords of different colors constantly emitting spiritual light. At the moment when Lu Ming appeared, all the broken swords on the mountain seemed to feel something. They trembled slightly almost at the same time, making a buzzing sound one after another. They seemed to be ready to move. At the same time, strands of sword chi slowly floated out from these abandoned swords, filling the entire space from top to bottom, and colliding back and forth in the air. The sword pouch on Lu Ming's waist also trembled for a moment, and the true spirit flying swords sealed inside also became restless as if they were resonating with these abandoned swords. This broken sword mountain really deserves its reputation. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he looked around again. As a result, Lu Ming found that other than the broken sword mountain in front of him, there was nothing else in the entire space. It was surrounded by a chi wall formed by a white light curtain. On the chi wall, milky white runes were faintly flashing. Strands of sword chi were absorbed into the runes from time to time, like a clay ox entering the sea. Huh? Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He took a deep breath and mobilized the pure spiritual power in his body. He patted the sword bag lightly and forcefully suppressed the Yuan Ling flying sword. Then, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. After a while, he turned into a golden light and came to a platform near the top of the mountain. The light faded and Lu Ming reappeared on the platform. Not far away, there was a simple stone tablet that looked a little old. Next to the stone tablet was a golden longsword that was only about a foot long that was stuck in the mountain rock. The body of the sword was golden, and about 6 or 7 inches away from the hilt, there were 2 thumb-sized openings on the blade, and more than half of the hilt was missing. But this sword didn't seem too old. The coiling dragon pattern on the hilt was still clearly visible, and it faintly exuded an unyielding sword essence. Different from the dense distribution of broken swords near the belly of the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there were no other broken swords within 1,000 feet of this sword. There were less than 100 swords on it, and there was almost a sword tablet next to each sword. This naturally meant that each sword here had its own story. These buried vicissitudes of the past would eventually be forgotten by everyone. In the end, only an ordinary stone tablet and the shimmering broken sword were left. But these faint flashes condensed into perfect sword chi phantoms, still reminding everyone who entered this place that the glory of these broken swords seemed to have happened yesterday. Scorching sun sword. Only then did Lu Ming carefully look at the carved words on the stone tablet in front of him. Suddenly, he was slightly startled and revealed a trace of surprise. He had noticed from a distance that this golden sword was vaguely familiar. Now when he saw the word scorching sun again, he suddenly realized that this sword was the golden flying sword that Jin Liuyang's phantom used in the Green Sky Illusory Palace that day. Lu Ming had fought with Jin Liuyang's phantom many times in the mysterious space, which was why he could recognize him at a glance. At this moment, the small golden sword in front of him seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's presence. A burst of golden light shone brightly as strands of powerful and thick sword chi surged towards him, causing the sword pouch on his waist to loosen on its own, and a streak of golden light shot out as well. Lu Ming's reaction was extremely fast. He held the nether sword in his hand with one hand, and he didn't hesitate to go down the mountain. When he returned to the foot of the mountain again and set foot on the ground again, the nether sword in his hand finally calmed down gradually. From this, Lu Ming had already roughly felt that although this broken sword mountain was getting more and more sparse from the bottom to the top, the intensity of the sword chi was just the opposite. Just now, he didn't even use the sword dual pill, but the scorching sun sword was already about to fly out on its own. If it really reached the top of the mountain at the beginning, the danger could be imagined. Thinking of this, he decided to start from the bottom and fight with ordinary flying swords. It was better to hone slowly. After the flying swords were honed, he would gradually go up to the sword duel. He calmed his mind for a while, then he calmly took out the flawless sword dual pill wrapped in tricolor flames from the summer ring. He raised one hand and threw the sword dual pill into the air. At the same time, he made a sword gesture. The small golden sword trembled in his hand and blasted into the air. Then he changed the sword gesture. After the faint golden sword chi on the nether sword condensed in the air, it also turned into a faint golden light ball and collided with the tricolor flames. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. The tricolor flames actually burst apart after fusing with the faint golden sword chi, revealing a silver bead that was spinning in the air. Suddenly, balls of flames of different colors appeared in the void. At the same time, a faint smell of incense spread out. At the same time, all kinds of flying swords at the bottom of Broken Sword Mountain groaned at the same time. The entire mountain began to tremble slightly. Swoosh, at the bottom of the mountain, on the mountain wall closest to Lu Ming, a gray broken sword that was about a foot long with a fist-sized gap on the blade suddenly shone in gray light. It turned into a 30 meters long gray light that blasted at the silver bead in the air. Go! Seeing this, Lu Ming shouted softly and made a sword gesture. After the small golden sword hovered in the air, it disappeared with a blur. After a flash, a 10 meters long golden light suddenly appeared again, and it directly blasted past the gray light. Crack! The sound of gold tearing and silk tearing could be heard. A wail suddenly came from the gray light. The faint gray light on the small gray sword dissipated and turned back into a dim broken sword. Then, with a poochie sound, it spiraled back to its original position. On the nearby mountain walls, a faint gray mist appeared and quickly wrapped around the dagger. It seems that this Broken Sword Mountain actually has the ability to nourish these broken swords. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. He muttered softly. From the small gray sword blasted out to being inserted back into the sword mountain, it only took a few seconds. At this moment, a series of chi-chi sounds could be heard one after another. More broken swords were pulled out from the ground in the mountains, turning into sword rays of different colors. They whistled towards the small golden sword in the air in a dense manner. Oh no! Lu Ming hurriedly jumped up, grabbed the sword fighting pill in his hand, and kept it into the void ring as fast as lightning. Although he had simulated how to use the sword fighting pill many times in the illusion, he still underestimated the provocation of this pill to these broken swords. At the same time, in a cave house on Tianjian Peak, a young man in a brocade robe with a jade crown on his head was sitting cross-legged, looking at a white light curtain in the air in front of him. AI, this group of old guys is really getting more and more ridiculous. He's just a junior of the pseudo-pellet state. Although the flying sword has been smelted by galaxy sand and is much sharper than ordinary flying swords, it is still a bit too hasty to refine the sword fighting pill at this time. TSK. They even gave him a graded sword fighting pill. If he can't control it, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. However, this person is not a disciple of my Tianjian Peak, so he can only rely on his own luck. After the young man in green robe muttered to himself, he suddenly waved one hand, and a green light shot at the white light curtain. After a faint ripple appeared on the surface of the light curtain, it turned into specks of white light and dissipated. At this time, Lu Ming, who was in the Broken Sword Mountain sword burial tomb, was sitting cross-legged. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. As he continued to make hand seals, a streak of golden light traversed through the encirclement of several tens of streaks of light in an extremely agile manner, and the sounds of swords grinding against each other could be heard from time to time. Due to the fact that this graded sword fighting pill was too powerful, it had attracted hundreds of flying swords to fly toward him in a short time, fighting with the flying swords in the air. There were also a few flying swords that fought with each other in the air for some unknown reason, which made Lu Ming secretly relieved. Although most of these flying swords were the lowest level in the entire mountain and had the weakest sword chi, hundreds of them swarmed together. Even if the void sword was extremely sharp, it couldn't resist under such a continuous battle. At this time, the golden light on the surface of the void sword was obviously a bit dimmer than before. Even with the protection of the galaxy sand, there were still many small cracks visible to the naked eye on the sword. Lu Ming's own mental power was also constantly consumed with the flying sword. Even with the help of mind imitation insect, his mental power was far superior to his peers. He still felt overwhelmed now. Even so, if it were other sword cultivator in the early stage of Jin Dan, they would have died long ago. At the same time, there were still flying swords on the mountain peak. They seemed to be attracted by the sword intent here, and they blasted toward this side in groups of 2s and 3s. After Lu Ming sighed slightly helplessly, he waved in the air with one hand. The golden flying sword circled and repelled the 2 flying swords at lightning speed, then it flew back into the sword bag on his waist with a swoosh. Then he stroked the sword bag with one hand to hide it. At the same time, he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and poured it into the Che Huan totem on his shoulder, instantly activating it. After converging his aura, he flashed behind a huge blue stone at the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, as he expected, the remaining 70 to 80 flying swords in the void began to fight each other after losing their main target. Not long after, the flying swords finally used up the last of their sword chi and stopped fighting. They flew back into Broken Sword Mountain one by one. A few of the flying swords that had lost their light and had completely lost their spirituality fell to the ground in disorder. Lu Ming closed his eyes at ease and immersed his divine thought into the void sword bag on his waist, carefully observing the situation of the void sword. At this time, the situation of the void sword was obviously not optimistic. In addition to the small cracks seen before, there were countless crisscrossing scratch marks on the sword body. Although they were not major damages, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. This mistake was caused by the failure to control the use of the sword fighting pill. With such a gap, he could simulate the use of the sword fighting pill in the illusion. Most of the flying swords at present were low-level flying swords. If he entered the middle and upper levels of the mountain to hone his flying swords, he might really be killed if he did not control the sword fighting pill properly. After thinking so, he filled some elixirs in the sword bag, then he meditated cross-legged to restore his mental power and spiritual power. On a certain day half a month later, the entire Broken Sword Mountain was once again filled with the noise of sword fighting. A 10 meters long golden sword light galloped across the sky, chasing after the 2 crimson sword lights. Suddenly, the golden sword light sped up in the air, then it disappeared into the distance in a flash. At the next moment, a layer of faint ripples appeared in the air more than 100 meters ahead. A pale golden sword light emerged from it again. Bang, it slashed one of the crimson lights in half. The crimson sword light dissipated, and a red long sword that was broken in half fell to the ground with a clang. The other crimson sword light seemed to be connected to it. It made a sharp turn in the air, and it went straight to the golden sword light with a wail. Chi-la, after the crimson sword light and the golden sword light collided a few times in the air, they were bounced back. After a few rolls in the air, they fell down sharply. With a puchi, it stabbed diagonally not far from the previous broken red sword. Seeing this, a trace of satisfaction flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately waved his hand in the air, and the small golden sword flew back to his hand after a flash. After carefully checking the void sword and confirming that it was fine, he once again took out the sword dual pill and threw it in the air. At the same time, he condensed the sword chi on the sword and launched it together. After a flash of the tricolor flame, it turned into a cloud of faint fragrance and blasted in the direction of Broken Sword Mountain. Now he could control the use of this sword dual pill just right. The flying swords that were summoned were between 5 to 10 at a time. It seemed that the speed of this sword duel had slowed down, but it was not. In this way, the damage to the flying swords was minimal. It saved the trouble of putting it back into the sword bag for nourishment, and the efficiency was greatly improved. In the following time, Lu Ming fought with the broken swords in the entire mountain from bottom to top. He relied on his huge mental power and the support of the galaxy sand to temper almost all the flying swords he encountered. He only stopped to rest 3 times in the middle. Just like that, time passed day by day. More than half a year later, Lu Ming finally came to the mountainside. The density of flying swords here had decreased compared to the foot of the mountain. There were only 7 or 8 flying swords within 1,000 feet, but the intensity of the sword intent in the void was more than 10 times stronger. Amongst these flying swords, there were some that had already been recorded by their owners. Merely judging from the swift and fierce sword chi they emitted, they weren't the slightest bit inferior to top-grade spirit swords, and they were even the embryonic form of magic treasures. It was utterly impossible to imagine that these were actually damaged swords that had suffered a great amount of damage to their spirituality. Even though Lu Ming was carefully controlling the flying sword, it was inevitable that the spirituality of the flying sword would be damaged from time to time, greatly reducing the speed of tempering. A year later, on the mountainside of Broken Sword Mountain, the sound of flying swords being sharpened could be heard again. A golden sword light flashed back and forth between 2 different colored sword lights. At this time, Lu Ming had already sharpened thousands of broken swords at the mountainside. It would be impossible for these broken swords to recover their previous sword chi without nourishing them for at least a decade. The sword light condensed by the void sword now looked a little sharper and thicker than a year ago, and the sound of the sword also gradually became deeper. But at this time, the color of the void sword was a little brighter than before. Whether it was the sword chi or the sword intent contained in it, it was not just a little stronger. After a few sounds of chi la, a blue sword light and a gray sword light shot out, turned into two broken flying swords, and pierced into the stone crevice. The golden flying sword circled briskly in the air, then it flashed toward the top of Broken Sword Mountain with an agile black figure. 2 years later, Lu Ming once again came to the entire mountain. Not far from the top, there were naturally fewer broken swords on the surface of the mountain. Not far away, next to a towering green stone tablet, a golden flying sword with 2 notches on the blade and half of the hilt was swaying slightly in the wind. It was the Scorching Sun sword that Lu Ming had seen on the day he entered Broken Sword Mountain. This sword was different from other broken swords. When Lu Ming was within 1,000 feet of it, the sword would emit a thick and warning sound. If he was within 100 feet of it, it would rise from the ground on its own and rush towards him with monstrous sword chi. Just over 10 days ago, when Lu Ming had just arrived here, he accidentally touched this sword again and was forced to fight it. In the end, this broken sword that was only half broken was actually on par with the void sword that had been sharpened for a long time, which made his heart tremble. While the 2 golden flying swords were fighting, he carefully read the first few lines of small words on the stone tablet that he didn't notice before, and his scalp was even more numb. Scorching Sun sword, made of the Chenyang steel contained in the meteorite as the sword embryo, merged with the golden essence rusting soil, and calcined in the lava for 7 years. It is 3 feet and 7 inches long. More than 300 years ago, in the battle with Sky Beast Qin Valley's Feng Hu, I forcibly channeled the body and sword fusion technique with Jin Dan Cultivation to resist the blow of the opponent's Li Shan's magic weapon. This sword accompanied me for 79 years, injuring 5 celestial state cultivators, killing 46 Jin Dan cultivators, and countless cultivators below the crystallization period. This Jin Liang, known as the top esoteric disciple, was really powerful. He could actually injure a celestial state powerhouse with Jin Dan cultivation. Even though the sword had been destroyed, its spirituality was still present, and its hostility was still present. That was why no other flying swords dared to approach it. According to Lu Ming's inference, if this sword was intact in the past, it would be more than 100 times more sensitive than it was now. So even if it was destroyed, it could still fly out to injure people. However, Lu Ming had come here once again. This time, he had already made thorough preparations. After taking a deep breath, he immediately held the sword fighting pill in one hand and strode in the direction of the stone tablet. As a result, when Lu Ming only walked a dozen steps away, the Scorching Sun sword near the stone tablet soared into the sky. After circling in the air, it turned into a golden light and blasted at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. With his other hand, he slapped the light silver sword bag on his waist, and a golden light also blasted out. 270 to 80 feet long golden rainbows suddenly fought fiercely in the void. Zung zang, the sonorous sound of rubbing against each other was endless. The 2 golden lights kept colliding, and rays of golden light spread in all directions, smashing the bare mountain rocks nearby into pieces. The sword fighting pill had already been thrown out by Lu Ming, and it quietly floated in the nearby void. After 15 minutes, Lu Ming's sword gesture suddenly changed. The void sword was suddenly surrounded by silver light spots, and densely packed runes coiled around it. A roll of silver sand scattered from it, turning into a silver tornado in the void and wrapping the Scorching Sun sword in it. Done. Just when Lu Ming showed a hint of joy, he made another sword gesture. A heatwave whirlpool swept out from the tornado, and rays of golden light broke through the air from the gap. After a pu sound, the silver tornado turned into a roll of silver sand and exploded. The Scorching Sun sword let out a long cry and rushed out from it. Lu Ming frowned and waved his hand at the void sword. It immediately expanded with the wind, and became 100 feet long. Then, it once again rushed towards the Scorching Sun sword. Bang! A loud sound resounded in the sky. After the void sword and the Scorching Sun sword collided violently, a dazzling golden sun rose up, and no one dared to look at it directly. Within the sun, a faintly discernible light golden sword ray shot back. It was the flying sword of void, which had already dimmed a little. Seeing this, Lu Ming's mind moved, and he retrieved the spiritually damaged Sword of Void with one hand. After confirming that it was not damaged, he placed it back into the Void Sword bag on his waist and nurtured it. At the same time, the golden sword ray formed by the scorching sun sword also shot back in the opposite direction. With a flash, it directly stabbed into the side of the stone tablet. Its surface dimmed, and it was obviously damaged as well. It could no longer fly out on its own. After that, Lu Ming spent more than a month to nurture and repair the Sword of Void. Then, he once again set off towards the top of the mountain. 3 years later, somewhere in the Broken Sword Mountain, 100 feet long golden sword ray and a 15 or 16 feet long black sword ray were fiercely colliding back and forth. Lu Ming stood beside a stone tablet with a serious expression. He squinted his eyes, and his hand gestures were constantly changing. According to what was written on the stone tablet, this black flying sword was called Moon-Slaying Sword. It was a flying sword left behind by a celestial phenomenon stage elder of Tian Jianfeng more than 6,000 years ago. This sword was very powerful, but it was very fierce and bloodthirsty. No one with the bloodline of the elder could control it, so it could only be placed in the Broken Sword Mountain untouched. The sword itself was only a foot long, and it was as black as ink. From afar, the body of the sword gave off a faint glow. It looked very ordinary, but its power was far beyond Lu Ming's imagination. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword had been worn down for thousands of years, and its spirituality had dissipated a lot, making it less than 1% of its peak power, the Sword of Void would have been cut in half in a single exchange. Even so, Lu Ming had already fought with the sword 3 times, and it took him as long as 6 months to gradually reduce the sword chi to this extent. During this period of time, the Void Sword had been damaged twice. The first time it was struck by this sword, an inch-long crack had appeared on the body of the sword. The damage was rather heavy, and he had no choice but to put the Void Sword back into his body to nourish it for an entire 2.5 months. Of course, after Lu Ming spent so much effort on this flying sword, the Sword of Void itself had also benefited a lot. The original Sword of Void was only 5 or 6 inches long, and its sharpness was 2 or 3 times stronger than before it entered the space. Now, Lu Ming was still more than 10,000 feet away from the top of the mountain. Looking around, there were only about a dozen broken swords. Lu Ming had quietly released his divine thought and roughly scanned a few of the stone tablets. All of them had a great origin. One of the stone tablets flashing purple light was even the resting place of the broken sword of one of the founders of the Taiching sect, a metaphysic sword cultivator. And Lu Ming himself couldn't help feeling a little uneasy these days. Now the void flying sword had fought countless swords. Although its power was improving day by day under such sharpening, there was still no sign of it becoming the legendary sword pill. If he really wanted to fight all the flying swords in this Broken Sword Mountain one by one, it would probably take at least a few years, or even more than 10 or 20 years. As for the remaining flying swords, any one of them was powerful. If he was not careful, the Void Sword Needle would be seriously injured by these flying swords, causing its spirituality to be unable to repair. That would be a waste of effort. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about it in his mind, the golden rainbow transformed by the void sword in the air, the sound of fine sand grinding came. A roll of silver fine sand whizzed out from above, entangling the black sword rainbow in an instant like a silver snake. The black rainbow trembled under the wrapping of the silver sand curtain, and it made a low whining sound. The black light also dimmed a little again. Go. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He tapped lightly with one hand, and the void sword suddenly accelerated. Swoosh, leaving only a crystal-clear sword mark across most of the sky. Bang, a loud earth-shattering noise, the black flying sword ejected from the silver sand curtain and blasted down with a whine. It inserted into the gap that it originally came out from. The black gas on the sword rolled up, wrapping the sword again and condensing into a black crescent shape. Lu Ming looked surprised. This sword was not damaged at all by the full blow of the void sword. It seemed that it was just nourished by itself because of the lack of sword chi. It was really mysterious. Just when he didn't have time to think, the heavenly void sword above his head suddenly let out a buzzing sound, and suddenly released a burst of golden light. The starry river sand that had transformed into a silver snake actually rolled up on its own, and released rings of golden light. A moment later, the entire flying sword turned into a golden ball of light that was around 3 meters wide. It floated in the sky like a blazing sun and slowly rotated. Could it be? Lu Ming closed his eyes and recalled the phenomenon recorded in the relevant books when he refined the sword ball. He was immediately overjoyed. Without thinking, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at the golden ball of light. Then, his 10 fingers quickly trembled as he launched a series of hand signs into the air. As for the sword dueling pill that was floating nearby, it suddenly became blurry and disappeared into the golden ball of light. The next moment, the entire void suddenly tightened, and a gust of wind blew. The sky above them suddenly turned pitch black, and the tens of thousands of broken swords on Broken Sword Mountain began to hum in unison. Immediately afterward, there was a loud whistling sound in the air. Wisps of 6-colored sword chi shot out from the broken swords and blades on the mountain, crisscrossing in the air and almost enveloping the entire Broken Sword Mountain. They constantly drilled into the golden sun formed by the Sword of the Void, causing it to expand. After a full 15 minutes, the golden sun had skyrocketed to 100 meters in size, and an amazing sword intent began to radiate from it. Lu Ming's face was already full of ecstasy. The heavenly void sword had now reached the stage of condensing into a pill. It was imperative for it to advance into a sword ball. The golden sun in the sky continued to absorb more sword chi under the influence of Lu Ming's gesture. After another quarter of an hour, when the sword chi ejected from the sword mountain was finally gone, there was a loud noise. Wisps of 5-colored clouds appeared near the golden sun. After quickly surging and condensing, they turned into a cloud that was several acres in size, enveloping the entire golden sun. Within the cloud, one could vaguely see translucent runes flashing incessantly. At the same time, milky white spirit patterns slowly appeared on the chi walls around the space. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the sky, and dense golden sword chi was ejected from the golden cloud. There were golden long marks everywhere as if it was going to shatter the entire sky. At the same time, not far from Tianjian Peak, in a seemingly empty void that was covered by a thick mist all year round, a 10 meters long black gap suddenly appeared. At the same time, dense golden sword chi ejected from it and disappeared into the void in front of it. Reporting to Master, the space where Broken Sword Mountain is located shows signs of instability. It seems that there is a monstrous sword chi leaking out. I don't know what is going on inside. In a side hall on the top of Tianjian Peak, an ordinary-looking disciple in green clothes walked in quickly from the outside, cupped his fist, and reported to the person in the hall. I got it. You can leave first. I will go with other elders to see what is going on. The young man with a jade crown waved his hand and replied faintly. Disciple will leave. After the disciple of Tianjian Peak bowed and cupped his fist again, he turned and walked out of the side hall. If I remember correctly, no disciple in my peak has advanced to Jin Dan in recent years. Only Lu Ming of Fallen Serene Peak entered this Broken Sword Mountain more than 4 years ago. Could it be that this disciple really refined the sword ball and broke the enchantment set by Master? It shouldn't be. Maybe this disciple accidentally triggered a top-grade flying sword. It seems that I really have to go in person. After the young man in green robe muttered a few words in a low voice, he turned into a green rainbow and blasted out of the side hall. At this moment, hundreds of disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak gathered around the seemingly empty void around the Heavenly Sword Peak after hearing the news. Senior Sister Apprentice Long, do you know what is going on here? A young man in a white brocade robe with a narrow face asked a beautiful woman in a lavender dress next to him with doubts. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Sha Tong Tian, and the woman in the purple dress was Long Yanfei. This should be the place where the Broken Sword Mountain is sealed, which is where the sword burial tomb of our peak is located. Because the sword chi gathered in the mountain is too strong, in order to prevent the broken swords from fighting each other and causing the sword chi to leak out and hurt others, several seniors of the sect once set up an enchantment to isolate this place. Something big must have happened in the Broken Sword Mountain for such a strange phenomenon to occur in the void here. Long Yanfei's eyes flashed as she replied slowly. Why don't I know there is such a place in the peak? Sha Tong Tian was slightly startled when he heard the words, then he said with a flicker in his eyes. Just at the top of a steep mountain behind this group of Tianjian Peak disciples, Kim Tin-ti in a golden robe and Elder Han in a gray robe stood there, talking in a low voice. I remember that when you reforged the true spirit flying sword with the meteorite essence that day, the strange phenomenon caused when you condensed the sword pill was only at this level. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a good fortune. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The man in a gray robe said faintly with a flicker in his eyes. Hee, I'm also a little surprised. But the more so, this disciple is worthy of our expectation. After Kim Tin-ti grinned, he turned around and disappeared in a flash of golden light. Lu Ming, who was still in the Broken Sword Mountain, naturally didn't know that the strange phenomenon caused by the sword pill he refined actually tore apart the sealed space where the Broken Sword Mountain was located. At this moment, he spouted a mouthful of blood essence into the air with a dignified expression. As he pointed his finger, the blood essence turned into bloody runes and went into the 5-color cloud. The milky white spirit patterns on the air walls around the space also flashed wildly as if the entire space was cheering for it. With another earth-shattering bang, the cloud completely exploded, and a golden ball of light that was only the size of a fist floated out of thin air. As it rotated slowly, it sprinkled down strands of faint golden light that were as thin as cotton threads. After a burst of noise, the thousands of swords in the entire Broken Sword Mountain gradually quieted down, and the entire space once again returned to peace. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the golden light that was sprinkling down from the sky also gradually thinned, revealing the true appearance of the light ball. It was a thumb-sized golden bead. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he immediately raised one arm and waved gently in the air. The pale golden bead seemed to feel it. After spinning in the air, it slowly fell into his hand. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, and he immediately looked up and down carefully. There were countless tiny runes flowing on its surface, and the entire golden bead seemed to have a life of its own. As the runes flowed, it trembled slightly. This kind of tremor was extremely weak. If he didn't hold it in person, he wouldn't be able to feel it from a distance. He checked it over and over for a long time. After confirming that it was roughly similar to what was recorded in the ancient book, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly opened his mouth and spouted a cloud of essence at the object in his hand. Immediately, the golden bead blurred and turned into a 2-inch-long mini-sword. The surface was crystal clear, golden, and translucent as if it was translucent. Lu Ming turned the small sword over and over in his hand to inspect it before nodding his head in satisfaction. With a point of his finger, the mysterious small sword returned to its bead shape with a blur. Then, he carefully placed it into the void sword pouch and took out a special light silver glyph and stuck it on the sword pouch. Seal! He groaned. The pale silver talisman suddenly turned into a soft silver light like melting snow in spring, wrapping the entire sword pouch. After the silk-like spirit patterns on the sword pouch flashed, the mouth of the pouch was firmly locked. If there was no other choice, the sword pill that was refined could not easily leave the sword pouch in the next few decades. Otherwise, it would have to be resealed in the sword pouch and recalculated for nourishment. After Lu Ming hid the void sword bag with one hand, he looked up at the Broken Sword Mountain that was still towering into the clouds, then he glanced down at the dense broken swords below. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I wonder what Elder Han would think if he found out that he had fought with most of the middle and low-rank broken swords here, causing the spirituality accumulated by these swords to be greatly depleted. Now that he had finished refining the sword pill, he naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. After adjusting his breath, he took out the white teleportation talisman without hesitation and tore it apart. In the next moment, a ray of white light swept out and enveloped his figure. Soon after, it turned into a roll of white light and disappeared from Broken Sword Mountain. Lu Ming only felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly became blurred. When he saw the surrounding situation again, he suddenly found that he was already in the mountains, but it was not the teleportation array that he entered that day. It seemed to be the main peak of the Tianjian Peak about a mile behind him. At the same time, various escape lights of different colors were blasted toward the Tianjian Peak endlessly. Seeing this, he probably guessed the reason why these people came. It should be related to him. After all, he didn't think that no one would notice what he did in the Broken Sword Mountain. And he still had a lot of things to do at the moment. It had taken him several years to refine the sword pill, so he naturally didn't want to be entangled with these people. So Lu Ming once again activated the totem mystic art, concealed his aura, left the Tianjian peak quietly, and took a detour to his cave house. Near the stone house in front of the teleportation array of the Broken Sword Mountain, colorful escape lights landed one after another. Among them were Long Yanfei and Sha Tongtian. The tall and thin young man who guarded this place was also shocked by the phenomenon of Lu Ming refining the sword pill. At this moment, seeing so many people flocking here, he felt a little helpless. Junior fellow apprentice son, do you know what is going on with such an amazing phenomenon? Who caused it? A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak, who was standing on a yellow broadsword, asked loudly. Speaking of which, Broken Sword Mountain required sword cultivator disciples above Jin Dan to have a chance to get in touch with it, so it was also a rather secret place for disciples below the crystallization period. After all, if one's cultivation was insufficient, it would be extremely dangerous to enter rashly. The tall and thin young man's face twitched slightly when he heard this. He couldn't help but hesitate. In the past 4 years, there was only Lu Ming of Fallen Serene Peak in the secret realm, but such an amazing celestial phenomenon that directly broke through the space blockade of Broken Sword Mountain, was it really caused by this person? Just as the lanky young man was hesitating, a silhouette flashed in midair. A young man wearing a jade crown and wearing an embroidered robe appeared. When the Tianjian Peak disciples saw this, their faces changed. They bowed to the man with the jade crown and said in unison, "Greetings to the Peak Master." The man with the jade crown was the Peak Master of the Tianjian Peak, Spiritual Master Yu Heng. He was also a well-known figure among the Peak Masters of the Inner Door. However, his whereabouts were erratic. Although he was the Peak Master of the Tianjian Peak, he rarely appeared in front of the Tianjian Peak disciples. "Get up, I already know what happened here. You don't have to make a fuss." Spiritual Master Yu Heng waved his hand lightly. Hearing this, many disciples present stood up straight and looked at each other for a while. The disciple who was stepping on the yellow broadsword seemed to have a high status in the Tianjian Peak. He stepped forward and asked respectfully, "May I ask the Peak Master, what is the strange phenomenon here?" Spiritual Master Yu Heng's eyes flashed slightly, and he replied faintly, "I just checked it through mystic arts. Someone cultivated his true spirit flying sword into a sword pill in the Broken Sword Mountain burial sword tomb, so it caused such a natural phenomenon." "What, it's really the sword pill celestial phenomenon?" Which elder of our peak actually cultivated the sword pill?" The disciple on the yellow broadsword was shocked, and he immediately asked the man with the jade crown respectfully. "This person is not an elder of our peak, but Lu Ming of the Fallen Serene Peak." Spiritual Master Yu Heng said with a slight smile. "Lu Ming? It's this person. He is not from our Tianjian Peak." Recently, Lu Ming was very famous in the Taiqing Gate. Almost all the outer disciples knew him. When they heard the words of the man with the jade crown, it was like a boulder falling into a calm lake, and it immediately caused a lot of discussion. When Sha Tongtian, who was standing in the crowd, heard the 2 words Lu Ming, his face suddenly turned pale. Although he had cultivated the true spirit flying sword, he had not yet reached the realm of heart and sword as one. However, Lu Ming had actually cultivated the sword pill that was rumored to only Jin Dan sword cultivators had a chance to touch. The gap between the two was getting wider and wider. Sha Tongtian's heart seemed to be bitten by a poisonous snake, and he almost couldn't breathe. His hands clenched into fists, and he didn't even feel that his nails had scratched his palms and bled. Long Yanfei was also shocked. She almost thought that she had heard wrong, but then she realized a problem. Cultivating the sword pill required the support of a huge amount of spiritual power and spiritual force. Generally speaking, only Jin Dan sword cultivators could start cultivating. Could it be that Lu Ming had already advanced to the Jin Dan realm? Before she asked, Spiritual Master Yu Heng had already continued lightly. Lu entered the inner gate not long ago, but his cultivation has reached the fake Dan stage, and he is only 1 step away from the Jin Dan realm. Now, he has even cultivated the sword pill. As his peers, you must encourage yourselves. Don't disgrace the prestige of the Tianjian Peak in the sect. When the people present heard this news again, there was naturally another commotion. Many people knew that when Lu Ming participated in the Tianmen meeting, he was only at the later stage of the crystallization period. Now, in less than 30 years, he had advanced to the fake Dan stage and cultivated the sword pill. Such an amazing speed, even in the history of Taiqing Gate, could only happen to some amazing legendary figures. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't know that the rumors about him had once again spread among the inner disciples at a lightning speed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the cave house secret room, planning the next step of his cultivation plan. He had now cultivated the sword pill, and the next step was to prepare for the advancement to the Jin Dan realm. Since he had decided to enter the evil ghost way, accumulating contribution points was a top priority. Entering the evil ghost way required 1 million contribution points, but in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he might have to go to the scriptures pavilion to read more ancient books and materials before entering. He also had to go to the precious hall to exchange for some emergency items. In addition to the annual contribution that he had not yet received, he still needed about 1.5 million contribution points. The pressure was not small to collect them as soon as possible. After meditating in the cave house for 3 days, he quietly came to a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides not far from the scriptures pavilion. In the depths of the valley, there was an open space covered by a towering bluestone. There was a dark hall that occupied an area of an acre. On the plaque on the gate, the words Life and Death Pavilion were written. Just like the Xian Hall was divided into the inner hall and the outer hall, the Life and Death Pavilion was actually divided into 2 parts, the outer door and the inner door. On the list of the outer door's Life and Death Pavilion, there were only evil cultivators below the crystallization period. On the inner door's Life and Death list, there were some evil cultivators of the crystallization period or even the Jin Dan stage. In contrast, the contribution points rewarded by the inner door's Life and Death list were naturally more generous. Lu Ming also inadvertently heard about it in the sex market after returning from the southern wasteland. When he thought of earning contribution points quickly, he immediately thought of this place. The Black Hall was quite mysterious because it was not exposed to the sun all year round, and it was surrounded by a faint black mist. After Lu Ming observed it for a while, he walked toward the palace gate. In the empty main hall, only a few moonlight stones inlaid on the ceiling provided a faint light, vaguely outlining the outline of the entire hall. The hall was about 1,000 meters in size. The furnishings were very simple. Except for a few rows of crooked ebony shelves on both sides, there was a gray-black stone platform in the center. Behind the stone platform sat a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a beard. He was supporting his head with one arm and pretending to sleep. A series of rhythmic snores were emitted from his mouth, echoing endlessly in the entire hall. On the shoulder of the man in a gray robe, there was a ginger fur ball squatting. It looked like a fat cat, and it was sleeping lazily. Other than that, there was no other disciple here. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little speechless, but after thinking about it, he still walked forward. As if hearing Lu Ming's footsteps, the bearded man stopped snoring. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched. After looking up and seeing Lu Ming, he immediately said with a gloomy face, "This is the important place of the Life and Death Pavilion. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Are you here to accept a bounty mission?" "Exactly. This is my first time here. I don't know how to accept the inner door's Life and Death list. Is it the same as the outer door?" Lu Ming didn't care about his cold attitude. He continued to walk toward the stone platform and asked, "Oh, it seems that you have done the outer door's Life and Death list before. This place is basically the same as the outer door. It's your first time here. It's not too late to take a look at the Life and Death list first." The man in a gray robe looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Then he took out a light yellow scroll and put it on the stone platform. Lu Ming stopped in front of the stone platform and raised one hand. A black gas rolled out and took the scroll into his hand. Then he immediately opened the scroll and looked at it carefully. On the scroll were the names of the evil cultivators, and behind them were the contribution points that were offered. However, there were not many people on it. There were only about 30 names. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The contribution points offered were really generous. The lowest reward for an evil cultivator was 50,000 contribution points, and the first one had a reward of 3 million contribution points. Huh. On the Life and Death list, there was a name that he was very familiar with. End of chapter 876. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.